He woke up on the beach. He didn't even have to open his eyes, just the loud surf and soft crunch of the sand beneath his head was enough. He groaned as he brought his hands to his face, feeling the all-too-familiar surge of pressure behind his eyes, the dry swollen feeling in his mouth and throat, and the barest hints of heaving nausea. He must have had a good time last night. He didn't even remember making it to the beach, just the yacht and the... His thoughts flinched away from that, his brain still too tender. A small peak of his eyelids, and he decided blindness was preferable to the unbearable light. He reached out his hands, slowly and with excruciating effort, flipped himself onto his belly. Sand mushed into his face, and he smelled something weird. French fries. Whatever it was, it made that pool of nausea turn into a tidal wave. He poured out all of his bad decisions in 2 or 3 heaves, then curled up into a ball and laid there. "Let the beach patrol find me," he pleaded. "Let me be their problem." But no one came to escort him off the beach. No outraged mother shrieked about degenerates in broad daylight. He wasn't even bothered by any vagrants looking to bum a smoke. Despite his pain, he was curious. He slowly opened his eyes, ready to endure the blinding sun in order to get his bearings. This isn't Fort Lauderdale. The sky was pale, a hazy white that seemed to curve all around him. Small waves of dark green water lapped near his feet, crests murmuring incessantly. He stood on a small spit of gray sand, barely more than 3 feet wide, that extended into the horizon. The sky was lighter there, as if something was leaching the color out of everything. It was early morning, the sun barely above the horizon, and the moons hadn't yet set. Wait, shit. He rubbed his palms against his eyes and peered again at the sky. His eyes told him the same thing again. There were 4. No, 5 moons in the sky. What the fuck, he half-laughed, looking around himself for someone to explain the joke. There was no one, then it hit him, the yacht, the fight, his sister, the storm. He took a shaky breath. Okay, so there are 5 moons. Okay, I'm on a sandbar in a weird ocean and the sky has 5 moons. I'm probably not dead. That lightning bolt didn't fry my brain because I can see and hear and feel and I can deal with this. I got this. 6 measured breaths later, he was feeling better, not great, but better. He suspected he still had some alcohol in his system, though he didn't remember drinking much of his cup. He stood up and looked around again, hoping he'd missed something. The sand spit was a perfectly straight line that disappeared into the hazy horizon, a roiling fog hiding it from further sight. Behind him, the stretch of sand connected to a much larger body of land, an uncertain distance away. It loomed large in the dawn semi-dark, and he couldn't make out many details, but it was way more inviting than the vanishing horizon. Step 1, he thought, get away from the creepy green ocean. He'd always feared the open sea. The idea of dark, cloudy waters hiding sharks made his back itch and palms sweat. He hustled down the sandbar, moving as fast as his achy body allowed. He'd only made it 20 yards when he felt the sand shift beneath him. "Whoa, that's dangerous," he muttered as he adjusted his footing. Then a portion of the sandbar gave way and his leg buckled. He plunged into the dark water. The water burned, like fire sizzling along his flesh. He thrashed in pain, blindly grabbing for the sandy shore he knew was nearby. He felt his hands sink into gritty sand for a moment before something suddenly tugged on his leg. His eyes snapped open in surprise, and the caustic waters bit at his eyes as he was spun towards something in the deeper water. A giant orange eye the size of a basketball blazed in the murky depths, and a tentacle attached to it tightened on his leg painfully. He screamed, bubbles flooding his face as he tried to pull back on the sandbar, trying to escape. The shape in the dark depths was hard to make out, but it had too many writhing limbs to be anything except a monster. A second tentacle whipped out of the darkness and latched onto his left wrist, constricting painfully and yanking his arm backward. Casually, almost contemptuously. System initial error, he was barely hanging on, the tips of his fingers losing ground in the slippery sand. He spared a second glance backward and immediately regretted it. A dozen more eyes had appeared, and all were oriented on him. He could see the dark silhouettes of dozens of more tentacles writhing in the water, hungrily reaching out for him. His left arm was pulled again, inch by inch tearing him away from his perch in the rocky sand. Desperate, weaponless, out of breath, he did the only thing he could think of. He bit it. A spark of bright light flashed in his eyes, gold and blue, and the creature's flesh just broke apart. Acrid blood flooded his mouth, tasting like rotting seaweed and brine, just as the acidic water ate away at his tongue and gums. More blue and gold flashes assaulted his vision, flares like fireworks in his mind. Before he could focus on them, the creature's tentacles pulled back in pain, loosening their grip in the process. Frantically, he scrambled up the slope, kicking his legs in a spastic doggy paddle. His head broke the surface, and he gulped the air greedily even as he pulled himself onto the thin spit of land. His heart hammered in his ears and fear raced in his blood. He stumbled to his feet even as a shapeless mass broke the still waters with whipping tentacles. Outlier detected. Error, holy shit. He stuttered into a run, heading toward the dark landmass as the tentacles lashed at the spot he was standing in just moments ago. His clothes were waterlogged and burning, the awful acidic water raising welts on his skin even as he dried rapidly in the warm air. What the fucking fuck? THOOM. An explosion behind him threw coarse gray sand over his back and pelted his exposed calf, but he didn't turn around. He wasn't sure he'd be able to handle seeing what was behind him. He just kept running, helplessly counting the seconds until he was eaten. 10 seconds, 30 seconds. 60 seconds, and suddenly the sound ceased. It was another half-minute before he collapsed on the pale sand of a much larger beach, the tree line dark and green ahead of him. He was exhausted, mentally and physically. He finally managed to turn his head and saw that the sandy spit was torn to shreds. Whatever had chased him had ripped it apart as it thrashed toward him. Dull horror twinged in his chest, barely registering in his exhaustion, if that thing had caught him. Something glimmered in the dark green waters a few hundred feet out. A thick, lashing tentacle swept into the air before diving deep into the now still waters. A sharp, trilling noise sounded in his ears, and he twitched in shock. Then a series of bright blue boxes appeared before him. System initializing. Stand by. Target analyzed. Name, the dread type, blood beast level. HP. MP. Lore, the dread is all-consuming, all-powerful, and unstoppable. He breathed. He passed out. For the second time in a day, he woke on a beach. A fire truck blared into his ears, a cacophony of bells that rattled his sore head. He groaned and tried to roll over, covering his head with his arms. The tangy scent of his waterlogged clothes hit him hard, and he retched. Smells almost as bad as that squid, he thought. He lurched upright, suddenly remembering the sea monster. He looked around frantically, heart pounding with adrenaline. It was early morning, the sun just beginning to shine on the gray sands and dull green sea. There was a heavy mist in the air, as if the sun hadn't had a chance to burn it away yet, and it clung to the low places around him. He could see his left leg where the creature had grabbed him. The skin was blistered and torn. The same was true of his left forearm, and my God, they hurt so bad. He held himself still, riding out the pain until he could get a handle on it. He focused on details to cope, running his hands through the coarse gray sand. Why is it gray? And noticed that both of his wounds had small, circular ridges where the flesh was torn. Suction cups, he shuddered. A bell rang brightly in his ear 3 more times, spiking the pain in his head but distracting him from his arm and leg. Then he saw it. A small icon shaped like an exclamation point was flashing in the corner of his vision. What is this? He thought it looked like. No, that wouldn't make sense. Looking directly at it was impossible. It kept moving to the side. He stood up, his legs protesting as the blistered skin stretched tight. He tried spinning toward the blinking object, but it'd dance away immediately. After 5 minutes, he had had enough. AGH, what the hell, open, and it did. His vision was suddenly inundated with small blue boxes, semi-transparent and filled with large off-white script. He couldn't place why they seemed so familiar until he read one. No way. The continent welcomes you, unbound. Choose your race. This is insane, he managed, his mind reeling. It's like a game. What's an unbound? Dozens of names began to populate beneath the race header, and he caught a few. Human, elf, dwarf, something called atraxic. But then there was a stuttering glitch with the screen, and sparks of crimson light bled onto the blue. 3 notifications appeared in rapid succession, all save the last tinged by that crimson hue and accompanied by a droning tone. 0R. Extra options granted. Error 12. Race already selected. You have chosen. Nim will unyielding soul of fire, a lost race. +1 to WIL, INT, dex and N per level, +5 bonus stats per level. -5 XP gain. All choices have consequences. What? I didn't choose anything before he could finish the sentence. His jaw snapped shut as his body was racked with pain. Capital P, pain that hurt so bad it felt like his blood was on fire. Screams tried to worm their way out of him, but his throat had swollen and his lungs felt like they'd burst. That droning tone grew louder, more insistent, more textured. It rattled through him like a subwoofer had been installed beneath his skin, shaking his bones until everything just came loose. He thrashed in the sand, in silent agony. Then in an instant, it stopped. The pain disappeared as if it had never been, and his notifications cleared and repopulated. Race successfully changed. Prepare for your reveal. What the hell is going on? Congratulations, you have revealed your omen. Error, omen 00R. Omens RF equals YHV3 Rayval. F00 error, more red light, more noise, though each subsequent notification was met with more and more blue and gold. Pain slowly gathered behind his eyes, intense and only getting worse at each flashing box. A burst of blue and gold sparks inundated his vision, completely obscuring everything else and drowning out that irregular static with the sound of a ringing bell. A single stout-bordered blue box appeared. There was not a hint of red to it. You have revealed the magician +2 to WIL, +1 to INT, and PER per level. A wave of rainbow light exploded outward from him, like an expanding orb. It happened so suddenly, he could only watch as it whisked into the distance, a receding line that didn't touch the loose sand at his feet. What? He looked down at himself, confused and slightly terrified. Omens, magician, he didn't even know what that meant. and then he did as if the knowledge was shoved into his brain. The magician, the will to know, that's less than useful. He ran a shaking hand through his dark hair, slicking it back with an increasing amount of sweat. All of this had him covered in a flop sweat, not to mention the building heat in the air. He was overwhelmed. Whatever was going on had more rules to it than he could grasp, and that light show was concerning to say the least. And the pain, it still tingled his fingertips, an echo of torment he couldn't shake. The pain more than anything had him sure that this, whatever it was all real. But it couldn't be, could it? As stupid as it sounded, even in the privacy of his own head, it felt like he was in an RPG or MMO game. Fantasy races, blue menu screens, magic and monsters. It all felt terribly familiar, save that he wasn't familiar with the Nim race in any fiction, and the term omen was also unfamiliar, though he guessed it was something like a class. If this was all a delusion, his imagination was smarter than he had ever thought. In less than a breath, another notification popped up. Choose your born trait. This time the window was populated by dozens, hundreds, then thousands of options. A scroll bar on the side of the notification window slowly grew smaller and smaller until he could barely see it. The error messages didn't reappear, thankfully, and he found himself staring at more options than he knew what to do with. The growing list of options ranged from useful to downright bizarre. Mighty Thews +2 to SDR and +2 bonus to any feats of strength performed. Talented voice, +2 to VIT and +2 bonus to all negotiations with sentient creatures that share your language. Fish breath, breathe underwater, able to eat entire fish in a single swallow. So many, suddenly he was almost glad his race and omen were chosen for him. If there were this many options for everything, then he'd be hip deep in these notifications for hours. He tried to close the window, hoping that he could put this off longer, but the notification just shook before returning to its original position. Looked like he had to make his choice now. He put his hands to his temples, feeling the remnants of his hangover resurfacing. The world felt like it was spinning just slightly too fast, and he had to crouch and sink a hand into the warm sand beneath him. This was too much. First the yacht, Chad and Gabby. Dear God, Gabby, what happened to her and her friend? Had they made it off the boat? It was storming too, so the storm. Again the memory of the storm and the lightning strike rose up inside him. He flinched from it like touching a hot stovetop, but he couldn't deny what he recalled. He'd been pulled from the sea, yanked into the storm and left here, beside a terrifying ocean and killer monsters. What next? He wasn't even human anymore, apparently. Where the hell am I? He half shouted and fell to his butt in the sand. He was so tired. He tried to close his eyes, but the pop-up notification was still there. He thrashed his arms and legs in the sand and yelled, "AARHHHH." 30 seconds later, he panted in the white sands, physically and emotionally exhausted. His limbs were heavy from his little fit, and his left arm and leg throbbing from where he had torn open parts of his blisters. He was all alone in a strange land, with deadly monsters everywhere and opaque RPG-style game rules. Why am I here? He scrunched his eyes closed and tried to envision himself laying on his futon in his tiny studio apartment. He tried to remember the feel of his down comforter and the uncomfortable slats beneath the thin mattress, but the notification taunted him, glaring bright and blue and unavoidable. He opened his eyes with a sigh. I don't know why I'm here or how I can get home, but if I'm going to survive this insane place, then I need some serious advantages. He set his jaw and sat up, confronting the notification. His omen was called the Magician. It had something to do with will or willpower, according to the vague description. His race was Nim, and he gained bonuses to some sort of stats. He couldn't remember exactly. He started fumbling around his display, hoping for some reminder of what those bonuses were, and received a single line of text in reply. Cannot open status page at this time, huh? So that means there is one. Despite himself, he was intrigued. His fears and frustrations began to fall behind curiosity. He was blind to whatever stats he had, but he thought that his race and omen gained bonuses to WIL, INT, Dex, End, and PER. If this was anything like the tabletop RPGs he'd played, then those hopefully stood for willpower, intelligence, dexterity, endurance, and perception. He had double bonuses to WIL and INT, which fed into the idea that his class had access to magic or something. His breath caught for a moment. Was magic real here? Don't get distracted. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. The trait options might clue me in. What sort of traits do I have available? He refocused on the born trait selection window, slowly making his way down. There were thousands of options, and he quickly got lost in reading them. They covered all sorts of options and character builds, but he had no clue what to expect in this strange place. Would the ability to cleanse his blood of impurities once daily be useful? Sure, especially if there was poison or something close by. Would it be better than the other options? He had no idea. He read through 20 or so options before he realized how stupid he was being. He had just survived a wild animal attack, and now he was sitting out in the open. He was surprised at how easily he lost himself, feeling a powerful thrill of fear at the thought of being caught unaware by some beast. The area, aside from that terrifying squid, seemed to be devoid of any animal life at all, but he'd never been an outdoorsy guy who knew what lurked out there. He stood and stepped closer to the tree line. There was a collection of large boulders to his right, a number of which were close enough together that he had to squeeze between them. Nestled within the boulders, each taller than himself, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Perhaps it wasn't perfect safety, but he didn't feel so exposed any longer. Back to the traits, I guess. 3 hours. He spent 3 hours sitting on the beach and reading the various traits. He ended up filing them into 3 categories: utility, neat but useless, and overpowered. Neat but useless was easily the largest category, filled with thousands of traits that seemed less than optimal. He was blind to the rules of this place and also his own stats, but even he could tell that being able to eat a coconut whole and spit out the rind at high speed was dumb. Utility had some interesting options, including a way to jump up to 3 times his height at will. That would be cool as hell, he thought. There was even a trait called Mageborn, which granted him a larger than normal mana pool. It also confirmed the idea that magic existed on the continent, wherever that might be. The knowledge thrilled him, and he couldn't help but feel a kernel of excitement thinking about hurling fireballs and other wizard stuff. But the last category contained the only trait that seemed entirely perfect: Keen Mind +2 INT. You have perfect recall of all events within the past 30 days and have a 20 chance of perfect recall beyond 30 days. The nature of knowledge meant that memory was critical, and if his omen description was any indication, knowledge was core to his class. While being stronger or faster might help him survive, Keen Mind would let him thrive. It was just a gamble on whether he could live long enough to make it useful. He hesitated before selecting it. He spent long minutes going over the other options, but nothing caught his eye except for Mageborn, which only gave him a small bump to his mana pool in the beginning. He didn't know how much mana he'd be using later, but he didn't even know any spells right now. He shook his head. Screwing up his courage, he selected Keen Mind. Are you sure? All choices have consequences. Why in that phrase again? He frowned and mentally selected yes. You have selected Keen Mind as your born trait. Congratulations. What is your name unbound? He paused. Should he use his real name? He had never really liked his name, and who knew what things he'd encounter here. Maybe it was smart to hide his real name. So, feeling a little foolish, he decided to input a name he had used in several games. Felix Nevar. Thank you, Felix. Welcome again to the continent. We hope you survive. Then the blue window disappeared. I'm sorry, what? Felix was worried. That last line was not encouraging. Then his train of thought was interrupted by a metric fuck ton of pings and blue box notifications. Combat engaged before initialization. Error, logs imperfect. You have been injured. You have sustained acid damage. Due to attack before initialization, deadly damage has been negated. You have survived the dread. Due to eating the dread and surviving, you have gained a title. Gourmand rare, eat your foes, learn their strength. Knowledge fuels you. +1 to INT and VIT. What? Felix was dumbfounded. A title just from biting the squid. That's weird. The notifications continued. Every time he closed one, another was ready to take its place. Most of them said he sustained acid damage, probably from that nasty green ocean which Felix now assumed was a low-grade acid. That's what I'm smelling. Vinegar. That had been bugging him for a while. You have learned a skill. Acid resistance common. Level 1 decreased damage from acid by a small amount. Amount increases slightly with skill level. Felix grimaced, the taste of the dread's ichor still faint in his mouth. At least it was good for something. The moment he closed the notification, another 3 appeared in quick succession. Acid resistance is now level 2. Acid resistance is now level 3. Acid resistance is now level 4. Felix's eyes widened as he felt his injuries begin to burn less. Now instead of a faint burning, they just felt like a standard open wound, wet and stinging in the air. Did this mean he could train acid resistance by jumping in the brackish water? He glanced at the waveless sea before him, imagining the creatures squirming beneath. He shuddered. Hard pass. You have gained a title. Survivor I uncommon. Your health has dropped below 5, but you live to tell the tale. +1 and +1 VIT. You have learned a skill. Analyze common. Level 1 intuit knowledge of people, places, and things. Will garner more information with further use. You have analyzed your enemy. Name, the dread type, blood beast level. HP, MP, lore. The dread is all-consuming, all-powerful, and unstoppable. Analyze, Felix was inordinately pleased. If he was going the route of knowledge gatherer, then this would be a core skill. That monster name and lore, though. Yikes, you have escaped the dread. You fled rather than die a painful death. Wise move. XP earned. Felix let out a shrill yawp as suddenly light enveloped his body. He scrambled to his feet as a nearly inaudible yet haunting melody crashed against his ears, and the light faded just as quickly as it appeared. A new notification appeared before him, and this time the box was gilded and surrounded by a stylized border. Level up, you are now level 2. +3 to WIL. +2 to INT. +1 to Dex. +1 to end. +1 to per, you have 5 unused stat points. Holy shit, he said, his eyes wide. It is like a video game. This only affirmed his increasingly paranoid suspicion that he had died and gone to a particularly strange afterlife. He had stats and levels. What even was this? The notifications continued unabated. Your title Gourmand has garnered you insight. You have learned a skill. Memories of the past uncommon. Level 1, capture memories from the mana of your foes. Relive collected memories to gain insight and learn from your enemies. Memories last until relived, then fade. Percentage retained determined by skill level. Synergy detected. Keen mind has synergy with memories of the past you. Do you wish to evolve your skill? Why yes, why wouldn't I? Evolution in process. Felix suddenly felt lightheaded and sweaty, as if he hadn't eaten in days and tried to run a marathon. His hands shook as he held them up to his head. He saw more flashes of blue and gold in the corners of his vision, like fireworks just out of sight. That pain reawakened, flaring along his skin and burrowing up his spine. The sound of a bell chimed, barely audible, and the pain rapidly spiked. Felix's breath was sucked from his chest like he'd been punched in the solar plexus. His body felt like a deflating balloon and all of his air was rushing out of him, gathering at the edges of his vision. You have discovered a skill. Lessons of the past rare. Level 1, capture memories from the mana of your foes. All memories are retained perfectly for 30 days, after which retention is increased by skill level. Chance of learning skills from retained memories increases with skill level. Gasp. Felix sucked in a sudden breath, finally able to breathe, and he fell to his knees. His head felt stuffed with cotton and also vaguely on fire. The pain of the evolving skill was vivid but brief, a dull burn that even now faded away. The notification hovered before him as he coughed into the sandy loam, blinking insistently until he acknowledged it. He looked up. Oh, holy cow. If he was reading this correctly, he could learn skills from the memories of enemies he'd defeated, encountered. That was wildly overpowered. His choice of born trait was already bearing fruit. Memory gained from the dread. Would you like to review it now? Yes. Felix's head rocked back, his smile faltering. A memory from that tentacle horror. He shuddered. And he also didn't have a choice. Taking a deep breath, he looked around the beach and didn't see anything nearby for at least a mile on the open sands. Before he could think too much about it, he mentally selected yes. Everything went dark. Slowly, the world lightened until Felix was surrounded by a green murkiness that reminded him uncomfortably of the bitter sea. Nearby, a dim light played among the waters, shining from between blocky shadows. His body spun closer, moving in a way that Felix only offhandedly thought as strange. The rest of his attention was on the strange crimson light emanating from between several columns of hexagonal basalt. They rose up from the murky sea floor, rising up and around the bloody light like a cupped hand or a copse of creepy trees, or a cage. Felix tried to move closer, but quickly realized he wasn't in control of his body. It felt bloated and ungainly, too big and too squishy somehow. He blinked and kept on blinking, set after set of eyes that seemed to warp around his massive skull, eyes that were just now taking in the mottled color of fleshy tentacles coiling in the acidic water. A dark presence swam in the currents beneath him, just out of sight. Then with a sickening lurch, the presence oriented on him. Tentacles coiled and Felix felt the eyes of the creature focus inward as pressure gathered on his mind. With mounting horror, Felix realized he was embodied within the dread itself, and somehow it had noticed him. Gah, soaked with sweat and face first on the gray sand, Felix felt his heart thrum in his chest. His adrenaline was racing in his veins even as he leaped to his feet and took quick glances in all directions. He was still alone, the expanse of gray beach and dull green water quiet and still. Soft lapping of the foaming edge of the bitter sea washed a dozen feet away, and Felix shuddered. He climbed back into his cocoon of rocks. That was awful. Felix shook his head as he sat down heavily. His adrenaline rush was wearing off and he felt shaky, his limbs all elbows and knees. If that was what happened every time he reviewed a memory, then he'd take a hard pass in the future. As long as I can, he amended. Lessons of the past is level 2. With a final steadying breath, Felix braced for more notifications, but no more appeared. Took long enough, he muttered. Now what? The beach was silent, the soft of water and bitter tang of vinegar permeating the air. He had been thrust into this strange place, dropped into deathly danger, and accosted with changes to everything about himself. Felix shook his head, trying to get a grip. The world was like a game, so did that mean he was a player? Were there others? First things first, he muttered. He needed more information. Menu, he tried. Nothing. Status. Nothing. Just a gray beach and green water. Undeterred, Felix tried to visualize what he wanted. Quickly, a blue screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Felix Never Level, 2 titles. Gourmand +1 INT, WIL Survivor I +1 End, VIT Race. Nim +1 to WIL INT Dex End +5 bonus stats per level, -5 XP gain Omen. The Magician +2 to WIL +1 to INT +1 to per level born trait. Keen Mind +2 INT, 30-day perfect recall health. 2835 stamina, 3636 mana. 5151 STR, 2 per, 5 VIT, 7 end, 7 INT, 13 WIL, 9 AGL, 3 dex, 5 skills, acid resistance C, level 4 analyze C, level 1 lessons of the past R, level 2 unused stat points, 5 woe cool. Felix felt excitement stirring in his chest again. He had stats and skills and mana. This was wild beyond belief, now if it weren't for all the life-threatening danger. His leg and arm still twinged painfully in reminder, and Felix noticed that his health was sitting at 2835. It didn't seem to be getting worse, which was good, but he needed to find a way to heal up, one thing at a time. His stats appeared to govern his physical and mental abilities and looked to have started kinda low. Were these low? He had no idea what the average was. His highest stat by far was intelligence at 13, thanks to his race, omen, born trait, and gourmand title. He wasn't sure what intelligence affected, but it was a safe bet that it had to do with magic. Did it also make him smarter? Felix couldn't tell. Next up was willpower, another mental stat that might have something to do with magic. The rest, aside from his strength and agility which were abysmal, were all middling. He eyeballed his unused stat points. His race garnered him a huge amount of these, enough to up all of his stats by 1 per level if he wished. If he included the other stat bumps he also gained from leveling up. Felix had no idea if the Nim race was amazing, or if this was a normal amount of bonus stats per level, but he was feeling that it was on the large side. In fact, the whole deal of his race and omen being pre-chosen seemed suspect and raised more questions than ever. Felix frowned and perused his memories of the last half hour. His perfect recall showed its power here, bringing forth a seemingly flawless recreation of events. He had to put a great deal of focus on it, so much so that his head ached a bit, but it truly felt perfect. At least up until the point where he selected keen mind as his born trait. Before that moment, Felix could only rely on his natural memory. Was his normal memory improved as well? Was that an effect of a higher intelligence? He flinched as his improved memory touched the edges of the dread's memory again. The headache flared into full force, and Felix shut it down in a hurry. He shuddered and reoriented. Inventory. Map. He tried to visualize them coming up. Settings. Nothing worked. He had a status page and that was it. Felix grumbled in frustration. The sun, now risen above the horizon, was beating down on him with increasing intensity. He stood from his tiny fortress and walked toward the shade of the tree line, carefully eyeing the shadows for anything that might try to kill him. The dread taught him an important lesson, at least. The vegetation was temperate, reminding him of the northeast coastline of America. The air had a mild heat to it, reminding Felix of early spring, or maybe early summer if this was further from the equator than Florida. Its own equator, of course. Felix shook his head. Another freaking world. Scrub and thin trees dotted the sandy soil as it built toward heavier growth farther up a small incline. As he walked, his eyes were gradually drawn to a small flowering plant near the trunk of a hardy-looking shrub. It had pale blue flowers and bright red stamen. Without conscious thought, he felt his analyze skill activate. Name, Blue Hellebore lore. Praised for its beauty, the blossom of the blue hellebore is a well-known soporific. Felix smiled, surprised. Cool. The next hour found Felix trudging deeper into the woods, analyzing everything he could see. More than anything, he needed information. Where was he? How did he get here? Was there anything close to civilization nearby? After what had to be 4 miles of arduous forest walking, Felix didn't feel he was closer to any answers. His feet and calves were sore, his leg and arm still aching from the dread, and his mouth dry. His analyze skill, however, was doing fine. Name, Velbor tree lore, a silver-barked tree in the Hesidae family, known to flower only when it rains. Properties, unknown alchemical properties. Unknown analyze is level 7. Felix rubbed his eyes, a slight headache simmering behind them. He had been analyzing everything he could, and the information displayed was getting more detailed. The lore entry in particular had begun to drop large words in an unknown language, like this world's version of Latin. Hopefully by level 10 he would start to see some of the properties that were unknown, but that was just a guess. Anything beyond a dozen feet couldn't be targeted by the skill, so Felix ended up meandering as he found various plants that seemed interesting. He had cataloged 22 different flowers, 4 types of moss, 9 trees, and 1 slow-moving slug the size of his forearm. Name, rock slug common type, invertebrate level, 20 HP. MP, lore, a slug known for its highly potent acid, used primarily to digest calcium deposits. It was busy slowly eating through a rock. He made a wide berth around that one, just to be safe. The wildest part, if he chose to, he could remember everything that had happened today as if he were reliving it. All of those flowers, mosses, and trees were as crystal clear in his mind as the dull green undergrowth beneath his feet. For instance, during the second hour he had found a broken branch of a lacuna tree, its wrist-thick wood a pale brown swirled with deeper emerald tones. He knocked the small branches off as best he could and had made a passable walking stick. He had even earned a new skill for that one. You have learned a skill. Improvisation common. Level 1, the ability to make what is available useful. Great for a poor crafter or a homeless vagrant. Felix's eyebrow twitched at the memory. There was a certain level of snark in that skilled description. It made him question whether this system was being controlled or if it was just omniscient with sass. He wasn't sure which unnerved him more. He'd also found a very useful herb. Small and white, they grew in bundles in shadier nooks of the forest floor. They kinda reminded Felix of Queen Anne's lace, but with bigger petals. Name, Yarrow lore, commonly used in poultices to engage healing and stop bleeding. Can be eaten raw for lesser effects. Properties, +1 health per second for 5 seconds, end bleeding status. Alchemical properties, unknown. There were 7 flowers in total, and he tried one of them. You've ingested Yarrow. +1 health per second for 5 seconds. In the next 5 seconds, Felix felt his leg and arm finally feel like new. He looked down at them in amazement. Whoa, he had wasted no time in taking the rest. Without another option, he put them in his jeans pockets and hoped they wouldn't be ruined if it turned out he needed them again. Despite all that, he was still wandering around the woods with zero direction. He had been orienting himself by the rising sun, but the canopy had quickly grown too dense to see it much of the time. All he could manage was to head in the opposite direction of the weird bitter sea. Then Felix began to hear something new. Birdsong, chorusing insects, even the small patter of tiny lizard feet on a branch above him. It wasn't until now that he could hear the sounds of life returning all around him, each step bringing more to his eyes and ears. Even the greenery was more vibrant, with deeper greens and more robust flowers. The closer I am to the bitter sea, the less signs of life there are. Is that because of the dread? That made sense. Maybe it was an apex predator or something and scared everything away. The sway of a small branch nearby made him swivel toward a new arrival, a rodent the size of a house cat that fixed him with small beady eyes. It rotated a leafy root vegetable quickly in its paws, gnawing it with startling speed. Analyze. Name, tree vole type, beast level, 23 HP. MP. Lore, small mammal of the Felindaceae family, noted for its sharp claws which channel mana to pierce even the strongest bark. Damn, he paused, pursing his lips. Even the rodents are higher level than I am. Despite its size, Felix assumed those mana claws would do a number on his weak frame. He wasn't even wearing armor, just his increasingly uncomfortable t-shirt and jeans. The squid had ripped up one of the legs, and the acidic seawater ate away at the rest of it. Now it was drying, and Felix was positive it was going to crust away into pieces at any moment. As he stepped back, the vole scurried away, quick as a flash. Holy dang, that thing was fast. Felix kept going, at first attempting to skirt around any decently sized creatures in the fear that he would be attacked. Everything looked so different than he was used to. The animals were larger and had intimidating claws or teeth or scales. But when after 20 minutes of zero attacks and even witnessing several smaller creatures fleeing at his approach, Felix started to feel a little comfortable. Maybe this place isn't too bad. I mean, they can't all be like the dread, right? As he walked, he kept analyzing anything new in sight, trying to raise the level of the only actionable skill he had. He was pretty sure he learned analyze by attempting to figure out the dread, but no matter how many times he awkwardly attempted a high kick, he never saw any notifications. No super kick skill for him. Was there a set skill list? Did he just so happen to make the right eye movement to unlock analyze? What about his acid resistance and lessons of the past? Both of those were definitively the result of his actions, idiotic as they were. He still couldn't believe he bit a giant squid monster. Felix was chuckling to himself when a sudden humming sound approached him. Looking up, he saw the strangest thing yet. A teal and yellow lizard hovered 10 feet away from him, the blur of 4 dragonfly-like wings holding it aloft and producing the oddly pitched humming noise. Almost without thinking, Felix activated Analyze. Name, Sharpwing Skink type, Reptile level, 23 HP. MP, Lore, highly territorial reptiles with 4 razor-sharp wings. A grotesque gurgle snapped his attention away from the notification window, just as a wad of greenish goo splattered against his chest and knocked Felix on his ass. The goo immediately began to sizzle, eating through his tattered shirt and straight into his skin. Acid resistance is level 5. Acid resistance is level 6. Ow, 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 shit, ow. Felix immediately made to roll into the loamy soil, hoping to scrape the acid from his chest. Doing so, he just barely managed to dodge the sharp-winged skink as it quite literally buzzed him. The burn of the acid fell away once he'd scraped off enough of it, and Felix got to his feet in a crouch. He readied his walking stick like a baseball bat, not really sure what he could do to a monster that was over 20 levels higher than him. But he had nowhere to run, not really, and he was sick and tired of things attacking him and getting away with it. The skink buzzed at him again, its mouth wide open and filled with dozens of tiny triangular teeth. It was so fast that Felix only had a bare instant to line up his shot, and he swung as hard as he could. The overgrown lizard bobbed nimbly out of the path of his clumsy stick, zipping up and around a nearby velbor tree. Before Felix could even register that he'd missed, the skink slammed into his back and put him back onto the ground. You've taken a critical hit. Your health has dropped below 10. Back and shirt shredded, Felix shook his head, dismissing more blinking notifications. The pain was overwhelming him, first his chest and now his back was a sea of fire, scorching every nerve ending and fogging his mind. Barely able to think, he quickly dumped all 5 bonus stat points into WIL, doing nothing for the pain but immediately clearing his head. He pushed down the agony and got shakily to his feet. Breathing carefully, Felix tried to listen for the dumb lizard. He could hear a distant humming from the trees to the northeast, and without wasting time on thinking, he dove forward in a roll. A sharp rising buzz zipped past him, just barely missing his head. Cursing, Felix did something he should have done in the first place. He ran. He scrambled behind a nearby tree just in time to hear the gurgle hiss splorch of another acid spit landing. Felix smelled acrid smoke but didn't look back. The humming grew in pitch and volume, and he put everything he had into running as fast as he could, zigzagging through the trees to hopefully avoid any more acid. He wasn't sure how long he ran. All he knew was that his lungs burned with each breath and his legs shrieked in pain as he pushed himself through the forest. By the end, his vision dimmed and black around the edges. He simply collapsed into a patch of weeds and wildflowers, folding his arms feebly over his head. After a few minutes of just breathing and no attack, he strained his senses. It was quiet. He let out a shaky breath. He'd lost it. A small yellow icon flashed in his vision, and Felix remembered all the notifications he had ignored during his fight. He toggled them on. Warning, your stamina has been depleted. Current stamina, 236. Wow. No wonder he had collapsed. It must have hit 0 during his escape. He was lucky the sharp-winged skink had given up, or else he'd be a bloody smear against some tree. What did the lore say again? They were highly territorial, so once he had left its claimed area, it dropped the chase. Felix sat up, propping himself against a nearby stump, careful of his wounded back. He watched his stamina tick down to 136 at this simple action, and a wave of weakness passed through his arms and legs. He had to fix that, somehow. You have gained a title, Survivor II Uncommon. Dropped to less than 5 health twice within 24 hours. +1 and +2 VIT. Felix's eyes went wide and he quickly accessed his health. Warning, your health is below 10. You are bleeding. Health, 245. Felix could feel the blood pooling behind him, oozing out of his torn-up back. That lizard had diced him up. He was amazed he hadn't fainted from the pain, and equally amazed that his desperate decision to dump all his free points into willpower had paid off. He could feel the pain, but it seemed more distant now. Straining his remaining stamina, Felix fumbled into his pockets and grabbed the yarrow flowers he'd stored there. They were crumpled and torn, but hopefully still good. He shoved flower after flower into his mouth. They tasted bitter, sharp, and almost hot on his tongue. He chewed mechanically and swallowed, moving as fast as his 1 stamina allowed. Then he got the blessed notification. Bleeding has stopped. You've ingested Yarrow X6. +6 health per second for 5 seconds. You have learned a new skill. Herbalism Common. Level 1 increases knowledge accumulation and retention regarding roots, herbs, and natural remedies. Efficacy of gathered herbs, roots, and other natural growths increases with skill level. A strange squirming sensation crawled along Felix's back as if his skin was rippling. It itched like hell, too. Felix toggled his health to see the result. Health 3145. Felix let his head drop into the dirt and took several big shuddering breaths. He had almost died. Again, he had more notifications and wasn't doing anything except slowly recovering. He toggled them back on. You have learned new skills. Staff Mastery Common, Level 1. You've begun your path toward mastery of the staff. Proficiency increases with skill level. Dodge Common, Level 1. The best way to not get hurt is to not get hit. Efficacy from Agility increased slightly per skill level. Acrobatics Uncommon, Level 1. You've proven yourself capable of tumbling into and out of danger. Sense of Balance increases slightly with skill level. Flexibility increases moderately with skill level. Analyze is Level 10. You have gained a title, Natural Scholar I Uncommon. You have analyzed over 500 different species. Move ever onward, Scholar. +1 INT, +1 per due to your efforts you have gained. +1 SDR, +1 AGL, +2 N, +1 per. Felix blinked, surprised at the flood of screens. All this from a 30-second fight that he lost. What would have happened if he had won? Felix spent the next 30 minutes hiding in the weeds, mostly recovering but also frankly too worried to stand up and expose himself to other monsters that may or may not be waiting. He searched what he could of the small clearing he'd found himself in, but found no evidence of other creatures. He did, however, find a small patch of red grass called flitweed. Name, flitweed lore, a small leafy weed grown from the blood of slain beasts. Properties, consumed to regain 1 stamina per second for 10 seconds. Other effects unknown. Alchemical properties, unknown despite its gruesome lore. Flitweed tasted a bit like coriander and reminded him of his mother's cooking. More importantly, it was necessary. The The stamina regeneration, it offered allowed Felix to get up and take stock of his situation. Name: Felix Never Level 2 Race. Nim +1 to WAL INT Dex End +5 bonus stats per level -5 XP gain Omen. The Magician +2 to WAL +1 to INT +1 to per level born trait. Keen Mind +2 INT 30-day perfect recall health. 3145 stamina, 1051 mana, 7777 STR, 3 per, 7 VIT, 9 end, 10 INT. 14 WIL, 14 AGL, 4 Dex, 5 skills. Acid Resistance C, Level 6 Lessons of the Past R, Level 2 Analyze C, Level 10 Running C, Level 1 Staff Mastery C, Level 1 Dodge C, Level 1 Acrobatics U, Level 1 Titles. Gourmand +1 INT, VIT Survivor I +1 end, VIT Survivor II +1 end, +2 VIT Natural Scholar I +1 INT, +1 per unused stat points. 0 Okay, so Step 1, don't die. Step 2, find help might assist with Step 1. Step 3, figure out what the hell is going on. Felix nodded to himself. Step 1 was difficult, but he'd managed so far. Barely. The fact that he had 2 survivor titles meant he was entirely too weak for the creatures around here. It was like he was dropped into a high-level zone at the start of a game. He frowned, frustrated. He had to stop doing that. This place was clearly not a game, no matter what the skills and status screens might suggest. He had to consider this place real, because anything else would kill him. First stage of Step 1 is to assess what I can do. Felix looked over his status screen and considered his assets. His stats were growing due to leveling up, titles, and whatever happened during that battle. So that meant, what? He could train his stats. Why didn't his stats increase during his tiring hike through the woods earlier in the day? Felix frowned, thinking. Stats aside, he had a grown number of skills, though most were only level 1. He only had 1 offensive skill, but all the rest were amounting to an impressive array of avoidance. If he were to train them up and also increase his stats through more strenuous exercise, could he survive? The better question was, did he have a choice? How long could he eat flowers before something ate him? What I need is to learn some magic. I've got mana for God's sake. Though he didn't know much about this place, it was doubtful he'd find any spellbooks lying around the forest. Did they use spellbooks, scrolls? He was basically guessing at this point. All right, Felix got to his feet and took a deep breath. Stop stalling and get to work. Felix took off running. Not far. He was all too aware that a level 20 creature could lie in wait anywhere. So he did laps in the forested glen where he'd found himself, approximately a quarter-mile loop. It was rocky and provided uneven footing, and Felix struggled to keep up a steady pace at all, but after 20 minutes of struggling and nearly breaking his ankle, he felt a burning sensation in his chest, followed by a notification. +1 AGL awesome. It was proof of what he was trying. Bolstered by the success, he kept running. The rocks in the ground were such a hassle that he ended up hopping between them, leaping from step to step as he kept running around the glen. After another 10 minutes, he had to rest and eat some flitweed to recover his stamina, but was back at it less than a minute later. Running is level 2. +1, and after 2 more rotations of this, Felix was starting to get bored. So he kept using Analyze as he ran, trying to retrieve and read the information as quickly as possible as he ran by various weeds, rocks, and trees. Ever since Analyze had hit level 10, he found the skill was easier to use. Smoother somehow. He barely had to think about it before it activated. His Born trait also helped, allowing him to memorize the info at a glance. Running as fast as he could, he kept jumping from rock to rock and kept up a steady stream of Analyze windows of anything he could see. There were a few close calls. Moments where nearby roars and shrill cries made him freeze up between rocks. Nothing ventured into the meadow, though, thankfully. Each time he'd hesitantly resume his run, eyes wide open and attempting to watch every direction. He took a break after 40 minutes of this, ignored his notifications blinking at him, and started resistance training. Felix had attempted to lose weight and build muscle off and on for years, but had never been as engaged as he felt now. The stat increases and skill levels felt euphoric, a jolt of positive reinforcement that kept him pushing that much harder. He dropped to the ground and did as many push-ups as he could, but his 3 in strength showed itself, as he was barely able to get through 5, and even that burned through nearly all of his remaining stamina. Not even running for 10 minutes used this much. Was that because he had a skill for running, or was the majority of his strength located in his legs as opposed to his arms? Questions, questions, questions. No one to answer them. Might as well get back to work, so it went. Felix took rests when his stamina dropped below 5 and took breaks when he scraped his knee on a rock or bashed his arm against a tree. He'd run out of Yarrow, so he'd have to find some more soon. Luckily, the injuries weren't too bad. He ran as fast as he could, for as long as he could, hopping from rock to rock, moving across the uneven ground with his increasingly tattered sneakers. Sometimes he held his walking stick as he ran, out in front of him or above his head, quickly tiring out his arms and stamina. He did push-ups until he collapsed, recovered his stamina, then went again. on and on for hours. Before he knew it, the area had grown too dark to see well enough, too dangerous to run on this rocky ground, though even still Felix was tempted. Not for the first time, in the distance he heard the cry of something that sounded like a big cat. Fear shivered down his spine, like cold water on his heady enthusiasm. He felt terribly exhausted. Felix toggled his notifications as he trudged back toward the last of the flitweed, beginning to munch on it mindlessly. +1 SDR, +1 N, +1 PER. Running is level 3. Running is level 4. Acrobatics is level 2. Herbalism is level 2. Herbalism is level 3. You've learned a new skill. Physical conditioning rare, level 1. Through application and hard work, you have begun a regimen to improve your health and physical fitness. Increases rate at which your physical skills grow, based on skill level. Burning sensation he'd felt on and off intensified, like bad heartburn or when you swallowed something way too hot. It was painful but didn't drop his health, and when it was over he felt changed, stronger. Hell yes, Felix whispered to himself. He'd also gained a second rare skill. His eyes strayed back toward his rocky obstacle course, but another cry of that cat creature and the steadily failing light was enough to nip that thought in the bud. He would have to find shelter for his first night. Jesus Christ, what a day. Felix found the tree some distance away from his rocky glen. It was sturdy, thick enough that 3 of him couldn't encompass its trunk with their arms outstretched. It was also tall, maybe 100 feet to the crown, and filled with dark purple leaves. The bark was white with horizontal striations in pale ochre. Analyze called it a kingsap tree. Name, kingsap tree lore. Ancient trees, there are only a few dozen groves left in the lands of men. To find one in the wild is a true treasure. Properties, wood of the kingsap highly magical, the sap itself dense with mana. Alchemical properties, unknown. Okay, magic tree. Felix put his arms on his hips, considering the smooth bark in approximately 20-foot span before branches began to appear. How do I climb you? It was the clear winner for safest perch in this forest. The runner-up was a low dirt dugout, and that had the dual problems of being easily accessible to predators and the overpowering smell of piss. Something definitely lived in that den, and he didn't want to be there when they returned. Felix set down his walking stick and wrapped his arms around the smooth bark of the kingsap in an attempt to shimmy up the giant tree. His first few tries were, well, he hadn't climbed a tree in a decade. He ended up on his ass no less than 5 times, finally landing on a particularly knobby rock. Cursing and breathing through the pain, he turned away from the kingsap. His eyes landed on a much smaller tree about a dozen feet away. It had low branches but was about 50 feet tall. Struck by an idea, Felix quickly clambered up onto the branches, shimmying his weight up further and further on the tree. When he had gotten about 20 feet off the ground, he got the notification that he was hoping for. You have learned a new skill. Free climbing uncommon, level 1. Climb surfaces without aid of elaborate equipment. Climbing speed increases with skill level. Felix grinned. Now he just had to get down. Felix stopped grinning. You have learned a new skill. Pain resistance uncommon, level 1. You have learned to manage pain, pushing through it to achieve your goals. Felix limped carefully back over to the kingsap tree, wishing he had more yarrow. He'd come to appreciate the herb despite its bitter flavor, and it had saved his life already. This time it wouldn't even salvage his pride. Can't believe I fell out of a tree. All these creatures out to get me and I nearly kill myself. Whatever. At least he learned a new skill. It was getting closer to full dark now, and Felix was starting to feel an edge of danger in the air. While he'd yet to feel fully comfortable in this world, he was certain that when night fell it would bring with it a whole bucket of bad. Several yowls and cries in the distance affirmed his thoughts, and he gulped audibly. Time to climb. It took 3 tries before Felix's free climb skill activated, allowing him to catch onto a ridge of bark he couldn't see in the failing light. He strained upward and reached again, sliding his free hand across the face of the kingsap. Another handhold, just barely enough to keep going. He wrapped his legs around the trunk, giving himself that extra friction needed not to fall on his ass. Again, 5 grueling minutes later, Felix flopped heavily onto the wide expanse of the first split in the trunk. Wheezing, the edges of his vision dark and flashing, he just laid there for a solid 20 minutes. Stamina somewhat recovered, Felix sat up and took stock. The kingsap was big, feeling even bigger from his perch, and the area was approximately 9 feet in diameter, easily large enough for him to stretch out and sleep. It was also oddly smooth, the bark feeling almost polished and waxed. His vantage from this height was also substantial. While he couldn't see very far due to the heavy foliage and growing dark, he could see the entire glen and his rocky obstacle course. Dex +1 SDR +1 free climb is level 2. Felix leaned back against one of the large boughs and took a deep, steady breath. This was a good place, and it seemed safe. He'd be fine as long as he kept his ears open and his stick. Shit. He climbed down the tree. Turns out, a night spent in a pitch-black forest full of hostile creatures was not relaxing. Felix managed to fall asleep early on as the day had exhausted him. but something that sounded like a mix between a hacking cough and a basso roar sent him stumbling to his feet. Adrenaline racing, he stood stock still, holding his walking stick and staring into the darkness. It was almost completely dark. Where were those 5 moons he saw yesterday? It was almost like he was in a cave, the sky a dark plain above him. Then he noticed the tree beneath him. The kingsap was glowing. Softly, too softly to notice even on a moonlit night, but more than enough to stand out like a beacon in this dark. He studied the slashing patterns of the smooth bark beneath him, dragging his fingers across its sloping surface and up one of branches that was as thick as his waist. Halfway up, he found a gash in the branch, a small jagged hole where a bird or something must have gone looking for bugs. The glow was brighter here, radiating off a drop of pale purple sap. Felix pulled his hand back, fingers sticky and glowing as well now. It was oddly calming, this sap. It felt like a soft breeze and smelled like fresh-cut grass on a warm morning. Without thinking, he raised his fingers up to his tongue and tasted it. Colors burst in his vision like a kaleidoscopic rainbow, and he tasted sunshine and morning dew in the deep dark loam of fertile earth. It was thick like a dense honey. It reminded him of summer days somehow. Felix sat down and settled against a thick branch. This place was strange and wild and weird, all rolled up with RPG game mechanics. He didn't know where to go or what to do, and yet in this moment he felt calm, relaxed. Above him the clouds thinned and small silver sparks twinkled in the black. He fell asleep. Blink, blink. Felix woke the next morning bleary-eyed and stiff from his position against the kingsap branch. He rolled his neck, pressing down on his shoulder with his left hand, stretching out various kinks. Wofa. He was tremendously sore. He hadn't worked out like that in, well, ever. Then he noticed the icon in the corner of his vision. It had been blinking at him all this time, and Felix toggled it as he sat with a muffled groan. Congratulations, your title gourmand has garnered you insight. You have learned a skill from the sap of the kingsap. Meditation Uncommon Level 1. You seek the center to become one with all. Increases region rates by flat percentage. Whoa, that burning sensation returned in far greater force, as if something was worming its way into him. His breath caught beneath that pain, but it faded in seconds. Felix fell backward with a groan, panting. He had completely forgotten about his gourmand title. It had netted him his first rare skill from the dread, and now an uncommon skill from a magic tree. What did that title say? He brought it up. Title, Gourmand Rare. Eat your foes, learn their strength, knowledge fuels you. +1 to INT and WIL, learn their strength. So did that mean the kingsap was particularly good at meditating? How does a tree meditate? He leaned back on his elbows, looking up at the swooping branches and fluttering purple leaves. It swayed slightly in the morning breeze, almost hypnotically. It made sense, at least as much sense as anything else in this world. He blinked, whirled. He had been avoiding that particular thought for the past day. He was very clearly on another world. Planet solar system, probably. He was very, very far away from home, and for the first time the weight of it settled on Felix like a suffocating shroud. His heart raced, he broke out in a flop sweat, and he was halfway to his feet before recognizing that he had nowhere to run. He was stuck here. No friends, no family, no people at all, at least none so far, just angry beasts looking to eat him. He couldn't breathe. Felix closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just breathe. He felt the tree beneath him, smooth to the touch and oddly warm. He took a breath. The wind rustled across his face, pleasant and cool. He released a breath. He heard the tree creak as it swayed, moving ever so slightly to the rhythm of the breeze. He opened his eyes. Meditation is level 2. Felix huffed a surprised breath, half laughing. Shaking his head, he stood up. Day 2. His second day in the continent was similar to the latter half of the first. After some quick, painful stretches that further confirmed how out of shape he was, Felix took off running. He made irregular laps around his small glen, leaping from rock to rock, holding his heavy walking stick. He encountered only a few creatures, mostly more tree voles. The cat-sized rodents watched him from the nearby branches, steadily munching their way through the canopy. Whatever lived in the smelly dugout nearby wasn't there come sunrise, though the smell of musk and urine was even stronger. He figured it must range far afield during the day, hunting maybe. If he were lucky, it wouldn't come back until he was back in the kingsap. Throughout the morning, he used Analyze. After level 10, it activated smoother and quicker small blue boxes of name and lore and properties appearing and disappearing all around him. He barely thought about it. It was like breathing. At first, Felix held his stick close to his chest, throwing it out wide when his balance failed him. After a while, he tried to hold it out in front of his chest the entire time. As the day before, his stamina quickly bottomed out. 20 minutes of resting and meditating and he was back at it. Rinse and repeat. How much strength is represented by 1 point in the strength stat? Is that an extra 5 pounds of lifting weight? Felix considered the facts as he lifted several large stones, repeatedly. Now that he had a whopping strength of 5, he was more than double his starting strength if that's how it worked. He wasn't sure, but he felt stronger than before. As the day before, he scavenged what remained of the flitweed for stamina regeneration and ate a plant called ducature he had spotted during his runs. Name, Dewcatcher lore, collecting water from the air and made of sturdy stalk. It is a filling and nutritious plant eaten by local prey animals. Properties: contains enough water, fiber, and basic nutrients to sustain a small animal. Alchemical properties: unknown. Without fruit or meat, the dewcatchers were all he had to live on. The problem was he was running out. His glen was only so large, and his activities the day prior had stripped a good portion of herbs from it. His flitweed was basically gone, only a few scattered shoots here and there. With meditation, that was less a concern, but even still, his regeneration was not fast at all. Felix would have to leave soon. He had a day, maybe two left before everything useful here was gone. Sweating and panting, his muscles were filled with a tingly warmth and he felt loose and limber. He had spent 3 hours on his exercises this morning, and he felt remarkably good. He shook his head. Felix would never have thought that back home. He toggled his notifications. +2 SDR, +1 VIT, +1 N, +1 AGL, +1 INT. Running is level 5. Running is level 6. Meditation is level 3. Meditation is level 4. Herbalism is level 4. Physical conditioning is level 2. The burning kept up again, but by this point Felix was associating it with growth. It wasn't great, but he kept getting better, so he couldn't fault the sensation. He opened his eyes and reviewed the notifications again. Dang, nice. He was making considerable gains, he felt. Again, he had no baseline for comparison, and maybe natives gained 20 skill levels in an hour normally, but it felt good regardless. He felt in control, but now I have to find food and water. And to do that, Felix glanced back toward the northwest, back the way he had fled from the sharpwing skink. He frowned. That lizard had almost killed him, and it hadn't broken a sweat. Felix didn't have any illusions. He couldn't fight back against a level 20+ monster at level 2. He didn't even have any fighting skills, aside from staff mastery, and that was, well, it wasn't nothing, but he had a long way to go before he could fight anything. There was another copse of trees to the north, however, and he stood up and headed in that direction. He'd come to notice a series of scratches in the barks of trees a few dozen feet from his glen, scratches that looked to be made by very sharp, very thin blades. Territory markings, if he had to guess. Maybe he could circle around the skink's territory and avoid it altogether. He still had the plan of finding civilization and getting help, though that became shakier by the hour. This place was truly wild, and Felix wouldn't be surprised to find he was thousands of miles from anyone. That's a fun thought. Thanks, brain. Felix walked for 20 minutes, moving as carefully and quietly as he could. His heart was pounding in his chest at every rustle of leaves, every snapped twig or shifting branch. Then he heard it. Buzz. He dropped low, taking cover in a patch of huge fern leaves as 1, 2, 3 sharpwing skinks flew by. Each one was a different color, but all variations on blue, green, and yellow. They had almost flown past when the trailing skink, a yellow-spotted green one, slowed down and turned in Felix's direction as it snuffled the air. Felix's breath caught before he forced it out as slowly and quietly as he could. He gripped his walking stick in one hand, sweat pooling in his palms. Slowly, so slowly, the skink hovered toward his hiding place, snorting lightly. It got so close, Felix could hear the sizzle of its acidic spit and watched as a considerable glob dripped thickly onto the ground. Grah! Without warning, the skink whipped forward, its body blurring almost as much as its wings, and Felix clenched his eyes as he heard a loud crunch. But no pain. Felix carefully opened one eye and looked up. Through the ferns, he could see the skink flying away, happily munching on the biggest and nastiest insect he had ever seen. It was the size of his head, had wings and a hairy carapace, and far too many legs. In moments, the skinks were gone. Felix let out a breath that was half shudder, half relief. He carefully stood into a crouch and moved back toward his glen. A half-hour later, he was back in his relatively safe glen. He took longer coming back due to stopping and hiding every dozen feet or so. The skinks had him jittery and nervous beyond belief. Felix hadn't ever experienced so much pain as he had with the flying lizards, and avoiding a repeat performance was a top priority. On the other hand, scouting out the area had provided some gains. You have learned new skills. Stealth Common Level 1. Move quietly, stay hidden, remain unnoticed. The key to long life is not being found by ravenous beasts. Breath Control Uncommon Level 1. Control your breathing, mind over matter. A step toward better bodily control. Stealth is level. Stealth is level 3. Felix was inordinately pleased. The stealth skill would be extremely useful in scouting more area, and the breath control skill seemed tailor-made to accompany it. It made him wonder once again whether he was making these skills himself, or being granted skills that already existed. Regardless, his situation was much the same as before. He had to get out of this glen to survive, but couldn't survive long against the various monsters. They were too high level. And the skinks are too territorial to let me through. He sighed and leaned against the wide trunk of the kingsap. If only I could find weaker beasts than I could. Felix sat up, a revelation like a jolt of electricity across his spine. The bug, what level was it? He searched his uncanny memory, hoping he had. Yes, Felix had been using Analyze so much recently that he was almost subconsciously activating it all of the time. Most of what he got back was the same, as he tagged most of the surrounding flora. It was like white noise. But for the price of a sharp headache, his keen mind let him pull up each and every one, including the bug. Name, emberfly type, insect level, 18 HP, MP. Lore, born grubs in various local trees. They transform into emberflies after 20 days and have a poisonous sting. Yes, Felix punched the air before wincing and holding his temple. Level 18 wasn't much better than level 23, but he'd take it. Wait, the lore mentions grubs transforming into the emberflies. That meant he might have something his own size to pick on. Hunting for grubs was harder than Felix expected. To transform into an emberfly, which was the size of his head, the grub was likely half that size. That was still huge, so he'd started off confident in finding a big nasty bug in short order. 3 hours later and over 200 trees inspected, he had still come up empty. The search hadn't been entirely wasted, though. Felix had kept an eye out for useful herbs and plants, grinding his herbalism skill and stuffing his strained pockets with what he could. Some more yarrow was the best find, though he also found a small clutch of mushrooms called witchcaps. The little things purified blood, whatever that meant, and provided a tiny health boost. By pure luck, near the end of his search, Felix spotted a strange pale grub undulating over a rotting log in a dry, shallow gully. The thing was roughly 2 feet long, mottled burnt umber and fleshy white. Eyes like jelly-filled sacks of blood sat on its face as it munched on the log beneath it. It had to weigh 30 pounds at least. Name, copse grub type, insect level, 13 HP, MP. Lore, born of eggs placed in trees, copse grubs spend their lives devouring the tree from the inside out. Once done, they transform into emberflies. The grub looked full and fat, having nearly devoured its entire tree at this point. The log was eaten through in several places, bored out and covered in gnaw marks. Its body was also coated in a liquid that even at a distance of 20 yards Felix could guess was unpleasantly goopy. It was, in a word, gross. Gross or not, this is the lowest level creature I've seen yet. He hefted a sharp rock from the ground. They were littered all around the area, making stealth extremely difficult. Time to squash a bug. Moving closer carefully, Felix ended up only 24 feet away behind a rocky outcropping and a few clustered saplings. Breathing quietly and steadily, he hefted his rock and took aim. Here goes nothing, he threw, and the rock landed with a dull in the dirt, easily 10 feet shy of the grub. Jesus, that's embarrassing. He wiped his hand across his face, glad no one saw that pathetic throw. Luckily, the grub didn't appear to have great senses. It didn't even react to the impact. Felix quickly gathered up a few more rocks and tried again. This time, the rock hit the log, but still missed the grub. The weird bug twitched toward the noise, but didn't make any other movements. With a resigned sigh, Felix moved closer. Only 10 feet away now, and separated by a stand of thick trees, Baranthia conifers, he idly analyzed. He readied another throw. He had made a point of gathering up maybe 30 rocks, all around the size of a baseball. They were hard and had a few jagged edges, hopefully enough to penetrate the slick flesh of this bug. Come on, breathe in, breathe out. Felix spun out of cover and whipped the stone as hard and as fast as he could. Squelch, you have learned a new skill, thrown weapons mastery common, level 1. Don't just stand there, throw something. Skill level slightly increases accuracy and power. Yes, I did it. Victory never tasted so sweet. A strike and a skill. Now he just had to pummel the thing until it ran out of health and kicked it. Felix grabbed 2 more rocks and turned around to throw them. That's when the grub exploded. Flesh still sizzling uncomfortably and clothing finally ruined, Felix sat behind some trees and chewed yarrow while attempting to meditate. He was too distracted, though. He was furious with himself. The copse grub had used an area of effect skill to launch acid in a burst all around itself. Felix got a full dose, all over his chest and face. He barely survived, and his shirt didn't. It finally had given up the ghost and dissolved off of him. Only a few scraps of once white cloth remained. He had shoved those in his pocket, so now he had an acid-burned chest, tattered pants, and a copse grub's acid explosion has entered your bloodstream. Status condition, poison. You have learned a new skill, poison resistance common level 1. By poisoning your blood, you have learned to resist the harmful effects of poisons. Efficacy increases slightly with skill level. Damage taken from poison decreases slightly with skill level. Ah yes, blood poisoning. Felix grumbled as he ate another mushroom. He saw a debuff icon blinking in the corner of his vision, a drop of blood half-colored black. As he finished the witchcap, Felix watched the icon flicker and disappear. Finally, he sighed in relief. He only had 3 witchcaps left. Metaphorically out of the woods, yet still unable to meditate, he focused on his notifications, which had piled up in the past 2 hours. A copse grub's acid explosion puts you in critical condition. Felix waved away the battle notifications and status conditions. He already knew he took a crazy amount of acid to the chest and face. His nearly depleted stash of yarrow could attest to that. Acid resistance is level 7. Poison resistance is level 2. Acid resistance is level 8. Poison resistance is level 3. Acid resistance is level 9. pain resistance is level 2. Pain resistance is level 5, herbalism is level 5. +2 and congratulations, you have earned a new title, Survivor III Rare, dropped to less than 10 health 3 times in a week, you should really take care of yourself. +2N +3 VIT breathe, just breathe. Felix pushed past the pain and focused on breathing and chewing more of his Yarrow stash. He was lucky these magic herbs regenerated skin and blood and muscle so quickly or else he'd be disfigured beyond recognition. The amount of acid that grub ejected was astounding. At first, Felix figured it had killed itself and tried to take him with it, but then he saw the damn slimy bastard slip down into the log. It had burrowed away. Breathe. He reminded himself, breathe in and out. I can't do anything about it until I'm back at full here. Hell, I can barely do anything at my best. Even a giant gummy worm kicked his ass. On the bright side, he had gained another survivor title and his resistances were leveling very quickly. Probably had something to do with stress, but his skills and stats all improved better while in combat, when his life was on the line. What did that say about this world? Felix let that thought go as he meditated. The past was unchangeable. There was just now this moment where he can recover and try again, and again, as many times as it takes. Some time later, Felix blinked open his eyes. Meditation is level 5. With a smile, he stood up. The smile quickly faded as he observed his naked, pudgy torso and his beat-up jeans. I've gotta get more clothes. Felix turned and looked around the trunk of a conifer, seeing a familiar grub sitting back atop its log. But first I have to do this smarter. An hour later, Felix was back in the gully, and the grub was still there, munching away. The log was almost half gone, and a quick analyze told him its level had increased to 14. It gains levels by eating trees. So weird. Felix stepped forward out of the trees and toward the gully, a collection of rocks in his arms. Felix had realized something while he was meditating. This dangerous, deadly world was misleading. He could die from the smallest misstep from even the weakest of enemies here, and his first instinct was to turtle up and hide. But without risk, there was no reward. If he didn't push himself to the edge of his capabilities, over and over, he would never escape this forest. He would never get home. Felix climbed down the shallow walls of packed earth, sliding slightly. No. He was done hiding in a tree while monsters prowled the woods. He dumped the rocks out on the ground around him, hefting 2 out of the pile. They were softball-sized and colored a faint shimmering gray where the sunlight hit them. Let's do this. The first 2 stones flew true, hitting the grub square in its back. Thrown weapons mastery is level 2. Felix dodged to the side, just barely in time to miss a stream of acid. The grub lifted onto its hind portions, wiggling its stubby limbs at him as a glowing green sac began to grow beneath its clacking mandibles. Felix snatched another rock and hurled it as fast as he could. Please, please. Yes, critical hit. The rock struck the grub right in the sac, and acid squelched out and upward from its mouth. Felix pumped his fist and reached for another rock. Movement in his peripherals made him turn the reach into a tumble, but he felt his leg become engulfed in a wet heat that bloomed into agony. A cop's grub's acid stream has entered your bloodstream. Status condition, poison resistance is level 4. Pushing away the pain, Felix took quick aim and threw. The rock flew wide, hitting the log to its right, causing the grub to twitch toward the sound. Felix took a chance, limping forward as fast as he could, toward the grub. He was tired. Tired of being burned and bitten and sliced. Tired of hiding and waiting and running. He wouldn't be a victim anymore. Now he was the monster, and monsters had teeth. Felix pulled 2 pieces of stone out of his pockets, lifting them up as he hoplimped toward the grub. He got within arm's reach of it before it twitched back to him, mandibles spread wide and a harsh hissing noise coming from its throat. Felix thrust downward with both stones, inexpertly sharpened. Both improvised blades struck true, sinking into the resisting, gooey flesh of the grub and causing it to release a hissing screech that hurt Felix's ears. You have learned a new skill, Small Blade Mastery C Level 1. Why throw rocks when you can stab with rocks? Proficiency increases with skill level. Felix didn't stop. He pulled the crude stone daggers out of the grub and started stabbing again and again. The brittle blades broke quickly, but then he was just hitting it with his fists. The grub screeched over and over, but it had fallen over in Felix's flurry of attacks, and it couldn't maneuver its stubby limbs to move. Acid and thick blue ichor splattered with every strike, raining down on the both of them. Then it was over. Falling limp to the ground, Felix fumbled a handful of Yarrow out of his pockets. He shoved it into his mouth, past caring that a large dose of blue blood and green acid went in too. For the next few minutes he ate Yarrow and witchcaps and the last bit of flitweed to replenish his flagging stamina. I did it. The thought was dull and heavy, like the rocks all around him. As the herbs did their thing, he turned inward, meditating to stay afloat of the damage that the poison and acid was still doing to his body. Slowly, so slowly, his thoughts sharpened. Meditation began to gain ground, and Felix felt like it had escaped from a dark hole. He opened his eyes. Sunlight, bright and golden, shone down through a break in the clouds and illuminated the gully. All around him, the wood and rocks were sizzling and pitted by acid, and the savaged remains of the cop's grub oozed slowly down the side of the log. Felix took a deep, exhausted breath and doubled over coughing. The air was filled with the acrid tang of acid and boiling blue ichor. He stood up and stumbled a few steps away from the corpse. More like corpse grub. He shook his head. He was starting to get a little loopy. Focus. He toggled his notifications. You have learned a new skill. Unarmed Mastery Common Level 1. Lost your weapons. Don't stop, just punch them. His Small Blade Mastery leveled to 2, Unarmed Mastery leveled to 3, Acid Resistance leveled to 10, Pain Resistance leveled to 8, Poison Resistance leveled to 6, Dodge leveled to 2, Acrobatics leveled to 3, and he earned a level in Improvisation back when he made his sharpened stone daggers. His Endurance, Agility, Strength, and Vitality all went up by 1, while his Willpower increased by. Overall, an impressive amount of stats and skill levels in a 10-minute span. Felix supposed his theory about stress and skill levels was correct. The greater the difficulty and need, the greater the growth. Now if only it didn't hurt so much. He groaned as he rubbed his tender chest, still red and raw from acid burns. You have defeated a cop's grub. You have gained a level. You have gained a level. You are now level 4. +6 to WIL. +4 to INT. +2 to Dex. +2 to End. +2 to Per. You have 10 unused stat points. Congratulations. You have earned a new title. Giant Slayer I Uncommon. Defeat an enemy at least 10 levels higher than yourself. +1 SDR, +1 AGL. The pain dimmed as Felix felt a rush of power flood his body. His blood buzzed in his veins, his muscles squirming as his skin tightened and shifted. It was painful in a different way, like he was being stretched beyond limits he didn't know he had. After a few moments, the feeling faded, leaving him shaking on the ground. God damn, he managed, his breath puffing dust from the dry gully. Leveling didn't feel like that last time. Was it because he leveled up twice? If so, he didn't plan on doing that again. Felix could just imagine how that would work mid-battle. He'd get killed in seconds while he writhed on the ground. But still, I feel stronger now. He pulled up his status screen. Name: Felix Never Level, 4 Race. Nim +1 to WAL INT Dex End +5 bonus stats per level, -5 XP gain Omen. The Magician +2 to WAL +1 to INT +1 to per level born trait. Keen Mind +2 INT 30-day perfect recall health. 70-70 stamina, 82/104 mana, 119/119 SDR, 9 per, 10 VIT, 14 End, 20 INT. 19 WIL, 22 AGL, 8 Dex, 8 Skills. Acid Resistance C, Level 10 Lessons of the Past R, Level 2 Analyze C, Level 10 Running C, Level 6 Improvisation C, Level 2 Staff Mastery C, Level 1 Dodge C, Level 2 Acrobatics U, Level 3 Herbalism U, Level 5 Physical Conditioning R, Level 2 Free Climbing U, Level 2 Pain Resistance U, Level 8 Meditation U, Level 5 Stealth C, Level 3 Breath Control U, Level 1 Thrown Weapons Mastery C, Level 2 Poison Resistance U. Level 6 Small Blade Mastery C, Level 2 Unarmed Mastery C, Level 3 Titles. Gourmand +1 INT, VIT Survivor I +1 End, VIT Survivor II +1 End, +2 VIT Survivor III +2 End, +3 VIT Natural Scholar I +1 INT, PER Giant Slayer I +1 SDR, AGL Unused Stat Points, 10 Dang. No wonder his body ached from his level up. Combined with his stat gains and title bonuses, his stats were getting up there. Well, everything except his strength, agility, dexterity, and perception. They were still his lowest, most not even above 10. Felix still had no clue on the average baseline for stats, especially for natives of this place. Assuming 10 was average, he definitely didn't want anything below that. He had 10 stat points to allocate now, and he mentally set aside half of them to get all his lagging stats up to 10. Where should the rest go? Vitality was linked to his health, obviously. Each point in that seemed to add 5 points to his maximum health score. Endurance was definitely linked to stamina, but something else was mixing in there too, perhaps strength. Same with mana, with willpower being the driving force, with maybe intelligence adding some extra. So increasing those would increase his 3 main attributes. His mana was largely useless, and his race and omen bonuses took care of both willpower and intelligence, so increasing it was pointless at this time. Health and stamina were always good to have, especially since he kept nearly dying, but both vitality and endurance were pretty high already, and he was still getting the shit kicked out of him. His natural instinct was to avoid damage altogether, and that would mean increasing his agility, which seemed to affect speed and flexibility. Maybe upping agility and increasing his dodge skill. Maybe. He had theory crafted for many different games in his day, but making decisions like this when his actual life was on the line was hard. Felix took a breath and allocated his points. A rush of energy filled his body, the stat points altering his muscles and nerves, and who knew what else. It wasn't painful this time, just weird, and immediately after his entire body felt oddly tingly. He called up his stats. Health, 75-75 stamina, 105-105 mana, 119-119 STR, 10 per, 10 VIT, 15 N, 20 INT, 19 WIL, 22 AGL, 14 Dex, 10 so strength definitely affects the stamina total. It adds, 1 point of stamina per 2 points of strength. He nodded to himself, happy to have solved that small mystery. Felix stood up and stretched. His joints popped and he could have sworn his muscles creaked. He flexed his hands and looked down at his fleshy torso and tattered jeans. Was he getting more defined? It was really hard to tell without a mirror. He felt stronger, he thought, and his movements felt smoother maybe. Shaking his head, Felix looked at the grub. Its body was battered and mashed to bloody pulp on the log it was born in, though its face was mostly intact. This was due to the strange hard pieces all around its face and jelly-like eyes. Having left his walking stick back at the tree line, he found a thin, discarded branch to poke at the corpse, pushing its face, until 2 jagged pincers latched onto it. Ah, he stumbled backward, letting go of the stick as he groped for another stone, but the grub didn't move. He drew closer, and the grub was just as lifeless as before. Its pincers were fixed firmly around the stick, holding the piece of wood nearly vertical. He must have hit some muscle or something, making it latch on. Felix grabbed the stick firmly and tried to yank it away, but the pincers were lodged nearly halfway through it, about 1/4 of an inch. A few sharp tugs and the stick broke. Felix looked at the broken branch in his hand and back at the pincers. He had a weird idea. He didn't know if it would work, if it was even possible, but he did know one thing. This is gonna be gross. Novelrecap verify you are human by completing the action below. Novelrecap needs to review the security of your connection before proceeding. Verification successful, waiting for Novelrecap to respond. Enable JavaScript and cookies to continue. Novel Adventure Unbound Novel Info Unbound Reading Plan to read completed dropped Unbound rating. 8.8/10 from 988 ratings. Author, Necarian genre, Adventure, Mystery, Action, Fantasy, Isekai status, Ongoing publishers, Royal Road tag. Ability Steel, Adventurers, Alternate World, Beast Companions, Caring Protagonist, Eidetic Memory, Fantasy World, Game Elements, Level System, Magic, Male Protagonist, Transported into Another World, Weak to Strong, Lidup. See more. Year of publishing. 2016. Read now, subscribe, unsubscribe. Latest chapter 5 days ago. Description more from author. A new world, 1,000 threats. Welcome to the continent. Felix's life on Earth had. Read more. A new world, 1,000 threats. Welcome to the continent. Felix's life on Earth had become a series of dead-end jobs, ruined relationships, and rotating apartments smaller than most postage stamps. By all accounts, even his own, he was a coward, too afraid to move forward to take risks. Yet when given the chance to choose between risking his life or walking away from a deadly encounter, he didn't hesitate. Moments before his untimely demise, Felix was snatched from Earth and thrust into a magical world known only as the continent. Empowered by the system, he learns that he can strengthen himself through combat and dedication. To survive, he'll have to push himself beyond his limits, or else fall to the monsters all around him, levels, stats, and magic. Death is the start of a terrible fate, but if he lives, who knows what he will become. Participant in the Royal Road Riddathan Challenge Chapters Post, Monday, Wednesday, Friday's Collapse. Ability Steel, Adventurers, Alternate World, Beast Companions, Caring Protagonist, Eidetic Memory, Fantasy World, Game Elements, Level System, Magic, Male Protagonist, Transported into Another World, Weak to Strong, Lit RPG. It has way too much plot armor, and the MC just keeps following other people, not making decisions that would keep himself safe, but risking his own safety for random strangers. Quote, Saxfire spoiler, there are 2 and possibly more super endgame bosses toying with his fate and trying to snatch his body. This is constant in the story, as he is gradually brainwashed to follow a predesignated path. At chapter 400, this is a slow burn one that is at very low heat and is set to cook for the next day week. A really good read. Powers and enemies get kinda repetitive and easily predicted. There is some innovative power usage, but when that is done, he just uses that innovation until the next innovative idea. Would recommend if you've got the time to sit through some honestly mind-numbing shit, but if so, go ahead. Sorry for not explaining, but this was mildly interesting for a bit, but I got distracted and totally forgot what this was about. Is this normal? For me it is. Panic chapters 76 till 83 are unavailable. TA checks in advance. Unfortunately, the missing chapters could not be found in the public access. No problem. TA checks for replying. I can say that those who write the system error and other stuff at the beginning are usually crappy writers. Too much plot armor and puppet MC. Few months ago, I read Dozen Chaps, but then I distracted to other novel and totally forgot about events here. How should I rate it if it wasn't leave any emotions? I dropped this novel around chapter 157. Does the MC stop being a wimpy, and he keeps getting controlled by people? Person male. Mind explaining about how he is getting controlled. I just started, and I hate a controlled and guided MC by powerful beings or SMTH. Spoiler, there are two and possibly more super endgame bosses toying with his fate and trying to snatch his body. This is constant in the story, as he is gradually brainwashed to follow a predesignated path. Panic no text in first 4 chapters. Thanks, Prologue 1, Prologue 2, what do you think? Total responses. 0000000 sort by. Latest, most liked, oldest, add a comment, smiling face with smiling eyes, post comment, loading comments. Load more times, reply to submit, reply, hot adventure novel 1, shadow slave action. Adventure, fantasy, romance, supernatural 2, reverend insanity action. Adventure, fantasy, mature, mystery, psychological, Xianxia 3, super gene action. Adventure, comedy, harem, martial arts. Mecha, school life, sci-fi, Xuanhyun 4, cultivation, online action. Adventure, comedy, fantasy, harem, romance. Sci-fi 5, follow the path of Tao from infancy action. Adventure. Martial arts, Xianxia 6, I was just making up techniques. How did all of you become emperors? Action, adventure, comedy, fantasy, 7, myriad paths of the dragon emperor action. Adventure, fantasy, martial arts, Xianxia, Eastern 8, comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds action. Adventure, fantasy, Xianxia, Xuanhyun 9, investing in the reborn empress. She actually calls me husband, Xianxia, Shaonan, martial arts, comedy, romance, action, adventure, fantasy 10, war, sovereign, soaring the heavens, Xianxia, martial arts, Xuanhyun, adventure, action, harem. Felix plummeted into a raging river. He tumbled, ass over tea kettle, the water surging around him violently. He briefly saw the surface, but was so disoriented that he couldn't tell which way he had to swim. The water around him was murky, churned into a swirling froth of bubbles. It was absolutely frigid, and his skin quickly turned numb. Felix kicked, straining against the current to orient himself, pushing toward the bright light that flashed across his eyes. Bursting back to the surface, Felix reoriented himself just as the skinks zipped to the edge of the embankment. Then they buzzed toward him. Oh, what the hell, Felix gasped. He had no choice. Unfortunately, his guess had been correct. The river was wide, too wide to swim across before the lizards took him out. He took several quick breaths before inhaling as large a lungful as he could. He dove beneath the surface just as the first skink slashed its razor-sharp wings at him. Below the water, the world was suddenly quiet. A faint rumble he could feel in his chest was all that remained of the surface noise. Felix pushed down toward the bottom of the river, a good 6 or 7 feet below. Straining, even as the current pulled him along, he was able to grab onto the edge of a mossy rock. Clinging with all his strength, Felix pulled himself down toward the bottom of the river, and he waited, and waited. From this vantage, he could see everything. The water wasn't murky here so much as roiling. Once he was deep enough, it was like a strange other world. Weeds and moss grew all around him, filling in the spaces between large river-round boulders. From his angle, he could just barely look up and behind himself, and could see the blurry shapes of the lizards zipping to and fro above the surface, like obese dragonflies. Come on, leave already. His lungs were starting to burn. He wasn't entirely sure how long he had been down here, but it was definitely a couple minutes. His enhanced body was apparently better at holding its breath than Felix had ever been, but even so, he was pushing the limits of his endurance. He tried to close his eyes, focusing only on controlling the burning ache in his chest. Of course, that's when he slipped. Felix's hands, one then the other, slipped away from the rock beneath him. He flailed, trying to latch onto another, even as the strong current ripped him off and away. His lungs screamed, his urge to inhale almost impossible to resist. Felix was spun about, arms spread as he careened off of one boulder after another. He smashed his elbow into one, then his ribs bashed against several upright rocks. The pain was like hot lava in his bones, burning him from the inside out. Then, for one beautiful moment, all of the rocks around him disappeared. He floated free, unimpeded, consciousness dimming, his vision dark except for occasional flares of bright yellow and blue at the edges. Felix barely had time to register the sudden shape of the rushing water. He zoomed along, pulled at speed toward an edge where all the foaming water rocketed away. Oh, he managed, a waterfall. Felix started awake, slamming into something. Laughter, muffled by cubicle walls. Bright fluorescent lighting smeared his eyesight, and he rubbed the heel of his hand against them, attempting to clear it. He was at his desk at work, standing on a rubber mat in front of a chest-high desk. This standing desk is what he had slammed into. His keyboard was askew, and the mouse was dangling by its cord off the edge of the sliding tray. He righted them both and took a step back. Why was he? Felix tilde. A voice slithered across the cubicles, and the clip-clop of heels sounded on the hard linoleum flooring. Felix turned, just in time to see a woman with sandy brown hair step into his space, arms akimbo. "Felix, what are you doing? The big meeting is starting in 5 minutes." Felix blinked several times, his vision still oddly blurry. A meeting. The woman rolled her eyes at him, a beautiful pair of blue-green eyes framed by thick lashes. "Yes, a meeting. This is your big chance." Designing the main attraction. "You can't tell me you're getting cold feet." She arched a perfect eyebrow at him. This wasn't making sense. He had been, then he remembered. A water park. Yes, of course. At some point the woman had guided him out of his cubicle and into the aisle. They were halfway to a large picture window looking out over the city skyline. Bright, beautiful sun filled the office. Felix found it blinding. The water park. He was working on it. Right. The main attraction, called Roaring Waterfall, right? The woman prompted, nudging his ribs. Felix flinched, his chest aching for some reason. Must have hit it on the desk. "Crazy what you engineers come up with," she continued, her hands never stopping moving. She mimed someone going down a slide, then off a sharp edge. "I mean, sending a man off a waterfall would be death in your world. Good thing this isn't, yeah. Off Felix's head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. He was fuzzy and the light from the window was so bright. What was she saying? Hands grabbed his shoulders and soft blue-green eyes stared into his dull brown ones. Felix couldn't quite make out her face, but she was. Words were spoken. He couldn't make them out. "What? You've got a long way to go, Felix. I can't have you giving up yet." What do you mean?" Felix's head spun, but her words were like fire. He felt like he was burning up. "Why are you calling me?" Then in an instant the fog burned away. His eyes cleared, his mind sharpened. They stood at the end of the aisle, the view of the city spread out beneath them. "Where am I? I'm not an engineer." He looked at the woman, but could only make out her vivid blue-green eyes. Rest of her was blurry, occluded by a floater in his vision. She smiled in her teeth. "Who are you?" Felix, the stranger sighed. "If I told you that, this wouldn't be any fun." Then she pushed him out of the window. "Wake you pee." GHA. Gasping like a fish, Felix emerged from the calm blue waters like a breaching whale. Splashing frantically, he flailed until he felt soft, yielding ground beneath his feet, half walking through the water until he fell, exhausted on the shore. Still alive, he breathed. Felix's pants were waterlogged, and his acid-raw chest was turning blue. The water was damn cold, far colder than the summer-like weather would suggest. He felt himself begin to shake, muscles contracting rapidly against his will. Two icons were flashing in his vision, a blue snowflake and a head silhouette with a jagged line through it. Teeth beginning to chatter, he toggled them. Status condition, exposure mild status condition, concussion mild OOC cool, he managed. NNU ways T to die. Felix felt the warm air against his freezing skin like a Brillo pad, scraping him raw. Everything was too bright and the ground wouldn't stay in place. It kept squirming around. Forcing himself to breath deeply, Felix clawed his way up the shore, pulling himself onto a large flat rock after a few minutes. He must have passed out again. When he opened his eyes, the shadows all looked different and it wasn't as bright. More worryingly, the blue snowflake icon had turned red and was pulsing. And he was freezing. Status condition, exposure severe, don't panic. Felix could feel the warmth seeping into him from the rock he laid on, but it wasn't enough. His guts felt like ice and his arms and legs were numb clubs. His breath hitched in his chest, coming out in stuttering gasps. This was it. After everything, he was gonna die. Not because he was sliced apart by a lizard or melted by acid, or even because he fell down a huge waterfall, but because he got too chilly. No, he growled or tried to. It came out as a shaky whisper, but his eyes narrowed in anger. He refused to give up. Pulling his arms and legs into the fetal position, he tried to marshal what remaining heat he had left. The sun-warmed rock helped, but a light breeze started up and chilled his skin even more. Felix grunted and tried to focus. How could he get out of this? He didn't know how to start a fire, and none of his skills would be any help. He only had his tattered jeans and sneakers, and they were still damp and bitingly cold. He huddled there, fighting just to breathe without gasping. Inhale, exhale, wait, something was. There, he felt it. A flash of heat, dim and buried in a mountain of cold. The burning in his chest, he focused, trying to find it, visualizing a flickering flame right above his navel. Lower than he anticipated, but it was there. A candle flame he could cup with his hand, protecting it from the frigid wind. Yet Felix realized it was slowly dwindling, even as he felt his limbs shake harder. He doubled down, thinking warm thoughts, bonfires and sunlight, and standing before a heater after walking a mile in the cold. Did the flame grow? He wasn't sure, but he kept on feeding it. Red electric stovetops, pizza pockets that were molten hot inside hot soup that burned your back as you swallowed it. The flickering fire grew this time, he was sure of it. His core felt warm, nearly hot, burning with a brightening fire that Felix could almost see. It made no sense, but he persisted. Limbs shivering, Felix pushed that heat from his core, moving it outward in big loops into his arms and legs, desperately trying to warm himself up. You have learned a new skill, Fire Within Rare, Level 1. You have discovered the fire that burns within, animating the cold clay of your body and filling it with strength. Felix could feel the warmth surge into his limbs, suddenly moving much more freely as the skill activated. In 20 seconds, his limbs were awash in pins and needles as feeling and mobility returned. Ow, 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 ow. Felix gritted his teeth against the discomfort, but it was a small price to pay to see the blue snowflake disappear from his vision. He kept circulating the heat inside of him another 30 seconds before his mana guttered out. A faint headache pounded at his temples, and the light was still a little too bright, probably from the concussion. Felix struggled to his feet, muscles tight and sore from the swim, the cold, and all the rest. Slowly stretching and practicing measured breathing, he had time to check his stored notifications. You have learned a new skill, Swimming Common, Level 1, swim like a fish or sink like a stone. Wise choice. Swimming is Level 2. Swimming is Level 3. Breath Control is Level 2. Breath Control is Level 3. Breath Control is Level 8. +1 SDR, +1 and +4 INT, +6 WIL this time. The burning sensation didn't return, but he could feel that internal fire grow just a bit brighter. Strengthening. Intelligence. Willpower. Felix was surprised at the sudden stat bump. Whatever the reason, he was grateful for anything that increased his chances at surviving this place. You have earned a new title, Daredevil I Uncommon. You've proven your bravery, or was it stupidity? Survived a fall of 50 feet. +1 SDR, +1 VIT, +1 AGL. You have earned a new title, Daredevil II Uncommon. You're a madman. Survived a fall of at least 200 feet. +1 SDR, +2 VIT, +1 AGL. He shook his head in disbelief, mouth flattening in a grim line. He kept earning titles for not dying. He felt dizzy for a moment, but it passed quickly. Notifications through, Felix looked around at where he found himself. The lake before him was huge, easily miles across at the far end, and blue as the sky above. The forest surrounded it all, the same type of trees as the other parts he'd navigated. The shore was wide and empty of trees or even much undergrowth. He stood on a series of large rocks, but much of the shore was bare, sandy earth. 300 feet to his left, the waterfall pounded away at the lake, pouring its frigid waters from far above him. I fell down that. Felix couldn't believe it. How was he not a bloody smear in the water? Did his enhanced endurance and strength allow him to survive? He glanced at his health. Health 23 115 stamina, 10 136 mana, 3 199 health almost gone, mana nearly gone, stamina bottoming out. It was a miracle he could even stand. His head pounded, temples throbbing. Felix leaned his arms against his knees and tried not to throw up. This was no good. He immediately began analyzing the surrounding flora. After a few minutes, he found a decent collection of yarrow, flitweed, 2 new herbs, and a dozen strange fruit trees. The herbs were called Bellic and Aram leaf, and neither had straightforward lore entries. Name, Bellic lore, highly toxic, believed to disrupt dark murmurs. Properties, unknown, alchemical properties, unknown. Name, Aram leaf lore, a flower with sharp, angular leaves, powerfully affected by the blood moon. Properties, unknown, alchemical properties, unknown. Luckily, the yarrow and flitweed is what he needed at this point, and he was fortunate that it was common as weeds in this death forest. As he ate a handful of both, he investigated the nearest fruit tree. Name, Kellar tree lore. Indigenous to the Foglands, the tree produces a fruit that was once a staple of the region. Properties, very nutritious. Alchemical properties, unknown. Analyzes level 12. Foglands A, is that where I am? Weird name for a place without a stitch of fog. Feeling better as his health and stamina regenerated at a visible clip, Felix picked a low-hanging Kellar fruit and inspected it. It was red with white splotches radiating from the stem. He took a tentative bite, and a soft, savory flavor filled his mouth. It wasn't bad, just odd. He was expecting sweet. He ate the whole thing. At the center were a bunch of seeds that tasted sort of like peanuts. He grabbed another and sat down. The sun was getting low by this point, and Felix eyed the shadowed forest with increasing unease. He had maybe 3 hours before full dark. He quickly ate the second Kellar fruit and walked down the shore, back toward the cliff. He analyzed everything he could, the grass, ground, trees, water, everything. He made it nearly to the waterfall and cliff face before he felt his eyes being pulled toward a wild patch of shrubbery. Cautiously, Felix stepped forward, moving as quietly as he could. He had lost his spear and leaf sacks in the river, so he only had a single grubsticker in hand as he carefully prodded at the undergrowth. His perception had pegged something, but all he could find were vines and weeds, despite AH. Felix recoiled, falling back onto his butt, nearly stabbing himself with his grubsticker. Buried in the weeds were the pale white bones of a skeleton. Fuck, I hope this skeleton isn't alive. Felix swallowed nervously, the plot of too many games and movies running through his head, but the pile of bones didn't move. Slowly, he approached the corpse. It was humanish, he decided. 2 arms, 2 legs, same general shape and position. Its skull looked odd, long with sharper cheekbones and a wide jaw, probably not human. He tried to analyze it. Name, race, Hanari level, NAHP, NAMP, NA lore. The Hanari are a matriarchy that reveres the endless raven. As such, they long to explore the unexplored and find the unfound. Endless raven, dark murmurs, blood moons. Analyzes lore entry is getting more and more specific. Felix sighed. And I have no idea what it all means. Using his makeshift knife, Felix carefully cut away the weeds that grew up and through the bones of this Hanari corpse. Quickly it became clear that his perception hadn't guided him wrong. Lying beneath the skeleton was an intact leather satchel. Eyes wide, he pulled it free. The satchel was made of a dark leather, still supple despite how long it must have laid out here in the elements. Despite the dried mud crusting the side, the satchel was in perfect condition. A simple bronze clasp secured the top, but before he could open it, Felix's eye caught on a metallic sheen from beneath the Hanari's pelvis. Tearing away a few more weeds and dirt, his hand closed on a simple wire-wrapped hilt that he slowly pulled from the earth. Whoa, Felix's eyes were wide and his heart raced. He had found a sword. The sword looked like it was made of bronze and had a weird curved shape. It was straight near the hilt, then it bowed outward in a distinct curve. Like an axe or something. The hilt was a simple cross guard, and the handle wrapped in dark wire and capped with an oblong pommel. The whole thing was in surprisingly good condition. Name, unknown sword type, slashing lore, unknown interesting, no damage range or anything. This was the first time Felix had analyzed a proper item. All of the improvised weapons and tools he had made offered nothing to the skill. The details were both more than he expected and less than he wanted. Noticing there was no sheath or belt to put this sword in, he set it down at his feet and moved on. The corpse was wearing the tattered and rusted remains of clothing and armor, but unlike the satchel, they were utterly ruined. Time and weather had rotted away the organics, and rust had done in the rest. This person had to have been lying here for months or years. Honestly, Felix had no idea how fast metal armor rusted away like that. Turning back to the satchel, Felix found several interesting items within it. A small, thin rope called a brightweave coil, made of a slick, silky material, was of particular note. Name, brightweave coil 50 FT type, tool enchanted lore. Brightweave is the process of weaving mana into a material, typically silk or something of similar quality. This rope was woven with an enchantment for durability and with a limited ability to obey commands. It can tie itself into a knot upon command and release said knot as well. Wow, Felix was stunned. A magic item. It was an extremely useful item, though he shook his head. Was it strange that his first thought was that his free climbing skill wouldn't level if he used the rope? Additionally, there was a hard leather case in the satchel. It had a simple catch and was made of boiled leather plates. When he opened it, he found 10 small loops filled with glass. 6 of the 10 loops held only shattered remnants, but 4 had intact vials capped with a blackened cork of some sort. 2 vials were red, 1 was blue, and the last was a strange silver. He analyzed them, and they were health potions, a mana potion, and the silver concoction came back with nothing. Name, unknown potion type, consumable lore, unknown. The health and mana potions each cured 50 points per dose. A huge amount, especially in the middle of battle. Felix grinned and hugged the hard leather case to his chest, gently, careful not to smash the fragile vials. Excited, he reached back into the satchel and rooted around, looking for anything else. His hand hit a hard, heavy object. Felix pulled it out and inspected it. It was a slightly blunt and very heavy iron spike. One end was a blunted tip, and the other was flattened out, like a tent spike or something. A hole was formed into the flat end, as if it were meant to be threaded in some way. Felix looked around, expecting to see the rotted remains of a tent or something, when his eye snagged on a dark shape up on the cliff face. He stepped closer, walking to the base of the cliff and looking up. There, nearly 10 feet up, a black iron spike had been hammered into the cliff face. Felix looked back at the corpse and the pile of rope at its feet. Why were you climbing this cliff? Felix scratched his chin, his stubble irritating his usually clean-shaven skin. His eyes roamed over the cliff face, trying to pick out any more black spikes in the harsh late afternoon light. 1, 2, 3 more pitons could be seen, all together making a meandering path toward the waterfall itself. Stepping closer to the waterfall and rocky bank, Felix peered upward through the haze of chill mist. After nearly a minute, he caught a glimpse of a darkness behind the waterfall. A cave. He gasped, excitement and relief flooding him. A cave meant shelter, and the out-of-the-way location meant he didn't have to worry about any beasts in the area attacking him. He grinned, time to level up free climbing. It took him a few minutes to gather up everything he would need. The satchel was a decent size and could hold plenty of herbs, roots, and kellar fruit. He packed it to the brim, just barely securing the clasp on the front. A few leather straps on the top of the satchel were convenient to tie down the strange hooked sword. Slipping the rope around his shoulder and the satchel around his chest, he began to climb. His stamina bottomed out shortly after he made it past the first iron piton. Dropping back down, Felix fell into a seated position and meditated. As his stamina ticked back up to full, Felix considered his options. His free climbing skill was only level 3, and this cliff was obviously much more of a challenge than the kingsap tree. But it stood to reason that if he just kept trying, his skill level would increase and his stamina consumption would drop accordingly. Nodding to himself, he got back up. After an hour, he had fallen 6 times, but free climbing had risen to level 6. He could now make it past the second piton, and the fall was beginning to pose a significant danger. The sandy embankment helped cushion his falls, but he was pushing past 40 feet, and it was extremely easy to break a bone if he landed wrong. Luckily, his acrobatics skill took this time to shine, and a lucky tumble allowed him to reduce the damage a little. Acrobatics had risen from level 8 to level 10 quickly, and as before, Felix felt a portion of the skill's power flow into him. He felt more graceful and flexible than ever before in his life. After 2 hours, he made it up to the third piton. At this point, he was being showered in a constant icy mist. Still without protective garments or even a shirt, Felix had to keep activating fire within to force away the cold. The main problem was that he couldn't really move while he used the skill. He had to hunker down and hold tight for several minutes each time. Luckily, the cliff was craggy and had plenty of handholds that he could rest at. Not quite as luckily, the mist began to thicken into watery spray as he neared the final piton. He was forced to keep fire within activated constantly, pushing himself to keep climbing as he did so. His mana continually dropped, the skill taking approximately 3 mana a second and reducing him to 0 in a little over a minute, which meant a spiking headache that made him pause his climb. 3 hours later, the sun had almost completely set over the treetops, and Felix pulled himself up onto the final ledge. He lay there, panting and heaving and letting the icy spray settle over him. He was so tired, so drained of mana and stamina that he didn't even activate any skills. He just laid there, seeing the sunset through a curtain of water. He toggled his notifications. Free climbing is level 9, acrobatics is level 10, physical conditioning is level 6, physical conditioning is level 7, meditation is level 9, meditation is level 10, meditation is level 11, fire within is level 2, fire within is level 3. Fire within is level 9. Plus 4 STR plus 1 and plus 1 WIL, what a workout. With a groan, Felix rolled over and up onto his feet. He was exhausted from the river, the hypothermia, and the climb. If nothing else, he was excited to have a safe place to sleep again. As he stumbled forward, he saw the extent of the waterfall cave. It was perhaps 15 feet deep by 30 feet wide, but that was it. Much of the area was wet and slick, but a sizable portion near the rear was quite dry. It'll do, he huffed. You have learned a new skill, Exploration Uncommon, level 1. Only by traveling into the unknown can your horizons expand. Skill gains related to exploration and information gathering are increased a small amount by skill level. That's the weirdest one yet, Felix grunted as he sat in the back of the cave. The rock wasn't smooth, but it wasn't uncomfortable either, not with him as tired as he was. He briefly considered meditating before his eyes drooped closed and he fell asleep. It was full dark when Felix woke back up. He knew that because he could see the stars. Wait, he blinked and squinted. Were the stars moving? With a grunt of effort, Felix stood up from his seated position against the cave wall. He could see a number of blue-white specks beyond the waterfall, even out of the opening to the side of the cave, where the water didn't distort everything. Feeling his sore body protest with every step, he hobbled closer to the edge. Had this been day, he would have been able to see all of the surrounding area, but it was night, and as it had been the past few days, night meant utter darkness, except for the glowing specks of blue-white light. They fluttered and flowed around the area, not so much illuminating as radiating. They moved like birds, flowing in and out of liquid-seeming flocks of light. They were beautiful. Felix felt something inside him loosen as he watched them. A knot in his chest he hadn't noticed, something that had been growing tighter with every passing hour in this strange and deadly land. Mom would have loved this, he sighed. His mother had loved fireflies, back when she had dragged him and his siblings out camping each summer. She would spend hours on the koa picnic benches, watching the light fail as lightning bugs floated between the wildflowers. He closed his eyes. He could almost hear the clicking of the cicadas as he breathed in the warm night air. When Felix opened his eyes, a couple of the glowing creatures had floated closer to him. Now in range, he tossed out a quick analyze. Name, Wisp type, elemental level, 9 HP, 1010 MP, 345 lore. Bewitching travelers with their alluring light, wisps are commonly mistaken for light elementals. They are in fact bundles of raw kinetic energy. Strength, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Weak. It was the lowest level creature he had seen so far. Its HP was extremely low too. If he tried, he could really mop these things up and probably get a decent amount of experience. Felix shook his head. Easy experience. That was a fucked up way to look at a world, no matter how tempting. What would that turn him into down the road? Felix preferred not to find out. He held out his arm as one of the wisps drifted closer, appearing curious. The light they emitted was almost too bright to look at directly, but it was gorgeous. Felix watched, enthralled as another wisp alighted on his arm. Alighted. Felix smiled, happier than he had felt in a long while. In fact, it reminded him of something another 3 wisps landed on his shoulders, their small bodies giving off a faint pressure. He could almost see something in the light, something twisting and twirling, casting a shadow within its bright center. You take 2 damage from a wisp's pierce. Ow, Felix recoiled, feeling a sting on his forearm. Quickly, he felt a half-dozen more sharp pains on his arms and shoulders. You take 12 damage from a wisp's pierce x6. Frantic, he brushed off his arms and shoulders, spinning away and across the small cave. The wisps drifted after him, their blue-white light pulsing slightly as they drew close. An invisible wave of force suddenly swept him off his feet, tossing him easily to his right, directly into the rough cavern wall. Felix slid to the ground, winded. The wisps pulsed and flowed toward him, and he counted 7 in total. Bracing himself against the wall, he got to his feet and awkwardly drew the hooked sword from his pack. Why couldn't you just be pretty lights? Then he stepped forward and swung, again and again, but the wisps floated away from the blade with preternatural ease, like trying to catch a dandelion puff in your hand. A wisp darted forward and bit at his shoulder before flitting out of reach. Frustrated, Felix swung wide, then brought his empty left hand up to point his palm at the nearest wisp. Quickly, a ball of acid formed and launched itself in a steady stream at the creature. You have hit a wisp for 8 HP. Acid stream is level 2. The glowing bug now disoriented, Felix followed up with a quick of his hook sword. You have hit a wisp for 4 HP. You have killed a wisp. Experience gained. You have learned a new skill. Long Blade Mastery Common, level 1. Wield the blade to defeat your enemies and protect what is yours. Now that's more like it, Felix smiled as he turned toward the other wisps. Who wants some? The wisps were floating in place now, obviously hesitant to face him. Felix's eyes widened as he saw a river of lights begin to flow toward his cave. Oh no, Felix raised his left hand and let loose a gout of acid, spraying it in an arc over the cavern. The wisps wilted and flickered, some dying, but the rest dodging the unfocused stream. But then it was too late. A torrent of blue-white lights flooded the cavern, and Felix felt a vast force rip him from his feet and throw him toward the back of the cave. Felix hit the ground and tumbled backwards onto the hard stone floor. Head swimming and aching from that full body push, he stumbled to his feet with his new sword in an awkward grip. Bring It, his half-snarl caught in his throat. A wall of blue-white light stretched before him, completely filling the small cavern with a near-blinding radiance. Felix's heart hammered and sweat swiftly beaded on his forehead and back as he regarded his certain doom. But nothing happened. The wisps milled about, swirling and eddying like currents of phosphorus waves, but didn't advance on him. Nor did they use their strange magic either. They just floated aimlessly. What's going on? He asked himself for the 1000th time today, Felix grumbled. Then his eyes snagged on a piece of dimly glowing script, nearly impossible to see in the flood of blue-white light. A series of symbols was carved into the floor just inches in front of him. In fact, the carving extended in a line separating him from the mass of wisps. Felix's eyes tracked the impossibly straight row of symbols across the room, up the walls, and even across the ceiling. They framed an opening the size and shape of a set of large double doors. Each of the symbols shimmered with a faint yellow light, like a weak light bulb. Is this protecting me? As he muttered, he saw the script light up. Why, the symbols directly in front of him lit up again, flaring as he spoke. It's preventing sound from escaping the area. Probably light too, since the wisps obviously can't see me. He smiled wide, genuine joy flaring in his chest. This is amazing. Felix felt his heartbeat quicken, excited at the idea of real magic. This was the kind of stuff he had been expecting when he found himself in a magical fantasy world. Then his smile froze. If there was a magic seal here, how did he get through? And what was it protecting? Slowly, Felix turned around. Behind him was a massive room carved into the rock. It was a cave, certainly, but Felix couldn't make himself call it that. The floor was covered in hexagonal tiles, and the walls and ceiling were at near-perfect angles. The room was around 40 feet wide and maybe twice that in length. Most of the space was open, filled with those hexagonal tiles and nothing else. Toward the far end there was a raised platform, probably a foot tall and quite large. It was hard to tell from his vantage. More importantly, there were 5 doors, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and a large set of double doors on the far wall. Exploration is level 2. It's like a Dwarven temple or something. Or wait, is that racist? There's probably loads of underground builders in a place like this. The room was empty, though no dust covered the ground near his feet, and everything looked to be in good shape. Carved pillars lined the walls, creating shallow alcoves between them that held what looked like mosaics. Strangely, there were no shadows, and ambient light proliferated, though Felix couldn't tell its source. It was a warm, buttery light, unlike the beautiful, if harsh, wisplight. Reminded of their presence, Felix turned back toward the swarm. If the magic rune seal kept him hidden and safe, then he had a huge advantage he felt he had to exploit. Not to mention, he had a decidedly different view toward the little creeps than he did just a few minutes ago. He quickly sheathed his sword in the backpack and raised both of his hands, summoning twin orbs of green liquid into his palms with a small burst of effort. Bite me, jerks. Then he unleashed his acid streams. The magic poured out of him, across the barrier and directly into the milling horde. Handfuls of wisps died every few seconds, even as they panicked and began to pull up and away from the acid. Packed as they were, it was nearly impossible for Felix to miss. He focused on shaping the stream, trying to flatten it out to cover more area. With a brief burst of his willpower and a flare of pain, he felt the spell change. The streams fanned outward, spreading horizontally until they covered nearly 10 feet altogether. That's when the wisps began to fall en masse. Acid Stream is level 3. Acid Stream is level 4. Acid Stream is level 10. You have learned a new skill, Dual Casting Uncommon, level 1. Deal more damage for a higher mana cost. Damage increases greatly with skill level. Mana cost decreases slightly with skill level. Speed increases moderately with skill level. Meditation is level 12. Meditation is level 13. Congratulations, you have earned new titles. Butcher I Uncommon. Kill 100 creatures in a single battle. +1 SDR, +1 WIL, +1 Dex. Butcher II Uncommon. Kill 500 creatures in a single battle. +3 SDR, +2 WIL, +2 Dex. Butcher III Rare. Kill 1,000 creatures in a single battle. +4 SDR, +3 WIL, +3 Dex. You have gained a level. You have gained a level. You are now level 9. +6 to WIL. +4 to INT. +2 to Dex. +2 to End. +2 to Per. You have 10 unused stat points. By the time the last wisp was gone, Felix was panting and had a splitting headache. He had meditated the entire time he had attacked, attempting to shore up his regeneration and keep pace with his spell. It had worked more or less, though he had to pause a couple times to avoid bottoming out. He leaned heavily against the wall, careful not to touch the still glowing inscriptions. Holy hell, that took a lot out of me. Felix tried to swallow but coughed instead. His throat was dry and dusty, a symptom of too much mana use, or just thirst. He glanced at his notifications and his jaw dropped. 9 skill levels, 3 titles, a new skill, and 2 level ups. And to think he wasn't going to kill the little bastards at first. Shaking his head, he carefully crept back into the waterfall cavern. The humidity hit him like a slap in the face. He hadn't realized how dry it was in the hidden room. The wisps were gone. Even their corpses had faded away somehow. Perhaps an aspect of being an elemental. Either way, the path forward was clear. Creeping forward, Felix reached out and tried to scoop a handful of water from the thundering waterfall, and almost got thrown off the cliff for his efforts. Windmilling his arms, Felix just barely kept his footing. He felt like an idiot. Of course, he couldn't just reach out into a huge waterfall. Spotting a pool of water on the cave floor, he pushed aside his pride and laid down next to it, drinking from the pool with big slurping gulps. Instantly, he felt better, the headache retreating somewhat and his throat clearing up. With a sigh, Felix pushed back up to a sitting position. Then he saw something. Perception keeps paying dividends, I have to remember that. Felix spotted a single wisp fluttering nearby. It moved haphazardly, obviously injured. The light it cast was fitful and weak. Felix raised his hand up, ready to use the small bit of mana he had regenerated to melt the magic mosquito, but paused. His memory, ever active as it was, pinged on a dumb idea. Dumb, that is, if it hadn't worked already. I'll probably regret this, Felix grimaced as he reached out and snatched the weakened wisp, cupping it in his palms. Then, before he could think about it anymore, he tossed it into his mouth and bit down. Light exploded from his mouth, crackling along his teeth and gums with a jolt of incandescent pain. Pain resistance is level 13. Felix felt a sharp crackling sensation soak into his tongue and throat, like he had swallowed a battery made of pins. His head snapped to the side as the muscles in his neck spasmed. His chest felt tight and empty, and he couldn't draw a breath at all, as if a wall blocked all air from entering his lungs. Damage notifications sparked across his vision, and Felix could see his health bar drop visibly. Attempting to meditate, he tried to focus his thoughts on absorbing the wisp's riotous power. He mentally pulled it toward his center, where he thought his fire resided, nestled just below his ribcage. It fought, pushing back against his efforts even as his high willpower nudged it ever closer. Sweat beaded on Felix's forehead, and a vein pulsed at his temple. He brought everything he could to bear on the wisp's mana, pushing it the final distance into his core. Suddenly, Felix could feel his inner fire eating up the mana, burning it for fuel. In moments, it was gone. He breathed, slightly disappointed. I guess that didn't. A pulse of energy thrummed through his veins, and a flare of blue-white light discharged around him, scattering a number of tiny pebbles. Congratulations. Your title Gourmand has garnered you insight. You have fully digested your opponent's mana. You have learned a new skill from a wisp. Tides of Velis R, level 1. Born of the moon of eternal storms, the wisps have a sliver of its power, and now so do you. Strength increases greatly with skill level. Accuracy increases moderately with skill level. Distance increases slightly with skill level. You have learned a new skill from a wisp. Influence of the wisp R, level 1. Just as Velis once enthralled with its majestic light, so now do you. Duration increases slightly with skill level. Strength increases moderately with skill level. 2 skills. Felix was shocked and delighted. And what skills they were. Rare, the both of them. Both obviously magical in nature, though they had less than useful descriptions. Whatever, he'd figure them out. Standing with a groan and stretch, Felix happily walked back to the false wall at the back of the cavern. Despite his headache and how this night started, he was in a remarkably better mood. He couldn't tell where the opening was by sight, partly due to whatever illusion was going on, and partly because without the wisps this cave was extremely dark. Pulling out his hooked sword, he poked around until he saw a flash of golden light, nearly blinding him as it came from the sword itself. He held it up before him, watching a line of symbols appear along the entire length of the blade. As he moved it closer to the wall, an opening he hadn't noticed was suddenly there. The strange temple was beyond the open archway. Felix stepped through with a shiver, feeling the humidity vanish to be replaced by a steady, drier warmth. The moment he was through the archway, his sword stopped glowing. It's a key. That's why I could get through, Felix grinned. This is so cool. Felix walked across the room. This was the first evidence of civilization he had found since arriving here, a genuine alien species. Why had they built this place? The room was an absolutely massive space that someone or something had built for unknown reasons. No chance this is just someone's house. Seems like a lot of effort for something so simple, Felix thought. The floor wasn't tiled so much as carved segments in the rock floor, but they appeared to be perfectly made and polished. The buttery yellow light that came from nowhere painted almost everything in that color, but he could tell the floor was a darker stone than the walls. He glanced up, noting the ceiling was probably 4 or 5 of him high, making it around 30 feet tall. The effort in excavating this on Earth with medieval technology would have taken years, decades maybe. But Felix reminded himself, he didn't know if this world had a medieval technology equivalent, and more importantly, that didn't take into consideration magic. Who knew what was possible with magic? Pillars, hexagonal like the tiles beneath his feet and made of the same darker stone, extended from the ground all the way to the 30-foot ceiling. They were unadorned except for vertical fluting, much like Greek and Roman columns back home. He stepped toward a space between 2 columns. There were 6 on either end of the room, one of the small alcoves he had noticed before. In the alcoves, large 5-foot-tall murals stretched, made from different bits of colorful stone. The mosaics depicted a figure in elaborate robes and armor, holding a 3-pointed star made of a brightly colored stone. Disappointingly, the figure looked like a normal human with dark skin and dark curly hair, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and all the normal features. Man, I was hoping for some weird magic race or something, Felix sighed. The mosaic depicted the human figure surrounded by nature, trees, mountains, various creatures that he assumed were analogous to squirrels, rabbits, and deer. He even saw a small depiction of a turquoise lizard with 4 wings. As he moved to the next mosaic, he saw much of the same. Another human figure in robes and armor, holding a bright star and surrounded by scenes of nature. He made his way toward the other end of the room, glancing at these alcoves and holding his sword in a tight grip. Felix had been through too much to expect this all to go smoothly. He approached the central platform, a dais raised up about a foot from the tiled floor. It was made of a lighter stone than the floor and pillars and shaped like a star. Well, a 9-pointed star anyway. It was maybe 20 feet across, tip to tip, and absolutely filled with carved lines that crisscrossed the entire surface. They appeared to be random to Felix, making straight lines and curved ones that had none of the glow the script near the entrance did. Felix assumed they were decorative. Felix reached down and ran his hand across one of the arcing lines, tracing it with his fingers. It was a flawless cut, something a machine would have had to do on Earth. Following the line, his eyes landed on the huge double doors at the far end of the chamber. Stepping around the platform, he slowly approached the massive portal. It was made of some sort of green metal with a dull finish, and even from a distance, he could tell it was absolutely covered in carvings. Etchings, or were they cast into the metal? He stepped closer. On each door, facing toward the center, was a figure. The figure was the same human type being as he'd seen in the various mosaics, wearing elaborate robes and holding stars in their hands. These stars had 9 points, however, much like the raised platform. How many points did the mosaic stars have? Thinking for a moment, Felix pulled the memory of the few he'd inspected. The stars varied, starting with a 3-pointed star and moving up to a 6-pointed star. A quick glance to the side confirmed it. The nearest mosaics had 8-pointed stars. The points increased as they approached the door. Why? Did that mean anything? Shaking his head, Felix kept inspecting the doors. At the center where they would open up, there was a raised relief of jagged tree-like objects. Lightning, maybe. But there were many, all bursting from one point, and surrounded by a much more elaborate 18-point star. Script surrounded these figures, covering every available space on the metal doors. Finally rounding the platform, Felix started to walk closer to the doors, but stopped when the inscription suddenly flared with a powerful green light. Shielding his eyes and stumbling back, he tried to blink the afterimages that burned into his eyes. What the hell was that for? He growled, rubbing at his eyes. When he could see again, he noticed the script was still lightly glowing, brightening every time he tried to move closer. Now that they were glowing, he noticed that a secondary set of symbols lined the floor in front of the doors, inscribed in an arc and leading up the walls and around the frame. At the very top was a single character that looked like a precise V cut with flowing lines and hash marks. Felix stepped away and the light disappeared. Okay, do not touch the creepy metal door. Got it. Felix turned instead toward one of the side rooms. These doors were made with thick wooden planks bound in what he assumed was bronze. The latch was made of the same metal. The door was also in a strange shape, formed like a regular door except the top which had 3 points like a star. They really ran with the theme, huh? He depressed the latch and the door opened without a creak. The first room was filled with empty stone shelves. It was narrow, probably 10 feet wide between the heavy shelves on either side. It seemed like a pantry or larder, storage in any case. However, the shelves were empty of anything, even dust. Felix backed out of the room and moved to the next. The second room was almost completely empty as well. The tiled floor extended uninterrupted throughout, spanning approximately 30 feet square. Felix almost turned and left, but noticed that there were over a dozen hexagonal pillars hanging from the ceiling. They only extended 10 feet before all of them terminated at a 45-degree angle. A large gash in the ceiling hinted at some sort of violence occurring here. But what could cut through solid stone like this? With a worried frown, Felix stared to back out of the damaged room, but paused. What? Along the back of the room, obscured by the hanging pillars, Felix made out some sort of mural. Taking a few tentative steps around the center, he saw the image of a humanoid etched into the wall. Neither male nor female, they were spread eagle, arms and legs out like in a medical diagram. And just like a medical diagram, there were a number of details picked out on the person's form. Swirling, looping lines trailed through the figure's arms and legs, each of them coming back toward a circular shape nestled just above their navel. Felix blinked in recognition. That's what my fire within feels like. He let his eyes roam the diagram again. Are these veins for the fire? What purpose did that serve? There was little else in the room of any note, but Felix couldn't quite tear his eyes off the diagram. It had the feel of an educational tool. He just wished he knew what he was supposed to be learning from it. Felix had to cross the hall to get to the third room, this time giving the green metal door a wide berth. This door looked more damaged than the rest, with deep gouges all across its front. They looked like claw marks. Sword held to the side, Felix pushed open the third door. Inside was around the same size as the damaged second room, but it was filled with shelves similar to the storage area. Except the majority of these shelves were built into the walls, and small bits of script decorated their edges. They were inert as he approached, dull and lifeless to his touch. The wall opposite of the door was dominated by a heavy stone desk, also with shelving and drawers built into it. Drawers were impossible to open, appearing to be either carved faux drawers or requiring someone with much greater strength. No chair sat behind the desk, just a low stone ledge against the wall where perhaps someone once set knickknacks. There was one more room left. Said room was smaller than the study and diagram rooms, but bigger than the storage area. And what's more, it was filled with things. A tent, blankets, a bedroll, even a larger, more complicated-looking backpack sat against the side wall. Whatever this room was used for in the past, it had been turned into a temporary camp by someone. And if Felix had to guess, it was done by the Henari currently decomposing down on the shore. A quick peek into the backpack nearly caused him to cheer. Rolled up and stored among a variety of food, a waterskin, and sundry other small items, there were several sets of clothing. Oh hell yes, Felix closed his eyes and hugged an armful of clothes to his chest. Finally. For the first time in what felt like weeks, Felix had a restful night's sleep. Partly because he felt safe. The hidden chamber was secured by those magic inscriptions, and the door to his room had a thick wooden beam he could drop to lock it. It was luxurious, this safety. For once he didn't feel like a monster was going to rise up and eat him in his sleep. The other part definitely had to do with the bedroll. The thin padding was sumptuous after sleeping on tree branches and cave floors. Felix woke the next morning feeling more refreshed than ever. For a few moments, he reveled in the fact that he was warm, comfortable, and fully dressed. Before he had drifted off, Felix had put on a short, beige woolen tunic, a pair of dark leather pants, and even a set of thin woolen socks. Sitting up, Felix rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and assessed the room. Before he had been tired and excited about the clothes, and had only given the Henari's camp the most cursory of investigations. In the light of morning, not that any natural light could be seen, Felix found himself questioning just why someone was up here in the first place. Did it belong to the Henari? No, that didn't track. Why would he be camping out if he owned the place? Despite the suspicious lack of dust and rust, the structure had clearly been abandoned for years, decades even. Felix scratched his chin. Centuries, who knew with magic in the mix? He idly checked his notifications from the night before. Explorer is level 3. Explorer is level 4. Explorer is level 5. Makes sense. This place is an amazing find for me, for anyone even. Felix's mind clicked, so the Henari was just exploring, like a fantasy archaeologist, which made sense considering the Henari lore he had pulled. Lore. The Henari are a matriarchy that reveres the endless raven, as such they long to explore the unexplored and find the unfound. Whatever the endless raven was, it encouraged exploration, and the Henari was extremely prepared. The backpack was similar in structure to a hiking pack back home, and contained numerous pockets, pouches, and compartments all filled with various oddments. Most of it was obvious: dried rations, a water skin, a flint and steel, even a hammer and a few more black iron pitons. There was also a hand-bound journal filled with little drawings and cramped handwritten passages. The language wasn't one Felix had ever seen before, more a gathering of pictograms than letters. He set that aside for later. 2 items in the pack made his heart race: a dull blue rock on a leather strap, and an unadorned ring made of the same bronze material as his sword. Name: Farwalker's Finder. Type: necklace. Enchanted lore: made from the first stone found by a Henari Farwalker on their first excursion, it has been enchanted to lead them to interesting places. Name: Gathered Light. Type: ring. Enchanted lore: enchanted by the Dawnspeakers of the Henari, these rings are meant to collect and disperse light as a means of uncovering the dark places in the realms. He wasn't about to argue against 2 more magic items. As far as Felix was concerned, the more magic tools he had, the better. The ring even seemed pretty useful as a means of lighting his way, if he could figure out how it worked. The necklace was another matter. The lore entry was vague on the effects of the enchanted necklace, other than specifying interesting places. That could be a whole host of things. Felix decided to keep the necklace in the pack for now. Items cataloged and sorted, Felix turned toward his notifications, specifically his unused stat points from his most recent levels. He took a bite of a Kellar fruit as he pondered his status screen. Health 115, 115 stamina, 157, 157 mana, 266, 266 SDR, 35 per, 20 VIT, 23 end, 28 INT, 33 WIL, 50 AGL, 22 dex, 25. Felix's willpower and mana was off the charts compared to rest of his stats, but most everything else was in a decent balance. His intelligence was keeping up, but surprisingly his strength had outpaced it due to his recent butcher titles. Honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about those titles. I mean, I can't argue with them. I did slaughter all of those wisps, but being called a butcher feels not great. But his titles were powerful, especially the rare variety. The bonuses increased as the rarity in the series increased, rank III giving much more than rank II. Which made sense considering the prerequisites for his butcher title. Gaining rank IV would mean he'd have to kill many more enemies in a single battle, probably several thousand. Could he even do that? Idly, Felix wondered how his strength compared to other creatures at this point. How much lifting power did 35 strength represent? Would a sword strike from him overpower the average person? Or was he still weak? After all, he was only level 9. His lack of information and comparison frustrated him. With a breath, he tried to let it go. Considering a balance between his stats, he decided to place +2 in vitality, +3 in agility, and the remaining +5 in perception. More health is always good. Better reflexes and speed would complement his increasing strength, and his perception had been clutch in multiple situations at this point. As far as he was concerned, he'd never go wrong with more perception. Health 115, 125 stamina, 157, 157 mana, 266, 266 SDR, 35 per, 25 VIT, 25 end, 28 INT, 33 WIL, 50 AGL, 25 dex, 25. That done, Felix decided to do a little more exploration of his new home. Maybe he'd climb down the cliff and inspect the nearby forest too. He felt good, like he finally had a handle on things. Smiling, he reached out to unbar the door when another notification appeared with a trilling sound. You have received a quest, Home Sweet Home. You have found a safe place in the Wild Foglands, an ancient temple long thought lost. You are charged with securing your ancestors' temple from all threats. Be wary, young Nim, for your trials have just begun. 0 of 5 threats eliminated. Reward. Title, Home, variable what? Felix's mind stuttered to a stop before whirling wildly. It was his race again. The mosaics, they weren't humans, they were Nim, the same as him, apparently. What were the odds of that? And this place was a temple of some sort, which meant religion probably. Felix scrunched his nose in distaste. Religion wasn't a favorite subject. He didn't like that last sentence either. What trials did he have to look forward to, and what were these threats he had to eliminate? Wait, no, they were probably monsters. Big, nasty, level 35 monsters. He was sure of it. Felix squeezed the bridge of his nose. He was feeling a headache coming on. However, at least there were rewards. A new title, which could be a big boon, a home, whatever that meant, and some more stuff depending on how he did. What did the home reward mean? What if he didn't plan to stay here? He was still interested in finding civilization after all. He shook himself. He was spiraling again. Felix sat down, closed his eyes, and breathed. 10 minutes later, feeling much calmer, he exited his meditation. Meditation is level 14. Hugh, okay. Felix stood up and stretched. During his meditation, Felix had whittled down his situation until he was presented with two options. One, he could flee this temple and the safety it offered, taking his chances with the forest and monsters and hoping he'd find a town somewhere. Two, he could secure his position here, establish a foundation where he could get stronger. Then when he was ready, he could travel beyond the forests and find civilization again. Amazing how much easier thinking is when I meditate. This skill really helps. I need to learn to keep it on at all times. Felix resolved to practice ongoing meditation as much as possible in the future. For now, he had to get geared up because his choice was simple. He would seek the strength to survive, and staying here was the best route to that, for now. The weather was too warm for the padded leather jacket he found in the pack, so he kept his woolen tunic and leather pants he had put on the night before. He belted on the scabbard and bronze blade, checking to make sure it was free in its sheath like he had seen in a movie once. It unsheathed with a soft metallic sound, moving easily despite the sword's strange shape. Felix actually found a short knife in the pack as well, the blade about the length of his palm and very sharp. Its blade was made of steel, or at least something that looked like it. It came with a small sheath that he fixed to the opposite side of his belt. His last grubsticker got tucked into the satchel, along with his potion case, the magic rope, finder necklace, and the hammer and a single piton. Finally, he considered his beat-up and torn sneakers. They had served him well the past few days, and they weren't brand new when he arrived here either. After a brief hesitation, Felix kicked them off and put on the tall leather boots he found. They were a medium brown color and came to the middle of his calves. At first he was worried they wouldn't fit, but a couple of ingenious brass buttons on the outside of the boot adjusted them to fit his legs. Not bad, Felix said after a few testing steps. He flexed his hands and took a deep breath. Time to go. Climbing down the cliff face was both easier and harder than he had anticipated. Felix had to hammer a new piton into the floor of the waterfall cave, but it only took a few swings of the hammer to drive it into the stone. Felix was concerned at first, worried the ground was soft or weak, but it seemed like normal rock, and a quick tug proved it wasn't going anywhere. Quickly he put the brightweave coil into the piton's loop and considered how to make it tie itself into a knot. Tie, he commanded. The thin rope just laid there. Knot, he tried. Nothing. Felix scratched his head and thought about it. He could always tie it himself, but why? The lore entry said the magic rope would tie and untie at command, but there had to be more to it than that. What else did it say? Lore. Brightweave is the process of weaving mana into a material, typically silk or something of similar quality. This rope was woven with an enchantment for durability and with a limited ability to obey commands. It can tie itself into a knot upon command, and release said knot as well. If the rope is woven with mana, then is more mana needed to make it work. It was worth a shot. But how to get his mana into the object? Felix held onto a part of the rope and tried willing his mana into the brightweave coil, as if casting acid stream. Briefly, he felt a stirring in that core above his navel, where his fire within resided and where he had devoured the mana of the wisp. Felix focused on his core as he once again tried to will his mana into the rope. He felt a lurching sensation again, but this time tried to guide the power up and across his chest, over his shoulder, and down his arm into the hand holding the rope. The power felt hot, like standing too close to a bonfire, but inside his veins. It hurt, but not as much as the wisp's mana. When the power burned into his fingers, he could feel it hit a barrier. The mana wouldn't bridge the gap between his fingers and the rope. Felix grunted and doubled down, applying his considering willpower toward the effort. Pressure mounted in his fingers, and he had a brief thought that maybe this wasn't a good idea when something burst. A shimmer of white light dazzled in his grasp before sinking into the brightweave coil, which immediately lightened in color and moved in his hand like it was alive. Panting and covered in a flop sweat, Felix held the rope with a shaky grip, sending it a single mental command. Not, and it did. Fire within his level 10. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, Manhwaedit Uncommon level 1. Your eyes can perceive the spectrum of magical forces that inhabits the world. Increases detail, strength, and distance moderately with skill level. You have learned a new error. That burning pain hit him again, harder than ever before. He felt it claw at him like he'd swallowed knives, and it didn't stop until he dismissed the latest notification. Once he did, the pain receded, and Felix hit the ground. Dang, what was that? He had started to feel the rush of another skill hitting level 10, even as he had clearly spent too much mana on that rope. And then errors. Again. What skill did I learn? He checked his status, but could only see the addition of Manhwaedit, nothing else. His head spun as he sat there, worrying at his lip. With some effort, he cleared his mind and tried to meditate. A few minutes of that set him right, and he put the strange experience behind him. Felix was getting good at that. He climbed down the cliff a short time later. Climbing the enchanted rope was remarkably easy compared to his ascent the previous day. Sure, gravity was in his favor, but he had expected it to be a little challenging. His strength let him hang on easily, though, as he just hand over hand let himself down. Hitting the ground below, he scanned the area for any obvious threats. He saw nothing but early morning light and a forest that swayed in a warm breeze that promised a scorcher of a day. "I'm gonna regret this wool shirt, I think. Nah, way better than being half naked all the time." With a quick glance at the Hinari's hidden corpse, he crept toward the tree line, trying to look in all directions at once. He felt bad as he walked away from the Hinari explorer. After all the help they had inadvertently given him, Felix felt they deserved a proper burial, not to be just left in the woods. "When I come back," he promised himself. "For now, let's see what my new spells do and get some experience." Watching the ground avidly, Felix searched through the multitude of tracks in the soft earth of the embankment. As what was probably the main source of fresh water in the area, he assumed there were tons of beasts close by, which made him both nervous and excited. Felix began to follow a set of paw prints that were small, maybe the size of a big bunny. He might be eager to try out his power, but he wasn't insane. Felix tried to move as stealthily as he could, but his sword sheath kept tangling in his legs. He had to keep a hand on the pommel at all times in order to walk normally. It was very frustrating. However, due to his focus and effort, he was able to raise stealth by 2 levels. The small tracks quickly led off into the brush, and they were singular without any other small tracks around it. Hopefully that meant it was a small lone beast that wasn't too terribly high level. There were even a few places where he could tell the creature had run, probably from the other things in the forest. You have learned a new skill, Tracking Common, Level 1. You have taught yourself to read the world around you for signs of life. Increased utilization of perception per skill level. Felix pumped a fist. Another skill always seemed to help. In fact, as he looked down at the tracks again, they appeared to light up as if the prints were glowing. He could see the glowing tracks for about 5 feet before it cut off. "Ooh, yeah, very useful." Felix grinned and crept forward. The landscape around the lake was the same as nearer the coastline where he arrived, temperate forests in the height of summer. The air was hot with a slight humidity that made his woolen shirt stick uncomfortably to his back. The plants all around him were green and vibrant, filled with colorful flowers and fronds. Distantly, he could see insects and small beasts flit through the air and branches, but they were entirely too fast for him to analyze. He wondered how high their agility was to be so speedy, likely more than twice his own. A half-hour later, Felix found himself in a grove of Kaplan sprouts, massive 20 to 30-foot plants that had a proliferation of leafy fronds at their tops and thick, banded trunks with mazes of heavy roots that piled around their bases. But the most interesting thing about the grove wasn't the immense vegetation or even the spicy yet appetizing scent they wafted on the breeze, but of a large creature covered in a heavy brown pelt. It was shaped like a weasel in that it was long and sinuous, but it was the size of a sedan. As Felix watched from behind a rocky outcropping, he could see the fluid grace in its movements. The monster had 7 legs, each tipped with black claws that looked razor-sharp. A short, bushy tail stuck up in the back, whipping about as it attempted to burrow under one of the sprouts. Felix threw a quick analyze at the thing. Name, 7-legged aurit type, blood beast level, 20 HP. MP, lore, strengthened by dire rituals, the 7-legged aurit has altered itself beyond its limits. Be wary. Strength, agility, weakness. Unknown, this thing is way bigger than what I was tracking. And what's up with that lore entry? Felix watched it carefully, barely tilting his head beyond the wide wall of the sprout he hid behind. Does this count as a threat? He toggled his quest list. Active quests advance 5 spells to apprentice level. 0 of 5 apprentice spells home sweet home. 0 of 5 threats eliminated home sweet home. 0 of 5 threats eliminated threats. 7-legged aurit unknown 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 unknown. That answers that. No way am I eliminating that thing anytime soon, though. Felix started to back away, trying to make as little noise as possible. He could hear the sound of digging continuing, followed by a large nose snuffling in the dirt. It was distracted, so he figured he wouldn't have any problem getting away. Next time, something cried out. A high-pitched wailing cry came from the roots that the aurit was digging into. It sounded frightened, and it tore at Felix's heart. Cursing silently, Felix crept back toward the edge of his sprout and looked again. Giant weasel had moved, digging at a different angle, and he could see a small creature huddling in the shadows beneath the heavy roots. He only got an impression of fur and feathers and large, limpid golden eyes. This is what he'd been tracking. Tracking is level 2. Am I really doing this? But he was already casting a spell, an orb of green acid generating in the palm of his left hand. A pitiful yowl came from the roots as the monster crushed them against the ground, pulling and tearing at the thick wood. As the aurit pounced at the roots, slashing into them with its long black claws, Felix stepped out of his cover and let loose an acid stream. The concentrated acid jetted from Felix's hand, tearing across the distance and against the aurit's back. SCR. The aurit stumbled to the side, all 7 of its legs undulating its body as it tried to avoid the corrosive liquid. Felix was on it, though, pushing his hand forward as he pumped more mana into the spell to try and increase the flow. He stepped further out from the outcropping as the spell widened and pushed what felt like slightly more acid out, dropping his mana at an even greater rate than before. The Aurat screeched and ducked behind a sprout. Felix cut off the spell and dropped into a defensive crouch, watching the vegetation for movement. For a moment, all he could hear was the pathetic mewling of the small golden-eyed beast. Slowly he drew his sword, the soft scrape of metal on leather loud in the sudden silence. The wind rustled the fronds above them, gently tickling against the back of Felix's neck. He could hear the creak of his leather boots as he shifted in place, and his tunic felt heavy with sweat around the collar. Where, a sudden feeling of terror made Felix tumble forward, pulling himself into an awkward half-roll. He came up in time to see the Aurat drop from above, claws and fangs slashing at where he just stood. Just barely climbing to his feet, the beast was already on him, slamming his body backward and sending him flying 20 feet. Felix landed in a heap, cracking his head against the trunk of a sprout and losing his grip on his sword. He dimly saw it wedge pommel first between a tangle of roots, just out of reach. His health dropped over 24 points, and a familiar blinking icon of a skull with a jagged line through it appeared in his vision. Status condition, concussion minor head trauma, we meet again. Felix grunted and attempted to stand up but fell down in a bout of dizziness, which saved his life as the Aurat slashed at where his head once was. The follow-up strike with the monster's fourth leg, however, connected. AGH, Felix's right arm and chest burned where the Aurat's black claws ripped through him. Skin and muscle shredded, his tunic torn and covered in blood, he bit back his pain and forced himself to roll away from the giant weasel. Felix stumbled to his feet, leaning heavily on his left arm. He was done. Absolutely done. Of all things I just got this shirt. Felix used tides of Velis. Everything within a 5-foot radius of him was launched violently backward. Weeds, rocks, even a small sproutling, all blasted back like an invisible explosion went off. A faint haze of blue mana rode the air, slowly dissipating as he watched the Aurat rear backward, its forelegs pushed into the air by the skill. The giant beast fell back to all paws with little actual damage done, but it eyed Felix warily and dropped low, snarling at him. Fuck off, Felix threw his grubsticker at the beast's face, striking it directly in its sensitive nose. The Aurat squealed in pain and pulled its face down as it tried to claw out the makeshift knife. Glancing at the rock shelf behind him, he swallowed and raised his left hand. Then he began to pour acid onto the loamy ground between the Aurat and himself. He needed time to think, and if could ensure the Aurat could only attack him from the front, Felix increased the amount of mana to the spell, causing a strange haze of green mist to gather around his left hand as acid continually spat out. Meditating and channeling acid stream, Felix's focus barely registered that the giant weasel had pulled the dagger from its snout. Suddenly, his mana bottomed out and a wail of a headache pounded across his eyes. An 8-foot expanse of acidic mud separated Felix and the Aurat in a semicircle, with the rock shelf guarding his back. The Aurat kept well away from the acid, which was great because Felix's vision was blurring intermittently, and his legs felt weak from blood loss. Still, he was able to finally get a good view of the creature, and it was terrifying. It was all of the worst qualities of a snake and a rat somehow combined and magnified. Its neck was serpentine in its movements as it inspected the mucky earth before it. Watching the monster snort at the still bubbling terrain, Felix carefully reached into his satchel and pulled out the hard leather potion case. Just as he was easing a red potion from the case, he heard something he hadn't expected. Why do you fight? The Aurat growled at him, its voice a basso rumble. Felix blinked, so surprised he stopped fiddling with the wax seal on his health potion. What? Why am I fighting you? The Aurat nodded, its black eyes never leaving Felix's face and its knife-sized teeth showing as it panted. Felix stood there, unsure how to respond. The Aurat could speak. It was sentient. Felix had a sudden spasm of conscience. Had it just been hunting like himself? Why are you attacking that beast? He waved in the direction of the small creature. The Aurat made a horrible grinding noise in its throat, and it took Felix a moment to understand that it was laughing. Fun, Felix grimaced. Fun, how is that fun? Screams, pain, fear. It all tastes so sweet. A tongue the length of Felix's forearm slurped out and licked its snout, tasting its own blood. A scent I cannot resist. Hunger gnaws at me. Felix's skin crawled at the naked lust in the Aurat's face, a disturbing mixture of appetite and libido that he had no desire to decode. Then it snarled, hackles rising as it prowled the other side of the muddy pool. The Aurat shook its head and sneered, something Felix didn't know animals could do, and looked Felix up and down. He felt a thrill of fear, cold lightning that crawled up his spine. You too smell. Good. The Aurat's black eyes bored into him, and its wounded nose twitched. Too good for this blasted waste. Felix frowned, confused. Waste, what does that mean? Another grinding noise in its throat, and it shook. You will stay, I think. Then the giant weasel began to bark in sharp, high-pitched whines, raising its head up toward the sky. That's ominous. Felix immediately broke the seal and quaffed his health potion. He could feel it immediately begin to work on him, flesh reknitting and pulling taut. It was both intensely uncomfortable and a significant relief. Carefully, he stored the glass bottle back in his satchel as he watched a sickly red glow surround the auret, gathering a mist-like ambient light around itself like a shroud. It felt violent and spoiled, like a river of coagulated blood, and Felix barely stopped himself from retching. Is this manasite? He chewed back bile. It's god-awful, but thanks to his skill, he could see the bloody mana gathering around the auret as it continued to bark rhythmically. As it collected, it formed a funnel above its body, like a small tornado of bloody energy. Whatever it was doing, it was very, very bad. Manasite is level 2. Manasite is level 3. Felix pulled out his only blue potion, broke the seal, and chugged it. It felt like electric fire as it raced down his throat, scouring his veins as it went. A sudden, weighty sensation appeared in his core, and his mana bar rocketed up. Felix considered his options. He had trapped himself on a small island. His sword was wedged in some roots about 30 feet away, and he had barely 100 mana left. The auret's strength was its agility stat, and it was definitely faster than him. If he was going to have any sort of chance, then he needed to slow it down, or he had an idea. It was a terrible idea. Auret's strange ritual was reaching a crescendo, and some instinct told Felix that he didn't want to be here when it finished. He took a single, steadying breath. Pouring everything he had into his last spell, Felix channeled his mana up from his core and into his arms and legs. He cast Tides of Velis, except this time he focused on putting all of the force down and behind him. That's when the beast's ritual ended. Mine, it roared, and a torrent of blood-red energy blasted toward him. Felix felt a pressure in his head and chest, but willed his power to obey, threw his arms back and released. Felix exploded from the ground, thrown 10 feet into the air at an angle, the focus force of his spell launching him well over the shocked face of his enemy. He landed in a roll, coming awkwardly to his feet at speed as he raced toward his fallen sword. Behind him, the bloody power smashed into the rock face, scorching it black as the mana transformed visibly into crimson fire. No. The auret roared again, quickly spinning around and running toward Felix. Mine, Felix had angled toward the hiding place of the small beast, the creature that had started this. He pushed himself, trying to use all of his strength and agility to get just a few fractions of a second ahead, but he could hear the monster gaining on him. The terrible sensation of a bloody quagmire suddenly surged behind him, and Felix made a final desperate leap over a section of roots. Even as he fell, he activated his last spell, when he hoped he understood. The world lit up in surges of blue, white, and bloody crimson before it all went dark. Novelrecap verify you are human by completing the action below. Novelrecap needs to review the security of your connection before proceeding. Verification successful, waiting for Novelrecap to respond. Enable JavaScript and cookies to continue. Novel Adventure Unbound Novel Info Unbound Reading Plan to read completed dropped Unbound rating 8.8/10 from 988 ratings. Author Necarian genre Adventure Mystery Action Fantasy Isekai status Ongoing publishers Royal Road tag Ability Steel Adventurers Alternate World Beast Companions Caring Protagonist Eidetic Memory Fantasy World Game Elements Level System Magic Male Protagonist Transported into Another World Weak to Strong Lit up. See more. Year of publishing 2016. Read now. Subscribe. Unsubscribe. Latest chapter 5 days ago. Description. More from author. A New World, 1,000 Threats. Welcome to the continent. Felix's life on Earth had. Read more. A New World, 1,000 Threats. Welcome to the continent. Felix's life on Earth had become a series of dead-end jobs, ruined relationships, and rotating apartments smaller than most postage stamps. By all accounts, even his own, he was a coward, too afraid to move forward to take risks. Yet when given the chance to choose between risking his life or walking away from a deadly encounter, he didn't hesitate. Moments before his untimely demise, Felix was snatched from Earth and thrust into a magical world known only as the continent. Empowered by the system, he learns that he can strengthen himself through combat and dedication. To survive, he'll have to push himself beyond his limits, or else fall to the monsters all around him, levels, stats, and magic. Death is the start of a terrible fate, but if he lives, who knows what he will become. Participant in the Royal Road Riddathan Challenge Chapters Post, Monday, Wednesday, Friday's Collapse. Ability Steel Adventurers Alternate World Beast Companions Caring Protagonist Eidetic Memory Fantasy World Game Elements Level System Magic Male Protagonist Transported into Another World Weak to Strong Lit RPG. It has way too much plot armor, and the MC just keeps following other people, not making decisions that would keep himself safe, but risking his own safety for random strangers. Quote, Saxfire spoiler, there are 2 and possibly more super endgame bosses toying with his fate and trying to snatch his body. This is constant in the story, as he is gradually brainwashed to follow a predesignated path. At chapter 400, this is a slow burn one that is at very low heat and is set to cook for the next day week. A really good read. Powers and enemies get kinda repetitive and easily predicted there is some innovative power usage, but when that is done, he just uses that innovation until the next innovative idea. Would recommend if you've got the time to sit through some honestly mind-numbing shit, but if so, go ahead. Sorry for not explaining, but this was mildly interesting for a bit, but I got distracted and totally forgot what this was about. Is this normal? For me it is. Panic chapters 76 till 83 are unavailable TA checks in advance. Unfortunately, the missing chapters could not be found in the public access. No problem TA checks for replying. I can say that those who write the system error and other stuff at the beginning are usually crappy writers. Too much plot armor and puppet MC. Few months ago I read dozen chaps, but then I distracted to other novel and totally forgot about events here. How should I rate it if it wasn't leave any emotions? I dropped this novel around chapter 157. Does the MC stop being a wimpy, and he keeps getting controlled by people? Person male. Mind explaining about how he is getting controlled. I just started, and I hate a controlled and guided MC by powerful beings or SMTH. Spoiler, there are 2 and possibly more super endgame bosses toying with his fate and trying to snatch his body. This is constant in the story, as he is gradually brainwashed to follow a predesignated path. Panic no text in first 4 chapters. Thanks, Prologue 1, Prologue 2, what do you think? Total responses. 0000000 sort by. Latest, most liked, oldest, add a comment, smiling face with smiling eyes, post comment, loading comments. Load more times, reply to submit, reply, hot adventure novel 1, shadow slave action. Adventure, fantasy, romance, supernatural 2, reverend insanity action. Adventure, fantasy, mature, mystery, psychological, Xianxia 3, super gene action. Adventure, comedy, harem, martial arts. Mecha, school life, sci-fi, Xuanhyun 4, cultivation, online action. Adventure, comedy, fantasy, harem, romance. Sci-fi 5, follow the path of Tao from infancy action. Adventure. Martial arts, Xianxia 6, I was just making up techniques. How did all of you become emperors? Action, adventure, comedy, fantasy 7, myriad paths of the dragon emperor action. Adventure, fantasy, martial arts, Xianxia, Eastern 8, comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds action. Adventure, fantasy, Xianxia, Xuanhyun 9, investing in the reborn empress. She actually calls me husband, Xianxia, Shaonan, martial arts, comedy, romance, action, adventure, fantasy 10, war, sovereign, soaring the heavens, Xianxia, martial arts, Xuanhyun, adventure, action, harem. In the gray light of dawn, on the 16th day of summer, Magda Erin found herself on the Harwatch Wall overlooking the approach to the Foglands. Here it was summer only in name. Thick, land-bound clouds drifted and swirled amidst the shadows of winterbear trees, ominous in what they hid. She leaned against the crenellations, feeling somewhat naked without her shields, but being armed and armored for war at all times wasn't something she could afford, not anymore. She fingered the silver medallion hanging around her neck, symbol of her prestige and authority. Chains as far as she was concerned, as good as any manacles. It was saying something to her state of mind that she didn't notice the man until he was nearly on top of her. You can't go, Maggie. It'd be too dangerous out there now. The fog blinds us and the beasts be getting worse. A heavy-set dwarf with a short, bristly beard growled nearly in her ear, while his 2 bright blue eyes creased in concern. He was dressed in a combination of leathers and mail effective armor for defending the wall of Harwatch or wading into an army of monsters. Magda stood up, towering over him by over a foot as she crossed her arms in front of her fine silk tunic and embroidered tabard. The culling be only 6 months past, but we've yet to see a drop in the chimeric hordes. They've retreated, but our scouts say the wilds are full to bursting. Ye enter there, ye ain't coming out, the dwarf said, brows turned down. Magda smirked at the dwarf, her hand on her belt. That sounds like a challenge, Rory. Rory groaned. It ain't, ye loon, it's a warning and a fair one too. Rory turned toward the heavy mist that rolled across the wilds, the area of the continent folks called the Foglands. I've been up here for close to 20 years now, and I know how these things go, Maggie. The culling should have cut back the mists and chimeras both, as it always does, but they only went quiet, leaving us alone in our turtle town. I know they're out there getting stronger while we wait. Then why wait? Take the fight to them, beat them back like you have before. Magda's eyes twinkled, her mouth curved upward in a slow grin. Don't tell me raging Rory is afraid of a little fog. Rory grunted, frown deepening. It be more than that, and ye know it. Politics, fa, he spat off the side of the wall, and they both watched it disappear into the roiling mists. The new governor in Setoria wants a show of force at his festival, a display Harwatch's best. So I'm left with the dregs to man this fog-cursed wall. Rory sighed, a deep bellows gust of air from his sturdy lungs. Truth be told, I'd rather wade into it with you than watch over a bunch o' greenhorns who know the hoe better than their pikes. We can't all go walking into the lion's den. Someone's got to keep them safe, Magda replied with a smile and a jerk of her thumb backward, toward town. And besides, I've got greenhorns of my own to shepherd. Rory grunted, this time smiling. Oh, I heard you've been lugging some dead weight. Who hired the guild to power level their brats this time? Who had money enough to earn the services of the shield witch herself? My sister, for one. Little Evie's old enough to face the wilds. I must be losing track o' time. Last I knew she weren't any taller than me. Magda snorted. Everyone's taller than you. I laugh it up human, Rory grumbled, grin still not gone. So Evie is going out, I assume, to earn her omen. Hooray the others. Aderviaz, some prodigy from Tethys. Magda's expression soured. And Vasilia Dane. Rory's eyes widened. You're shitting me. No shit involved, dwarf. Not unless I fail to bring her back in one piece, Magda laughed, but the humor was gone. Rory leaned against the crenellated wall, armored gauntlets scraping against stone. Twins' teeth, woman. Here I am complain about monsters at the gates, and you've got him in your lap. He slapped his thigh and let out a sharp bark of a laugh. That's some damn luck, Maggie. Magda's eyes hardened, her mouth a grim line. Don't I know it? A dozen blocks east of the wall, a grizzled and scarred man sat in a well-appointed office, lounging in an expensively crafted chair in a row of near-identical copies. He wasn't much to look at, wearing rumpled woolens and a sweat-stained jerkin. But at his waist were two exquisitely crafted hand axes, and around his neck was a silver medallion. Two heavily armored guards at either end of the room kept eyeing him, as if he were a dangerous animal, both of their hands hovering near their weapons. A desk carved to look like griffins held it up on two corners was across the room, and a woman in a pale green dress worked silently on various piles of paperwork. Suddenly she raised her head, curled hair bobbing in place. Sir, the lady is ready for you now. Slowly, the man stretched his long limbs and stood up. With a rolling gait, he strolled up to the heavy oak door nearby. On its surface was a fine carving of a shield crossed by a sword and spear, to either side of it a griffin and a creature that was a mixture of a cat and snake. Snorting at it, the man pushed the 12-foot door open and entered. Within was another very well-made office, heavy with wood, rare out here at the edge of the foglands, where harvesting trees could not be done without bloodshed. Dark stain and expensive waxes shined in the light of a series of wrought iron everlamps, and delicately embroidered tapestries filled a couple dedicated alcoves. The faint scratching of quill on paper caught Harn's ears as he saw another woman taking notes and watching him, twin to the receptionist outside save for her faded blue dress. To her right, on the other side of a massive wooden desk, a stately woman in a complicated outfit of silks and armored gauntlets stood, staring idly out of the large picture window behind her. It was only early afternoon, but the sky still looked dark despite the season. What a strange town, Harwatch. I see people every day, laboring, trading, training, working their hands to the bone to eke out a living in this fog-touched outpost. They could live out different, more comfortable lives elsewhere. Satoria is not far and is a safe enough journey with a minimal escort. But they stay, and because they stay, so must we. The guild is the wall on which the frenzied hordes break. We are the first defense of the arocracy, but we live in rural squalor compared even to Satoria, bloated city that it is. Underfunded, understaffed, and expected to save the empire from the chimeric hordes. The woman, Lady Lisa Dufont, sighed dramatically and turned to look at her guest. You're quiet today, Harn. Not happy to be back, he grunted. A man of few words, today he did not feel inclined to indulge. The woman laughed like a bell and waved at him. Her assistant scratched another note on her parchment. Sit, sit. He remained standing, but she paid him no mind, adjusting her dress and sitting in a plush chair behind the massive desk. She poured 2 cups of wine and offered one to the silent man. He begrudgingly took it, holding it but not drinking. I imagine you're wondering why I've asked you here. I have an inkling, Harn said, eyes surveying the ceiling and walls. Yes, I suppose you would, she said, regarding him. I need to ensure that your operation goes off without a hitch. You understand if something untoward happened to Lady Dane, it would reflect disastrously upon the guild. In the form of cutbacks, you mean, Harn lazily suggested, sucking at his teeth unpleasantly. Lady Dufont frowned. Indeed. I don't have to tell you that the funds given to us by the hierocracy are subpar. Even in the best of years, we barely have enough well-trained guilders to man this wall, and this has not been the best year. The woman shuffled a number of papers around, clearly searching, before plucking one sheet from the pile and holding it triumphantly. Here we are. Scouts are reporting an increase in chimeric activity beyond the third front. She looked up from the paper, meeting Harn's eyes. That is as far as they could penetrate, the hordes too numerous to risk any further. Sounds like fun, Harn tried to smile, but it always came out as a smirk. He wasn't sure why, but it irritated people, especially Lady Dufont. He couldn't bring himself to care. Fun, we have listened, Lady Maggie and I know our business, Harn growled. We've been hired to do a job and we never go back on a contract, which I applaud, Master Castos. You and your teammate are a valued asset of the guild, worth more than a dozen lesser teams. Which is why I am having this conversation with you. Even your team cannot withstand a swarm of 10,000 beasts. No matter how strong Onslaught and the Shield Witch become, you can never best the entirety of the Foglands alone. Lady Dufont leaned forward, eyebrows tilted up and blue eyes worried. I beg of you, reconsider your contract. The Lady Dane can attain her omen in a much safer way. I even have a priest of the Pathless here in Harwatch that could priests. And what did they pay you to recommend that, my lady? Harn snarled, wine spilling from his chalice. The Pathless aren't worth the hot air they pump out. Revealing an omen takes challenge and danger, not gibberish before an altar. Those 3 kids are strong, and revealing their omens in battle will make them stronger still. Harn dropped his chalice, thoroughly crushed in his bare grip. You would have us betray our client's trust and smear the name of the guild over politics. You go too far, Eliza. Lady Dufont had steepled her hands during his tirade and regarded him with a cool gaze. Very well. You have heard my objections, as has the record. She glanced at her secretary, who was writing furiously with her quill, then glared at Harn with steel in her eyes. However, silver rank or not, you speak to me like that again and I'll end you, Harn Castos. A sudden flare of power and her armored limbs were limned with a yellow light as her aura smothered the room. Harn stumbled, knees bending briefly before Lady Dufont retracted her aura. He straightened slowly, meeting her eyes as he nodded. Very well, Elder, Harn growled. You've been heard. He marched out of the room. The oak door, larger than 2 men put together and weighing nearly 500 pounds, slammed shut as Harn stormed out. That went well, Lady Eliza Dufont observed. Her secretary, either Vera or Tara, she was never sure, stood up from her desk and sprinkled sand over her parchment. The meeting is fully recorded in the guild logs, as you requested, my lady. Good, Eliza stretched her arms, feeling her shoulders cramp from exerting her aura. It was not a tool used often in polite society, but it had its uses, shutting down belligerent fools being one of them. Have the logs taken to the record keepers and notarized. As you wish, my lady. Tara or Vera left the room, a bundle of parchment in her hands. The moment she exited, Eliza let loose a sigh that had been building for the past 20 minutes. She was just about to sit back down in her chair when a soft scraping noise grabbed her attention. Immediately, Eliza had her arms up, yellow light flowing around her limbs as she activated a skill. Who dares? A shadow detached from the edge of her office, neatly forming from cast-off scraps of light until a figure about 5.5 feet tall materialized on her expensive Denarian rug. Wearing flat plates of boiled leather and dyed variations of gray and black, a half-mask of featureless matte black porcelain covered their upper face, leaving plump lips stretched over a generous smile. The figure took an elegant bow, white eyes never leaving Eliza's own. I bid you a good morning, Elder Dufont. Elia, you fog-touched wretch, Eliza breathed, her skill fading as she lowered her arms. You are as unnerving as ever. The pale woman smiled even wider if that were possible. The lady is too kind. Eliza composed herself, straightening her silk brocade and tugging on the edges of her custom gauntlets. Their presence always helped ease her mind, a weapon constantly to hand. You saw the whole thing, I presume. It was quite the show, Elia said. I could have sold tickets. A necessary fiction if our plan is to work. I can't been seen supporting a decision to take the Duke's only daughter into the Foglands. Eliza shook her head, still marveling at the audacity of the adventure team's plan. That the Duke and the Guild greenlit this contract is pure madness. I aim to be on the correct side of history. With some help, of course, suggested Elia. Eliza smiled. Of course. And you are prepared for your part in our arrangement. The woman in black flexed her shoulders, an impressive array of blades secured across her torso. Always. I'll shadow the team the entire way, keep the Duke's brat safe, extracting her once the team falls. Good, what if they don't? Elia asked. Eliza raised an eyebrow. What if they don't what? Fall? They will, Eliza promised, sipping her wine and turning toward the picture window behind her. The guild hall was the largest building in Harwatch, and she could see clear to the walls. Men and women patrolled them, clear as day to her enhanced perception. One way or another. Felix rolled to his feet, small cuts all over his arms and face from another exploding stone pillar. GWARH, what could only be described as a gorilla mixed with a rhinoceros charged at him as it screamed. Dusty brown mana surged around the ape's arms and legs as the ground rumbled. Felix threw himself to the side as a blocky pillar of stone speared out of the forest floor. Would you quit it? Felix spit, picking himself off the ground. Again, Felix was exhausted. This battle had gone on too long. He was covered in wounds and his stamina was dangerously low. Thankfully, the Iron-Tooth ape was also on the ropes. Name, Iron-Tooth ape type, Chimera level, 20 HP, 125-45 SP, 151-324 MP, 521 lore, a wildly aggressive chimera born of the earth. Do not taunt. Strength and endurance weakness, agility well. On the ropes was subjective. It still had plenty of juice left to clobber Felix. If it weren't for Pitt's preemptive attack against the wounded ape, it would have passed them by, but the little Tenku got aggressive. They had been fighting out in the forest for the past 3 days, testing their mettle against a variety of small game. They had learned how to fight well together, but not, apparently, how to cool off. Even now, Pitt was snarling and hissing, flaring his small wings wider in an effort to appear menacing. The ape turned toward Pitt, clawing at the ground with a heavy paw. "Come on, Magilla," Felix suddenly cried. He stood his ground and held his arms out wide. "Come and get me, you big stupid monkey." The ape turned and screamed at him, blood pouring down its shoulders from several deep cuts Felix hadn't made. Something clearly had attacked this creature previously. It slammed the ground several times, making nearby trees shake. Then it charged. The ground exploded into plumes of dark dirt and small stones, and the ape rushed at Felix like a train. Its weakness might have been agility, but it had serious power. It was all he could do to brace and hold up his hands, turning his thoughts toward his mana as he activated Tides of Velis. Felix had spent a lot of time working on this spell, casting it with varying levels of mana to replicate his trick against the Aurit. It was tough. Moving that much mana and changing the flow of the skill itself was a challenge, one that bucked against him. He had spammed it countless times against the lower-level beasts that Pitt would hunt down, slowly but surely raising its level. All for this. Crackling blue light blasted outward, focused in a cone to his left, tearing up earth and roots before catching on the heavy rocks and trees around him. Felix was thrown bodily to the right, the force picking him up into the air. The ape kept charging, its momentum too great to stop even as its prey zipped out of reach. The ape hit the massive rock where Felix once stood, smashing into it with the sound of an avalanche. Smaller boulders the size of Felix's head sheared and shattered onto the ground, thoroughly entombing the raging rhino ape. Felix stood up, brushing himself off gently. The beast seemed quiet, perhaps dead. Focusing, Felix used his mana sight on the creature. Through the swirl of green and brown mana that flowed over nearly everything in this forest, he couldn't make out the ape's signature earth magic. He breathed, still out of breath. Wasn't expecting that. Good. At best, Felix had figured the iron-toothed ape would gravely injure itself against the rock, or at worst, smash right through it. He looked at Pitt. I barely had anything left. A surge of dusty brown mana assaulted his senses, and Felix jumped backwards, just in time to avoid another earth spike as the iron-toothed ape exploded up out of the earth itself. It snarled and thrust a hand forward at him. Felix screamed, forced to jump repeatedly as the earth spikes erupted wherever he landed. Bad monkey. Felix held out a hand and pumped a full-blast acid stream into the ape. Sizzling flesh splatted as the viscous green liquid sprayed onto it, and the ape cried out pain. Felix poured everything he had left into the blow, the stream a torrent as it pummeled the beleaguered beast, pushing it back onto all fours. With a final grunt, the iron-toothed ape fell to the ground, dead at last. Dodge is level 15, pain resistance is level 15, meditation is level 19, running is level 14, long blade mastery is level 6, acid stream is level 15, tides of Velis is level 11, mana sight is level 10. Plus 2 SDR, plus 2 INT, plus 1 VIT, plus 5N, plus 1 AGL, you have gained a level. You are now level 13. Plus 3 to WIL. Plus 2 to INT. Plus 4 to Dex. Plus 1 to End. Plus 2 to PER. Plus 2 to VIT. Plus 4 to AGL, you have 5 unused stat points. Your companion, Pitt, has gained a level. Plus 2 VIT. Plus 2 PER. Plus 4 AGL. Plus 4 Dex. Plus 3 WIL. Plus 1 End. Plus 2 INT, you have earned a title, Workhorse Rare. You have pushed your body to the limit, drawing every measure of stamina until you collapsed. Then you did it again. Plus 4 End SDR, plus 3 VIT. Felix collapsed onto the ground, drained. Pitt flopped down next to him, blood coating his normally lustrous fur. Felix stretched out a hand and scratched him under the chin, too tired to move more than that. You see, he panted. You see what? You got us into. Pitt yipped at him, excited. Then he started to lick the blood off his feathers. Felix rolled his eyes. He had gotten the hang of meditating and fighting, but it still wasn't as effective as when he was at rest, so long drawn-out battles like this were not in his favor. He was beat, bleeding, and sore all over, but he had to admit, his skills were getting serious workouts. Skills, resistances, acid resistance C, level 13, pain resistance U, level 15, poison resistance U, level 17, utility, analyze C, level 17, improvisation C, level 4, running C, level 14, stealth C, level 11, swimming C, level 3, tracking C, level 11, breath control U, level 8, companion pact U, level 5, dual casting U, level 9, free climbing U, level 12, exploration U, level 9. Herbalism U, level 14, Meditation U, level 19. Manasight U, level 10. Lessons of the Past R, level 6. Physical Conditioning R, level 14. Combat, Dodge C, level 15. Long Blade Mastery C, level 6. Small Blade Mastery C, level 7. Staff Mastery C, level 1. Thrown Weapons Mastery C, level 9. Unarmed Mastery C, level 3. Acrobatics U, level 14. Spells, Acid Stream R, level 15. Fire Within R, level 14. Influence of the Wisp R, level 9. Tides of Velis R, level 11. In just 3 days he had upped many of his skills, some nearly into the 20s. This battle alone pushed up so many skills and provided some much-needed stat bumps. It was a fine line to walk, fighting harder and harder battles to push himself without going so far that he died. It was effective on that he couldn't argue, and not only for him. Felix brought up Pitt's status screen. Name Pit Companion Level 4 Race Chimera Tenku plus 2 VIT per plus 4 AGL Dex plus 3 WIL plus 1 End plus 2 INT per level Health 4370 Stamina 1050 Mana 2883 SDR 4 per 21 VIT 14 End 10 INT 16 WIL 15 AGL 44 Dex 26 Skills Bite C level 8 Rake C level 7 Cry R level 9 Skulk C level 18 Companion Pact U level 5 There has to be a way to increase Pitt's base stats. His agility is extremely high, but his strength is abysmal. Companions don't seem able to gain titles. Maybe if Companion Pact gained more levels, it'd provide something. He had already leveled Companion Pact to 5, and aside from a sense of accomplishment, he hadn't noticed any differences in the skill. Honestly, he wasn't entirely sure what it did. He brought up the skill description. Companion Pact Uncommon Level 5 You have formed a pact with a denizen of the Foglands. Increasing skill level and affinity will net larger gains from the pact, for both you and your companion. What's affinity? He checked his status again, but there was no entry for affinity. Based on the wording, it would indicate some sort of compatibility between him and his Tenku friend. How it measured, that was anyone's guess. Another question for the list, Felix sighed, pulling out the Henari's old journal. While filled with various notes and observations from the explorer's journeys, it was written in a language Felix couldn't decipher. It was also little more than a quarter full. Plenty of space for Felix's own notes. Using a thick grease pencil from the Henari's pack, he had filled up several pages with all of the questions he planned to ask someone once he got out of this dang forest. He jotted down affinity. What is it? Onto the page, Felix looked down at the notebook, seeing the breadth of his ignorance, and felt a tightness in his chest. This place was trying to kill him. Every day he fought against creatures that wanted to eat him, and every day he made it out alive, but it was so hard. He never knew where he was going, only that he couldn't stop. If he stopped, he would die. Breathe. Pitt nudged his hand, raven-like head pushing into his palm. Felix smiled and started scratching at the side of his neck. Didn't matter, he'd get through it. He had to. He still hadn't made any further progress on his 3 quests. Felix's newest quest was a big question mark. He had no idea where to find more blood remnants. His apprentice quest was, well, he hadn't hit apprentice in any of his spells, though he didn't really know what that meant. He assumed it was a certain level threshold, but what if it meant he had to apprentice himself to a wizard or something? Meanwhile, the Home Sweet Home quest had one of 5 eliminated, but he had yet to run into anything else the quest considered to be a threat, though Felix disagreed. The Iron-Tooth Ape was a gnarly opponent, and clearly a threat to Felix's well-being if nothing else. Felix sniffed. A scent like burning offal and hair had begun to fill the air. Dang, I'm taking too long. Groaning with exhaustion, Felix stumbled to his feet. His health and stamina were barely at 25, but he had to move before the ape's corpse disappeared. Already parts of it were turning to a greasy sort of smoke, the flesh rapidly disappearing. Felix walked over to the corpse and put his finger in the creature's blood, pulling back a red-soaked hand. He had attempted to activate Lessons of the Past and his gourmand title multiple times the past 3 days, trying it with various bugs and small animals that they had hunted down for meat and experience. It hadn't worked at all, though he'd gained levels in Lessons of the Past despite the failures. And while the meat part was questionable, the experience certainly racked up. Regardless, he had to try again. His gains from Lessons of the Past and gourmand were too great to not attempt this whenever he could, though he stood by his decision to not eat the Orit's blood. That thing had been nasty. Aware he was just stalling, Felix shoved his finger into his mouth, and nothing happened. Dang, he looked down at Pitt, who was eyeing the ape corpse hungrily. I guess you can. The world turned gray. It was like a wave rolled out through the ground, the trees and leaves, even the air. Then a pulse of sickening vertigo upended his vision like a glass of marbles, his senses bouncing and scattering in all directions. Even still, Felix burned. You have gained a memory from an Iron-Tooth Ape. Would you like to review it now? Yes, Felix could see the notification even though he couldn't even feel his legs. Couldn't see his legs either or any of his body. Quickly, he selected the only option he had. Reality swirled like a waterfall spinning into a black hole. like a tornado inside a teacup, like nothing and everything he had ever seen. Then he was somewhere else, someone else. Balfour was running, slamming his heavy fists and stout legs into the earth as he barreled through rugged terrain. Large monolithic stones rose up all around, surrounded by a pervasive fog, thick as soup. A scream sounded from his right, then cut off. Another one was taken. Balfour sped up, heart thudding in his chest, breath pumping like a bellows as he fled. Actu et Rachna, voices from the fog, deep, powerful, cruel voices. Fear ran through him, fear like he had never felt. All his life, none were strong enough to challenge him. Now he ran, bloody and broken. Another few screams of his brothers and sisters, all cut pitifully short. They were coming. The blue-skinned hunters. The giants had returned. Minutes passed, but nothing had caught him yet. As he reached a rise, he risked a look back, toward home. Stone spires rose up out of the fog like small mountains, piercing the sky with their impossible, dangerous heights. His family had only kept to the bottom of those hollow mountains, preferring to keep steady earth beneath their feet. Now he feared he'd never see them again, his home or his family. A guttural cry sounded, not far off. They were closing in. Balfour turned, eyeing the dark cavern before him. He had no choice. If he were to survive this day, he must enter the other's den. Snorting, he stepped within the cavern and turned around. He faced the fog-drenched valley that had been his home all his life. Then, with a grunt of effort, called upon the mother's gift. She answered, and a dozen stone columns rose up and sealed off the cavern opening. Only one way out now. Balfour trudged into the cave, taking dangerous paths long forbidden by his people. For hours he walked, smashing any blind creature that groped for him, and ultimately avoided the other. How he did not know, only that the mother had given him her blessing. For eventually he saw the light of day shining upon another forest, thick fog swirling just like home. Balfour trudged through the wood, seeking a new home, somewhere it could recover from its many wounds. A yipping growl caught his attention, and then a small winged shadow attacked Balfour, raking at him with tiny claws. The thing's attack caught the edges of a wound, tearing it further. Balfour roared in anger and pain. Rage boiled in his blood, and the mother's gift answered. This time he would fight. The darkness lifted suddenly, and Felix gasped a desperate breath. He tripped and fell backwards, sitting down hard on the packed earth. That was intense. Felix looked down at his hands, marveling at his human skin and clothing, just like the grub. I felt like I was the ape, but this one was. Felix looked up at the iron-toothed ape's corpse, which had almost completely dissolved. It had been intelligent, sapient even. He had killed it in self-defense, but still. Felix stood up and approached the remains. He knelt down by its head, its expression gone soft in death. I am sorry, Balfour, I wish. Felix looked up, sniffing and seeing the trees dance in the afternoon wind. I wish it could have been different. He sat there a long time while the remains of Balfour dissolved into nothing. Ultimately, Felix felt hypocritical. He had been seeking these challenges and monsters, using them to level up and improve his skills so that he could survive. It hadn't bothered him too much, the killing. But then he had never become someone he had just killed. It threw him, and Felix wasn't beyond admitting that he felt less after killing it. He had sat in that clearing for an hour, digesting everything. By the end, he didn't have an easy answer to his dilemma, only more questions and moral ambiguity. But he had a plan. He had to reach people to answer his questions, and while the ape didn't recognize them, Felix certainly did. Those hollow mountains were stone towers. There had to be people there, right? The Iron Balfour was chased from its home, a valley covered in heavy fog and accessed by a cavern. The memory contained Balfour's journey through the cavern, and his keen mind trait held a perfect snapshot of it. The only confusing part was where he entered Felix's neck of the woods. He had a general idea of a mountainside with a deep crevasse, but Balfour saw thick fog encompassing the area, much like his home valley. Felix hadn't seen a single speck of fog since he'd been here. For all that this was the Foglands, it's been mostly clear and sunny. It hadn't even rained in the past week. Not really important, I guess. Felix checked his satchel and made sure he had enough food packed away. He didn't know how long he'd be underground, though it had only seemed like a couple hours in the memory. What is important is that I find civilization and get out of this death trap. With a sharp whistle, Felix started off. Pitt trotted behind, his tail swishing happily. Late afternoon in the Foglands was no better than full dark. The soupy murk of mist occluded everything around them. Even their torches, burning bright, were barely enough to penetrate the dense covering. Sounds echoed and stretched strangely in the fog, distances hard to guess, and the smell of winter pervaded all, cold, blank, dead, ice on the wind. Magda held up her torch, casting light upon several twisted trees that bore blackened fruit. They looked like they were once red and white, but now looked more like blood on pale flesh, eaten away by whatever sickness corrupted this stretch of the continent. Beyond the trees was the start of a stone wall, 10 paces thick and half shattered by some enormous force. Suddenly there was a yowl from the left and the sound of metal on metal. The yowl cut off abruptly with a steely squelch. A tall man appeared out of the fog, wearing a suit of plate marred with countless scratches and now covered in gore. A frogmouth helmet encased his head and face like a menacing juggernaut of steel. He flicked his axe, tossing blood off of it, and grunted with a slightly echoing voice. More Harnock. This place is crawling with chimeras. Rory wasn't lying. He never does, Magda replied. She was wearing a steel half-helm and a combination of mail and leather, much as the dwarf in Harwatch. She hefted twin kite shields on either arm and nodded her head at a few figures behind her. A fair-skinned woman with raven-black hair stepped forward lightly, almost as if she were dancing. Tight-fitting leather armor encased her, leaving her legs and arms less defended in exchange for mobility. A spiked chain was wrapped around her left arm as she surveyed the area. Not a great view, is it? Magda rolled her eyes. Next time I bring you out for your reveal, I'll make sure it's more scenic, Evie. Evie flushed and gave her sister a smile. You know what I meant. Visibility is terrible even with my perception. How do you guilders enact a culling in this murk? They had stepped out onto a cliff-top ruin, and the remnants of battlements could be seen rising above the fog. Beyond that, there was the faint horizon and the skeletal shadows of bent trees. The armored man tilted his strangely shaped helmet as he regarded the ruins. They don't usually travel this deep, kid, the man said with an echoing sigh. No reason to when the beasts come to them. Stand on top a wall, throw spears and arrows, and just rake in the experience. A cushy job if there ever was one. Are not the guilders on the wall rotated? You could spend some time up there too if you so desired, yes. Emerging from behind Evie, a tall woman with dark hair and darker skin smiled shyly in the light of their torches. She wore off-white enameled armor made of thin metal plates etched with flowing designs, an elegant hybrid between leather and plate mail, and in her hands was a towering spear at least 8 feet in length. A young man with olive skin and light blonde locks laughed from the side, resting against a thin staff of metal. Sure he could if he wanted to get laughed out of the guild. Adder, don't be a douche, Magda said offhandedly, causing the olive-skinned youth to flush in embarrassment. Wall duty is for tin boys and girls, and is punishment more often than not. Magda peered into the fog ahead, eyeing the ruins. She straightened abruptly. Eyes up, enemy incoming. The woman started forward, shields up and ready, Harn following close behind. Don't worry about him, Evie said in a stage whisper to the dark woman, arm draping around her shoulders. He's a dick. Hey, Adder, only 10 feet away, was outraged. Quiet, Sparky. Harn's barked order straightened all of their spines reflexively. 4 days in the Foglands with the indomitable onslaught had taught them to listen first, talk back never. Yikes, Sparky, muttered Evie, grinning. Gotta be careful out here. Fire can't solve all your problems. And what flipping and giving lip does. Adder tossed his expertly tousled hair back and followed after their team leaders. Evie stuck her tongue out at his retreating shadow. Come on, Vess, before we lose the light. Evie's hazel eyes flashed in excitement. Time to kill some monsters. Yes, of course, came the reply as Vess fiddled with the haft of her spear. Right behind you. From above. The cry was urgent, if not particularly loud, and Adder fell to the ground in an ungainly heap. Just in time to avoid the buzzing swipe of a gnarly chimeric beast with 2 heads, glowing eyes, and 4 razor-sharp wings. A grunt from nearby and the sound of metal on metal, then the buzzing stopped. For now, what are they? Asked Vess, her hair in disarray and spear leveled. She watched the swirling fog for any sign of movement. My analyze is not working properly. It is only giving me question marks. Chimeras, what else? Adder snapped, pushing himself up to his knees. His robes were ruined, Magda noticed. He'd be even more annoying to deal with now. There's mud all over my Parnan battle robes. Do you know how much these cost? Quiet, Sparky, came the reply, followed by a bop on the head. Magda winced inwardly. Harn was a good friend and even a passable teacher, but he didn't pull his punches, even when he should. Adder sucked in a breath and held his head with both trembling hands. Twin's teeth, he's terrified. Magda felt pity once again for the greenhorns that followed them into the Foglands. They had signed up for a journey into danger in exchange for their reveal and some levels. None of them knew they were headed into this nest of vipers. Analyze doesn't work right in the Foglands, Magda supplied, looking around. She pointed to a darker shadow in the night. There, we'll make camp near the bluffs. Why? Vess asked. She was a curious one, brave too. Magda hadn't missed how the noble held herself during that chimera attack. She was ready to spear the thing, and would have if they weren't so twins-cursed fast. Magic, mostly. Too much ambient power here to fully rely on information-gathering skills. This fog fools the eyes and dulls the senses, and it does no less to our skills. Magda sped up. Now come on, everyone with me. They marched in near silence toward the dark shadow, which revealed itself to be a tower, ruined by time and whatever war ravaged this land in the past. The others trudged past her, Harn right behind them. He gave her a quick finger sign. All clear, she nodded and pulled off her pack. We'll rest here tonight, Harn growled. Whispered conversation sounded behind Magda as she rooted around in her large rucksack. She only half paid attention as the girls set up their bedrolls and discussed the monsters. Did anyone else notice something off about that flying chimera? Vess asked. Sure, said Evie. Lots was off. The chimeras are pretty freaky, I will give you that, but why does every monster look, I'm not sure, fuzzy I suppose, like they're more fog than beast. My master says that the Foglands are invasive. Any beast that stays here long enough is corrupted by it, turned toward a darker nature, Adder said, his voice dripping with an attempt at mystery. Magda heard a very Harn-like snort, and Adder quickly added, but no one truly knows. It's one of the more mysterious places on the continent. You know, you could have just said, I don't know, like a normal person, Evie teased. Magda could practically hear the boys ramping outrage, like a tea kettle about to boil over. Then it subsided. Hush, she thought. I guess the kid can learn, if I wanted advice from enough. Take these and place them evenly around the inner walls. Magda had stood up and held out a handful of perfectly spherical blue orbs. They were palm-sized, dark, seemingly made of glass, and had fine scratches all around them. The 3 tin apprentices took them and placed them quickly. Once done, Magda nodded and held her left hand out. That which binds hold together within, to shelter from without, Magda chanted, and the orbs all began to glow a brilliant sky blue, the scratches on them lighting up and casting designs of light upon the walls. The designs, dense scriptwork, shifted and flowed until they were all connected, and with a sudden shimmer of light, they sunk into the stone itself. Vess reached out and touched the wall, her hand pushing against something just before the stone itself. Magda smiled, remembering her first time with wardstones. It felt like thick air or jelly pushing back on her hand. To enemies it would hide them, dulling their scent, camouflaging their appearances, and muffling their sounds. But only so much. No fire, no loud noises, Magda ordered. No fire. Asked Adder, hands already shimmering with heat over a pile of wet twigs. A sharp look from Harn made him pull back his hands and pout. Been cold for days, he muttered. Quiet and cold is something you'll have to get used to in the wilds, kid, Harn offered, settling his pack down between Adder and the young women. Is everything you do about shields? Evie asked, nodding at the wardstones. Ever try a sword or a chain? She is the shield witch, no, Vess asked, slightly confused. Shields are what she does, as I understand it, and I am grateful. I doubt I would feel half so comfortable without your support, Lady Aaron. Magda frowned and waved her hand. Just Magda, please, I'm no noble. You're as good as one, though, Evie said between bites of dried meat. Silver gilder and all. You shouldn't downplay that. And you shouldn't speak while chewing, kid, Harn said as he took off his tall helm. Underneath his face was blocky and grizzled, a visual representation of his voice, complete with at least 4 scars across his chin and nose. He scrunched his nose in disgust. You're spitting all over my bedroll. Evie tossed a rock at him, pinging it off his pauldron. Hush you, I'm a decorous young woman with worldly airs and whatnot. Vess struggled to keep a straight face. Magda ignored it, since it was a valiant effort. Last thing she wanted was an embarrassed noble on her hands. She cleared her throat, get some food and some sleep. Tomorrow is a big day and we still have a ways to go. Where are we going? Whined Adder, hands busy rubbing his arms and legs. You haven't let us kill anything for days, just defend ourselves. I thought we were out here to reveal our omens and gain levels. Yet you never said, Evie asked, finishing off a bread roll. She lazed backwards, leaning on her elbows. And that's weird even for you, Maggie. You may call me Lady Aaron, Magda smirked as Evie pouted. I might as well tell them something. We're headed into the interior where we'll find true danger. This out here, this is nothing. Just a bunch of predators with too little prey. I keep you from attacking so that you don't gain any levels before your reveal. Help maximize your gains for later. Magda pointed to the west where their destination lay. We're headed due west from here, over country few have traveled. True danger. Adder looked pale, though it was hard to tell in the low light. He swallowed, his boyish features never so apparent as now. Blind gods, they're so damn young. Oh yes, kid, true danger lurks in the foglands. Things even I can't kill, Harn added with an evil grin. They say there's even a cabal of lost sorcerers here, hidden from the world, practicing magic so dark, it'd burn your soul clean out. Harn's voice rose to a dramatic whisper as he leaned toward Adder. Boo. Adder jumped, nearly landing on his feet if not for his robes, and instead face planted in the dirt. Harn laughed, a quick and loud chuckle that became a wheezy guffaw. Enough, chided Magda. She looked up at the moon, hazy and indistinct in the fog. When she looked back, Adder was giving Harn a venomous look before he rolled over, blanket pulled on to ward off the chill of the foggy night. Evie was giggling quietly, and Vess looked clearly uncomfortable. Magda sighed and walked away. We move in 5 hours, she stalked to the edge of the ward, script light illuminating her face. I'll take first watch. Wasn't much to say to that, it seemed. They all turned in within a few minutes, leaving Magda alone with the blissful silence. She settled down by the edge of the ward, watching the cloudy darkness beyond the ruined tower. We're close, Callie, she thought, eyes searching the dark for some clue. Just hold on. It took 5 hours to find the cave. Felix's uncanny memory led him true, but the strange fog that pervaded Balfour's recollection confused him. There was no sign of it. The forest was the same as always, full of a variety of trees, dangerous beasts, and a plethora of interesting herbs. Congratulations, you have gained a title, Natural Scholar II Uncommon. You have analyzed over 1,000 different species of flora and fauna. +3 INT, +2 Dex, +2 Per. Felix had gathered dozens of different plants, all with an increasing variety of uses, and his herbalism skill jumped up by 3 whole levels. Some were regenerative for health, stamina, or even mana, but most were focused on curing status ailments like bleeding, dazed, even one that supposedly cured petrification. The implications of that one worried him. The journey was further complicated by no less than 14 monstrous beasts, ranging from a level 20 snake creature to a level 24 moth bigger than him. The levels seemed to increase as he moved further, closing in on this cave. Felix crept around most of these enemies, content to observe rather than spend hours fighting them off. His stealth skill even raised by 4 levels, along with breath control. There were a few, however, that were too perceptive to avoid. Felix and Pitt dealt with them, but it drained them. More time was spent recovering back to peak before moving on. All in all, his dodge gained 4 levels. Acrobatics increased by 3, dual casting by 3, physical conditioning by 3, long blade mastery had jumped up 2 levels, running gained 1, mana sight by 1, meditation by 1, even unarmed mastery gained a single level when a serpentine cat had knocked his sword from his hand. It was exhausting, the constant fighting, but Felix couldn't deny he felt a primal sort of glee every time he survived a fight. His magical skills progressed as well, each of them gaining a few levels due to heavy use. Mana was his highest attribute, and it recovered faster than health or stamina. He still wasn't sure what determined regeneration, though Felix was convinced it was a hidden stat of some sort. Something was affecting it. It was as he struck down a yellow-furred squirrel the size of a dog that he finally saw the cave. It was heavily obscured by several large fern-like plants all around it, neatly blending into the rocky terrain. Your companion, Pitt, has gained a level. +2 VIT. +2 per. +4 AGL. +4 Dex. +3 WIL. +1 End. +2 INT. You have gained a level. You are now level 14. +3 to WIL. +2 to INT. +4 to Dex. +1 to End. +2 to Per. +2 to VIT. +4 to AGL. You have 5 unused stat points. Huh, nice. Felix smiled and wiped his bloody sword on the matted fur of the big tree rat. He looked over at Pitt, who had already started eating another one of the giant squirrels. Come on, Pitt. We'll take a break in the cave. Pitt yipped and grabbed one of the corpses, dragging it in for a meal. The Tenku had grown again and was now nearly 2 feet at the shoulder. He was easily able to carry the dog-sized squirrel in his beak, though most of it dragged on the ground. Exploration is level 10. Just inside the cave was fairly dark, the late afternoon ambient sunlight illuminating only a short distance within. Felix strained his perception, looking for any sort of threats in the cavern. His memory detailed this as quite the labyrinth, filled with numerous beasts that hopefully would stay within, for now. Sensing nothing, Felix sat down on a rock and assigned his bonus stats. Name: Felix Nevar level, 14 race. Nim +1 to WIL, INT Dex End, +5 bonus stats per level, -5 XP gain Omen. The Magician +2 to WIL, +1 to INT, +1 to per level born trait. Keen Mind +2 INT, 30-day perfect recall health, 242 283 companion. Pit Tenku additional +1 per, +2 VIT, +4 AGL, +3 Dex per level stamina. 210 276 mana, 238 417 SDR, 53 per, 47 VIT, 56 End, 50 INT, 55 WIL, 78 AGL, 45 Dex, 43 skills. Resistances: Acid Resistance level 13, Pain Resistance U level 15, Poison Resistance U level 17 Utility, Analyze level 17, Improvisation level 4, Running level 15. Stealth level 15, Swimming level 3, Tracking level 11, Breath Control U level 12, Companion Pact U level 6, Dual Casting U level 12, Free Climbing U level 12, Exploration U level 10, Herbalism U level 17, Meditation U level 20, Manasight U level 11, Lessons of the Past level 6, Physical Conditioning level 11, Combat, Dodge level 19, Long Blade Mastery level 8. Small Blade Mastery level 7, Staff Mastery level 1, Thrown Weapons Mastery level 9, Unarmed Mastery level 4, Acrobatics U level 17 spells, Acid Stream level 17, Fire Within level 16, Influence of the Wisp level 11, Tides of Velis level 15 titles. Gourmand +1 INT, VIT Survivor I +1 End, VIT Survivor II +1 End, +2 VIT Survivor III +2 End, +3 VIT Natural Scholar I +1 INT, PER Natural Scholar II +3 INT, +2 Dex, PER Giant Slayer I +1 SDR, AGL Giant Slayer II +2 SDR, AGL Daredevil I +1 SDR, VIT, AGL Daredevil II +1 SDR, AGL. Plus 2 VIT Butcher I plus 1 SDR. WIL, Dex Butcher II plus 3 SDR. Plus 2 WIL, plus 2 Dex Butcher III plus 4 SDR. Plus 3 WIL, plus 3 Dex Unconquered plus 4 End. Plus 6 VIT, plus 4 WIL Spellslinger plus 4 INT. WIL Face the Charge plus 4 WIL, plus 1 VIT, plus 2 SDR Bulwark of the Innocent plus 10 SDR. VIT Packmaker plus 4 AGL, per, plus 3 Dex Workhorse plus 4 End SDR, plus 3 VIT Unused Stat Points. 0. He quickly allocated 1 point to Endurance and the remaining 4 to Perception. He had noticed a significant improvement since hitting 50 with his other stats and wanted to bring the important ones up to snuff. Felix shook his head. As much as he used his magic, he couldn't get away from the urge to balance out all of his stats. Maybe he'd be more powerful if he'd focused on strength and vitality over spreading himself out like this. Maybe. And maybe he'd end up too unbalanced and would die because he was strong but not fast enough. Balance, as far as he was concerned, was life or death. Felix laughed at himself. Focusing on his stats and skills kept his mind off the dangers he was about to face. He was a long way from the man he was on the beach, but he still wasn't enough to survive all the dangers here. There was always something worse out there. Chances were that something was inside this cavern. Even if it weren't, something had chased Balfour out of that stone city, something that made even a level 20 Irontooth ape mortally afraid. Shaking himself and slapping his knees, Felix redirected his attention. It was much easier to focus himself recently, likely due to his huge willpower and rising intelligence. Thinking felt a lot faster, like the gears were all lubricated and juiced up, and he was having ideas he wasn't sure he'd have had just a few weeks ago. Pitt lounged nearby, picking clean the bones of that giant squirrel. He was still eating a ton every day, but it was much less of a problem now that he could hunt himself. Felix watched him, smiling slightly. The little guy had been an invaluable companion to Felix, lightening his mood considerably just by existing. Suddenly, Pitt's head perked up and oriented into the darkness. "What is it, bud?" Felix slowly stood, unsheathing his sword. He focused on the darkness, trying to leverage his perception to glimpse whatever it was his companion sensed. There was nothing, then nothing attacked. Shadows whipped from the edges of the cavern, tendrils of darkness that tangled around Felix's legs and yanked. He fell with an oof. And the tendrils began pulling him into the cavern. Grunting with exertion, Felix sat up and hacked down at the shadowy tendrils, bronze sword striking true. As he did, the runes on the blade flashed a bright gold, and the shadow screamed as it partially dissolved. Felix scrambled to his feet, holding the still glowing sword in front of him like a torch. Something moved in the darkness, silent save for the slight hissing from its wounds. An idea struck, and Felix held up his left hand, the one wearing a simple bronze ring. A flood of light bloomed from the ring as Felix activated its enchantment. It had been passively gathering light for the past few days, and should have plenty to light his way. The shadow creature squealed in alarm and perhaps pain, and Felix could finally see its full form. It was made of rock, or looked like it. It was shaped like a pillbug, covered in plates of rocky material, with 6 heavily jointed legs spread out for balance. It sat low to the ground, and it had 4 tendrils made of darkness whipping wildly in the air. Name, Rockstrike type, elemental level, 23 HP, 289 342 SB, 262 52 MP, 7272 lore, an elemental born of a confluence of earth and shadow. It is eternally hungry. Strength and agility weakness. Light it did not like the light, hissing from beneath its armor, and the tendrils struck back out against him. They struck Felix across the chest, wrapping around his right arm as it attempted to disarm him. Felix cried out, the shadow stuff burning against his unprotected skin. He wrenched his arm away, but an angry red welt was left on him. The tendrils coiled back, then launched once more at his face. Too fast to dodge, Felix tried to tuck and roll away. He knew he'd be too late. A sharp cry tore through the cavern, and Pitt was momentarily surrounded by a haze of red. Pitt used Cry. Rockstrike is stunned for 1 second. Cry is level 10. Felix looked up, seeing the Rockstrike's tendrils drop limply to the ground. He burned mana, forcing power through the looping channels in his arms as he cast a focused Tides of Velis. A cone of blue light blasted forth, throwing the Rockstrike back and into the cavern wall. It smashed into the jagged surface and fell onto its back. Before it could recover, Felix jumped toward it, his 53 points of strength propelling him the 15 feet toward the elemental, and struck down with his hooked sword. The glowing blade cut into the elemental's body like it was paper, sizzling and spitting as gouts of shadowy miasma were released. Felix had to stumble back to evade the noxious cloud. Doing so saved his neck as the Rockstrike went berserk, whipping its shadowy tendrils in all directions. One smashed against Felix's chest, throwing him back 10 feet directly into a stalagmite. The breath exploded out of his lungs, and Felix felt like a vice gripped his chest. He was still stumbling to his feet when he saw his friend leap onto the flailing elemental. He tried to cry out to tell Pitt to stop, but he couldn't get a breath. He could only watch helplessly as the Tenku ducked the powerful tendrils and began to savage the rockstrike's wounded underbelly. The elemental tried to attack, but Pitt was too close, the tendrils not quite flexible enough to hit his small form. Despite his condition, Felix could almost sense Pitt's fury, his fox-like tail bushy and stiff, wings tucked close to his body. Bite is level 9, Bite is level 10, Rake is level 8, Rake is level 9. Pitt was a flurry of primal fury, his claws and beak tearing into the rockstrike with abandon. Before Felix even got to his feet, it was done. The rockstrike's tendrils fell limp to the ground, its legs slowly curling and stiffening up. Pitt pulled back, holding a strange chunk of black rock in his beak as he trotted happily back toward Felix. "What have you got there?" Felix wheezed, his breath coming back to him. Pitt came up to him and dropped the rock into his palm before settling back with a smug look on his face. "Good job, buddy. Didn't know you had it in you." The rock was odd. It was definitely stone, but it felt slick like oil and radiated a strange sense of, he wasn't sure, hunger. To his mana sight, the stone leaked a cloud of brown and black, swirling together in a way that tasted like deep, dark earth. He analyzed it. Analyze is level 18. Name, Rockstrike Core Type, Elemental Core Lore. An elemental core is the central node of any elemental. While not always solid, it provides the majority of their power as they live and evolve. Can be used for many purposes, from smithing to enchanting. "Oh, it's like the blood remnant, I think," Felix offered, holding the core up to his face. It was really smart to take this. Pitt snapped the core from his hands and gulped it down. "Dude." Felix lunged forward to stop him, but Pitt scurried backward, pleased as punch. Then he started to glow. With a yipping cry, Pitt suddenly shimmered a brilliant black and red, and his wings snapped out to full. Dark red feathers filled out along his wings, primaries and secondaries bursting forth like crimson spears, while the inner coverts filled with lustrous black. As the light faded, Pitt was no bigger than before but seemed. Felix toggled Pitt's status. Name, Pitt Companion Level, 6 Race, Chimera Tenku plus 2 VIT per plus 4 AGL Dex plus 3 WIL plus 1 End plus 2 INT per level health, 75-75 Stamina, 64-64 Mana, 83-83. SDR 6 per, 21 VIT, 15 End, 12 INT, 16 WIL, 15 AGL, 45 Dex, 26 Skills, Bite, level 10 Rake, level 9 Cry, level 9 Skulk, level 18 Companion Pact U, level 5 Holy Hell. How'd that happen? Felix was flabbergasted. Pitt had absorbed the core, and it gave him a stat bump. How? Wait, no, that didn't matter. What did matter was if it was repeatable. Pitt, little bud. "Wanna eat some more elementals?" Pitt barked and flapped his wings, clearly ecstatic. They traversed the cavern, pushing deeper and deeper as they sought out more elementals like the rockstrike. Felix was following the memory map from Balfour, but wasn't above taking a detour. His keen mind kept him from getting lost, so the two of them moved carefully and inspected as much as they could. Barely 15 minutes into their trek, however, Felix's tracking skill noted odd marks along the floor and walls. Sharp divots less like footprints and more like depressions left by iron spears, they nevertheless faintly glowed in his vision. His skill pegged them as tracks, but they were easily a dozen feet apart, much wider than the rockstrikes. It was a huge creature that came through here and then disappeared. The tracks vanished before he made it to the next intersection. Felix shivered, memory of Balfour's fear of the other rising to mind. Tracking is level 12. Felix changed his mind. Delving deeper into these caverns was a mistake. The risk of encountering a foe they couldn't handle was too high. Level 20 might be doable for them at this point, but Felix doubted that was the limit of the monsters here. After that, they kept to the memory path. In the interest of training as well as survival, Felix exercised his stealth while Pitt used Skulk, which operated in much the same way. Felix kept his ring to a low burn, casting only a dim light around them, enough to see without completely giving away their position. The caverns were beautiful in their own way. Bioluminescent fungi lined the walls in the deepest places, and the constant drip, drip, drip of water echoed through many of the passages. The cavern walls were smooth and worn, likely thousands of years old, and in the light of his enchanted ring, he could make out the striations of layered sediment. These were the bones of the world, and like much of the continent, it seemed very similar to Earth. If it weren't for all the monsters and moons, this would be like some wilderness back home. They encountered a number of rockstrikes along the way, each one fast and dangerous. Felix and Pitt developed an effective strategy against them. They would stun them with cry or influence of the wisp, flip them, and then hack at their unprotected underbellies. Due to their strong armor and hides, this would take a few minutes unless they got lucky, and that was providing they didn't get lashed with those shadowy tendrils. There was more than one close call. Felix still tried to better his use of Tides of Velis. It was his most versatile spell, as well as his personal favorite. The problem was the conical burst, which in the tight confines of the cavern was too much. Most of the force was lost as it rebounded wildly off of the rock around them, often pushing Felix around more than the enemy. He focused on trying to reduce tides to a sharper, more precise angle. It was hard work, costing him more mana and concentration, but Felix hoped it would pay dividends eventually. After 4 hours traversing the deep, dark caves, they had delved into most of the tunnels, and were on track to reach the end of the cavern system within 30 minutes, if Balfour's memory was to be trusted. They had gathered a total of 12 cores out of 14 rock strikes, and he fed all of them to Pitt. Each core was like a mini level up, granting a smattering of stat points in strength, agility, and endurance. The points were often only 1 or 2 per stat, and it was a crap shoot on whether all stats would bump up or just some of them. Felix wasn't sure how it all worked, but he was glad it did. He was finally able to increase Pitt's strength by a significant margin, and now his rake and bite attacks actually had some oomph behind them. Health, 135, 135 stamina, 195, 195 mana, 115, 115. SDR 30 per, 25 VIT, 27 end, 36 INT, 20 WIL, 21 AGL, 57 Dex, 34 Pitt also leveled up 3 times, which not only boosted his stats but also netted him a new skill. Your companion, Pitt, has learned a skill, Wingblade level 1. You have learned to shape the ambient air mana into weapons. Increases range and accuracy moderately with skill level. Damage increases slightly with skill level. Beasts, it seemed, gained preset skills as they grew. It was a welcome addition to their growing arsenal. Pitt was becoming a formidable creature, though he hadn't grown any larger, being a little smaller than a medium-sized dog. The hunting was good for Felix too. He had gained another 2 levels. He also put his gourmand title to the test and tried Rockstrike blood 6 times. It was gross. Their blood was a rotten orange color, like something had gone wrong with it, and it made him gag every time. It wasn't until Felix had a moment of inspiration and bit directly into a fading shadow tendril that he had results. The shadowy flesh burned on the way down, but Felix immediately felt his fire within begin to grab and digest the power. The pain was excruciating, radiating from his throat and belly and into his limbs, as if acid was being pushed through his channels. Pain resistance is level 16. Felix watched his health begin to drop as he circulated the caustic mana, but he restrained his panic. It hurt when I ate the wisp too, he reminded himself. Just circulate it. Push through it. A few more excruciating minutes and the burning stopped. Congratulations, your title gourmand has garnered you insight. You have fully digested your opponent's mana. You have learned a new skill from a rock strike. Shadow Whip Rare, level 1. Manifest a tendril of pure elemental shadow. Range, accuracy, and damage increases with skill level. Amount of tendrils increases with skill level. Felix grinned. With this spell, he now had another offensive skill, and he finally had 5 spells for his quest. He was still celebrating inwardly when he turned a corner and found the end of the caverns. His grin faltered, and Felix took a quick glance behind him, making sure he hadn't gotten lost. Balfour's memory was particularly clear here, and there weren't any branching tunnels for a mile. Then it came to him. Balfour had used his earth magic to seal the cavern. Just as Felix realized this, his enchanted ring guttered and cut out, plunging them into darkness. Shit, Felix stood in the darkness, chewing his lip. He'd encountered this flaw with his keen mind trait before. His head was like a computer with a huge amount of memory, but his RAM was limited. Keeping track of all those memories had started to feel exhausting, and this was the result. He had forgotten that the cavern was sealed behind Balfour. Okay, Felix reasoned, not the worst outcome. I just have to figure out how to drill through solid stone. He reached out and touched the rough surface of the cave wall. He could find no opening or flaw in the rock. Right, easy. Then he heard it, skittering. The sound of small stones clattering against bigger ones, but softer, as if a rock slide was attempting to be stealthy. It was all around him now, moving quickly in the darkness. Felix put his back to the wall, Pitt sidling up to his right. It was pitch black, and the movement echoed in the cavern. Felix felt his pulse jump, adrenaline pumping into his limbs and ready to run or fight. Wafts of brownish-black smoke drifted all around, and it took Felix a moment to realize what he was seeing. There was no light, so it wasn't smoke. It was mana. Flexing his mana sight, Felix suddenly saw a dense cloud of mana all around him. Deep shades of brown covered it all, but gray-black smog choked the brown tones of earth and mana, something he could only recognize as shadow. But within the clouds, he could just barely discern shifting movement. Bundles of black and brown twitching and flowing from one spot to another, the clack of their limbs following them. Mana sight is level 12. Mana sight is level 13. Rock strikes, they surrounded him. He could suddenly sense their shadowy tendrils lashing angrily in the air, even as they focused on him with their beady eyes. They were here for vengeance. He could feel it in their seething silence. It was so strong, it felt like the earth itself was shaking. Wait, oh, that sucks so much. The earth was shaking. The ambient mana began to swirl, like a breeze in heavy smoke, churning it wildly. The rock strikes shifted, and several began to run away, their panic as palpable as their rage. Then the ground split open, and the earth itself engulfed them all. Felix tumbled down, falling without sight and the cacophonous sound of an entire mountain crashing down. Thunder and darkness, his fear was electricity in his veins, even as his stomach lifted into his chest and his unseeing eyes burned with the rush of air. When he impacted the ground, it was almost a relief. Almost. Hitting the ground felt like a jolt of lightning, a shearing pain that splintered across his nerves. Agony was a red fire across his shoulder and chest, his vision black except for a few glowing status icons. Status condition. Broken ribs major status condition. Dislocated shoulder minor status condition. Shock severe F-fuck, he groaned. It hurt to breathe and his vision was hazy with brown and gray smudges atop the inky void of his surroundings. Thinking was hard, his mind stuttering under the pain. He forced through a single thought, however, and activated meditation. You have entered into the domain of another. Beware, it approaches. The darkness deepened as Felix felt his mind recede, reflexively pulling away from the ruin of his body. Everything faded. Time lost meaning. Minutes, hours, days, Felix had no idea. A sense of red-hot ruin coursed through him, pulsing like a second heartbeat. A slithering giant passed him, arcs of jagged light piercing the darkness, dancing across his wounds like knives of fire. Suddenly thunder crashed, carmine light galvanizing the sky as the nothingness all around him swelled into a roaring sea. His mind was abruptly afloat on a raft of blue light, tossed in a turbulent sea that threatened to engulf him at any moment. Beasts roamed these waters, twisting shapes beneath the acidic water, limbs thrashing and coiling. Serpentine bodies rolled beneath him, their dorsal fins raking against his raft, tearing holes and flooding his feet with dark water that burned his flesh. Terror gripped him harder than his pain, his mind filled with the image of vast jaws and innumerable teeth. Somehow, Felix understood that if he didn't repair his mind, he would fall, never to rise. Felix stiffened his will, forcing the raft to repair itself. Gouges from innumerable claws filled in with a shimmering blue light, the gouges shining brighter than the rest of the raft. He wasn't sure how he knew to do that. It was like flexing a muscle he hadn't known he possessed. That's not enough. Felix looked up at the oncoming waves, each reaching higher than a two-story house. He focused, shaping his will in a way that felt both alien and utterly familiar. Blue light crackled as a hull rose up around him, a shape only vaguely boat-like, angled to cut through the dark waters all around him. Waves crashed over him, a deluge of fire and acidic lightning that made his nerves scream in agony. Trembling, Felix raised his arm, pushing his will up and over him in a rough wedge. The waters crashed all around him, and he was tossed into the air only to be slammed immediately back onto the deck. Felix gritted his teeth and held on. Felix knew he wasn't here on this deadly ocean. Somehow he was also underground, pinned beneath tons of rock and choking on darkness. He knew, yet it did not matter. The world raged all around him, his will a thin shell against the red lightning and corrosive waves. He tried to focus, to snap himself awake or something, but his mind ran in circles, thoughts chasing each other as all of his agonies this past week filtered through him, carried on the acrid gales. Acid burns slashed flesh, bludgeoning sharp teeth on weak skin. Memories of pain, of torment, they piled against him and threatened to capsize his vessel. He fell to his knees, then onto all fours. Felix was tossed by the unending strength of the sea, and the crimson thunder shook his azure sanctuary. Whispers rose from the water all around, their voices soft and sweet as they offered surcease to his torment. Just let go, they sang, their voices as smooth and cold as silk. You have done enough. It is over. Felix's will felt strained and brittle, little more than a wisp of fog against a hurricane. He ached, his body broken, and his mind starved for familiar voices, familiar places. Their voices were a song he'd never heard, but yearned for just the same. Your home is waiting, wanderer. We will take you there. You need only let go and let us in. Their voices twanged with a note of needful, hungry ruin. Cannot give up. This voice was different. It was harsh but warm. A face surfaced in his eyes, a smirking mouth and nondescript face from a dream, one that he couldn't quite remember, except the eyes. Blue-green eyes like leaves against a summer sky. You have so much more to do, Felix. Others are counting on you. There was an ache in his chest, one quite separate from the ocean of pain that surrounded him. This was already there, something he'd been nursing ever since he had saved Pitt. It hurt, throbbing like the memory of a sunburn, but inside his chest. Inside his soul, maybe. Deep in that hurt, Felix could feel a thread of emotion, one that he identified as not his own. He could feel a stubborn, foolish anger. Anger that burned bright enough to risk attacking an iron-toothed ape. Anger that would attack anything and everything that threatened him. Because he knew his companion would be there for him. Companion pact is level 8. Let us in, wanderer. Felix's eyes snapped open. No, he stood up, shaky as a newborn colt. Never. Their voices felt like teeth on his neck, like a discordant note in an orchestra. He knew, deep in his bones, that to let go would be to fall forever. Felix had made a promise to himself. He would survive, he would persevere despite all of the odds against him. The voices howled, enraged at him. Memories of pain, escalating and unending, cascaded through his mind. Felix braced himself, drawing on his willpower as never before. He may not be strong enough, or vital enough, or fast enough, but he was a tower of will. He reforged the ship around him, draining the water that had begun to accumulate, making the hull thicker and stronger. Azure light gleamed in the dark sea, and he felt the creatures below retreat. He was iron, his body unfeeling and cold. Unbreakable, he would survive this. The water dropped all around him, bottoming out as a wave approached. Felix braced himself, his will wrapping tight around himself. The wave was a tsunami, a mountain of dark water that crackled with red lightning. Twisted shapes coiled within it, each the size of jetliners. Felix punched forward, his small ship suddenly accelerating across the water. If all this was a function of his mind, then he would make it his own. He forged the ship into a battering ram, slick and aerodynamic. He rocketed toward the wave, hull barely touching the sea even as it climbed up the face of it. As he neared the crest, Felix grinned. He would prevail. The mountain dropped, and everything went dark. You have survived. The challenge is incomplete. Be wary, young Nim. When he woke, it was to utter darkness. A brief moment of panic set in as Felix scrambled up to his feet. He smashed his head against a rock as he stood up, and bright colors flashed before his eyes. Fuck, his voice was deadened as if the darkness around him absorbed it. Blindly, Felix cautiously stepped forward. He traced his hand along the wall behind him, his left arm out and swinging from side to side. Eventually, he hit another wall, and another, and another. The cave was maybe 10 feet square and was completely sealed. And he was alone. Where is Pit? His mind conjured images of him being crushed and swallowed by the hungry earth, of him being trapped somewhere like Felix, but hurt. No, 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 no. A voice inside Felix started wailing, only moments from taking him over entirely. Felix slapped himself across the jaw, focusing on the pain. No, I can do this. Let's take it one step at a time. He inspected his body, checking his health and stamina. Everything was full, and the dangerous status conditions had healed while he'd been unconscious. What was his regeneration at now? How long did it all take? A blinking icon distracted him, flashing in the corner of his vision. With a breath of relief, he toggled it. Pain resistance is level 17. Pain resistance is level 23. Meditation is level 21. Meditation is level 26. Congratulations, you have reached apprentice tier in meditation. You gain the following: +10 to all mental stats INT WAL per +10 to all regeneration. You have unlocked a harmonic stat. Resonance affects mental recovery. Confluence of intelligence and willpower. Current value, RES 12. You have unlocked a harmonic stat. Resilience affects physical recovery. Confluence of endurance and vitality. Current value, REI 8. You have learned a new skill. Deep Mind Epic, level 1. You have delved deeper into the mind than most, traveling upon a dark confluence of truth and perception. Increases resonance per skill level. Increases potency of mental skills by a moderate amount per skill level. Deep Mind is level 2. Deep Mind is level 23. You have learned a new skill. Mental Resistance Rare, level 1. Gain resistance to mental assault, control, and other attacks of the mind. Increases mental defense significantly per skill level. Increases mental flexibility moderately per skill level. Mental Resistance is level 2. Mental Resistance is level 21. Holy hell, he whispered, memories of his journey on the dark sea rushing back to him. It was all real, or real enough to affect the physical world at least. Apprentice tier, huh? Felix smiled, finally able to cross that question off his list. Apprentice tier happened at a certain level. He assumed level 25 based on his notifications. It could be 26, but that felt wrong somehow. Now he just had to get his spells up to level 25 to complete one of his quests. If I can even get out of here. He slapped his cheeks again, focusing. That wouldn't help him. What else did he learn? Felix went over the notifications again. He attained apprentice tier in meditation, and that netted him some benefits for some reason. Did this happen with all skills when they hit level 25? That would be both amazing and insane. He had just gained 30 stat points in an instant. He had also gained a flat 10 bonus to his regeneration, which was huge. Speaking of regeneration, he had also unlocked something called harmonic stats. Reading the prompt over again, Felix clenched his fists in excitement. He had been right. There was a hidden stat for regeneration, 2 of them in fact. Resonance and resilience for mental and physical recovery. The notification said they were a confluence of 2 of his main stats, but how did that affect anything? Felix's hands reached for his journal, even in the dark, but a thrill of terror ran through him as he patted his empty waist. His satchel and sword were gone. God damn it, he swore softly. All his food and water was in that bag, not to mention his various herbs and last health potion. Everything he owned in this world was in there, and now it was probably crushed under a bunch of rock. Felix felt himself spiraling again and wrenched himself back on task. This high willpower thing was paying dividends. He could practically feel the iron control he had over his mind and actions, his thoughts clear and firm simply because he wished them to be. Would I have survived that dark ocean without my bonuses to willpower? or would I have fallen into the depths? Felix shuddered, unable to stop himself from recalling the serpentine shapes that flooded that violent sea. He still didn't understand why he had appeared there, or what it all meant, but he had survived. That was all that mattered. Well, that and his new skills. He had gained more pain resistance, which explained why his head didn't even twinge anymore, but more importantly, he gained mental resistance too. It was a resistance skill that he had been wanting, seeing how good his own influence of the wisp was at enthralling monsters. Remembering the deadly song of those creatures beneath that dark sea, Felix felt he had truly earned that one. The biggest get was Deep Mind, his first epic rarity skill. Likely a result of his struggles against mental assault, it increased the potency of mental skills, and much more powerfully, it increased his resonance with each level, and he was now at level 23. Felix sat back against the wall, doing some mental calculations. He brought up his new stats. Harmonic stats RES, 38 REI, 8 resonance is 38, and resilience is 8. So assuming each level of Deep Mind increased resonance by 1, that means I started with a 15 in resonance. That seems high based on my other stats. Felix's eyes widened. Wait, I got a 10 boost to all regeneration, which means base values were 12 and 8, respectively. So then, Felix's body was suddenly limned in blue fire, lighting up his tiny cavern. Influence of the wisp quickly wore off, the skill more designed for bursts than continued use. Felix checked his mana, which had dropped 10 points. Counting out the seconds, he watched as it refilled. It took slightly less than 10 seconds to return to full. It appeared that Felix's mana regeneration was somewhere around 1 mana per second. Oh wait, I'm still meditating, aren't I? He barely noticed anymore. After hitting Apprentice tier, it was like the level 10 bump he felt before, but exponentially greater. Meditating was like breathing, even as he stood up and moved around. He cast another influence and watched his regeneration without meditation. This time is more like 0.5 mana per second, so that means the harmonic stats are multiplicative with my base stats. In this case, that's willpower and half my intelligence. And then the whole thing is, what, divided in half? Yeah, that makes sense. That's more mental math than I've done in a decade. It was so easy. Felix's mana regeneration was formidable now. He didn't want to test his health regen at this point, but it was likely good enough to restore him if given an hour or two. That would mean he'd been down here at least that long. He wasn't hungry or thirsty just yet, but he had to imagine that would be coming soon. Felix felt panic grip him again, and he forced it down. He felt more centered after going over his notifications. The primal excitement over raised levels and new skills helped him forget, for a moment, where he was. But it came back unavoidable and inevitable. He was trapped. He was trapped and Pit was gone. Then the ground trembled. For a moment, dark anxiety gripped his heart, but he quickly recognized that it was nowhere near the same intensity as before. That was an earthquake. This was a tremor at best. But the tremors grew until he could feel vibrations through his feet and heard the sudden and unmistakable sound of stone grinding upon stone. Rushing to his feet, Felix activated influence of the wisp. As his body burned, he could see 3-yard-long worm-like creatures pouring out of the solid stone ahead of him. They were as thick as a 2-liter and covered in an intimidating rocky carapace. Name, Wormling level, 14 type, Worm HP, SB, MP, Lore, able to swim through stone like water. They sense their prey through vibrations. They prefer to attack in groups. Strength, agility, and endurance weakness. Unknown influence wore off in moments, and the chamber was plunged into shadow. Then they attacked. Pain tore into his legs and arms as the wormling snapped at him. An awful, sickly heat flooded his wounds, and Felix could see a brief reddish glow as they grabbed onto his limbs. He screamed, "You have learned a new skill, Fire Resistance, Level 1. Through the fire and the flames, you come out stronger. Increases resistance to fire damage per skill level." Felix whipped his arms up and out, attempting to launch the wormlings off him. They held on tenaciously and wriggled their bodies to tear into him further. Fuck! Felix ran directly at a wall, holding up his arms. With the wormlings still attached, they had nowhere to run, and he smashed them hard into the stone wall. They let out a nearly inaudible squark and dropped off of him. Felix stomped down hard on the last one at his ankle, and he felt something inside it give way. A kill notification populated his vision. He was stronger than them. Felix made sure meditation was still running and slowly circled the room. He still couldn't see in this lightless cavern, but he had other talents. He activated Mana Sight, and his vision was inundated with clouds of dusty brown light and swirls of gray darkness. Earth and shadow mana dominated the space, understandably, but within that fog were motes of orange. The motes blurred, each one whipping at him from a different angle. Felix ducked and dove forward, attempting to evade their attacks. Instead, he smashed headfirst into a cavern wall. Felix gripped his skull, feeling the blood pour out. Dizzy and disoriented, another set of jaws latched onto his thigh. With a muffled scream, Felix rolled over and grabbed the coarse armor of the wormling. His hands struggled to grip it, the monster's body undulating wildly. It suddenly flared orange in his mana sight as its entire body became red hot, and Felix dropped it and fell backwards, bumping the cavern wall again as he fell to the ground. Pain racked him, but it was nothing. Compared to his fall in that ocean of monsters, these were mosquito bites. With a roar, Felix spun to his feet and tackled the still glowing wormling. With his mana sight flaring, he smashed his hands repeatedly into the body of the wormling, knuckles bleeding as he cracked the rocky carapace. He grabbed its body and whipped it up into the air, feeling it crunch against the low ceiling before he brought it crashing to the ground. The wormling splattered into viscous goo, its orange glow snapping off in an instant. Breathing heavy, Felix's mana sight pegged the other wormling off to his right, a faint orange glow in the brown-gray monomerc. Its glow was also dimming, becoming more diluted by the earth mana all around. It was trying to run away, he realized. Screaming, he turned and lunged for its tail. His fingers gripped the last few inches of the wormling, and he pulled. The wormling fought, its strange stone tunneling skill attempting to pull it into the rock wall, but Felix overpowered it. Inch by inch, he pulled it out of its tunnel, and he could feel the stone carapace buckle and pop in his hands. Burning hot liquid coursed over his fists, scalding his skin, but he never let go. With a final grunt of effort, the wormling ripped free of the wall, and Felix slapped it down onto the ground like a dirty rug. A final pop and splorch, and he saw the final kill notification. Felix sagged against a wall, almost too tired to stand. Numerous wounds littered his skin, and he couldn't tell what blood was his and what was the monster's. He licked his dry lips, tasting blood as they cracked. Blinking notifications flashed in the corner of his vision, but for once Felix swiped them away. He was tired. Then the ground began to rumble again. Felix grunted as he stood up, just in time to sense 4 more wormlings arrive. Come on then, Felix rolled his shoulders and put up his fists. Round 2. Ha ha. His heavy breathing filled the small cave. Felix collapsed on his knees in the center of the chamber, as far from any wall as he could manage. The wormlings liked to tunnel out of whatever wall he leaned against, so restricting them to the floor beneath him was the best he could do. He was exhausted. He'd been fighting the wormlings for what felt like hours. They had gotten stronger, too. They started at level 14, but the last batch he had killed were level 19. Felix considered his torn knuckles, his mana sight showing him a rich gold aura shot through with flows of blue-white lightning. His aura, apparently. Mana sight had grown by leaps and bounds during the past few hours, as Felix had to rely on it almost exclusively to fight. Now he could make out the space around him, and even something of the textures on the stone. Well, not the stone itself. What he figured he was seeing was brown earth mana formed into regulated bits of matter. He was seeing the aura of everything around him, echoed into the physical world. It was a far cry from the cloudy smoke he perceived only that morning. Yesterday morning, Felix couldn't be sure how long he'd been trapped here. He was getting thirsty, though. All the heat put off by the wormling's bite attack had made the small cavern into a sauna. Felix wiped sweat from his face, his arms burning and heavy. He scanned the area around him for enemies, but the slight orange specks of the wormling's fire mana was nowhere to be found. Maybe he'd earned a break. He laughed. It hurt. Felix watched his health, stamina, and mana all tick up steadily, healing his wounds and burning the fatigue from his body. It was amazing, frankly. The closer to full he was, the steadier his mind and body became, which almost went without saying, but in practice it was a miracle. He shook his head. His mind was still muddled after using too much mana. He had a brief respite, and he had to make use of it. He checked his notifications. God damn, there are a lot of these. Normally, growth like this would have had him agog, but he was entirely too tired for all this bullshit. A few experiments later, and he condensed all of it. New title gained, blind, pugilist rare. Even without your sight, you fight till the end. +4 per, +3 dex, +3 AGL new skill learned. Blind fighting rare, level 1. You've learned to hone your senses in battle without sight. Chances to hit while impaired increases moderately with skill level. Chances of critical hits increases moderately with skill level. Fire resistance is level 11. Influence of the Wisp is level 18. Blind fighting is level 17. Unarmed mastery is level 22. Dodge is level 24. Acrobatics is level 21. Mana sight is level 25. Congratulations, you have reached apprentice tier in mana sight. You gain the following: +10 perception, +25 toward identifying mana, +5 REI, +1 RES, +2 SDR, +1 AGL, +2 dex, +4 per. You have gained a level. You are now level 17. +3 to WIL. +2 to INT. +4 to dex. +1 to end. +2 to per. +2 to VIT. +4 to AGL. You have 5 unused stat points. Felix grunted in surprise as he heard the almost there crescendo of music. The rush of stats burned through him, cutting through most of his exhaustion in moments. His bones shifted, creaking as his muscles grew denser and heavier, even as his aching joints suddenly loosened and strengthened. His mana sight clarified immensely, the world becoming a clearer patchwork of ambient mana, something he could even vaguely feel on his skin. Earth mana felt like soft, ghostly sand, and shadow mana felt like the cool, damp shade beneath a stone. Taking a deep breath, Felix exhaled sharply. His mind felt clear and his body felt whole. He clenched his fists and stood back up. The wormling has been coming at regular intervals, but the last few had been much more spread out. Felix figured they were running out of monsters, or maybe they were afraid of him now. He tipped his head back and closed his eyes, the action all but meaningless in the dark. It helped center him, though. Thankfully, he was running out of distractions. While fighting the wormlings had netted him some excellent advantages, he was still trapped in a hole in the ground. He had to get out, and soon. He settled in to focus on his meditation again. After fighting the wormlings for so long, Felix had watched them burrow into and out of the stone like water. His mana sight had been too simple to determine how they did it, though it was surely a skill of some kind. He had even tried to eat their blood and learn the skill, but that had been a bust. Their blood was corrosive and burned a hole right through his tongue. Acid resistance is level 14. That would have been horrifying if not for his regeneration. He stood there, letting the cool sensations of earth and shadow mana wash over him, mitigating some of the rising heat. Felix's breath steady and slow, letting his mind fall into that strange sense of calm he found deep in the meditation skill. He drifted and let his mind flow, tunneling through stone. The idea floated along his thoughts, aimless. It felt so familiar, though. That's it. He had seen a skill like it before. The Iron-Tooth ape had done it. He revisited Balfour's memory, examining it from every angle he could. His sense of his tiny cavern disappeared as he focused entirely on the memory. He watched the ape run from the monsters in the fog, then escape into the tunnels above. It sealed the exit and, yes, the mother's gift, he called it. That's what I need. Felix honed in on that moment, no more than a second, where Balfour thought and the stone acted. Was there a twinge, a flow of power? He couldn't tell. It felt like breathing to Balfour, an extension of himself. Breathing, just like. Felix pulled from the memory, focusing his mind on the flow of mana through his body. His fire within flared, coursing in loops and whirls up and down his torso and limbs, blue lightning in his veins. Felix's breath, twisting his mana flow, feeling as fire within shaped his mana into strange new forms, altering the density and composition of the mana itself. It felt like a spectrum that fanned out into infinity. He wobbled, his concentration drifting as he perceived that expanse, but with an effort steadied himself. Fire within is level 20. Fire within is level 21. His channels hummed with power, his mana flowing like a rushing river through these new, complicated forms. Felix grunted distantly, physical sensations lost amid the powerful torrent of fire across his belly and down his legs. He flexed his pathways, mimicking the casual grace of the Iron-Tooth ape, letting it all flow from the soles of his feet and into the earth itself. He released it. Felix stumbled. Knocked from his concentration, he took 2 tripping steps to his left, his mana snapping like a rubber band stretched too far. Pain like sharp, targeted explosions went off behind his eyes and sinuses, shivering echoes rattling his teeth and ricocheting down his spine. Felix muffled a scream, biting it back as he wrestled with his mana. The power within him wobbled, a gyroscope out of balance and threatening to rip him apart from the inside. He knew it, deep in his bones. So he fought back, pushing and shaping the mana until it was contained completely within his core. Fire within is level 22. Fire within is level 24. Haha OD. Dang, Felix panted, squatting down and resting his head in his hands. That was the hardest. I don't know what that was. Felix felt like he'd run a marathon while doing calculus and balancing a bowling pin on his head. His mind and body were both sore, in ways he never knew he could be sore. His hippocampus hurt, and he was reasonably sure his brain didn't have nerve endings. His mana sight was acting up, like he had stared into the sun for too long, so he shut it off. He crouched there a while, just breathing really, because that was all he could do. After a few minutes, Felix leaned forward and put his hands to the ground, shaking off a sudden dizzy spell. Messing with mana like that was no joke. The stone floor before him had a dip in it. Felix blindly traced his fingers around the area, measuring out a near-perfect circle of stone that was just a fraction of an inch lower than the rest of the ground. The ground was uneven, he knew that, and that could be it, except for the 2 perfect shoe prints in the center of the depression. Felix's jaw dropped. He had done it. Now do it again better. Felix focused, tracing back the way he had shaped his mana just minutes ago. His memory was crystal clear, though the effort still sent a spike of pain across his mind, but he managed to hold it in place for a few seconds. He felt the rock beneath his hand peel away, gathering at the edges of an inch-deep hole. New skill learned, stone shaping rare, level 1. Through blood, sweat, and tears, you have wrested control of the earth itself. Increases control and speed with skill level. +1 RES, +5 WIL, +2 INT. New title gained. Exemplary student uncommon. Learn skills from the examples of others. +2 per, +2 INT, +1 dex due to rarity of the skill learned. Reward increased. +5 PER, +5 INT, +3 dex. Hell yeah, Felix punched the air, his body flooding with energy as the system pumped him full of stats. I'm coming, little buddy. It took longer than he had hoped, tunneling through the walls. Felix tracked the next batch of wormlings that headed his way, using his tentatively recovered mana sight to peer through the earth around them and watch their orange sparks slither in his direction. He dispatched them quickly, bringing his unarmed mastery to 23 and his blind fighting to 18. After the wormlings were gone, Felix oriented on their origin and started stone shaping. While using the skill seemed to automate much of the process, it was still a strange sort of magic to perform. Unlike Acid's stream or influence of the wisp, this wasn't just a spell he could pour mana into and have it do what he wanted, at least not at low levels. He had to focus, keeping his thoughts toward the stone in front of him, and utilize the rhythmic mana shaping he had experienced in Balfour's memory and his own recent attempts. It was slow going, but within a half hour he had created a tunnel nearly 6 feet deep. Stone shaping is level 2. Stone shaping is level 8. He had also used up all of his mana twice by that point. He had to take breaks often. As he used the skill, the stone he targeted pulled up and around, flowing like water until it settled behind him. The stone accumulated there, filling the tunnel as quickly as he made it, eventually encapsulating him into a bubble of emptiness between the stone. It was unnerving, but as long as Felix didn't dwell on it, he could shrug it off, his willpower no doubt helping him. It grew easier eventually. The effort and concentration required becoming less and less as he leveled the skill, even though his finesse was sorely lacking. After nearly 2 hours and many rests between, he broke through a section of stone and ruddy light streamed into the tunnel. Felix flinched back from the light, overwhelmed, but he felt a giddiness in his chest as he pushed once more with stone shaping, creating an uneven hole big enough for his body to squeeze through. Without waiting, he pulled himself out of the tunnel and into the light. He sucked in lungfuls of fresh air, his grip on his anxieties finally relaxing now that he was out of the tunnel. Stone shaping is level 13. He landed on tiled flooring and was so disoriented from the journey and just attempting to breathe that it took him several seconds to recognize something was wrong. He was in a hallway, one carved entirely from the stone around him, but it was sideways. Exploration is level 12. Mostly sideways, at least. Felix had tunneled up at the back of the long hallway, and as it moved away from him, it buckled and twisted, as if the earth had turned liquid at some point in the past. Also, the air felt hot, far hotter than his small cavern had been, though obviously larger. Hot and eggy, no sulfur, it smells like brimstone. The red-orange light seeped from the chamber ahead, illuminating far more than Felix was used to. He even let his mana sight dim back to a low burn. Even now, he could see orange clouds of energy float through the air, buffeting him like waves on a beach. Heat followed those waves, rapidly rising now that he was out of the earth, and a flop sweat quickly gathered on him. Felix stood with a light grunt and started walking down the hallway, peering into the shadowy recesses all around him. The walls were carved into columns and alcoves that might have once held fine sculpture or tapestries, but now held nothing more than tinted shadows. Dust and stone powder lined everything, the heat sucking all the moisture out of the air like an oven. It only grew worse as he approached the end of the hallway, the light itself growing brighter and brighter. Felix paused at the edge of the hall, peering cautiously out onto a wide balcony that ran for dozens of yards to the left and right, and whose edge was protected by a sturdy stone railing. Everything seemed carved of a single stone, as if someone had used stone shaping to sculpt it all into existence. As his eyes grew used to the light, Felix looked up, breath catching as he noticed the ceilings nearly 200 feet above him. The walls were carved with vaulting buttresses, massive stone archways that supported the distant roof. The walls farther up were lined with even more balconies and railing-lined pathways, going up at least 24 levels. New skill learned. Heat resistance uncommon, level 1. Not everything hot burns, but it can still kill you. The heat ratcheted up another level as he walked out onto the balcony, hot winds blowing up from below him. Squinting against the intense heat, Felix peered downward, noticing at least another level below him before a large courtyard could be seen at the ground floor. Part of the room was lit up with orange and yellow light, shifting slowly across the lower walls. The light came from a small river of lava, actual, honest-to-goodness lava that coursed along the side of 2 walls and disappeared into tunnels built into the ground floor. The rest of the floor was filled with black, hanging chains which were affixed somehow in midair and ended in either cruel-looking hooks or rough cages. Exploration is level 13. Heat resistance is level 2. Felix blinked the sweat from his eyes and looked closer. The heat was making everything distorted and wavy, and his eyes were both swimming in sweat and drying from the hot breeze. His throat was started to ache, burning with thirst that he hadn't quenched in at least half a day now. He shook his head and looked. Below him were dozens of wormlings and 4 huge worms that were twice the size of their smaller brethren. He quickly analyzed them as level 20 Yungling worms. Fuck, he croaked softly. The worms were smacking a few iron cages around with their tails. a few of them containing the distinct shapes of rock strikes that struggled against the metal bars. There were too many to take on, so he'd have to move much more quietly. But just as he was about to pull away from the edge, a sudden ache in his chest drew his eyes down and to the left to a single iron cage that was being knocked about by one of the Yungling worms. Companion pact is level 9. In that cage was Pit. No. Felix's eyes widened despite the drying wind, and his fist clenched so hard he heard creaking from his bones and tendons. Pit had been put in a cage much too small for him, and his wings were awkwardly jammed into the bars. Each time the worm hit the cage, he'd let out a pitiful whine and cower away from the beast. The ache in his chest magnified 10 times, becoming a burning pain that drenched his insides with hot acid and demanded he take action. Hey, let him go, and Felix jumped off the balcony. As he fell 2 stories, he had only 2 brief thoughts. The first was something along the lines of, what the fucking fuck ah. The second was to activate Tides of Velis and to pour nearly a third of his mana into it. A brief, powerful blast of blue light and projected force rocketed out below Felix's body, countering his momentum and slowing him down just enough that he landed on the ground hard instead of deadly hard. Small debris, black iron chains, and a few of the smaller wormlings were knocked aside and crushed. Several kill notifications spammed across his vision as he stood up from a slight crouch. Felix fixed the Yungling worm with a glare and cracked his knuckles. New skill learned. Make an entrance uncommon, level 1. All of life is a stage, and you have an uncanny knack for timing. Pick on someone your own size. While the worm seemed taken aback for a moment, Felix checked his health. He had lost nearly 10 from his landing, and his left ankle twinged painfully, even through his resistance. Still, he smirked at the worms as if he was fine and raised his fists up in what TV told him was a boxing stance. New skill learned. Acting common, level 1. You stand upon the stage, now make it yours. Convey emotions and intent with greater fidelity per skill level. Then, as if a switch flipped, all of them surged forward, their mouths open and glowing with an orange flare of light. He went to work. Fighting the wormlings was routine at this point, and maybe it was the higher levels in unarmed mastery and dodge, but their attacks were predictable. Felix ducked serpentine strikes and wove between their armored bodies even as he laid about him with heavy slams and punches. In moments the skin on his knuckles burst open again, each stroke hitting heavy rock-like plating, but he didn't stop. He crushed the wormlings one after the other, even as his stamina depleted faster and faster. Heat resistance is level 3. Physical conditioning is level 14. The heat was excruciating down here. Those movies where the heroes fought above a pit of lava had it all wrong. They should have been cooked alive. The dry air pulled moisture from his body like a sponge, his sweat evaporating as fast as he produced it and his skin cracking as it dried, creating fissures up his fists that expanded slightly with every swing. More agony that he firmly pushed to the back of his mind. Now wasn't the time to be weak. These monsters wanted to fight. Felix would show them his claws. 6 wormlings fell to his strikes, crumpled beneath his superior strength, but then one of their older brothers joined the fight. A Yungling worm surfaced from beneath Felix, taking him by surprise and tossing him into the air. He landed nearly 30 feet away, only a stone's throw from the open channel of lava at the end of the room. Felix stood quickly, unsure where the worm was going to emerge. He could see the large group of them still milling over toward Pit's cage, but the Yungling that hit him was nowhere to be seen. Then he felt it, rumbling beneath his feet. Flexing his mana sight, he could see a torch-sized flare of orange mana zip upwards through the dark earth. Felix rolled out of the way just as the Yungling worm breached the surface, its large 3-foot diameter body crashing onto the ground like a hydraulic press. It left behind shattered stones wherever it traversed. This is taking too long, Felix thought. He glanced back toward Pit, who was watching him with fierce eyes. I've gotta end this now. As the Yungling barreled toward him along the surface, Felix summoned an acid stream, hoping to pour it down the worm's throat. But a sudden burst of speed put the worm too close too soon, and Felix had to abort the casting. But that didn't mean it wouldn't get hit. Grimacing against the pain, Felix gripped the half-finished orb, splashing green acid all over his palm and fingers, and delivered a sharp right cross. The worm's skin crumpled like paper, its head ricocheting off the ground like a ball. New skill learned, Corrosive Strike Rare, level 1. Imbue your strikes with the power of acid, destroying their defenses even as you pummel them into submission. Felix stared wide-eyed at the notification. You can do that. Ideas began to flood his head, and his fingers itched to find his journal so he could write them down. The Yungling worm rolled woozily to its belly, beginning to slither toward Felix. He dismissed the skill notification and regarded the worm. With an effort of willpower, Felix released a concentrated blast of Tides of Velis, knocking the 10-foot-long worm to the side again. The monster was hurt, but it wasn't down for the count, not by a long shot. He quickly analyzed it, checking its health. Health, 344,899. Felix frowned. Then he did the only thing he could think of. He cast everything he had. Influence of the Wisp paused the worm for a few seconds, giving him a chance to tie it up with Shadow Whip. A single thick tendril of darkness shot forth, wrapping itself tightly around the worm. Holding it in place, Felix cast tides of Velis as fast as he could. Shock after shock after shock, the Yungling worm was rocked back by the kinetic force of the spell, and each time its movement was arrested by the shadow whip. Felix strained, his mana draining rapidly even as his muscles screamed in protest. His strength was high, but this was dancing at the limit of his ability. After the 10th time casting tides, he saw a kill notification come across his vision. Shadow Whip is level 2. Shadow Whip is level 6. It was dead, finally, but he had no time. In his struggle, he hadn't realized that the other wormlings had surrounded him. Pausing for a few breaths, Felix checked his peripherals, his enhanced perception giving him a clearer view than if he had eyes in the back of his head. There were at least 24 wormlings still left, and 3 more Yungling worms, and they were all surging toward him. Shit. Felix let out a pulse of tides of Velis, using the original pattern to launch a pulse in 360 degrees. It was enough to push back the smallest of the wormlings, and Felix rushed to his right, using corrosive strike to make a hole. His strike devastated 2 wormlings, his acid-enhanced fists tearing through them like tissue paper. Felix stumbled forward, not expecting the lack of resistance, turned it into a forward roll, and came up just in time to get his core tackled by one of the Yunglings. Oof! Breath whooshed out of him as he was lifted up into the air. The snout of the Yungling tipped, flicking Felix behind it before it dove into the stone floor. The bigger worms were much more graceful at tunneling, and the ground barely moved as it swam through it like water. Felix had landed hard on his back and saw his health dip 40 points. He was pretty sure he was bleeding somewhere, too. Regardless, he forced himself to his feet even as he scanned the area around and below him with mana sight. As he guessed, the Yungling was come up from beneath again. One-trick pony, huh? Felix gasped, still holding his sore gut. He straightened and gathered earth and mana to his hands, reaching and grasping the ground beneath him. Check this out then, stone shaping. Felix wrenched his arms apart, the stone beneath him parting and revealing the ugly mug of a surprised Yungling. Swinging his left hand down awkwardly, Felix bashed a corrosive strike directly into the worm's face. Between the strike and the worm's own momentum, its skull shattered into shards of carapace and gallons of purple goo. The ichor fountained up all around Felix, drenching him and everything around him for feet. Coughing, he stumbled back from the hole and now completely dead worm. Corrosive Strike is level 2. Corrosive Strike is level 8. Whoa, that had been much more effective than he had thought. How fast was that thing going? Felix glanced at his health and mana. He was at a little under 50 of both, but they were regenerating steadily. He looked up at the rest of the worms, which were converging on him again. It would be enough. He charged out toward the oncoming horde, releasing pulse after unfocused pulse of tides of Velis to move and disorient his foes. Then, utilizing his acrobatics and dodge skills, bobbed and weaved between their horrifying maws and craggy carapaces as he moved toward Pit's cage. The dog-sized Tenku was whining in pain, his cage still swinging from a previous worm strike. He was only a few yards away, but the third Yungling worm crossed his path. The worm split the 4 sides of its mouth open, revealing a tunnel of razor-sharp teeth soaked in bright orange illumination. Moments later, a torrent of fire streamed forth, dousing everything for 40 feet. Felix threw up his arms and rolled away, but not fast enough. He felt the fire engulf his right arm, shoulder, and back. It ate into him like a living thing, the flames hotter than anything he'd ever felt before. Felix screamed in pain, but his resistances let him keep his head. He immediately rolled himself on the ground, over and over until he felt the fire go out. Pain resistance is level 24. Fire resistance is level 12. Fire resistance is level 13. Heat resistance is level 4. Heat resistance is level 7. Before he could stand, a burst of fiery mana surged beneath the earth, directly below him. Felix pushed off the ground, attempting to dodge the incoming worm, but he misjudged his own strength. Felix launched himself up into the side, his body spinning rapidly in the air until he smashed painfully against one of the rocky walls. A resounding crack echoed through the chamber, even as Felix stood up and inspected himself. Not only was he burnt and sore all along his right side, and his clothes would have to be replaced again, god damn it, but his health was also down another 20. Another couple hits like that. Felix let the thought go. He was doing this too inefficiently, and his stamina was taking a serious hit from all this heat. It had to be depleting at twice the normal rate. If this went on, it wouldn't matter how much mana and health he had left. He'd pass out, and these worms would eat him. They'd eat Pit, too. No, not gonna happen. Felix mentally shook himself, reorienting. He was facing 14 wormlings and 2 Yungling worms, each with basically full health and stamina. The wormlings had that heated bite attack, but he could work around that easily by this point. The real problem was the last 2 Yunglings, which in addition to their greater speed, strength, and size also had fucking fire breath. One of them was uncoiling from the tunnel it had just made, and the other was swiftly advancing on Felix from his left. He had to kill them before anything else. Only one skill would give him the chance he needed. Felix stood tall and held his hands out, palms outward. Influence of the wisp. Felix's entire body blazed with a blue-white fire, his illumination casting the magma orange air into stark contrast. He tried to duplicate a feat he'd once done with Acid Stream, increasing the amount of mana into the spell to sort of supercharge it. He felt a tugging in his mind, but it was like a hand getting caught in a spiderweb. He pushed through it, and mana thundered out of his channels and into the spell. He blazed brighter than ever before, and then so did everyone else within 50 feet. Blue-white fire limbed them all, and variations on the same message popping up in Felix's vision 10 times. A wormling has been enthralled for 2 seconds. A youngling worm has been enthralled for 1 second. Influence of the wisp is level 19. Influence of the wisp is level 20. Most of the worms stopped dead, and the few outside his range collided violently with their brethren, knocking both to the ground. But Felix was already running toward the nearest youngling, pushing himself as fast as he could go. Just as the wisplight began to fade from the first youngling, Felix swung down with a corrosive strike, putting his entire body behind the blow. The ground beneath them caved in, cracks racing outward and splitting the uneven stone. Unwilling to rely on chance, Felix swung 3 more blows, each as powerful as the last, until he noticed his hands were simply splashing in a gelatinous puddle of purple muck. Disgusted, he leaped from the depression he had made and turned to the rest of the worms. He was covered in gore and bubbling green acid dripped from his fists. Corrosive strike is level 9, come on. He roared, all of his anger and frustration and fear pouring out of his lungs. We're not done yet. New skill learned. Intimidation common, level 1. They say honey catches more flies than vinegar, but you found blood works just as well. Felix blasted out tides of Velis, throwing the smaller wormlings back and killing a few of the nearer ones. He rushed forward, stomping on any worms that got too close and striking out at the rest. Corrosive strike tore through their bodies like tissue paper, and even Acid Stream simply dissolved jagged holes into their carapaces. The last youngling worm had retreated to the row of hanging cages, obviously smarter than the rest of its kin. As Felix dispatched the last wormling, he saw that the youngling held up its whip-like tail covered in bony protrusions and rock-hard armor and poised it over the cages. Its meaning was immediately clear. Fuck you, Felix spat, holding up his left hand as shadows gathered in his palm. I've got a whip too. Felix snapped out his shadow whip just as the youngling hissed and swung at the cages. Thankfully, his high dexterity and perception made the shot easier, and the shadow whip latched onto the worm's tail. Felix pulled, his strength just enough to redirect the force of the swing, causing it to slam powerfully in the stone just ahead of the cages. Quickly regripping the strange shadow substance, Felix pulled hard and jumped forward at the same time. Shadow whip is level 7. Rock dust billowed, driven on by the hot volcanic winds, but Felix didn't need eyes to see his enemy. Manhwaedit made the worm's position clear, and as he rocketed through the dust cloud, he already had a fist prepped for the opening maw of the beast. He swung, and the blow knocked the youngling worm back a step, its serpentine body thrashing to keep upright even as Felix was knocked backward by the force of the collision. He landed gracelessly on the rocky ground, tumbling a few times before he could get his feet under him. When he did, he looked up to see the youngling worm only feet away from him, 4-part maw opened and poised to swallow him whole. Felix threw up his arms, catching the top 2 jaw segments even as the bottom 2 sunk deep into his thigh and calf. Screaming in pain and terror, Felix pushed with every ounce of strength he possessed, even as his blood poured down his legs and his head grew light. An orange light bloomed deep in the nightmare creature's tooth-lined throat, flickering with a growing strength and heat. Not, he grunted, still pushing against the worm's massive jaws. Today he shifted his legs, bracing himself against the ground below. You piece of shit, tides of Velis, tides of Velis, tides of Velis. Felix spammed the spell 3 times, sending waves of concussive blasts directly down the worm's throat. Teeth snapped and membranes ruptured, flooding the creature with putrescent purple blood. His mana plummeted, the shaped and boosted spell costing far more than the vanilla version, and Felix's already light head began swimming. Despite that, he held his trembling arms up and pushed his feet down into the shattered stone beneath him, and he whispered, "Tides of Velis." The interior of the worm swelled for a brief instant before it exploded in all directions, its insides becoming very purple, very messy outsides. Blue lightning crackled around the impact site, the rest all darkened stone and sundered meat. Felix stood up on shaking legs, throwing a fist into the air even as purple offal and pulped flesh slewed off his shoulders and chest. He oriented on the last remaining youngling, positioned farther down the chamber, and pointed a suddenly steady finger at it. "You're next." The worm went extremely still, then turned and dove into the stone wall. It ran. Intimidation is level 2. Felix watched with his manhwaedit until it fled out of range, and only then did he collapse bonelessly onto the ground. This world sucks. For a minute, Felix just laid on the ground. He was so damn tired and thirsty. Wog, so thirsty. Status, dehydrated major. Yeah, that makes sense. In the corner of his vision, a tiny exclamation point icon blinked furiously at him. Acid resistance is level 15. Acid resistance is level 20. Heat resistance is level 8. Heat resistance is level 11. Tides of Velis is level 19. Tides of Velis is level 25. Congratulations, you have reached apprentice tier in Tides of Velis. You gain the following: plus 10 WIL, INT rarity of the skill has upgraded. Tides of Velis rare has become Reign of Velis epic. Reign of Velis epic, level 25. As if descended from Velis itself, you command a greater portion of its true power. Greatly increased power, control, and precision with skill level. Moderately increased distance with skill level. Skill level is retained. Felix's eyes widened, though he still laid uncomfortably against the ground. A crescendo of nearly their music swelled in the distance, like a phantom orchestra a dozen rooms away. A flood of joy rushed through his veins, the mental stats spiking a sense of delight in his brain. That made him pause. Are these stats changing my brain? You have gained a level. You are now level 18. Plus 3 to WIL. Plus 2 to INT. Plus 4 to Dex. Plus 1 to End. Plus 2 to Per. Plus 2 to VIT. Plus 4 to AGL. You have 10 unused stat points. Plus 13 SDR, plus 10 and plus 4 VIT, plus 1 Per, plus 5 INT, plus 13 WAL, plus 6 REI. New title gained. Hero epic. Face adversity again and again, fighting against impossible odds. Must have unconquered and bulwark of the innocent titles, and have raised all stats at 70 before level 25. Plus 5 all stats. Felix's body spasmed as he was flooded with power again, the music rising, a stereo blaring in the dark. His limbs felt like vibrating strings and his head like a gong, ringing and clashing and never quite stopping. Thoughts burned through his mind, ideas too fast to recognize or hold on to, even as he felt a sudden increasing mastery over them. Oh whoa, Felix viewed his new title with wide eyes. Hero, he groaned as he sat up, looking around him again. The remains of the worms was everywhere. Purple blood and off-white offal covered most of the uneven stone ground, and it sizzled where it had begun to eat into the rock. Hud didn't even notice it burning. Acid resistance is getting up there. Purple blood coated his arms, chest, and legs. It had eaten through much of his clothing, leaving him once again nearly naked, but it barely harmed his skin. Is that because of resistance or because of my increased stats? His vitality and endurance were. Wait a sec, he pulled up his stats. Health 122 370 stamina, 102 405 mana, 318 723 SDR, 74.117 per, 97.647 VIT, 74.117 end, 76.684 INT, 100 WIL, 134.736 AGL, 74.736 Dex, 74.736. Felix blinked. This is incredible. My stats are skyrocketing past my expectations. He regarded his bare fists, which were already healed from his bare-knuckle fist fight. It's like I'm not even human anymore. Felix grimaced. Right, I'm not. I'm Nim and Nymian, whatever. I seem human, and as far as I can tell, the Nim weren't too different physically. Humanish. Felix stood up carefully, expecting further soreness from his fight. But the sudden stat gain had scoured his body, and he felt remarkably good, if uncomfortably sticky. The purple gore was everywhere, and it was all he could do not to get it in his mouth. When he tried before, it burned right through him. But with his higher resistance, maybe. No. Even if it worked, the last thing Felix wanted to do was pass out in a monster lair, even if he might gain a cool new skill. Felix hesitated again, but shook his head. Too risky. Don't be dumb. He stepped carefully over to the row of cages, some still swinging from the aftermath of the battle. Only a half-dozen of them were filled, most rock strikes within burned to a crisp by an errant fire breath, while the rest rustled weakly. Thankfully, Pitt's cage was uncharred, though the little Tenku looked awful. His wings were bent at painful angles, and his forelimb was covered in blood. Felix felt a hot wave of rage flow over him, and he heard sudden creaking tear and felt a hot flash of pain in his hands. Alarmed, Felix looked down. His grip had split the skin on his knuckles again. Grimacing at the pain, he looked back at his companion. Pitt, you okay, buddy? The cage was at about eye level, so Felix reached his less injured hand through the bars, scritching his friend's neck. Pitt cooed in relief, his eyes closing for a moment. Don't worry, I'll get you out. Felix cast around for some way to lower the cages, but soon realized that nothing was holding these cages up. The thick black iron chains at their tops were suspended nearly 20 feet up by nothing. He had thought it a trick of the light or the heat haze, but this was clearly magic. Felix looked at his hands, slender but growing tougher with calluses on his palms, still bloody but healing as he watched. He could use a corrosive strike on the cage, but while it might break the bars, he had no way to prevent it from hitting Pitt. That was a non-starter. I could just try to bend the bars. Heat resistance is level 12. Am I strong enough to bend iron bars? Felix felt his heartbeat speed up, and a giddy sense of anticipation built in his gut. He shook his hands to loosen them up but hesitated before putting his hands on the cage. Felix pulled up his stats and invested his 10 free points. 5 into STR, 5 into VIT. Feeling sudden strength and vibrant energy rush through him, he gripped the bars of the black iron cage and pulled. His skin, dry and already wounded, split open further and dribbled blood down his arms. But slowly and with a loud screech, the bars bent until they broke open in his hands. He kept bending them until he had an opening big enough to let Pitt escape. Releasing the bars, Felix reached carefully through the opening and helped Pitt pull his wings out of the too small cage. Pitt trilled weakly, his wings twitching and his paw held close to his body as he clung to Felix's shoulder. He could feel the Tenku's heart rapidly beating against his arm and felt a faint trembling in his haunches. Felix clenched his eyes tight and softly stroked Pitt's back. "It's okay, little man. It's okay." Felix looked around the area, for the first time noticing that there were a number of empty archways lining this level. Then he spotted a single door in the nearest archway and headed toward it. The door was made of the same black iron as the chains and cages, and as he approached, Felix noticed that no other archway even had a door. It shook something loose in his brain that had been preoccupied with surviving up until now. How'd a bunch of worms get you into a cage, Pitt? Worms didn't have hands. Why'd they even have cages? Pitt trilled again, softly but insistently. A damaged wing shuddered and pointed toward the iron door they were approaching, almost as if to say, "Let's find out in there." Companion pact is level 10. The door had a simple latch, just a single lever that released a bar, but even that much invention made Felix worried. The worms weren't the original inhabitants of this place, that was certain. No matter how faded, the artistry of the walls and flooring were amazing, nearly equal to the waterfall temple. The place was ancient, its creators probably long dead, but the worms couldn't use floating chains and cages, and with that tunneling skill the worms definitely didn't need doors. The question was, who did? Felix crouched low as he tested the door. It was metal and this place was crazy hot, but the black iron was cool to the touch. So was the cage, now that he thought about it. What did that mean? He shook off the stray thought and concentrated on easing open the latch as quietly as possible. The latch groaned slightly, but pivoted on mostly greased pieces. With seemingly infinite slowness, Felix pushed the door inward and peered through the small opening. He could see no movement inside, and his mana sight only noted flows of earth, shadow, and blood. Felix opened the door the rest of the way. Exploration is level 13. The room beyond looked like a small antechamber to somewhere more important, maybe 20 by 30 feet in size, windowless but with two large doors on the right and far walls. Felix stepped through the door, watching his step as he took in the details of the chamber, simultaneously noting that it was considerably cooler in here. The walls were less warped than elsewhere too, and the splendor of the original carvings were better preserved. Geometric lines and blocky design was belied by delicate fluting on faux columns and small figures etched into nearly all surfaces. The floor was a series of 5-sided tiles, only slightly disrupted and cracked along the edges. It was amazingly designed and put him in mind of the Nim Temple again. It wasn't exactly the same, but similarities were definitely there. By contrast, 2 oversized tables were set up in the center of the room, each made of rough-cut wooden boards. They were crude and stuck out against the nicer surroundings, ruined though they were. The tables were tall, nearly 5 feet high, and were covered in misshapen plates of iron, while bits of bars and half-assembled iron cages were stacked to one side. Odd, jagged metal tools sat next to them, a set on either table. They looked like blunt scalpels, a cylinder of silver metal with a tapered tip. An equally rough pair of stools were next to the tables, one tipped over onto the ground. Someone had been here, someone humanoid enough to use a stool, and they had left in a hurry. Did they hear me fighting? He frowned. Of course they did. That was loud as hell. Is this where you were taken before? Pitt bobbed his head in confirmation. So someone captured us, put me in a stone hole and Pitt in a cage. Why? Felix scrutinized the tables and floor, noticing heavy scratches all over the soft wood and lightly covering the harder stone tiles. Suddenly, faint, glowing boot prints appeared, one set large, the other significantly smaller. The tracks moved all over the room, appearing to pace in some instances before they both disappeared through the door in the back. Despite the proliferation of the tracks, Felix could tell that only 2 figures had been in here. Tracking is level 13. Pitt sniffed delicately at the air before huffing out a sneeze. I agree with you there, Felix said, his own nose wrinkling in disgust. Something smells spoiled in here. Felix padded over to the table despite the persistent stink and looked at the scraps of iron. Crude shapes were scratched into the metal, the steel styluses nearby likely used to mark the hard surface. Felix spun a piece around. There was something familiar about the shapes. Then it clicked. These were the same as the script in the temple, just far cruder. He set Pitt down on top of the table as he looked closer. He ran his fingers over a symbol that had been repeated at least a dozen times. It was shaped in arcing loops around a central boxy formation, like a cube on fire. Felix recalled this same symbol along the walls of the temple, situated fairly evenly, but it wasn't fire. Something about it was off, like the maker didn't know quite how to draw it. Felix picked up a stylus and scratched the design from memory, adding a small swooping across the top. It was crude and rough, only barely scratched into the metal plate. Yes, that's it. He picked up the metallic strip. It wasn't fire, it was light. Abruptly, he felt a tug on his mana, as if something was pulling it rapidly out of his core and into the scrap metal. The shape before him began to glow with a golden radiance, like a piece of the summer sun. Felix jolted in surprise, dropping the metal with a loud. The light cut off. New skill learned. Sigils of the Primordial Dawn Epic, Level 1. You've learned to read the language of the ancients, a sorceress script made of magic. Proficiency increases with skill level. New skill learned. Invocation Rare, Level 1. You can invoke the power of sigils, pulling mana through them to activate their power. Efficiency and channeling capacity increases with skill level. Pitt crooned in interest, dipping his beak toward the inert piece of metal. Felix pushed him gently away. What in the world? Felix picked up the iron scrap again, half expecting it to light up once more. It didn't, the carving unlit and slightly charred around the edges. What caused this charring? The mage I see? Sigils of the Primordial Dawn is level 2. Felix shook his head, bemused. This felt terribly familiar, though the only time he'd seen script like this was in the temple. Moreover, what exactly were these people trying to do? He looked around. What was this place for? His gaze landed on the two doors. One was made of that same black metal and led off to the right, and the other was made of a pale wood. That was where the footsteps led. As Felix walked closer to the metal door, he noticed a row of cubbies in the wall. Tall closets without doors were built into the stone walls, 5 on either side of the room. In the closest one, he saw a pile of black iron pieces, obviously more material for whatever practice was going on here. The next few were the same, but the last one was great news. My stuff. Felix knelt down and snatched up his leather satchel and sword. The leather was scuffed and placed, but remarkably fine, and the bronze blade was similarly unscathed. More importantly, Felix flipped open the bag and rooted around until he found an oblong leather waterskin, then proceeded to chug half of it. The other half he gave to Pitt, who lapped it up just as quickly. After that, the two of them tore into the remaining fruit he had stashed away, all in all reducing the weight of the satchel by a considerable amount. As they ate and drank, Felix kept an eye on both doors, watching and listening for the approach of their jailers. He knew they weren't out, not by a long shot, but it was a much-needed respite. In fact, Pitt seemed to be recovering swiftly. His wounds had healed for the most part, and he was able to move around on all his legs. Felix wasn't sure how, but it seemed Pitt had benefited from the recent battle as well. He seemed taller, his legs more gangly. Then, as he was finishing the last beck to berry, he heard the unmistakable sound of voices coming from beyond the metal door. They both froze, and Pitt's head swiveled toward the sounds. The voices grew in volume slowly, as if they were walking steadily toward the door. Felix shoved the waterskin back into his satchel and grabbed his sword. Pitt skulked over to the wooden door, Felix right behind him. The voices rose to a louder pitch, and Felix sensed a strengthened waft of the rotting stink. It was coming from beyond the metal door and moving closer. It smelled like death and blood. It smelled like the 7-legged auret. Heart pounding, Felix opened the wooden door and slipped through just as he heard the metal one unlatch. Stealth is level 18. They made it. With a soft breath of relief, Felix turned and saw that he was somehow, inexplicably, in a wild garden, and the rotten blood smell was even stronger here. Exploration is level 14. The garden was immense. The door behind him was built into a thick stone wall heavily carved into rigid geometric designs, but after a dozen feet in any direction, the stone was completely consumed by greenery. The uneven flagstones slowly but surely were devoured by the constant creeping of thick moss and small weeds, until it was less a walkway and more a rolling grassy path, except less of a path and more a meandering suggestion. Plants of all sizes and colors erupted in all directions, wild and untamed. Sunlight even streamed from above, several rays shifting from moment to moment, but resolutely golden and bright. What is this place? Felix couldn't tell where the cavern ended and the garden began, but judging by the height of the unseen ceiling, this place was easily a mile in diameter, and every inch of it was coated in growing things. Creeping vines flowed across the walls and the odd square pillar that rose from the ground. Flowering trees were grouped together, ones with odd tear-shaped fruit the color of rubies that glittered in the sunlight. Tall sprouting weeds with virulently purple bell-shaped flowers hung heavy, curving over the growths of small reddish blossoms that emitted small puffs of fire. In one section, conical gourds proliferated, supported by thick moss and sharp coils of thorns. It was so wild, Felix briefly entertained the idea that he had escaped back outside. Had he not noticed the darkness high above and several instances where plants had been pruned back or replanted, then he might have just kept on believing that. Unfortunately, he was certain that this was a garden, one maintained by whoever or whatever was controlling the worms. Moreover, that bloody stench was stronger than ever here. It drifted in the air like an invisible fog, clinging to him like the world's worst perfume. Ah, it's in my mouth. Felix grimaced and stayed low, as both he and Pitt began sneaking through the underbrush. I need to find stairs or an exit or something. Felix strained his senses, attempting to see farther or hear better, pushing himself and his perception. Meanwhile, he kept analyzing everything that came within range. By this point, it was more than reflexive. It was damn near compulsive. Analyzes level 19. Hundreds of previously unknown plants, trees, fruits, even small minor insects filled the space immediately around him. The proliferation and variety of life was remarkable, and if he weren't so keyed up, this place might be wonderfully relaxing. However, as Felix began reading the lore entries on the various plants around him, he felt a strange disquiet in his heart. Of the 24 types of plant within range, all of them contained a variation of the same two phrases. Affected greatly by the blood moon. Enhances the effects of dark murmurs, just like those two herbs near the waterfall. Arum leaf and bellic. He shied away from a particularly sweet-smelling blossom called an entreating lotus that apparently doubled the effects of dark murmurs. Dark murmurs and blood moon, both sound bad. It can't be a coincidence that nearly all of the plants in here relate to those two things, right? Felix looked around with manhwaedit, watching that bloody mist curl around the garden, almost caressing the plants. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. The corrupted mana was unsettling to watch, constantly moving and undulating around the vibrant green-gold shimmer of the plant's life mana. He watched as it swirled near the base of the entreating lotus before being sucked quickly toward the roots. Oh shit, it's feeding them. Felix looked all around, his eyes suddenly seeing a sinister forest of dangerous plant life. What is this all for? We fail you, master. Felix stopped walking, gesturing for Pitt to freeze. The voice was sibilant and high-pitched, loud but muffled as if to suggest it came from some distance away. He focused his ears, listening as hard as he could. Somewhere ahead, he heard the creak of leather and scrape of metal. Sorry be we, master, another voice said, this one deeper and more rough, like two rocks rattling against each other. Again, the sound of metal and leather moving against each other as something moved up ahead. They're just beyond those gigantries, he thought, nodding at Pitt to keep going. They started skirting in a wide circle around the cluster of trees, moving as slow and quiet as they could. Endless sorriness enough. The voice was a whip crack, sharp and final. Felix stopped in his tracks, suddenly afraid they'd been heard. He couldn't see through the thick foliage and assumed the enemy couldn't either. He hoped he hadn't been wrong. Stealth is level 19, Hugh, still good. You are fools, but I am more the fool for spawning such wretches. Of course you cannot master the Elder Script. You've the mental capacities of an emberfly. Felix heard a heavy sigh, breathy and dry. The voice was commanding, a deep baritone that brought to mind an older man still in his prime. Felix flexed his manhwaedit, trying to pierce the greenery. Earth-brown and life-green mana streamed all around him, but he focused, applying his intent to see beyond as he did in his cell. It was far easier now that he had reached apprentice tier, and slowly the image of three figures resolved, though they were still fuzzy around the edges. Strangely, all three of them were oddly muted, painted in grays as if they'd been leached of something vital. While the worms were a pale ochre touched with stripes of vibrant orange, these figures' only spot of color were the ribbons of bright crimson pulsing up and down their spines. The sight of them tasted spoiled, like meat left in the sun. Two of them were kneeling on the ground, one big and bulky and the other slimmer and shorter. Both were draped in silver-brown slabs of mana, and Felix somehow instinctively knew it was metal. Armor, they're wearing armor. Then he saw their master. It was pacing, its body flowing like liquid smoke in his manhwaedit, shifting and twisting without ever truly dissipating. Twisting veins of bloody mana traced out its limbs and spine, collecting together in its chest and radiating back up its neck and face. Eyes like mini-suns burned as they regarded the two kneeling figures. Holy shit, what is that? Felix could sense the being's power now, a cresting wave of force that filled the garden. His manhwaedit had picked out pieces of it, seeing them as clouds of corrupted mana that swirled around and fed all the plants, but it was all coming from this thing. He was suddenly struck with a deep and abiding fear of this creature. It was unlike anything he had seen before. You are both lucky that I have more interesting toys to play with, the figure continued, an edge of terrible glee in its voice. One's made of much stronger stock. The dread figure raised its hand and gestured vaguely upwards, its limb-curling smoke veined with pulsing red. The hoarfrost has gifted a bounty upon us, though they know it not, the creature sneered. It moved as if it were pacing, getting louder and softer by turns. Settling into Shalom means the Coldrot children have entered my domain, an idiotic gamble had they actually believed me still living. It laughed. I'll show them. Oh yes, I have set the bloody bait. Now I only wait for the snap of the trap. The two kneeling followers dutifully laughed, their reaction too delayed to be genuine. We caught prey. Is good, yes. The slender one shifted its head up, looking at its master. More of the shadow crawlies and a chimera ba, mindless rock strikes. Useless to me, but... A chimera, you say? The master thumbed what Felix supposed was its chin. Rare creatures, despite what the Alnii profess. Perhaps we can make use of that one. Felix swallowed, looking down at Pit. The Tenku's feathers and fur were ruffled up, his wings tucked close and body low to the ground. Pit could feel the awful vibes coming off this master creature, same as Felix. Electric fear snapped down his spine, tingling his back and shoulders with pinpricks of goose flesh and hot nerves. Where is Helga? Where is my dearest child? The voice pitched louder suddenly as it called out. Felix and Pit backed away, slowly, moving as carefully as they could through the thick underbrush. Stealth is level 20. Distracted by the swirling presence of the creature, Felix had no warning when the earth beneath him bucked and rippled, throwing him to the ground. Earth and mana pulsed like a disturbed pond, the ground flowing so smoothly it was more liquid than solid. Within that flowing liquid, a near-literal bonfire of orange fire mana blazed, stretching across the majority of the garden before circling back toward the creepy voice. Something absolutely huge surfaced nearby, the sound of it breaking ground like an excavator biting into rocky soil. My sweet, you have returned to me, the voice crooned. Felix shook himself and started moving again, heading away from the voice as quietly as he could. The overgrown greenery proved to be a mixed blessing. It was perfect cover, but moving through it was challenging while remaining silent. His heart hammered and his skin was coated in a sheen of sweat despite the relatively cooler temperature. He focused on controlling his body, creeping forward at a snail's pace. He couldn't analyze that thing at this distance, but Felix knew it could squash him like a bug. Breath control is level 15, stealth is level 21. Felix could barely hear the voices now, the distance stretching farther as the seconds ticked by. In fact, just as he passed another lone stone pillar crawling with ivy, he saw a rocky wall with an open passageway. Then he heard that voice, much louder than before. No, here, it asked, incredulous. What bliss, we have a visitor. With a cacophony of groans and cracks, greenery all around Felix suddenly pushed away from him, bending back like opening a book. A few of the less flexible trees were snapped in half or ripped straight out of the ground. Felix froze, his shoulders tight and eyes wide. He was exposed. He slowly turned around and could finally see the owner of the voice. It was nearly 10 feet tall and covered in plates of tarnished golden-hued armor. Sunbeams played across it like a halo of light, and an errant breeze stirred the tattered cape at its back. The armor was layered with plates of various sizes, smaller and more intricate at the joints, and covered the entirety of its body. Felix couldn't see a single piece of exposed flesh or even hair. Twin red lights burned in its dark visor as it gestured at his side. There, the massive car-sized head of a worm protruded from the ground, its four-way mouth splitting open into a gruesome sort of smile. When my dear sweet Helga told me of your capture, I couldn't believe it. Its shoulders creaked as they shook in a mimicry of laughter. A human here, in the Foglands, how exotic. The armored giant gestured again, this time at Felix himself. An impossible force held him in bands of invisible iron, and Felix was lifted bodily from the ground. He was pulled through the air quickly, levitated in a manner that Felix found both terrifying and strangely familiar. Jostled, he was deposited into the arms of the two armored lackeys, who gripped him in callous hands made of leather and iron. Felix grunted in pain and saw that the two figures were similar to their master, though encased entirely in black iron armor. They only came up to the giant's chest, but were still far bigger than Felix himself. It was all he could do not to retch. They smelled like death, blood, and curdling corruption oozing into the air around them. The golden giant flexed his immaculately jointed hand, releasing the skill it had used once the lackeys were holding him. The fingers were completely encased in the tarnished armor, tiny golden plates covering every joint and seam. As the skill deactivated, he noticed a reddish electricity sparking around the golden giant's fingers. His eyes opened wide. It's like tides of Veles, but his control is insane. My, whispered the giant, his voice breathy from beneath his gargantuan helm. Its armor made it look like a knight had been sealed alive in their armor. How did you get all the way out here? And into my tunnels too? My Helga says you were slaughtering poor rock strikes in the upper caverns. Chasing some levels were you. The armored hand never dropped from before him, but also never quite touched Felix. It flexed and twitched ever so slightly, almost as if turning the pages of a book. Just got lost, is all, Felix offered, watching that golden hand warily. He took the moment to analyze the giant. Name, error type, Archon level, HPs, SPs, MP. Lore, Golden Guardians of the Nymean people. Archons were the last defense against calamity. It was not enough. Strength, unknown weakness, unknown error. Nymean, what is with this race? And that's the first time I couldn't see someone's level. This is bad. Lost. I too have been lost. The Archon sighed like a bellows. It is a grave sadness in your soul, a diminishing that lingers like a riven limb. It tilted its head at Felix, curious. You are familiar with such exile, are you not? I sense a kinship here. The Archon loomed over him, fixing Felix with its glowing ember eyes. Why have you entered my domain, Alni? Felix felt drawn to those eyes like a moth to flame, and he felt his thoughts stutter and twist dangerously. The thread of his mind felt taut, yanked and unspooling into those unending fires. Mental resistance is level 22. Felix felt the grip on his mind slacken ever so slightly. He rasped out the first thing that came to his head. I'm exploring. For the endless raven, the golden Archon tilted back, its fiery eyes growing incrementally wider. The mental pressure on him almost disappeared entirely. You claim the right of wander, Alni. You have not the mark nor the badge of the seeking eye unless you hide them most cleverly. Oh, wait in my bag, Felix extemporized, an idea already blooming even as the lackeys gripped him harder. I have my necklace, us in there. After a nod from the Archon, the smaller of the two lackeys started rifling through Felix's satchel. It roughly shoved aside his waterskin and threw some half-eaten rinds into the bushes. Felix analyzed him and his companion while waiting. Name, Arsid 54768 type, Archonic Construct level, 35 HP, SB, MP, Lore, a bastardization of life and magic. It has no soul, yet it screams in eternal torment. Strength, unknown weakness, unknown name, Arsid 54772 type, Archonic Construct level, 35 HP, SB, MP, Lore, a bastardization of life and magic. It has no soul, yet it screams in eternal torment. Strength, unknown weakness, unknown dumb names. How about Slender and Big Boy? His thoughts were spinning madly, still reeling from whatever the Archon did to him. The sound of something ripping marshaled Felix's thoughts, causing him to gasp. Hey, Slender dropped the stashel back against Felix's thigh and held up a small medallion. It was the Farwalker's friend, the necklace he found with the Henari's belongings. The Arsid handed it over to its master, who took it delicately in hand. The Archon vaguely gestured for his lackeys to drop Felix, and they did so immediately. It has been a long time since I have beheld a Farwalker. You are shorter than any Farwalker I've seen before, though admittedly it has been a few centuries. Why did you not proffer this to my guards when you arrived? Felix swallowed as he climbed to his feet, his throat suddenly drier than it was in the lava room. His mind flipped through everything he knew of this world, of the Henari, and that's it. I'm on a secret mission. I am to find a lost temple of the Nim, said to be in this mountain range. Felix lied as glibly as he could. Acting is now level 2. Men, how did you discover this so-called temple? The Archon stroked a thumb along its golden mouthguard, the closest it had to a chin, Felix supposed. Farwalkers are brave and wily, but not so foolhardy as to venture into the Foglands on bare speculation. Felix felt the mental pressure again as the Archon's eyes shimmered a deeper red. He squirmed against it, unable to get free entirely, but able to slip past the worst of it. Mental resistance is level 23. How is it doing this? This mental pressure was unbearable and exhausting, despite his rising resistance. Felix opened his mouth but was overcome by a wave of ennui. He suddenly questioned why he'd ever want to waste his breath lying, not when the truth was so much simpler. He could just spill the beans and it'd be over. The pain would go away and he'd be free. Just let go and sink into the abyss. Let us in Tilda know. Get out of my head. Mental resistance is level 24. Mental resistance is level 25. Congratulations. You have reached apprentice tier in mental resistance. You gain the Felix pushed the notification away, focusing his swimming vision on the golden giant trying to break his mind. The Archon's eyes were points of vile flame, burning in the darkness of its helmet like the last guttering torch before true night fell. He licked his lips and steadied his breathing. The Henari told me of it. Breath control is level 16. Acting is level 3. Intriguing. The golden giant leaned back again, Felix only then realizing how close the metal creature had loomed. Your mind is strong and your will is not weak either. You speak of things that you have no knowledge of, yet I find your words compelling. You are an enigma, Alni. Felix gulped, his hands shaking despite the tight grip of the Arsids. The metal monstrosity idly pet the enormous worm at its side, golden metal rasping as it slid over its rocky carapace. Now, I have been patient. I have listened to your fumblings and childish acts of wordplay, and it has amused me. But my humor thins by the second, and so I will ask you this once only. The Archon turned fully toward Felix, its entire body a threat of imminent violence. Answer me truthfully, and you will have a just reward. Lie to me, and well, you shall experience horrors beyond your comprehension. The massive worm next to him snapped its four-way jaws, globby bits of drool splatting against nearby ferns. The Archon leaned forward, its torso somehow crossing the gap between them like a dark mountain. How do you know of the temple? This time the pressure was like an avalanche, subsuming every bit of Felix that wanted to lie or obfuscate the truth. He gasped, his mind floundering in an ocean of pain and darkness, and the denizens of the deep began to erode his thoughts. A sick, cloying corruption oozed over him, a smell that tasted like violence and desperation, the color of hunger and hate. The ground dissolved beneath him, the air boiling away, and even the light deigned to shine elsewhere. He was sinking into blood and acid, hate and darkness, and there was only one way out. He struggled to push the words through his chest. They stuck like burrs, tearing into his heart and lungs. I've been there. With a sudden twist, Felix flourished the hooked bronze blade. He held it out between him and the golden giant in a way that he hoped was threatening, but suspected only appeared desperate. Huh. You draw your weapon on me, the Archon thundered, his eyes flaring into torches of flame. I've withstood the countless blows of a cataclysm. You know the Archon paused, his eye fires fixed on the sword Felix held. That is a Cressian blade, and those, the golden giant stepped backward as if struck. You gasped. You are Nymean, Reign of Velis. Felix exploded with azure light, the force of the upgraded skill discharging into actual bolts of lightning as it sheared into the arsids beside him. But they were heavy, far heavier than anything he had tried to move before, and instead of throwing them, Felix was launched backwards like a rocket. He smashed half into a crumbling, ivy-covered column, gasping in pain as the resounding impact shuddered through him. Impossible, the Archon raged, his armor suddenly blazing with carmine light. Kill HIM, destroy the NYM. Groaning, Felix shoved away the pain and tottered to his feet. Slender and Big Boy were thundering toward him, and while he had flown nearly 50 feet and they were remarkably slow, their huge strides were eating up the gap. Felix spotted Pitt cowering behind a toppled tree and jerked his head backwards. Come on. Felix paused, looking back at the looming giant and the finder's necklace loosely in its grip. For some reason, the Archon was trembling but wasn't moving at all, glowing brilliantly red all the while. Shaking his head, Felix ran. They raced toward the back of the chamber, Felix hoping all the while that he had been correct. When the heavy greenery eventually opened up into a dim stone corridor, he grinned wide and glanced to the side at Pitt, just in time to see the massive rock that was hurtling in their direction. Watch out. Felix dove forward just as the boulder would have crashed into them, grabbing Pitt and tucking into a roll. He was back up on his feet, this time carrying the chimera in his arms as he ran as fast as he could. The boulder hit the ground with a huge, jarring Felix's bones and teeth as he ran. He didn't stop. He couldn't. If I stop, I die. Running is level 16. The dim hallway tilted toward to the right, meandering through the mountain around him as if a drunk burrower had made these tunnels. A sudden thunderous crashing came from behind, though Felix refused to look. The walls shook and cracked, small crevices chasing their way down the hall as the cacophony of a landslide barreled toward his unprotected back. Pitt gave a challenging squawk over Felix's shoulder, his fur and feathers sticking up in a puffy display of dominance. A bright flash and Felix felt a burst of wind as Pitt launched a wingblade at the arsids. KWIHH. The wingblade splashed against their pursuers with little effect. Big Boy let loose a mighty bellow, shaking the air with a voice that sounded like high-speed car crashes, metal on metal, compacting and rattling at incomprehensible speed. It tore through the passageway, its larger size neither fitting nor caring as it crashed through the stone walls. The smaller Slender was moving a bit ahead, faster than its brethren. Pitt let out a pitiful leap before tucking his head into Felix's shoulder. The corridor began to twist worse the further they went. Floor tiles were missing in many places, tilted up on their edges or knocked entirely out of the ground and piled in the corners. It took all he had to keep up his speed with the difficult footing, pushing his agility to the edge of his capability as the iron arsids thundered behind him. He risked a look over his shoulder. Slender was steadily gaining ahead of its bulkier counterpart. While the latter was shearing through the narrow hallways with the force of its charge, the former stomped ahead, only 15 feet behind Felix. With a startled yelp, Felix put on more speed, pushing his body harder than before. Running is level 17. Physical conditioning is 14. His stamina was depleting rapidly. The heat was mounting again, his resistance not high enough to negate the consumption penalty it inflicted. It was only his high endurance that allowed him to press on, leaping over dislodged blocks of stone as the corridor became increasingly dilapidated. A sudden sharp turn in the hall had Felix skidding as he negotiated it, his shoulder bashing painfully into the rock even as chips of stone debris scattered from the impact. He stuttered forward again, pushing against the earth for all he was worth, just in time. He felt a violent breeze blast past his back as he jumped forward, and the wall behind him exploded. The sound of impact was the loudest thing Felix had ever heard, and it sent him careening wildly down the passageway, falling to all fours several times in an effort to remain moving. Rocks pelted him, drawing sharp, bloody trails across Felix's back and legs. He glanced back again and saw Slender woozily extricating himself from the shattered wall. Unable to make the same tight turn as Felix, the arsid hurtled full force into the stone wall. It was buried nearly to its waist in rubble, but it was moving the weight quickly. Felix slid to a stop, focusing on the smaller arsid. He had to delay them. He couldn't run forever, and if Slender couldn't manage that turn, influence of the wisp, Felix blazed with blue-white fire, and a moment later so did Slender. The iron-bound creature looked at its limbs in evident confusion, even as Felix received a notification that it had been enthralled for 1 second. It looked up at him, the cold fires in its helmet flaring wide in realization before turning to look back the way it came. That was when Big Boy hit him. Like a freight train, the bulkier iron lackey plowed into Slender and the wall beyond. Unable to move or even cry out, Slender tangled with Big Boy as the wall before them gave out. Ominous rumbles shook the corridor, and Felix's sharp eyes quickly spotted expanding cracks tracing across the walls and ceiling. He jumped backward as a slab of stone fell, powdering the ground as it slammed down and more cascaded after it. In moments, the two arsids in the hallway itself was buried under several tons of rock, but the rumbling continued. Felix ran, eyes up for any more collapses, but the vibrations petered out after several hundred feet. That was close. His heart was racing, and he was unable to shake the image of an entire mountain falling on top of him. I gotta get out of here. Two more turns, all left, and he found himself at the base of a large set of spiral stairs. Each step was 3 feet tall, making it an awkward climb, and there was enough space for even the golden giant to fit through here. Cautiously, Felix climbed the stairs, keeping as quiet as possible. After 3 revolutions, the stairs opened up onto a large landing which contained a single wooden door. The door was huge, easily 12 feet tall, and it had an elaborate metal lock affixed to its oversized latch. Felix considered the massive lock, nearly the size of a watermelon, and aimed a corrosive strike at it. The metal groaned and snapped in 2 hits, twisting and melting by turns. He ducked into the door and shut it behind him, panting as his stamina ticked closer to empty. Did I lose them? If he was lucky, the tunnel collapse had taken care of them. However, Felix hadn't got any kill notifications for the arsids. Tough bastards. Hopefully they're at least busy for a while. Felix gulped the warm air, tasting a sour flavor even as he reveled in being alive. It was hard to place, tasting faintly metallic. The chamber was similar to the others he'd been in. Geometric engravings, squared pillars along the edges of the room, and pentagonal tiles once etched with details now lost to time. Then he noticed the giant desk, easily twice as big as a standard desk, and paired with an equally large and sturdy-looking chair. An inkpot the size of a coffee mug sat on the surface, which was just barely visible from Felix's vantage, set next to several reams of thick parchment. Felix had stumbled upon the Archon's chambers. Exploration is level 15. He immediately crossed the room, inspecting another door opposite the one he entered. It was heavy, metal, and silvery, a departure from the wood or black iron doors he'd seen so far. It had 5 different raised panels, and was molded with the image of 3 7-sided stars across the central one. The stars stacked vertically, and were made with a 3D depth, like the interior of a cake mold. Oh God, I miss cake. I haven't had cake since Gabby's birthday. When was that? A month ago. He'd only been on the continent for 2 weeks or so, but it felt like a lifetime. His life from before he woke up on that sand spit was like a continually fading dream, and the longer he struggled here, the more real this all became. Felix sighed and looked back at Pitt. Come on, buddy. We have to keep moving, he said, but the Tenku was busy attempting to climb onto the chair of the Archon. What are you doing? Those things could be here any second. Pitt didn't listen, instead flapping his wings vigorously to pull his oddly proportioned body up onto the chair. Once there, he trilled happily, turning toward the desk and hopping nimbly atop it. Felix pulled at his hair, exasperated. Then Pitt started kicking things off the desk. Parchment rained down on him, and Felix had to swat away a particularly large stack that slapped onto the stone floor. Glancing down, Felix saw that many of the pages were blank, but a few had a series of sigils scribbled onto them. He bent over and picked them up, leafing through the incredibly detailed designs. Each of the pages were roughly 11x17, and their entire surface was covered in densely packed markings. He didn't understand any of these, but he recognized them as similar sigils to those in the temple, the same ones the lackeys had been trying to reproduce onto scrap metal for some reason. On the last page, he saw an odd illustration. Made out in the same hand as the rest, it depicted an oblong-shaped stone, faceted and hovering over an incomplete pillar or altar. There were a series of sigils listed next to this drawing, each one more convoluted than the last, and they were almost upsetting to look at somehow, as if they each held a terrible secret hidden in their designs, like branches obscuring the horrid flesh of a corpse. Sigils of the Primordial Dawn is level 3. With an effort of will, Felix tore his eyes away from the page, suddenly breathing heavily. The room seemed warmer than before, the air more cloying as if thickened, hugging close to his skin like a thin film. Felix swallowed, his saliva gone dry as he felt emotions of helplessness and constraint assault his senses, pressing against him like the walls in a shrinking room. Then something inside him pushed back, Felix's mind unable to take the vertigo-inducing sensations. The emotions intensified as if fighting against his will, but a short moment later they shattered into nothing. Bastion of Will is level 26. The effect suddenly cut off and Felix fell down on his ass. The papers landed next to him, ink staring menacingly back in his direction. Felix grabbed them and shoved them into his satchel. He'd look at them later, or never. Wait, he toggled back his notifications and stared. What the hell is Bastion of Will? Scrolling backward, Felix saw the notifications for increases to running and physical conditioning and, oh shit, that's right. He had hit apprentice tier for mental resistance, thanks to the Archon's repeated attempts to rip apart his memories. He pulled up the notification. Congratulations, you have reached apprentice tier in mental resistance. You gain the following, plus 10 WIL plus 5N and VIT rarity of the skill has upgraded. Skill level is maintained. Mental resistance rare has become Bastion of Will epic. Bastion of Will epic, level 25. Your mind is a fortress and your will is fierce. Let the might of your enemies, you shall not be moved. Resistance greatly increases with skill level. Whoa, Felix huffed, hell yeah. His second epic skill in as many hours, this trip into the mountain hadn't been a total waste. Though that'll change sharply if I don't get out soon. That Archon isn't the type to give up, and that worm of his Felix's eyes widened as realization hit him. I'm an idiot. The worm can tunnel through solid stone. Pit, we have to go, now. That worm wouldn't be stopped by a measly cave-in, and the moment the golden giant realized his minions were stuck, he'd sick his precious Helga on him. Felix stood up and saw his Tenku companion attempting to push an entire locked metal box off the edge of the desk. It was about the size of a cigar box, but seemed considerably heavier. Oh geez, dude, really. Felix reached up and grabbed it, stowing it in his satchel. The leather bag creaked ominously, but it held for now. Happy Pit lightly hopped from the desk, using his larger wings to glide gracefully to the floor. They rushed toward the 3-star door. The latch was clear and didn't have any sort of lock, so Felix whipped it open and stepped out into a short corridor ending in 2 staircases. One led up and one led down, and both were choked with debris. Growling in frustration, he reached out his right hand and cast Stone Shaping. The flow of earth mana was suddenly brought into stark contrast all around him, and Felix felt as if he could reach out and shape it all to his will. Focusing, he mentally commanded the stone before him to shift and open the way forward. With a scraping groan, the stone flowed like thick oil, pulling away from a central pathway no more than 2 feet wide and extending nearly 10 feet up. With a gasp, Felix felt a large chunk of his mana disappear immediately, eaten away by the mana-hungry spell. Stone Shaping is level 14. Wiping his brow, he hustled up the stairs, squeezing himself through the narrow crevice he had created. Even if the Arsids got free, they weren't following him through that gap. The stairs were clear after that, save for the occasional rocky debris. The next level expanded into several well-preserved hallways, but he kept going up. Gotta make the surface. Gotta go up. Felix climbed nearly 6 flights before he could go no higher. The last level opened out into a wide landing, containing only a set of double doors surmounted by a stylized frame covered in elaborate geometric patterns. Blocky and angular like everything else here, the doors were 15 feet tall and appeared to be made of stone as opposed to metal or wood. Felix approached them carefully before shoving one of the doors lightly, but nothing happened. He pushed harder, and they made a grinding noise before shifting ever so slightly. Felix's muscles protested as he dropped his arms, the release of tension almost worse than the weight itself. Heavy, really heavy. Felix put his back into it, this time shoving on one of the doors with both hands. Slowly, the door swung open, grinding loudly into the floor as it went. It took 4 hard shoves to get the door open enough for him and Pit to slip through, but even then the gap was under 2 feet wide. These doors were incredibly heavy even for his 78 points of strength. He could imagine someone else being trapped here forever, unable to budge these behemoths. Pondering these thoughts, Felix emerged from the double doors to find himself in a cavernous space. The walls were perhaps 300 or 400 feet away in any direction but back, and the ceiling was probably twice that. It all looked like rough stone, arcing above him, and strangely devoid of anything like stalactites. The air was incredibly hot, hotter still than that courtyard where Pit had been caged, and he could feel the sweat drip from his pores almost instantly. Exploration is level 16. I'm getting sick of this heat, Pit. Felix wiped his forehead with a ragged, dirty sleeve. Pit chirruped back at him, his wings drooping. Felix glanced at the ground, noticing it was flat and relatively level, despite the disturbances in the lower tunnels. Whatever seismic activity warped the structure below didn't affect this place too badly. The ground extended out a couple 100 feet, though not all the way to the edges of the chamber, he could tell. A ruddy light emanated from the edges of the cavern, and swirling gusts of sulfuric fumes filled his nose. Not quite believing what his senses were telling him, Felix walked to the edge. A surge of hot wind buffeted him. Below him was a massive pool of lava that neatly encircled the stone platform he was on. Heat resistance is level 13. I'm in a volcano. Felix panted through the increasing heat, his stamina visibly ticking down. What the hell? Slam. Suddenly the doors quaked as if something huge had smashed into them. Felix spun around, hand on his sword. Dust rained down from the carved edifice above the doors, cracked and worn but still as beautiful as anything else down those tunnels. Slam, slam, slam. The cracks spread further, splintering the stone and sloughing off entire sections. Whatever was behind those doors wasn't giving up. Felix gasped a breath, panic rising as the doors began to break down. He cast about, looking for anything, any possible escape route. There, at the far end of the chamber, a platform extended nearly flush with the ground, making it all but invisible from straight on. It stretched outward in a sort of stone bridge toward the far wall of the cavern, which featured a shadowed archway. A bridge, the exit. That's when he realized the slamming had stopped. Felix turned toward the stone doors, sensing a sudden something moving at high speed. He activated Manasight, and aside from the absolute deluge of orange fire mana, there was an ochre blur the size and shape of a city bus barreling toward the surface. Toward him. Fuck. Felix started running just as the ground exploded into a geyser of liquefied stone. Helga, the massive worm, reared back with a screeching roar, breaching like a shark after a seal, her entire body clearing the ground for the briefest of instants. She landed with a bone-jarring quake, snaking toward Felix even as she hit the earth. Felix ran with everything he had, but he could hear the worm gaining on him with every step he took. He risked a glance backward and saw a nightmare. Helga slid forward, her body twisting like an impossibly large serpent, her four-way mouth wide open and filled with drool-soaked teeth the size of swords. Fear ran like cold electricity up his back and down his limbs even as he pushed himself to run faster. Faster. Running is level 18. Then he was at the bridge, the stone tapering to only 5 feet wide as it arced over the bubbling magma below. But his relief was short-lived. Only 30 feet out the bridge ended, sheared off long ago. The far edge of the cavern was beyond a nearly 50-foot gap, an impossible distance. Pitt was at his feet, racing alongside him. He had grown bigger but was still faster than Felix, and his wings, Pitt, jump and fly to the other side. Without a beat, Pitt chirped and raced ahead, running to the edge of the bridge and jumping as far as he could. Reign of Velis. The kinetic forces of the spell were leagues easier to shape than before, and Felix's quick mind and fire within skill activated in unison. Azure lightning discharged from his body, and Pitt let loose a surprised squawk as he was pushed up and forward 20 feet. Felix had hoped the Tenku's smaller mass and increased speed would allow Reign of Velis to give him enough oomph to make the jump, and as Pitt hit the zenith of his boost, his red-black wings snapped outward in a glide. Reign of Velis is level 26. Yeah, Felix cried out. Then Helga ate him. The worm's jaws chomped down on Felix, the four-way mandibles snapping from all directions. Teeth the size of his arm rushed toward his body, but Felix was able to catch 2 of the jaws with his left and right hands. The lower jaws, however, piercing his thighs with impossible speed and force, exactly where the Yungeling had got him before. Gahhhhhh. Felix screamed, veins in his neck bulging as he fought with Helga's upper jaws. His arms trembled, the power behind the giant worm too much to withstand, the pain in his legs nearly incapacitating were it not for his resistance. Felix cracked open his eye, blurry with tears, and saw the end of the bridge approaching rapidly. She's still. Felix didn't think. He didn't plan. Felix made magic, stone shaping. The sheared end of the bridge suddenly morphed, lifting up into a precarious incline that Helga barreled toward, her momentum impossible to defy. Felix staggered as his mana drained to half, the spell cast sloppy and wasteful, and Helga's jaws suddenly slackened as his resistance disappeared. They hit the incline, and they were airborne. Helga screamed, a voice like a rattling timpani roaring from her throat as she found herself momentarily midair. Felix's stomach rose into his throat, and his body briefly lifted weightlessly, before the worm and Felix inside it were sent hurtling downward. Not a chance, Reign of Velis. At the apex of her climb, Felix blasted forth. He clenched his body into a ball, but still felt skin and muscle rip and tear as he exploded out of the massive maw of the worm. Purple blood and shattered teeth spiraled out around his body, carried on the force of his skill, and Felix was launched toward the cavern exit. The only problem was that he was aimed a solid 15 feet too low. Shit. Stone shaping. Felix forced his pathways into the arcane patterns of the skill, twisting his power until it drilled into the earthen mana before him. His mana guttered out, suddenly flashing red in his vision, yet the cavern wall liquefied even as Felix collided with it at 40 miles an hour. A great gout of thick stone sludge jettisoned from the wall, and Felix landed shoulder first on the small 5-foot by 3-foot indent he had created. Crack, AGHH, MMMHHFFF. Felix howled, clenching his teeth until his jaw ached and the veins in his neck stuck out like cables. Pain resistance let him keep his wits about him, and he didn't move, agonizing as it was. He was pretty sure he had just dislocated his shoulder too. Stone shaping is level 14. Stone shaping is level 15. Pain resistance is level 25. Congratulations, you have reached apprentice tier in pain resistance. You gain the following: +5 VIT, +5N, +5N, plus new skill learned. Armored skin, level 1. Requires apprentice tier in pain resistance. Unconquerable title. Face the charged title, blind pugilist title. You've taken abuse that would cripple most and you keep on fighting. Gain physical damage reduction per skill level. Reduces stamina penalties by small amounts per skill level. This place sucks so much. His lungs struggled to fill up, and something felt like it was leaking inside of him. The heat had disappeared, and he only felt cold now. Dimly, Felix could hear the enraged roar of Helga until that disappeared too. Worried, he saw an icon of a dazed-looking face in the corner of his vision. Status condition. Shock major grunting with the effort. Felix squeezed his uninjured hand into his satchel, feeling around for his healing potion. It was agonizingly slow, and the dislocated shoulder didn't do much for mobility, believe it or not. With a surge of willpower, he suppressed his pain long enough to wrench the last vial from the bag, uncapping it with his thumb and pouring its contents down his throat. The potion started working instantly, his flesh reknitting painfully as his health jumped up. The flashing icon dissipated in a few seconds, and Felix's head felt suddenly clear. He tried to sit up, only to feel a jolt of pain through his shoulder and chest. His left arm was weak and nearly useless, his fingers barely responsive. The potion had not fixed everything, not by a long shot. The sound of banging could be heard coming from the platform, followed by the minute but definite sounds of rock grinding against rock, the arsids, there at the doors. He looked down at his shoulder, already feeling it swelling, and bit his lip. I really hope this works. With a breathy grunt, Felix pushed himself up on his right arm, then slammed his left shoulder directly into the ground. An explosion of pain lit his entire body on fire. Felix's vision blacked out for a few seconds as if his nerves couldn't handle the sheer agony. MOTHRFFUUGH. How the FSGHGHHHHH, Felix howled. Distantly, he could hear the slamming pause before resuming at a far more frenzied pace. Oh God, TV has failed me. Then Felix got a most welcome notification. Helga the Pendleworm is dead. You have gained EXP. You have gained a level. You are now level 19. +3 to WIL. +2 to INT. +4 to Dex. +1 to End. +2 to PER. +2 to VIT. +4 to AGL. You have 5 unused stat points. Your companion, Pit, has gained a level. +2 VIT. +2 PER. +4 AGL. +4 Dex. +3 WIL. +1 End. +2 INT. Ah, the swell of that near-silent orchestra vibrated across Felix's senses, his mind only catching the bare hints of their vibrations as power flooded through his body. Thinking fast, Felix dumped all 5 of his points into vitality. Then as the stat gain high reached its crest, he jammed his shoulder once more into the ground. Pop. He screamed, half joy, half pain, as his body was still squirming with the unspent level-up energy. His body arched in agony, then dropped limply to the ground as his nerve endings seemed to stop feeling entirely. Armored skin is level 2. Pain resistance is level 26. Felix panted, exhausted, but his health started rising again slowly. What's more, the slamming above continued, and it was starting to be accompanied by the crunch and crack of breaking stone. He had to go. Now. Mustering his energy, Felix stood up, wobbling slightly as he nearly fell out of his shallow alcove. Whoa, he gulped, looking down at the bubbling magma a good 100 feet down. He looked back at his tiny hole in the wall. I really cut it close this time. He shuddered, briefly imagining burning to death in lava. Much the way that Helga died, he figured. Good riddance. He spit over the edge, or tried to. He was too dehydrated to actually have saliva at this point. Heat resistance is level 14. Felix looked up, seeing only the knobby wall of the cavern as it stretched up and up and up. Then a small black and russet head popped out from a space within 20 feet and chirruped at him. Pit, you're okay. Felix felt a weight drop of his chest, and he started climbing. The natural rock wall had tons of handholds in it, making it a short work for his free climbing skill. Free climbing is level 13. He made it to Pit in less than a minute, yet by the time he stood atop the exit platform, he could hear a cacophonous from across the cavern. Felix's heart raced, and he turned toward the exit, not bothering to see what he feared would be the Golden Archon. Before him was another massive set of doors, also made of stone, yet bigger by half than the previous set. Glancing at his mana, which had barely recovered to 50, he gulped and tried to focus. Shutting out external distractions, he homed in on the mana pathways that traced through his body. A sudden panic squawk was his only warning. Terror echoed across their bond, hitting Felix at the same time as Pit's cry. He started dropping to the ground, but was too slow. A slab of rectangular stone the size of a basketball clipped his right shoulder as he fell, spinning his body around like a top, and he hit the ground hard. Felix felt hot blood course down his arm. He twisted his head and looked back. A half-demolished big boy stood there, one arm crumpled, the other still extended from its throw. There was no sign of Slender. Pit, get back. The Tenku growled and retreated. Felix struggled to his feet and glanced at his mana. He had only lost about 30 mana from his aborted spell, but it wasn't great. His head was swimming from the backlash of built-up mana, and flashes of blue and gold sparked in the corner of his vision. So far that had only happened when he was at his worst, but that didn't matter. Felix crooked his left hand toward the Arsid. Rain of Velis. Big Boy lurched backward, the rocket held falling as it nearly lost its balance. Small blue bolts of lightning sparked from its metal appendages as it regained its footing. Felix's felt something wet drip down from his nose, but he couldn't waste the momentum. He stood up, feeling the magic twist in his veins. Come on, big boy, do your worst. You couldn't hit lava in a volcano. The Arsid's eyes narrowed. It slammed its fingers through a massive piece of stone, nearly half of the broken door. It screamed as it lifted it one-handed. Oh, Felix gulped. That's the worst. Big Boy roared as it started spinning the massive slab, gathering enough momentum to crush Felix to paste even 50+ feet away. It spun forward, looking to ensure it hit its annoying target. Just a little more. Come on. The Arsid spun, the huge door only a gray smear in the orange light. It stepped up to the edge of the platform, Big Boy's feet thudding and digging into the rocky ground. Felix focused on the patterns in his mana channels, the ones responsible for his Velis skill that he hadn't stopped circulating since his first shot. Now, Rain of Velis, the shaped spell discharged, a flood of azure light ripping toward the Arsid. Bolts the size of Felix's leg crackled and arced between Big Boy's metal body parts, but Felix didn't push. This time he pulled. Muscles and tendons on his arms pulling taut, Felix used his body as much as his mind to shift the Arsid's weight even the slightest bit forward. He slid forward himself, only barely catching himself on the edge of an upturned paving stone. Gritting his teeth, he pulled on the already overbearing weight of the door slab, yanking it over the edge of the platform. It tried to let go, but its arm wouldn't respond as blue electricity arced across its limb, and as the slab dropped. So did Big Boy. Felix stumbled as he released the skill, blood pouring from his nose freely. He grimaced as he straightened, feeling a bone-weary ache radiate through his shoulders and neck. A few moments later, he received a kill notification for the Arsid. Oh God, I've gotta. Felix spun, heading back to the massive doors he hoped were an exit from this god-awful place. His shoulder was torn, his head still swimming from mana backlash, and as he tried to pull on the large metal rings in the doors, they refused to budge. Shit, Felix whispered, eyes stinging from the acrid fumes of the lava. I'm low on mana, low on health, and remarkably okay on stamina. I have to meditate. Felix sat down before the door, closing his eyes and getting as comfortable as he could. He had been maintaining meditation while moving, fighting, even while casting spells all this time, yet it hadn't leveled in hours. There had to be more he could do. His fire within pulsed in time with his heartbeat, fast and agitated, and Felix slowed it down. He felt the flow of his meditation skill as it thrummed within his core, ephemeral but strangely physical, much like mana itself. If leveling a skill was all about expanding capabilities and garnering a better understanding, then he had to figure out just what meditating actually was. A way to increase my region, a search for oneness or whatever. Contemplation, a steadying of the mind and body to improve the functions of both, by channeling the power of my mind and body. Meditation is level 27. What really? Felix's brows drew down in concentration, falling deeper into his thoughts. Then by using health, stamina, and mana, the skill forms a sort of loop, speeding up recovery by feeding them into one another. Did stats have anything to do with it? What were those called? Harmonic stats, resonance and resilience, pertaining to mental and physical recovery, respectively. Harmonic, harmony. That's a music thing, right? What? Felix's eyes snapped open. Does it have to do with the faint music I hear when I level up? Meditation is level 28. Meditation is level 29. Meditation is level 30. +5 RES +5 REI. Felix gasped. Music. A sudden bellowing shattered his calm, the air itself shaking with the power of it. Felix scrambled to his feet to peer in the direction of the platform, but the broken doorway was still dark. Not for long, I imagine. Felix looked at the exit. Gotta move. Careful to keep meditation active, Felix breathed and waited 10 then 15 seconds. His mana rocketed back up by nearly 60 points. It'd have to do. He could already hear the thunder of approaching footsteps. He didn't have much time. Using his fire within skill, he visualized his pathways, feeling the flow of his mana through his body. He willed his mana through his chest, belly, arms, and legs, flowing it in progressively complex patterns that were nevertheless increasingly familiar to him. Felix only had one chance at this. If he got it wrong, he wouldn't be leaving this volcano. As the power built and twisted into the required patterns, he released it. Stone shaping. A 5-foot portion of the stone doors before him liquefied, flowing into an amorphous tunnel that Felix and Pitt quickly stepped within. It was like stepping into pudding, except upsettingly warm. The thickened stone sludge flowed around and behind him, sealing up the pathway back even as a titanic scream shook the air. Helga, the scream cut off and Felix sealed himself in stone. Felix took a moment to breath. His heart had jumped into his throat when he heard the Archon's voice. He was very angry, and Felix figured he knew the reason. "Next time, don't sick your dog on people," Felix muttered. Golden jerk. Shaking himself, Felix moved forward, his thoughts only on keeping the pattern tight and controlled. Stones shifted and moved around them, leaving only a small 6-foot by 3-foot bubble within a mountain of impenetrable rock. Using the skill carefully like this was far easier than the sudden alterations he had done before. This way, his meditation could ensure his region kept up with the expense, if barely. Felix kept his head in the game and kept moving. He wasn't out of the woods yet. However, as an hour went by, Felix still hadn't cleared the door. How deep beneath the earth was he? Was this not an exit? What if he never got out? The spell nearly cut out as his concentration wavered. Felix caught himself, firming his mind even as he poured slightly more mana into the spell. His region couldn't quite keep up with the increase, though. He'd have to take a break sooner rather than later. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and 12 breaks later, the bubble around Felix burst open into a blazing, brilliant light. For a moment, Felix was blinded, his eyes used to the darkness of the mountain. He stumbled forward, tripping slightly on scree that slid and clattered beneath him. When the world came into focus, Felix's breath caught. It was gorgeous. Beneath bright blue, cloudless skies, Felix observed a towering mountain range that spread to his left and right, or north and south. He amended with a glance at the setting sun. The mountains overlooked a wide valley that extended well into the hazy blue distance and was filled with a variety of pines and leafy green trees. And there, off in the distance, stone towers rose up into the sky. "That's so far away," he sighed, shoulders drooping for a moment before he started moving down the mountain. "Come on, Pit, we've got a lot of ground to cover before nightfall." Pit let out a low squawk behind him. As they stumped down the mountainside, loose stones cascading around him, a booming voice echoed across his consciousness. "Challenge complete. You have survived. Return to the domain to receive your reward." Wah! Felix dragged his hand over his face as he minimized all the notifications trying to pop up. Under the mountain, no fucking chance of that, mysterious system voice. "You hear this, Pit?" The Tenku merely chirruped tiredly and kept shuffling sideways down the mountain. Felix shook his head, his face pinched. Unbelievable. They trudged down the mountain in silence. Down, Magda dove forward, left shield extended to deflect an acidic projectile from a hissing tree serpent. The kite shield didn't quite reach, but the attack deflected anyway, much to the surprise of Adder cowering behind her. "How'd get back behind the wall," Magda shouted, ignoring her own advice and charging forward at the serpent. She didn't look back to see if he listened. If he didn't, he'd likely die. Magda wasn't worried about the boy. Evie and the Dane girl were fighting off the tree serpent on their own. Harn was too busy fending off the marauding chimeras behind them. Evie swung her spiked chain around her body, expertly weaving the 20-foot-long weapon through her arms, legs, and around her torso. Each rotation added momentum to its strikes, and in an expert's hands, it was a deadly implement. Magda felt pride wash over her, even as she desperately charged toward the battle. Evie was good, but she was still only barely into apprentice tier for chain mastery. The 30-foot-long tree serpent easily bobbed and weaved through her assault, wedge-shaped head and single flame-colored eye staring fixedly at the nimble fighter. Vasilia was moving about with almost as much grace as Evie, hopping here and there, lining up strikes with her 8-foot spear. She was strong too, as each hit did considerable damage when it connected. The tree serpent threw its looping coils up and away from the vicious duo, dodging Evie's latest attack while lunging to bite Vasilia. "No you don't." Wall of force. A shimmering field of energy suddenly warped the light between Vasilia and the tree serpent, cutting short its lunge as it bounced off. Rearing back in anger, the serpent moved to strike again, but Magda was already on it. Clarion call. She held her twin kite shields in front of her as she emitted a high-pitched wail. The serpent froze in its tracks, its single eye widening as if mesmerized. Then it went wild, snapping and lunging at Magda with abandon. The shield witch punched outward with her shields, each time meeting the attacks at an angle, deflecting the majority of the strikes to either side of her body. "I've got its attention. Flank it." Evie and Vasilia looked at each other and took off. Evie ran along the ground, nimbly negotiating the root-filled terrain despite the pervasive fog that limited her perception to a measly half-dozen yards. She came up beneath the serpent, near the tree where the majority of its body was tethered. Whipping her spiked chain in a tight loop around her shoulder, she launched the weighted end of it straight up. The chain flew far faster than it should have, bridging the gap in a fraction of a second and hitting with the power of an iron gilder. Tree serpent cried out in sudden pain. Then Vasilia came down on it. Somehow the girl had climbed atop the nearest tree, and using it as a springboard, she jumped a full 12 yards into the sky. She landed on the serpent's head spear first, the 8-foot polearm sinking 3 feet deep into the serpent's glowing eye. SCRE, Vasilia twisted her blade, and the serpent suddenly fell limp. The Duke's daughter rode the corpse to the ground where it hit with a displaced fog. Yeah. You kicked his ass, Vess. Evie was ebullient, but then she always was. Magda let the force wall drop as Vasilia pulled her spear free of the gooey remains of the serpent. Well, I would say we did it together. Vasilia smiled brightly, her teeth straight and extra white against the dark orange blood that streaked her face. Yes, good job. Now back to the group. Now, Magda cut them off and hustled them back to the first force wall she had put up. Evie rolled her eyes and nodded her head at her friend. The two smiled and ran back to Adder and Harn. Blind gods, that girl can make friends with the herald himself. Magda shook her head ruefully, thundering behind the pair as they retreated to her temporary bulwark. A hazy orb appeared out of the mists, visible mostly due to the fog that rolled up and over it. The orb became permeable as Magda approached, and all three quickly entered. Harn, report. Chimeras have been rooted and the flyers have been scared off for now, Harn growled, still watching the darkening skies. Night was coming on them quickly. How'd you kill the snake? Didn't, came the reply. Magda jerked her thumb over her shoulder at Vasilia. She did. Oh, I. Harn's grim face watched the Dane girl look proud, blush, and then look wilt under his stony expression. Magda suppressed a smile. The man was a brute, stubborn as an ox, and as hard to impress as any guilder trainer she'd ever met. Which made sense considering his background. We must seek shelter for the night, came an insistent voice. Magda glanced over at Adder, eyeing his torn robes and mud-splattered hems. He didn't have a single wound on him, or even any monster blood. The rest of them were practically painted orange and crimson by comparison. It is getting too dark to keep going. Harn looked over at Magda with a raised eyebrow. The shield witch glanced at Adder before turning back toward the setting sun. We keep moving. We're close. Muffled groans came from the tin guilders, but they hoisted their discarded packs and followed after. The five of them trudged along the darkening path, following game trails barely visible even to their enhanced senses. Game trails, Magda snorted to herself, as if we're the ones doing the hunting. Even now, she could vaguely sense the prowling of chimera, sniffing them out. They were deep into the interior of the foglands, the terrain largely unmapped and unexplored. Not that the land could be trusted, for it appeared to shift and change randomly, moving tree or a hillock from one glance to another. Whatever cataclysm created these lands, it scarred them deeply. Magic oozed from everything, confusing even their skills at times. The chimeras were out en masse as well, and the tree serpent was only one of 5 such encounters they had endured over the past 7 hours. Add in the strange commotion to the west earlier that afternoon, when rage boiled up from the earth like a near-physical vapor, and all of them were on edge and due arrest, but were too close to rest. Magda's mouth thinned as she viewed the narrow ravine before them. It extended perhaps 20 yards before opening back up, and there didn't seem to be a convenient way around it. We have to take a chance. Before she could step inside, the little shit stepped in front of her. That's enough. We've been following you blindly for nearly a week, Adder yelled, red in the face, making his wispy blonde mustache stand out. You've let us kill 1 or 2 beasts between the 3 of us, keep us moving for hours on end, and what's worse, have yet to help us reveal our omens. Adder squared his shoulders and clenched his fists at his sides. Now you expect us to keep moving, through a twisty and obviously trapped ravine as true night begins to fall. I demand to know just what is going on here. Adder huffed and puffed, his skinny shoulders trembling with either rage or fear. Probably both. Magda looked back at Evie and Vasilia, seeing the same questions echoed in their eyes. Harn simply shrugged at her, his helm covering an expression that was surely some variation of I told you so. Magda put her hands on her hips. You're an arrogant pissant, and you only deserve to know what I deem appropriate. She growled, and the boy flinched as if struck, his thin arms crossing over his chest. Magda glared at all of them, her dark eyes barely visible through the slit of her half-helmet. From here on out, you're responsible for yourselves. We are encroaching upon a place that is truly dangerous. It is enough to put pressure on both Harn and myself, let alone the 3 of you. Follow my lead and do, not stray. She punctuated the last 3 words with a jab of her thick, gauntleted finger. The last was to Adder, who flinched again. Understand. Mute nods went all around, and Magda stomped past the small mage and into the ravine. Good, he was back in the ocean. Pake green water sizzling against his skin even as the last vestiges of his clothing dissolved away. Carmine lightning skittered across the skies, thunder following close on its heels. The storm was on top of him, and the waves swallowed him whole. He fell, sinking faster and faster, into the darkness. Slender shapes encircled him, twisted and slithering through the murk, a flash of scales, of spines, of awful claws and teeth. They spun closer and closer, appendages meant to rend and tear and eat and eat and eat and eat. Then something brilliant shimmered beside him. The warmth of the light chased away the twisting creatures, sheltered him from the corrosive waters, and stilled the tossing seas. A hand laid on his shoulder, his muscles going soft and weak at its touch. You have survived. I am surprised. Felix felt his body relax entirely, the feeling he mistook for weakness instead being a delightful relief in all of his muscles. But he couldn't quite look up into the blazing light. Who was this? This is good. You're strong. I'll need you to be stronger still. The presence drifted closer to him, a blinding light just beyond his periphery, and he was struck by the impression of lips close to his ear as it spoke again. Can you do that, Felix Nevar? Felix sucked in a breath, pulling in tainted water that suddenly wanted to dissolve his body from the inside. He reeled, the light fading, his body thrashing in the darkening depths. He screamed. Pitt leaped backward with a startled squawk, fur rising and wings spreading wide. Pitt, Felix realized he was sitting up, braced precariously between two thick branches. His heart thudded in his chest as he belatedly noticed the danger he was in. They had climbed this tree to sleep. Though it wasn't a magic tree, it was a very tall conifer with remarkably little sap on its bark, and that meant it was the winner. Felix looked at the night-darkened forest around him and regarded Pitt, who was delicately poised 2 branches away. What's up? What happened? The skies were clear and filled with dazzling starlight, the majority of the moons having set already, leaving only the smallest 2 hovering over the horizon. It was early morning, something like 3 a.m. if you were to use Earth time here. As far as Felix could tell, the days and nights felt a good deal longer than back home, but he wasn't sure. Pitt rustled his feathers a few times, taking a moment to preen his wings with his eyes closed. Oh, come on, Felix pled, rubbing an eye with the back of his hand. I was having a nightmare. It was not great. I'm sorry for scaring you. What happened? Pitt chirped happily, regarding Felix with his big golden eyes. Felix couldn't help but smile. Then the Tenku turned and gestured with his black-dipped front paw toward the east. Felix turned. Took him a minute to see it, but between the shifting branches and thick foliage he could see fire. People, Felix gasped. Pitt, we've got to check it out. Felix shifted to climb down, but a blinking in his vision arrested his attention. Oh right, my notifications. Guess I was too tired to go through them last night. This night, earlier, he sighed. I should check them. There could be something useful in there. Felix settled back against the tree and with a placating gesture to Pitt, toggled his notifications. Stone shaping is level 16. Stone shaping is level 23. Fire within is level 25. Fire within is level 26. Congratulations. You have reached apprentice tier in Fire within. You have gained plus 10 WIL plus 5 control of internal mana. Deep mind is level 24. Felix clenched his body as a rush of information and power flooded his system. He reached a steadying hand to a nearby branch, but his sudden spastic grip snapped it in 2. As the feeling faded, he regarded his hand with dull eyes. I'll never get used to that. The burst of stats and skill levels seemed to be hitting harder recently, and Felix wasn't sure if that was because he kept getting them in big batches or another reason. He had to get that under control. Now that his strength was so high, he was afraid he'd hurt himself or others someday. Shaking his head, he focused in on the last few notifications. He'd reached apprentice tier in Fire within, which made sense after he'd used it to escape the mountain. If its past utility was any gauge, having that skill in apprentice tier would be extremely useful. As a reward, he'd gain more willpower and greater control of internal mana. While the willpower was welcome, he could honestly say it was his least needed stat. He almost wished he'd earned strength or vitality, but Felix wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Especially here, horses probably had razor-sharp teeth and ate people on the continent. However, the percentage of increased control for internal mana was definitely cool. Felix figured the pathways and looping of his mana he sensed when using skills was all internal mana, and that had only brought him benefits so far. Sitting up in a tree, about to climb down and investigate a mysterious fire in a dark forest, Felix honestly felt excited to find out what else he could do. How strange life had become. Felix carefully climbed down, fully utilizing his born trait to recall the exact handholds it took to climb this tree in the first place. He made it to the ground easily enough, but not faster than Pitt, who glided from tree to tree, bouncing here and there until the Tenku padded quietly to the earth. Show off. Pitt rubbed consolingly against his legs. Quietly, the 2 of them crept forward into the dark, stealth and skulk both activated as they maneuvered through the plentiful shadows. They separated several times due to the terrain, but Felix could always feel the general location of his friend, like an extra limb or something. Is this because of the companion pact? He could sense Pitt like a warm bundle of emotion in his chest, comfortable in a way he couldn't quite verbalize. Pitt felt like eagerness, joy, a little aggression, and a lot of hunger. Whatever this skill was, however it worked, Felix delighted in it. Pitt was one of the few good things he'd encountered on the continent. 15 minutes of skulking through the darkness, and Felix started to notice stone structures rising from the wild overgrowth all around him. Vine-choked walls and ivy-covered archways that led into empty grottos, they were the remnant marks of a place long abandoned. Trees dominated much of the spaces, greenery bursting up from stone pavers and filling the wind-worn cracks in the structures all around him. Felix felt a sinking feeling as he regarded the ruin of a stone causeway, pitted and overrun by tree roots as thick as his thigh. Exploration is level 17. This place has been abandoned for decades. How long does it take for a forest to reclaim civilization? 10 years, 20. Again, magic threw his guesses off, but this place had not seen much settlement in a long time. Maybe this is just the poorly maintained outskirts. He tried to remain hopeful as he moved closer to the fire, the light of which was starting to fill much of the causeway. Felix kept to the shadows as he crept closer, keeping his breathing even and his steps light. If he weren't moving so carefully, he was sure he would have missed it. There was a thin coating of ice on the ground. Kneeling to inspect it, Felix was surprised to find how cold it felt. The evening was chill for late spring, but couldn't be colder than 60 degrees. Why isn't it melting? Waves of cold pulsed from the small bit of ice before him, and looking forward, Felix saw the ice had coated a large portion of the road and even crept up the side of a few crumbling walls. Ahead, the road opened up into a square of some sort, though it was mostly filled with 50-foot-tall trees. The ice extended for some distance into the square, though it did not approach the trees themselves. What is this? It wasn't natural, that was certain. Felix regarded the ice with his mana sight, and he discovered a whirling pattern of pale purple-white mana that pulsed steadily outward. It's growing, he realized. What is doing this? Felix padded into the remains of a building, barely more than 2 walls and a section of roof, and peered out of empty window casements. His breath caught only moments from eliciting a loud gasp. Breath control is level 17. Just beyond his ruined shelter, the world was absolutely coated in frost. Ice was several inches thick on the undulating pavers, exploding outward from the center of the half-collapsed ruin of 2 large buildings. At some point, the structures had fallen into one another, and now they supported the other's weight like a precarious stone tent. Ice covered the crumbling details of these buildings, cascading across their surfaces horizontally, as if a bomb of wintry weather had detonated here. A few foot-long spikes dotted the ruins and ground, all angled away from the center, where a cheery bonfire burned as bright as the sun in the dark night. All of this would have been amazing, were it not for the 2 hulking figures within the ruin. 8 feet tall with dark blue skin, they were bald save for scraggly beards of white hair. Over large ears stuck out from their heads, and their jaws were heavy and thick. The creatures wore dull iron armor covered in scraps of discolored fur, and Felix spotted a couple large blunt weapons laying on the ice. Name: Unknown Rissi Warrior Type, Giant Folk Level, 26 HP, SP, MP. Lore: Giant folk are known for their great strength, boundless stamina, and poor intelligence. Be wary. Strength and endurance weakness. Intelligence, dexterity analyze is level 20. Felix gulped. The 2 came up with the same information. Both of them were level 26. One of the 2 stood up and paced, grabbing its metal club off the ground. Muscles the size of Felix's head flexed as it easily hefted the club onto its shoulder. Act 2 Shumrata, the Rissi said to its companion. It seemed agitated. The other waved its hand in their direction, still reclining against an ice-covered rock. Eva Ka Radutel, the seated one, said, its voice languid and sleepy. Felix eyed their armor, and analyze didn't let him down. Name: Crude Iron Armor Type. Armor lore: crudely made with the simplest of smithing techniques, this armor was meant to be mass-produced. It is very heavy and trimmed with ice-fiend fur found only in the hoarfrost. Big, strong, armed and armored to the teeth. That's a big all-nope. Felix decided to creep backward and get out of there fast. These Rissi were more trouble than they were worth. Felix almost made it out of the small, ruined building when a bright, trilling noise sounded from his system. Seeing an icon for an open book in his vision, Felix reluctantly toggled it. Active quests advance 5 spells to apprentice level. 2 of 5 apprentice spells Home Sweet Home. 1 of 5 threats eliminated a light in the dark. 2 of 4 remnants found weight. What? When did these update? The apprentice quest makes sense, but the rest. Felix opened up the quest that worried him the most. Home Sweet Home. Home Sweet Home. 1 of 5 threats eliminated threats. 7-legged Orit, the Archon, the Rissi unknown. Felix stared at his screen for a long moment, then closed his eyes. Fuck, he whispered. Harn scowled. Things weren't going how they were supposed to. The fog rolled, thick as ever, but now it covered a treacherous ground covered in ice. Ever since they entered these city ruins, bigger and bigger chunks of the path had been coated in the stuff, as if something was walking around and freezing all it touched. To Harn's knowledge, there was no record of a creature capable of this, not in the Foglands. Something's changed. Harn made eye contact with Magda, seeing his own uncertainty reflected there. What's going on here? Magda had been increasingly reclusive during this trip, leaving most of the training to him. If you were being honest, that is how Harn preferred it anyway, since 2 captains can muddy orders. But Maggie and Harn had worked together for nearly 5 years now, and they had worked out all the kinks of their partnership. Usually the duo would take some trainees into a dangerous area, bring them close to death to activate their reveal before pulling them out and eliminating any threats. They'd done this close to 24 times now, and while they had some higher-profile trainees this time, nothing should have changed. But then Callie went missing. Kaliska Boskel was their 3rd member in the beginning, but had left a few years back to pursue a promotion. She was silver ranked just as they were, but her skills as a finder of lost things gave her an edge in the guild's acquisitions department. She'd go to remote locations, scout them, find any treasures she could carry and report back on the rest. The guild would send others to get the remainder, while Callie would get shipped off on another mission. It was perfect for her, and she had seemed truly happy. Maggie hadn't liked it. The two of them had a complicated history, and their on-again, off-again relationship was part of the reason for Callie taking the job, at least in Harn's opinion. Never one to mix his personal life in his job, he saw the warning signs long ago and stayed far away from it. It all blew up quite spectacularly, but Maggie still carried a torch, that was clear. Harn stepped up toward Magda, speaking in a low tone. "This is getting bad. Reminds me of Nevin in all the wrong ways." Magda nodded absently, her eyes scanning the fog. "It's too quiet." Harn fingered the axe blade at his waist, thinking, "I know, listen, Maggie, there's nothing here," came the furious whisper behind them. Harn turned to see Adder leaning aggressively toward Evie and the Duke's kid, arms spread wide as if to encompass the whole area. "It's been hours. They said this was filled with monsters that would push us to our limits. We haven't seen a beast greater than a mouse since we passed that ravine." "Shut it, Sparky," Harn growled. The kid was getting on his nerves, even if he was making some good points. The kid puffed himself up, his face red from outrage and hands balled into fists at his hips. "You're not in charge anymore. You don't even know what I said, quiet, fool." Harn heard something, a soft crunch not coming from their own boots. "What was that?" Adder asked, his voice finally softer. "That," Harn asked, unsheathing his axe and rolling his shoulders to loosen them up. 4 hulking humanoids loomed in the fog, easily twice their size, blue-skinned and covered in crude metal armor. They hefted large metal clubs and axes, a dangerous gleam in their dark eyes. "That's a monster, Sparky." Harn grinned under his helmet, his blood rushing through his veins as his brawler's physique was unleashed. "It's time to hunt. RAHH, I can't believe it." Felix had huddled in the shadow of the ruined home for almost 10 minutes now. He felt paralyzed, alternately looking at his quest update and the giant folk that were still visible through the window. Not only did his home sweet home quest list the Rissi as threats to be eliminated, but also the Archon. That big golden douche with the pet sandworm. "This quest is trying to kill me," he decided. What possible way did he have at his disposal? Felix took a breath. "It'll be fine. I can figure it out." Felix crept back toward the window, careful not to touch the sill, which was slowly being covered in the encroaching frost. One of the Rissi were agitated, and the others seemed like they couldn't be bothered. He could use use the environment against them. Felix scowled as he inventoried his available skills. He had built up quite the diverse range of tools, so he had options. "I just have to make the most of them. Gotta lure them away, handle them one by one. Those muscles suggest high strength in those weapons." He analyzed the nearest club, a great beast of a weapon at 5 feet long and nearly a foot wide at the tip. Like a brutal iron spike, it tapered toward the handle, shaped into a rough pyramidal shape. His range had extended since hitting apprentice tier, pushing him well past 20 feet. Name: crude iron club type, bludgeoning lore. Made of crude iron, it is a raw and rough weapon, being both extremely heavy and poorly balanced, but it is brutally effective. "Okay, I can use that." A high-pitched scream cut off his thought. A third Rissi warrior stomped into the square, carrying over his shoulder a squirming figure wrapped sloppily in a huge rope. Giant dropped its captive roughly onto the ground, where they hit the ice with a clatter of metal armor. The captive stopped moving, and Felix sucked in a breath. He ducked low as the giant turned toward his direction, and he motioned for Pit to stay back. "Lathu, Ikta na Ratu," the newcomer roared. Felix peered up and saw the blue-skinned humanoid gesturing to several wounds on its arms and legs where the armor didn't protect as well. It was gesturing back the way it came, and for the others to follow. The uneasy giant wanted to follow almost immediately, bounding over to the new arrival like an eager puppy. Felix narrowed his eyes. It was hard to tell with their craggy features and white beards, but it seemed like that one was much younger than the rest, less experienced. The younger giant turned toward the other, who was still sprawled on the ground attempting to take a nap. "Acha, Jervo, Klepas ta nada," Young urged Lazy to get up, gesturing with his hands. Lazy ignored him and rolled over, muttering something in their tongue that Felix couldn't make out. The meaning was clear, however, and the newcomer pointed at the unconscious captive and back at Lazy. They did this repeatedly, vigorously, until Lazy waved them off and nodded. The other two left, quickly jogging out into the dark. Felix's heart was in his throat. This was perfect, but only if thunderous snoring began to fill the square. Lazy had fallen asleep. Hell yes. Felix crept outside the fallen building, coming as close to the outer corner as he could without passing into the square. Asleep or not, he didn't want that giant to have a chance at line of sight on him. At the corner, the captive was just within range of his analyze. Name: unknown human woman race, human level 19 HP, SB, MP. Lore: humans are adaptable and prolific breeders. They can be found in many corners of the continent. Strength, agility, weakness, endurance. She's human. There are people here. The sudden relief he felt was palpable, so powerful it almost made him dizzy. For a period of time, Felix feared he had entered a world of monsters, that this endless terror field was all there was. He just hoped she survived that body slam. I have to get her out of there before any of them come back. Eliminating the Rissi is secondary compared to that. Felix crept back into his shelter and started to plan. He could use stealth and sneak his way over to her, untie her and carry her away. No, too slow, too much of a chance of waking the giant. And besides, was he strong enough to lift a full-grown woman wearing what looked like plate armor? He didn't know, and Felix sure as hell wasn't going to gamble at this point. He could use stone shaping to make a barricade. Felix shook his head again. Too loud, too mana-intensive despite his internal mana control. Rain of Velis could work, pulling her to him. Felix was still amazed at the changes in that spell. The evolution of that spell gave him some insights into how it worked, and while it could now push or pull, it still tended to discharge big gouts of electricity toward its target. There was probably a way around that using fire within, but not without practice and time he didn't have. The other giants could be back at any moment. Felix had other options, but nothing was perfect. Plans and tactics rattled through his head, ideas that could work or fail depending on this or that variable. One thing remained constant, though. He would have to untie her first and go from there. The sleeping giant, well, he'd have to make sure he didn't wake up. But first priority was the captive. I'll have to go with option 1. Felix looked over at lazy, busily snoring away. The giant had pushed together its thick ice fiend ruff forming a pillow and had its long blue arms in a tangle. A club similar to the others was resting within easy reach, standing up and leaning against the ice-covered stone wall. His perception could pick up the Rissi's heavy, steady breathing and even the faint, burbling sound of drool pooling in its open mouth. With a grimace, Felix refocused. Pitt was next to him, and Felix kneeled down toward his friend. He couldn't speak, worried to wake the giant, but he tried to somehow push his thoughts toward the Tenku. Companion pact worked something like that, right? Stay back, stay safe, watch out for danger. Pitt just looked at him blankly, tilting his bird-like head. Felix sighed silently. He could feel the warmth in his chest, the connection to Pitt he'd been endowed with just a few days ago. He touched his chest and pointed toward the unconscious woman. He pointed at Pitt and then at the ground. Pitt looked between his hand and the ground several times before plopping himself down rather grumpily, if he were being honest. Sparing his friend a smile, Felix crept out of the shelter. He made sure stealth was activated as much as possible and stepped out into the open. Despite being as quiet as he possibly could be, Felix felt like each soft pad of his foot was agonizingly loud, his leather boots crunching against the ice. But he reached her without incident. Stealth is level 22. Up close, Felix could finally make out the captive's features. She was breathing, and she was a young girl, maybe 20 years old, younger than him by a fair margin at least, with dark brown hair and slightly darker skin. She was wearing a strange collection of enameled steel plates and flexible leather pieces. It looked really expensive. She didn't have a weapon he could see, but that made sense. She was a captive after all. Maybe she's a mage. Felix's eyes lit up at the thought. Now that'd be something. Maybe she can tell me. A sudden snort sounded, and Felix went absolutely still. Carefully, he turned around and was relieved to find the giant still sleeping. It had just rolled over. Hugh, gotta hurry. Felix tried to untie the rope, but it wasn't tied. It was just wrapped tightly around the girl, held mostly in place by her own unconscious weight on top of it. Shit, I can't hold her and untie her. Felix tapped his lips before swallowing carefully. I'll have to improvise. Acid Stream Felix formed a small globe of green liquid in his hand, but did not push it in any direction. Instead, he let it pool there, spinning like a tiny planet above his palm. The spell fought against him, wanting to be released, but he flexed his willpower and it stopped. Then very carefully, he dragged the orb across a thick rope section. With a hissing sizzle in 3 seconds' time, the rope dissolved and fell apart. He did a silent victory dance in his head and kept on moving. It took nearly 2 minutes, but he had cut her loose without getting any of the corrosive liquid on the girl. He had just pulled the last of the ropes off her body when he heard the faint crack of ice behind him. His perception suddenly blaring in warning, Felix turned just in time to see a massive metal club swinging for his head. Felix jumped back, using the same motion to kick the unconscious woman away from him and lazy. She slid across the ice with the force of his push, fetching up against the wrecked building where Pitt was hiding. That was all the attention Felix was about to afford, however, because the Rissi started swinging again. The giant was strong, so strong that his swings felt like standing too close to a subway train, all wind and metal and instant death if he stepped in the wrong place. Felix backed up, again and again, as he dodged around the Rissi warrior's brutal attacks. If just one of these attacks connect, it will destroy me. Felix was sweating, but the giant wasn't even breathing hard. Then Felix saw Pitt drag the poor girl into the ruined building, and a weight lifted off his chest. Felix rolled out of the way of another strike, came to his feet, and leaped off of an ice-coated boulder. He jumped back toward the giant, making it to eye level before he let loose a corrosive strike. Except Felix didn't stop to realize that once you were in the air you could no longer maneuver. The Rissi knocked him from the sky with a swipe of its metal club, smashing him into the ice and stone with a cracking report. Felix hit hard and felt his bones creak. The ice beneath him shattered, and he saw his health drop by 40. Fuck, he spit up blood onto the ice. Armored skin is level 3. Armored skin is level 4. Felix felt a sudden rush of wind behind him, and he rolled to the left quickly, barely evading another strike of the club. Coming to his feet, he squared off and fired an acid stream at the giant. The acid hit the Rissi square in the chest, sizzling and bubbling against the metal armor, but failing to eat through it. Felix clicked his tongue, annoyed. Reign of Velis. The giant, who had taken 2 steps toward him and was winding up his club, was sent stumbling as Felix tugged on the Rissi's unsupported left leg as it stepped forward. Felix rushed forward and swung a vicious uppercut. Corrosive strike. His fists, enhanced with his acidic magic, blasted a large dent into the giant's chest plate. Lazy even popped up momentarily into the air, and Felix followed up with a jump-assisted double-fisted slam onto the giant's back. Lazy hit the ice hard, shattering it further as frozen chips scattered up and into the air. Felix panted with effort, his arms almost numb from the vibrations of striking the giant's hard skin. The giant, however, simply stood back up and grinned. "You suck," breathed Felix. Then he charged back in. Vasilia Dane was not having the greatest of days. Battered and bruised, the pain woke her more than anything else. She lacked the pain-resistance skill, and she regretted it dearly. Agony lanced across her limbs and lower back where the giant had smashed her against the ice. She blinked blearily at the half-fallen roof, covered in bits of ice and green vines, as if winter and spring were fighting one another. Her mind felt muddled, and she saw 2 blinking icons in her vision. Status condition. Concussion mild status condition. Injured minor slowly leveraging herself into a sitting position. Vess let out a hiss as her back tweaked and sent more flashes of pain out to her legs and made her fingers tingle. That is not good, she managed through it all. Minor means sprain or bruising usually, so perchance not as bad as her inner dialogue died as her eyes finally adjusted to the gloomy interior. Standing only 2 feet from her was a shadowy presence with 2 sets of eyes, each burning gold with a fiendish fury, and clawed appendages stretched out to either side, dark and fuzzy like the fog that it lived within. Chimera, Dragoon's footwork. Dragoon's footwork is level 26. Vess flowed like quicksilver, her body moving almost without conscious thought, and she was suddenly 10 feet away and upon her feet. Instinctively, she reached out to grab her spear but found nothing but empty air. Damn. The giant, that monstrous foe, had disarmed her during their initial melee. She grabbed at her waist and pulled a small dagger from her belt sheath, wincing as pain shot through her back. This will have to do. She advanced on the chimera, who had oriented on her remarkably quickly. Its perception must be sky-high to notice my movements through this blasted fog. Even now, the ever-present mist had begun rolling into the ruin's darkened interior. The fiend blinked owlishly at her, tilting its head curiously before snarling and dropping low. The 2 of them circled one another, giving Vess a chance to really look at this beast. The chimera had 4 legs that looked like they belonged to a small wolf, a bushy tail, and 2 clawed appendages on its back. The claws spread out like gnarled wings, quivering with each step. It was hideous, its hide rippling and twisted like all the chimeric beasts she'd encountered, the edges of its form fuzzing off into the fog itself. Each step was painful, a jolt of discomfort that was growing into an almighty blaze of agony in her back. Vess swallowed and eyed the collapsed wall in her peripherals. If I can outsmart it. Vess activated Dragoon's footwork again, this time in a feint toward the left before spinning to the right and diving out of the ruined building. The chimera fell for it, its remarkably fast reflexes still not enough for her advanced movement technique. Thank you, Mother. Vess landed on an uneven stone thoroughfare, nearly identical to the one her team had followed. Perhaps they were close. She heard the sound of fighting nearby, including the unmistakable sound of a giant's pained roar. Quick as a blink, she took off toward the sound. Behind her, she heard frantic scrabbling in the ruins as the chimera gave chase. Night. She cursed, not wasting time looking back, just focusing on rounding the corner of the building ahead. The street was covered in ice, thickening as she went, but more disconcerting was the increasing amount of shattered walls she was seeing. Vess passed 4 broken walls, newly destroyed to her eye, and through the 5th she saw a massive cloud of gray-blue dust. It was distinct from the ever-present fog, instead rising up in a large plume amid a mountain of stone fragments and ice chunks. The great, terrible sound of ice shearing away from masonry filled the square, and Vess could see a number of broken walls all around the area. Whoever was fighting was demolishing this entire area. In her mind, only one person could have done this. Lady Erin. Vess called before trying to bite back her words. The last thing she needed was to draw the attention of whatever monster made this happen, nor distract her mentor during such a battle. Then the fog shifted, and the plume of dust and ice settled to reveal a human man step out. Much to Vess' surprise, it was not Harn or even the pompous adder. No, it was a stranger with pale skin, dark hair, and absolutely shredded clothing. His tunic had perhaps once been beige, but was now a dark gray-brown and largely useless as a covering. The sleeves were torn off, and several huge rents in the fabric exposed entirely too much trim flesh only held together by the strap of some sort of satchel. Vess felt herself blush. His pants seemed to be leather and more or less intact, save for the bottom of the legs which had been eaten away by something and were a tattered mess. Simple boots covered his feet, wet and coated in patches of frost. Wounds covered the man's arms, and blood stained much of his torn clothing, but he did not seem to care. Instead, the man stepped forward and quickly oriented on a point in the fog to his right. Vess saw nothing at first, but then a silhouette emerged from the fog. It was huge and heavily built, much as the ones her team had faced, its skin blue and body covered in dark metal armor. It even had the same 5-foot metal club slung behind its back. The key difference, however, was that this giant looked to be in rough shape. Its armor was dented and busted in several places, and a number of angry patches on its arms and face were bubbling and leaking a dark blue blood that plopped heavily to the ground. "Come on, you lazy piece of shit." The man's face split in a wide smile despite his injuries. "Let's go," the giant roared, its own face lit up in a predatory grin. And it charged, exploding across the ground so fast that Vess could not quite track its movements. Just like the bastard that had captured her, this one was unbelievably powerful, and Vess found herself wincing in anticipation. The giant was too strong, too fast, too much to overcome. A grate sounded out, rattling loose stones at her feet and sweeping away the fog for a few instants. Vess blinked against the wind and found herself looking at an unexpected sight. The man was alive, and he was winning. The dark-haired man ducked beneath the giant's heavy swings, each strong and fast enough to blow back any debris that was around them. Small pebbles and stones scattered with each haymaker, the giant's attacks growing increasingly fast and complicated as it fought. But somehow its opponent dodged around nearly every attack as if he were dealing with an unruly child. How is he doing this? Vess was confounded. The man was faster than any tin she knew, but he did not fight like an iron rank. He was too wild and uncontrolled. In fact, he moved unlike anyone she'd ever seen. Were there other guilders out here? Vacta rock est. The giant cried out in its guttural language, swinging its massive fist around in a sweeping cross-strike. Vess watched as the giant landed the hit, flipping the man backwards in a sideways spiral. Flew backwards 10 feet, twisting his own body so that he landed on his 2 feet even as he continued sliding for another 5. Vess gasped and raised her hands to her mouth. "That would have shattered all of the bones in my shoulder. I have to fuck that hurt." The man laughed, rolling his injured shoulder in its socket as if loosening it up. "Notched up my resistance again though, and a few other things." He cracked his neck and started charging back in. "You'll have to do better than that." "He's insane," Vess decided. "Why else would he fight with his fists? He's even got a sword. Use your sword, fool." But the man ignored her silent advice, and the two combatants charged at one another again. In a blink, the giant was on top of the man, slamming a massive metal club onto the ground before it. It shattered the earth, digging a crater nearly 10 feet wide and a foot deep into the square. But the mad warrior was no longer before it. He had slid between the giant's legs, holding onto some strange length of stretchy black material. The material was somehow wrapped around the giant's ankles, and as the warrior finished his slide, he braced and yanked backwards. The giant stumbled, just barely, causing it to rip through the strange whip with pure brute strength. "I have to get in there. I have to do something." Yet before Vess could muster an idea for aid, the man did something else completely unexpected. He raised his right hand, palm out, and shouted, "Rain of Velis." A brilliant surge of lightning blasted up around the blue-skinned giant, arcing up from the ground itself. The monster, still unsteady on its feet, suddenly slammed backward onto the ground almost as if the lightning yanked him down. Stone and ice shattered again, the crater this creature had made now oblonged by its own fall. The giant's metal club soared into the air, propelled by the creature's flailing arm, but it stopped mid-flight. Vess blinked, unable to trust her eyes, because then the club reversed direction and slammed directly onto the chest and throat of its former owner. The giant screamed, blue blood spitting from its open mouth and drenching its white beard. Yet the metal club, surrounded by small arcs of lightning, lifted up into the air again and into the waiting arms of the dark-haired man. "You're not the monster here," Vess heard him mutter, his voice ringing as if he had shouted. With a grunt, he hefted the heavy club up onto his shoulder and gripped it with 2 hands. The giant below him unsuccessfully tried to suck in a breath, flailing its limbs uselessly. "I am." He swung the club down, directly onto the giant's unprotected head. Once, twice, 3 times. Thick blue blood splashed outward, and the giant went absolutely still. Blind gods, Vess held her hand up to her mouth, horrified. The man dropped the club, the heavy weapon not even bouncing as it hit the stone. With an earth shaking, he turned directly toward Vess, orienting on her as if he knew she had been there all along. Vess froze. This man, his eyes burned with blue light. "Oh, huh," he said, smiling. "You're awake." Then the chimera was on her. They were losing. Magda watched Evie tumble across the ice, her body sliding just enough to stay ahead of the giant's powerful blows, and opposite her Adder flung bolts of fire repeatedly at their shared enemy. They fought valiantly and not without skill, but it wasn't working. The giant shrugged off Evie's spiked chain, even when she altered its weight, and while Adder's flames were painful for the blue-skinned behemoths, they appeared to do very little damage. Magda growled as Harn tanked a strike from yet another giant, this one having just appeared as reinforcement only moments ago. The man's armor shimmered and appeared to thicken just moments before the hit landed, and Harn was only tossed back a few feet before he recovered. The warrior stayed true to his nickname as he raised his twin axes and charged back into the fray. A massive concussion sounded above her, and Magda quickly took her eyes from the fights around her. Two giants assaulted her position, one larger than the other. The furthest away and larger of the two was a massive specimen wearing the same crude armor as the rest, but wielding a massive double-headed axe that appeared to be made entirely from ice. Luckily, this one seemed content to let his lesser brethren take the brunt of the assault, only occasionally taking swipes at her force wall. The closest was the bastard who had been heavily wounded by Vasilia, the same one who had knocked her out and ran off. Now he had returned with a second giant in tow, and the girl was nowhere to be seen. "Girl, you better not be dead," she threatened. The wounded giant reared back with its stolen spear, and Magda knew the shield couldn't handle much more abuse, so she did what she had been trained to do, be unexpected. Just as the giant's spear would have connected, Magda dropped the skill and hurled a massive boulder up at the monster. The rock, heavy as it was, flew through the air deceptively slowly, and while the giant staggered from the lack of resistance, it had no time to dodge it. The boulder hit the giant square in the chest. Stone break. The boulder shimmered with an amber-colored energy and exploded. Thousands of razor-sharp pieces scattered in all directions, piercing the giant and throwing it stumbling back. Magda raised her own kite shields up, blocking the majority of the shrapnel from herself. The rest of her allies were far enough away that it wasn't a true danger. The wounded giant, the bastard who took her trainee, he was bent over, unable to fully stand up as a thick blue blood poured from its chest. Its stolen spear fell to the ground with a clatter. Had enough. The giant snapped its eyes up at her taunt, its wide eyes frenzied and wild. It stood up with significant effort, and Magda saw the results of her attack. Its crude iron armor breastplate had been utterly shredded, the metal pierced by innumerable shards of stone. It roared, loud enough to shake the air, and then bull-rushed the shield witch. But Magda trained every day with Harn Castos, who was not only quite proficient in unarmed combat, but could alter his armor's weight. With a practiced motion, she met the giant by grabbing hold of its upper arms, and with a twist of her own shoulders, she sent the blue brute into the dirt. The monster hit, sending a cascade of ice and dirt fountaining into the air, even as Magda staggered under the creature's immense weight. Twin's teeth. The thing was heavy. Are their bones made of metal? The giant swung an elbow backwards at her, catching her squarely in the chest. Magda was thrown several feet, and a sudden shortness of breath meant it had dented her breastplate. With a grunt of effort, she swung her arm forward, casting the leading edge of her kite shield at the creature's elbow. Even from this distance, her expanded shield hit easily, and the giant howled in pain as she penetrated nearly 3 inches into the joint. The giant thrashed, its body twisting on itself as it tried to simultaneously cradle its injury and lash out. Magda blocked the haphazard strikes even as she threw up another force wall around them both. Straddling their back, she crouched over the 8-foot-tall giant and grabbed the stone directly next to their face. Leaning toward their ear, she whispered, "Die screaming." Then she exploded the stone beneath it. Stone break. The cowering giant suddenly hopped and stuttered, arms and legs flailing as the ground beneath it shattered into thousands of projectiles. Barely protected by the flesh of the giant, Magda rode through the explosion like a boat on a stormy sea, holding her kite shields tight beneath her. Its screams of agony were quickly swallowed by the deluge of stone until everything went still. "You have defeated a Rissi warrior. You have gained XP. No," Magda gasped. She hadn't been sure. Harn, they're Rissi warriors. What? Harn kicked his opponent away, buying himself a few seconds. "They're supposed to be in the Hoarfrost, the Hoarfrost." Adder's voice cracked, strain evident in his bearing as he sent bolt after bolt of fire at the giant attacking Evie. "That's weeks away. Why are they here? Stop talking, just keep casting." Evie growled as she backflipped off the chest of her target, throwing a small dagger at its blue face. The giant snarled and knocked it away with a fist, but was too distracted to defend from the flurry of spark bolts that lit up its backside. It roared in pain, the off-white fur at its waist finally starting to catch fire. "It's working, keep it up." Adder groaned, obviously pushing the edge of his reserves. He called up another spark bolt, chantlessly as he had been doing the whole fight. Magda was impressed, to be honest. Maybe the kid wasn't useless. Then she saw it. Looming out of the fog, the leader of these Rissi suddenly leaped toward Adder, ice axe raised above its head. A purple-white radiance bloomed from the weapon, dropping the temperature instantly. "Adder, move!" Magda cried out and started running, but she was too far away. Adder looked up, face pale and body freezing as a sudden frost crept up the boy's legs and locked him into place. The massive giant came down, its axe leading the way. No, Magda couldn't accept this. She could make it. Then a metal club spun out of the fog-filled darkness, smashing into the ice at the boy's feet and sending him stumbling backward. The giant leader's axe smashed into the stone where he had been standing, only barely catching the young mage. Adder fell, blood trailing in his wake as he collapsed onto the ground 15 feet away. Magda made it to him moments later, recasting force wall around them both as she rifled through her pack. The giant snarled as it stood up, glancing from the metal club to the swirling fog in the near distance. The sound of rubble falling echoed across the area, and a sudden breeze thinned the fog as a man stepped out onto the crumbling edge of a structure. His features were hard to make out at this distance, but he was bloody and torn, his clothes barely holding together, and one of his arms was extended. Then a second figure stepped up beside him. "Vess," Evie joyfully cried out. 15 minutes ago, AAHH, the young woman screamed and jumped away from Pitt, who had skulked up toward her back. "Yeah, he's pretty sneaky," Felix chuckled to himself before wincing at the sudden movement. Status condition, strained shoulder minor status condition, bleeding major health, 74-470 shit. Felix reached into his pack and pulled out a few sprigs of yarrow, chewing them down quickly. He watched as his health jumped up, tick after tick, and reached for more. But he was out. All he had left in his bag was his side knife, his enchanted rope, a bunch of loose papers, and that bulky cigar box. He suddenly noticed a large hole in the bottom of the bag. He frowned as he remembered the Arcid's rough handling of the satchel. Double shit. All my herbs. His health steadied out at around 70. Guess that'll have to do for now. With a grunt, he hopped over the giant's corpse and made his way over to the young woman. He swung his arms, trying to loosen the tightness in his shoulder. Lazy had hit him pretty hard back there. If it weren't for armored skin, he'd have probably lost the arm. Idly, Felix pulled up his notifications, editing it mentally until it only contained the max gains. Armored skin is level 14. Pain resistance is level 27. Corrosive strike is level 15. Shadow whip is level 11. Acid stream is level 22. Influence of the wisp is level 21. Physical conditioning is level 18. Unarmed mastery is level 24. Acting is level 5. Make an entrance is level 3. Plus 5 SDR, plus 2N, plus 10 VIT, plus 2 AGL. New skill learned. Blunt weapon mastery, level 1. Swords and fists are good and all, but why use those when you could be using a big fuck-off mace? Skill level increases proficiency. Blunt weapon mastery is level 3. What a haul. Maybe clearing out all the risky won't be such a bad step back, creature. Felix looked up to find the young woman and Pitt circling one another, the tenku warbling confusedly while the woman held a long knife in a strange grip. "You," she oriented on him, suddenly including Felix in her defensive gestures. "Who are you?" Taken aback, Felix said the wittiest thing he could manage. No, it matters little now." She brushed the question off. "Help dispatch this foul chimera." She whirled back toward Pitt, who had tried walking over to Felix and who now cowered under her glare, his primaries dragging on the ground. "Hey, no, don't do that." Felix raised his hands and stepped up to the lady, keen to explain. "Pitt is ya." With a panicked cry, she spun and planted the knife directly into his chest. Or she tried to. Felix watched her move as if underwater, his perception catching her attack before it even started. That she was attacking him was a surprise, but honestly Felix was more preoccupied with the advent of blue and gold shimmers at the corners of his vision. His mind tingled, warm like his legs after a short run, primed almost. With an almost casual motion, he lifted his bare hand and awkwardly deflected the woman's knife, dislodging it from her grip to clatter to the stones below. New skill learned. Parry common level 1. Sometimes dodging doesn't work or is too slow or hell you don't want to. Now you've got options. Accuracy and speed increases with skill level. The shimmers of light dissipated like turning off a switch. What the hell, oh blind gods. I did not mean the woman girl, really stammered, gripping her wrist as she stepped backward. A sudden angry screech made her jump, leaping nearly a foot off the ground somehow. The monster, it attacks. Felix was annoyed. He looked at the young woman and frowned. She had landed a bit away from the both of them. "What's your name?" "Vess. Vasilia Dane, tin rank gilder." Felix chewed on the inside of his cheek in thought. "Vasilia, my name is Felix Nevar, and this is my friend Pitt." He stressed the word and gestured to the small tenku who took the moment to sidle up to his companion. The young woman's face pinched in confusion even as she bent down to retrieve her blade. "Your friend? A chimera?" She seemed baffled. Felix couldn't figure out why. Sure, Pitt was a little aggressive at times, but he was basically a puppy. "Why, they are abominations and highly dangerous." Pitt sat down and groomed his left wing, adjusting feathers with his beak. Vasilia flinched, her knife going up again as she eyed the tenku warily. Felix shook his head. "I don't care. You put that knife away or I'll do it for you." Slowly, reluctantly, the woman sheathed her knife at her waist. Her hand, however, didn't stray far from it. "Whatever, as long as it isn't out." Perturbed, Vasilia settled her hands on her hips. "Where are you from? Why are you in the Foglands, and how in Aval's name did you kill a frost giant with your bare fists?" Her voice rose slightly with each question, and her dark eyes were intense. Felix scratched his left shoulder awkwardly and dodged the question. What is a gilder, or a tin rank? Vasilia fixed him with a suspicious stare. Why would you not know this? Let's say I'm stupid. Felix smiled in a disarming sort of way, he hoped. He was never really good with this interpersonal stuff. The girl gave him a weird look, like he'd just farted in public or something. A gilder is a member of the Protectors Guild, a coalition of adventurers that work to protect the continent from monsters. Tin rank is the lowest of the guild, essentially a trainee. Oh huh, Felix huffed a breath. Adventurers, for real, so where's your trainer then? Is that Lady Erin? Ah, well, she is technically my mentor, but… Vasilia appeared nervous for some reason, and Felix quirked an eyebrow. You don't know where she is, the girl huffed out an aggrieved breath. Fine, yes, I am a bit turned about. I was carried here against my will, I will have you know. Felix smiled. So you'd recognize how to get back if I can get you on the path. Sure, Vasilia shrugged. The idiot left me awake the entire trip, only knocking me out once he got here. Enormous git, she muttered under her breath. Felix clapped his hands, startling both the girl and Pitt, who warbled and fell over in surprise. Laughing lightly as his companion stood back up, he glanced at Vasilia to find her clutching the hilt of her knife and staring daggers at his friend. Gently, Felix placed a hand on hers, causing her to look up at him in surprise. He's a good boy, Vasilia. Felix looked her in the eyes and tried to convey this simple fact again. He won't hurt you. After a moment, the girl's brows relaxed and her grip loosened. Felix grinned. For some reason he couldn't figure out, she blushed. Okay. Let's get going, I can see the destination from here. Sooner we find your mentor, the better. Hopping back toward the giant, Felix picked up the discarded crude metal club and slung it over his shoulder. It was very heavy, even with basically an 85 in strength, but it was manageable. It was a good weapon against the giants, and also added in a dash of irony to each strike. Felix walked off, leading them back to the original square with Pitt hot on his heels. Vasilia followed slightly more cautiously, picking her way over the rubble and remnants of his battle against the Rissi warrior. He knew his fight had destroyed several of the more rickety walls around the area, but Felix was a little surprised that he'd gone so far off course. They walked for about 400 feet before entering back into the iced-over square, which even now was starting to melt. Reaching down, Felix ran his hand through a small puddle of water. Why is the ice melting? Vasilia asked from behind him, her steps loud and heavy on the thin ice. Not sure. Maybe the giants were maintaining it. Felix shrugged and stood back up. He pointed across the square. I saw the wounded giant carry you from that direction. Vasilia stepped ahead, looking around the ice and noting the acid-scorched ropes still laid in a pile. She seemed to be searching for something, but after a few seconds she seemed to have given up. For whatever reason, she seemed to be squinting a whole lot. Maybe it's a sight skill or something. They took off shortly after that, Vasilia in the lead. It was sometimes slow going as the girl seemed to have trouble navigating some of the more treacherous rubble and ice slicks, almost as if she hadn't noticed them until she was on top of them. Did that mean her perception was low? Her agility didn't seem terribly high either when she attacked him, nor her strength. She said tin rank was basically a beginning adventurer, so low level, but she's level 19. That's the same level I am, but my stats are clearly higher than hers. What's the difference? Felix pondered as the armored young woman picked across the ground, moving with less and less caution. She was in a hurry. After only 10 minutes they heard a roar of rage and the telltale sound of clashing metal. Felix's eyes snapped up, suddenly feeling surges of bright orange mana burst and evaporate not too far away. They were spots of vivid color in the gray, brown, and purple-white miasma that was the ruin all around them. Fire magic, Felix breathed, both curious and nervous. His last experience with fire magic was an awful case of bad breath, though this was likely an ally. Felix didn't imagine frost giants would be using fire spells. Vasilia confirmed it. That must be Adder. She paused, sucking in a sudden breath as she must have noticed the lights reflecting in the ruins ahead. They're all fighting, I can hear them. Come quickly. Shooting her a curious look, Felix easily outpaced her, even with the giant club. Pitt chirruped curiously at him. Don't know what we're getting into, buddy, but keep an eye out and stay to the side. Things might get weird for a while. Felix felt his chest grow warm, that bundle of emotion that he recognized as his connection to his companion swelling and shifting. He was coming to recognize the feeling meant agreement. Companion pact is level 11. Moments later, Felix crested the ruins of a 2-story building that had collapsed, turning its second floor into a strange ramp. Once there, he had a clear view of a fierce battle. Nearby, a figure in full plate armor was duking it out with a blue-skinned Rissi, one he almost didn't recognize due to the preponderance of bloody injuries. It was Young, the smoother-skinned giant that left with Wounded. Speaking of Wounded, they were getting their ass handed to him by another armored warrior, this one wielding dual shields on their arms. As he watched, he saw the person pick up a boulder the size of Felix's torso and chuck it at the giant. It exploded in a brilliant shower of jagged shards. Felix felt a chill. These people were strong. He didn't think he'd survive an explosion like that, even with his armored skin. The rest of the battlefield was dominated by a much larger giant with an icy axe that didn't seem to be doing much, and a fourth Rissi warrior battling two humans. One of them was using some sort of chain to whip and bind the giant, with little success. She was also remarkably flippy. Acrobatic, that's the word. She's good, way better than me. The other fighter was a young man with curling blonde locks and disheveled robes. He was busy conjuring small orbs of fire that he'd then sling at the Rissi from behind. He didn't look to be in great condition, robes torn and stained by blood. Fire mage, he hadn't worked with fire yet. Maybe the kid would let him learn. A sudden explosive diverted Felix's attention back to the center of the field. The shield warrior had somehow blown up the ground itself and had put up a magical force field. He was so focused on the swirling shield of yellow energy that he nearly missed the movement of the big axe-wielding giant leader. It had hefted its massive ice axe and was running toward the mage, lifting the weapon to deliver a devastating blow. Felix panicked. He looked around the field, noticing that nearly everyone else was preoccupied. No way I can make it over there in time. Felix saw ice start to encroach up the mage's body, and a quick glance told him the giant leader had cast something. Streams of purple-white mana radiated of its hulking frame, and its ice axe started glowing as well as it stepped ever closer. What if the giant made a final leap, pulling its axe high into the air. Damn it, Felix hauled back and like he was doing a hammer throw, spun and released the massive club he'd looted. It felt like throwing an I-beam, and Felix staggered a few steps as the club whirled off into the darkness. Thankfully, his perception, strength, and dexterity were good enough that the club flew true, and it smashed hard into the ice-covered ground at the mage's feet. Almost at the same time, the giant's ice axe cleaved into the ground, sending the boy flying off over a dozen feet. Thrown weapons mastery is level 10. Holy shit, Felix gasped, wide-eyed. I almost hit that guy. Avel's eyes, how did you do that at this range? Vasilia had come up behind him while he winced. He turned and saw her face. She looked impressed. Up practice, I guess, Felix managed. Ves, the cry came from below, specifically from the chain-wielding woman with the sky-high acrobatics level. Felix saw Vasilia's face brighten, and she waved as the chain-wielder continued to dodge her opponent's attacks. Felix took a breath as a wounded giant lumbered closer to them, pushed back by the axe-wielding man. Time to help, yeah, Vasilia nodded and they both turned back. Once he was 10 feet away or so, Felix turned and dashed back toward the edge. See you down there, what? Wait, Felix jumped. Rain of Velis. Blue light flashed as he fell, arcs of lightning rising up to meet him. He slowed, then landed with a muffled, knees bent. Felix quirked his mouth to the side. That was easier than before. Then the giant was on him. Wounded badly and wielding their metal club, the Rissi warrior roared in rage at Felix, charging him with what he was coming to understand was a characteristic gusto. Felix braced, ready to dodge or strike or cast, but found it was unnecessary. An armored blur shifted before him, slashing twin blazes of silver light at the blue behemoth before resolving into a warrior with two axes. The Rissi's left arm and neck were suddenly bisected. Blue blood rained down on the both of them. Gross, Felix grimaced, then smiled at the warrior. Hi, I'm Felix. The warrior grunted and flicked his two axes, wicking the blood off them and onto the ground. They wore a strange frogmouth helmet, and it made them look like a medieval murderbot a little bit. Felix felt his palms start to sweat as they tilted their head, looking up. Felix followed their eyes, seeing Vasilia leaning over the edge in surprise. He with you. The murderbot's voice was surprisingly deep and raspy. Vasilia nodded. Yes, he helped me, Harn. The murderbot Harn, he supposed, grunted and turned back toward the battle. You helping us too, little mage, Felix swallowed. That's the idea. Harn nodded and started running toward the next giant. Felix followed, excitement rising unbidden. Help them, mage, Harn pointed at the flippy girl and the mage, who was just getting to his feet. The shield warrior was helping to steady him, and Felix noticed an empty glass vial in her hand. Healing potions. Maybe I can get some refills. What about you? The man cracked his neck, small overlapping plates allowing his weird helmet to flex. I'll be keeping this one busy. Felix nodded, checking his mana. He was still over 80. More than enough, probably. Felix started running toward the giant, moving as fast as he could. The lightly armored young woman was fighting alone at this point, the mage still orienting himself as he passed by at speed. The shield warrior and mage gave him a strange look, but Felix didn't bother with them yet. Magda, let's do this, Harn called, apparently to the shield warrior. The giant was fighting in a section of the ruined city that had several remnant walls and columns. The agile fighter was weaving in and out of them, trying to stay one step ahead of the powerful creature. Analyze health, 344 890 stamina, 210 488 mana, 1575. Felix reached out a hand and formed shadow mana, fire within on blast as he shaped the mana internally. The twists of Shadow Whip were strange to him, not as complex as stone shaping perhaps, but weirder somehow. The mana pattern felt sticky and pervasive, yet tightly compacted in a way that made him briefly dizzy. Shaking his head, he dropped his attempt and kept it simple. Once he was within range, he activated the skill as normal. Shadow Whip, a tendril of darkness latched outward, tangling up the giant's legs. It was like a spider web, tacky to the touch and shining dully in the moonlight. The giant, who was running toward the young woman, stumbled and fell to its knees. Shadow Whip is level 12. At the same time, the young woman with black hair flung her chain around a column, tightening it and somehow slingshotting herself around it, throwing her up into the air above the giant. The chain unraveled, pulling back into her grip as she fell like a rock onto the giant's back. The chain, which he now noticed was definitely bladed, looped around their head with a quick flick of her arm, and Felix saw her grin. It was a manic, irrepressibly gleeful sort of grin. Then he was at the giant himself, who reared back, suddenly leashed by the small woman on his back and shoulders. Taking the opening, Felix wound up a corrosive strike, blasting the Rissi warrior right in the gut. The armor dented, and the giant doubled over even as the woman on its back started choking it. The giant slammed its hands around, smashing into the ground and throwing Felix off into a wall. The wall cracked, and the ice on it sheared off in large sections. Armored skin is level 15. Plus 1 VIT Oog. His health and stamina were both down below 60. Wobbling, he got back up. The chain fighter was hanging off the giant's back, who was now on its feet and smashing blindly into ruined pillars. Felix ran back in, this time directing dual acid streams at the blue-skinned warrior. His acid ate into its exposed flesh, burning it with an audible sizzling. Ugh, that smells terrible. The warrior gagged and did a running leap over a ruined wall, yanked her chains backwards with her. Using the wall as a fulcrum, the giant was leveraged back as it flailed his arms at the chain tightening around its neck. Felix dropped his acid stream and darted forward, throwing corrosive strikes as fast as he could into the giant's center mass. After the 5th shot, its breastplate fell apart. It swung at him, but it was simple enough to dodge back, then close again. 3 more strikes and he could feel its ribs crack. After the 12th shot, the giant's eyes rolled back into its head, and it collapsed. Corrosive Strike is level 16. Corrosive Strike is level 17. Corrosive Strike is level 18. Physical Conditioning is level 19. The chains suddenly tightened and cut into the Rissi warrior's neck, half decapitating the monstrous giant. A Rissi warrior is dead. XP earned. Not a fan of that, Felix blanched as he saw clearly into the creature's ruined neck meat. A leather-clad blur flipped up and over the wall, landing in a perfect gymnastic dismount next to him. She turned to him, pulling her hair out of her face. "Hi, I'm Evie," she beamed, her rounded face appearing younger than he suspected. The girl flicked her forearm, and her spiked chain unraveled from the corpse. A second flick wrapped it back around her own arm. She had pale skin, green eyes, and straight black hair that hung from a convoluted braid around the crown of her head. "Who are you?" "Evie, your help, if you please," Vasilia's proper voice shouted out from nearby. Felix looked at Evie and shrugged. "Time to go, I guess." He headed toward the voice. Evie followed after. "It's just so weird to see someone out here. How long have you been fighting these things?" Felix ducked under a low column. "Like a half hour." Vasilia landed before them, holding the mage in her arms, who was covered in a layer of frost. The slender mage pushed Vasilia away from him. "Enough, I'm not a child. You need to stay back here," Vasilia said, looking back toward the cloud of smoke and debris she had just escaped. She had found a spear somewhere 8 foot long and entirely made of metal. "That leader is extremely powerful. Not even you could take it alone, Sir Nevar." Felix felt their eyes orient on him, but he was too busy trying to pierce through the smoke cloud. Silvery sparks and flashes of purple-white mana flared and faded, and he could clearly hear the sounds of at least 3 people moving and grunting in combat. "Damn this fog. I can barely see my feet, let alone the giants. How many are there?" Adder's hand lit on fire as he raised it up as if it was a torch. "It sounds like an army." Felix looked at him askance. "Fog." He looked around. "What fog?" "Put that out, you'll draw their attention," Evie snapped. "No need to worry about that," Felix said, refocusing on the dust cloud. It was like watching a cartoon fight. He could only occasionally catch glimpses of the white axe or metal bodies. "There's only one left." He nodded toward the cloud. "Do I just wait here? Those 2 seem extremely capable." Felix mulled it over and shook his head. There was no point in risking his life here. "How do you know there is only one left?" Evie asked him. Felix started, not realizing she had gotten so close. "Oh, I don't see any others. Plus, there was only 4 on the field when we arrived. Your shield warrior killed one of them, Murderbharn killed another, and you and I killed the last." "Fa, you fool," scoffed the mage. 4, there were at least a dozen attacking us. Each of my sparkbolts found unharmed targets with every cast. "I'm pretty sure your sparkbolt wasn't doing much except annoying them." "Sparky," Evie said with a smile. The mage Sparky. "Was that really his name?" Scowled. Probably not. I am the best fire mage in all of Tethys." Sparky was apoplectic, a vein in his forehead pulsing against his musk coif of blonde curls. Felix tuned them out as they continued to bicker. He flexed his mana sight, trying to watch the battle and see if he needed to run away or not. Those 2 seemed powerful, but if they got overwhelmed, no way was he handling an enemy like that alone. Crescents of glowing purple-white light flashed and slashed across his senses, followed quickly by muted yellow orbs of light and silvery shimmers of metal. The attacks and defense and retaliations came thick and fast, with a skill he likely couldn't match by a long shot. They must be above apprentice tier, right? What's that called? What kind of bonuses? There was an immense flash of purple-white and the dust was blown away. Moments later, an arctic gale roared past them, frost growing in its wake. Felix crouched forward, feeling it sap his strength as he leaned into the sub-zero wind, barely able to keep his feet. The others weren't so lucky. Wog, metal clatter behind him, and Felix turned to see Evie and Vasilia both falling back. The mage, however, still coated in frost, suddenly ignited in a layer of orange flame. As if given new strength, he stood up against the gale and spread his arms wide. An aura of heat bloomed around him, nullifying the chill winds. You can't defeat Addervass. The mage struggled as the winds grew briefly stronger, his flames guttering but still burning. Then just as suddenly as it began, it was over. Felix looked back toward the fight, expecting to see a slain giant, but only saw a metallic shape fast approaching. Down, Felix tackled the still burning mage and brought him down to the ground. Just in time, the massive shape of Harn rocketed past, shattering several stone walls as he blasted through. The fire covering the mage burned him mercilessly for only a moment before it extinguished. Fire resistance is level 14. Felix stood up, pulling the surprisingly thin mage to his feet as well. You okay, man? The fire mage seemed a little punch-drunk, his Burning Man routine and knockdown taking a lot out of him. Yim, fine. We need to get out of here. That thing is too strong, Felix said as the two women stood up as well. Their armor was rimed with frost. Maggie can handle it, Evie said, her tone confident though her voice still unsteady. That frost had been nasty. Some sort of stamina-sapping skill? Is Harn all right? Vasilia asked, steadying herself on her spear. Ice cracked and broke off her pauldrons as she moved. I cannot see where he landed. Felix glanced back, clearly seeing the armored warrior rising from the rubble a mere 60 feet away. Ice had accumulated on his armor too, much more than a thin layer. Felix looked at Vasilia, who was still squinting in the slightly wrong direction. Can they not see? I thought it was some sort of sight skill, but maybe something is blocking roar. The sound was deep and sharp, as if a cave had teeth. Felix whipped back toward the fight and saw the shield warrior barely keeping the monstrous leader in check. The giant was easily twice the size of the others, with the strength that came with it. She used her shields masterfully, somehow deflecting attacks and taking blows that would have reduced his bones to dust. She wasn't particularly fast, but damn, she was precise and tough. Her endurance and vitality must be sky-high to tank that kind of assault. I want to help, but it'd get creamed if I waded in there. Hey, Punch Mage, a gruff voice came from behind. Harn had walked up, ice still falling from his strange armor. He pointed at the fight. You common Punch Mage? Felix asked. Makes me sound like a concessions magician. Oh, you need my help? The murderbot glared at him, at least it felt like that to Felix. Simon. Now, Harn walked past them, thick ice still coating much of his armor. Felix glanced at Vasilia and followed. Where in Siva's name did you find him? Evie whispered. Felix didn't hear the reply, not that he couldn't. His perception was high enough that it would have been easy, but it was embarrassing, he found, hearing others talk about him. He walked swiftly away. How long? Sorry, Felix asked. How long have you been fighting out here? Harn kept walking, not even looking at him. 2 weeks or so, Felix estimated. He'd lost time under the mountain, he wasn't sure how much. Ever fight something like this? The massive giant jumped onto the shield warrior's glowing magic shield, causing it to flare with power. The jump actually brought it into Felix's analyze range finally. Name, unknown Rissi commander type, giant folk level, 35 HP, SP, MP. Lore, giant folk are known for their great strength, boundless stamina, and poor intelligence, but there are always exceptions. The commanders are uncommonly intelligent and excellent tacticians, in addition to their physical might. Strength, endurance, weakness, unknown. Felix gulped. No, sorta. Does a giant weasel count? Hoarse laughter echoed from Harn's frog-mouthed helmet. You've got more ranged spells than that lightning one. Lightning? Oh, he means Rain of Velis. Yeah, a couple, he nodded, raising his twin axes. When had he gotten those out again? I'll go in here, cover my approach. Wait, how Harn took off, kicking the ground and launching himself forward. He's pretty fast. Was it his strength or agility that did that? Felix mused, but as the armored man approached, the Rissi commander spun away from its assault. It swung its massive ice axe as it did, and a sudden flurry of icicles filled the sky, launching in the path of its strike. Rain of Velis. Felix had no intention of moving all of those icicles, some of which were the size of his entire body. Instead, he altered the pattern of the spell and focused on the narrow corridor containing Harn and himself. A spike of pain lanced across his head as azure lightning sparked and jumped between frosty spears as several dozen were acted on all at once. Felix strained, sweat beading on his brow, the icicles speeding toward Harn first and Felix second. Yrrgh. Felix screamed, blood pouring down his nose as his mana drained. A storm of lightning erupted all around him, and the icicles shifted slightly to either side of both Harn and himself. Icy spears struck the ground all around him like bullets. Their impact shook the earth, splintering the stone itself and cleaving into the ruins all around him. Fire Within is level 27. Reign of Velis is level 26. Gah, Felix panted, gulping big breaths as a headache mounted behind his eyes. That one had drained him. His mana was down to less than 30, but if he used it properly it'd be enough, he hoped. Meanwhile, Harn kept running. The metal bastard never stopped, turned out. Whether that was because he had faith in himself or Felix was uncertain, though Felix was sure it was the former. The axe warrior kept leaping powerfully forward, the earth splintering beneath his feet, his body low and weapons extended to either side. The shield warrior, Magda, suddenly dropped the yellow-colored magic shield she had been maintaining all this time and rushed forward. Somehow Felix couldn't tell how exactly. Magda's shield bashed the Rissi commander from a dozen feet away, throwing the massive blue bastard onto its back foot. Harn kept running, drawing closer and closer. The giant wasn't a fool, though. With a roar it slammed its immense ice axe down into the ground, and a 20-foot wall of ice spikes erupted from the pitted causeway. It instantly cut Harn off from the battle between Magda and the commander. Felix could hear the sound of repeated impact from the other side. Shit, can that lady survive long enough for Harn to get over this wall? The warrior had started violently attacking the wall with his axes, but aside from a slew of ice chips, the wall seemed unharmed. Can't lift him, but maybe. Stone shaping. Altering his mana flow in the pattern he'd previously discovered, Felix was able to keep the spell more efficient. But he needed speed too, so Felix dumped nearly 100 mana into the spell and pushed. From beneath a startled Harn, a rounded stone ramp exploded forward at an angle, shearing through the top portion of the ice wall. Harn rode atop it, wobbling as he kept his balance, but by the time it stopped growing he was already running up its length. At the top, he vaulted over the last ice spikes and landed somewhere beyond the wall with a deafening. Felix ran forward, unable to see any of the action. As amazing as spellcasting was, he couldn't do anything if he couldn't see anything. He awkwardly navigated up the rough stone ramp, stopping just shy of tumbling off the edge. Beyond he could see the massive giant, currently in a fierce altercation with Magda and Harn. In fact, Harn was trading serious blows with the Rissi commander, coming away from them the worse for wear. "Step back," Magda shouted, throwing several fist-sized stones at the giant. They each exploded on contact, sending a sharp rain of shrapnel in all directions. Harn and Magda covered their faces and the giant commander flinched back, but then it returned to swinging its axe. Felix had an idea. He waved frantically at the shield warrior until she looked up at him. She seemed surprised to see someone else there at all. Felix exaggeratedly pantomimed, looking at the ground beneath her. She glanced down, and Felix began to cast. All around Magda, the ground erupted into irregularly shaped columns, each 4 to 5 feet tall and 6 inches in diameter at least. Shaping the stone at such a distance was painful, and it ate away at the majority of his mana pool, leaving him with barely 5. Felix's nose started bleeding again, the coppery taste creeping into his mouth. He gave a tired thumbs up to the shield warrior and sat down. Stone shaping is level 24. Magda hesitated a moment before snapping off the nearest column and throwing it, javelin style, straight at the giant. Stone break. The 5-foot stone exploded, littering the Rissi commander's back with lacerations. It snarled in pain, half turning from Harn, who was assaulting it from the front. That was a mistake. The heavily armored warrior exploded with ferocity, swinging his axes like a machine of death, drawing gouts of thick blue blood with each strike. "Rargh, Akta Ra Folu." The Rissi screamed. Its white beard dyed blue as it literally spat blood. Harn roared back, spinning like a whirling dervish, driving the giant backwards even as 2 more stone spears exploded at its back. The giant threw itself into a forward roll, smashing violently against the earth and nearly pancaking Harn. It recovered, spinning on the 2 warriors and brandishing its immense great axe. "Korda Javriktanu Tor Ata," the Rissi commander growled, its voice so deep Felix could feel it in his chest. A haze of purple-white began to gather on the icy great axe it wielded, congealing around it like storm clouds of mana. Felix glanced at the others, but they only stared down their opponent, using the moment to rest. "Hey Harn," Magda spoke as she rolled her shoulders. "Yeah, Maggie, do you speak asshole?" she asked. The Rissi snarled, hands tightening on the shaft of its weapon with an audible creak. "No, can't say that I do," Harn replied lazily. Magda grinned, her teeth very white and perfectly straight. "Good, I'd hate for anyone to say we didn't try." The 2 of them advanced as one, rushing across the cracked causeway. "Roktafo Vala humans," the giant snarled, its voice suddenly dipping into English, or whatever they call English here. "Wait, is it English, or am I speaking another language?" Magda and Harn didn't stop running, though they shared a look. "You have come too late, pray, we are nearly finished." The giant continued, its arms never lowering its 2-handed axe. "Too late for what?" Magda laughed. "You're already dead, Frostborn." Felix could just barely sense it. powerful swirls of purple-white mana, and a familiar crimson congealing along the edge of the Rissi commander's axe. A shimmering blade, conjured from mana, nearly invisible. He isn't sure what was about to happen, but it wasn't going to be good. Influence of the wisp. Blue-white fire flickered around Felix before it guttered out. No effect shit, the giant was already swinging. Magda and Harn were within 10 feet of the giant, too close to dodge, going too fast to stop. Reign of Velis. Felix poured the pitiful remains of his mana into the spell, yanking upward with all of his mental might. He twisted his body too, muscles straining as he fought against the incredible weight and inertia of the icy weapon. The great axe and the mana blade at its end tilted ever so slightly up. With an explosion of crimson and purple light, a blade made of bloody ice screamed through the air. It tore across the thoroughfare. Neither air nor stone ruined any impediment to its furious speed. The edge traveled for nearly 100 yards, shearing straight through several buildings before it dissipated into purple-white vapor. Still not stopping, Magda and Harn moved through the giant's body as if he weren't there, blunt force and slashing trauma shattering limbs. The giant recoiled, losing grip on its weapon as it pulled back on itself. A solid, powerful kick from Harn sent it tumbling backward. Barely able to stand, the giant looked drained of something vital. Its cheeks were hollow beneath its stained beard, and its eyes were dull. Without another word, the commander fell to the ground, its body shattering like ice itself. An unknown Rissi commander is dead. XP earned. You have received a quest. An incursion of Rissi, the giants are descending from the hoarfrost, threatening your home. Find out their purpose and eliminate them before they achieve it. Purpose 01 Rissi killed 500 reward. Title varies accept. Yes, no. Felix's eyes bulged at the sudden prompt, his eyes zeroing in on the most important number. There are 495 more of these guys. He fell back onto his ass, legs suddenly weak. Felix dismissed the quest notification without choosing an answer, resolving to worry about that later. Lying down and taking a good long rest was all he wanted right now. And of course, that's when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Punch Mage, you alive up there? The voice was slightly strained, but he couldn't mistake the raspy voice. Yet still alive, Felix mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Good, come down, we have questions, Harn added. Part of Felix rankled at the tone. He wasn't being asked, he was being ordered. With an effort of will, he shrugged that off and stood up. His head throbbed, but not as bad as before. After 10 seconds, his mana was already back up to 5. Felix half slid, half walked down the crude stone ramp he'd made, a portion of his mind marveling at that fact. The rest of his thoughts were turned toward meeting all of these people outside of combat. What was he going to say to them? Hello, I'm from another planet and I have no idea what's going on. Also, I'm human. Or I was, before, on the alien world that I mentioned. Felix palmed his face, groaning, this is impossible. By the time he came down the ramp, most of the adventurers had gathered together. Felix approached them cautiously, noticing how they all grouped themselves. Evie and Vasilia stood together, the former whispering something to the latter that Felix couldn't make out. Adder sat on an overturned column, head in his hands, but looked up as Felix stepped forward. At the fore, the large-framed Magda and heavily armored Harn stood like powerful sentinels. Surprisingly, Harn had a giant axe made of ice hanging across his shoulders, though it seemed reduced somehow. Hi, Felix managed a small wave. For the first time in a while, he was acutely aware of the state of his clothing. His tunic was just a collection of rags at this point, and his pants were torn up to the knees. His hair was a shaggy mess that stuck out in all directions, and he had at least 2 weeks of ungroomed facial hair. Who are you and why are you here? The shield warrior stepped forward, her face only partially visible through her half-helm. She looked like a Viking mixed with a brick house, physically huge and topping him easily by half a foot. I'm Felix and I live out here. Felix decided to lie, unsure whether he'd be believed or branded as crazy for claiming to come from another world. He could always revise his story once he figured this all out. Acting as level 6, Magda raised her eyebrow, visible through her helm's protection. Live. For how long, how long? Well, it feels like my whole life. We can chat later, Harn interrupted, looking off into the distance. More are coming, we need shelter. Felix swiveled in the same direction, suddenly hearing the stomp of large feet and light clatter of metal armor. When he turned back, all 5 of the adventurers were moving down the shattered lane. He hesitated as they walked away, unsure if he should call out or ask permission to follow them. Then Vasilia turned and beckoned him. Are you coming, Sir Nevar? Magda snorted but kept moving. Vasilia smiled at Felix's reluctance. They are good people, I assure you, and we will all be safer together. Felix rubbed the back of his neck and let himself be led away. Maybe this will work out. I don't trust him, Magda whispered, glancing back at the strange man who followed them. His footsteps were eerily quiet as they navigated the iced-over cobbles in the city ruins, and his eyes. Seems capable, grunted Harn, stepping over a fallen column. Too capable, agreed Magda. I saw him run at that Rissi warrior faster than Evie, and she's specialized in agility, and his bare fist punches were putting dents in iron armor. He might not be as strong as you, but he's up there. Magda squinted into the dark, thick fog weeping across their path. She knew it was around here somewhere. He's not even tempered yet and is out here alone. Why? You know how hard it is to get out here. Unless he had help, Harn shrugged, still apparently nonplussed. Come on, Maggie. He's probably some noble brat who lost his retinue. We've seen the type, hell, we have the type now. He stepped forward and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. You need to calm down. This Cassie situation has got you all tense. Let's make camp and plan from there. Magda and Harn stared at each other for a few seconds, years of teamwork and communication bridging the gap between them, giving even silences a deep meaning. Old words, old thoughts wearing comfortable ruts between them. Your helmet is stupid, she muttered for perhaps the 1000th time. Harn barked a laugh and walked off. Traversing the shadowy city was a lesson in quiet terror. Felix crept beside Vasilia and the pale mage, trying to stay quiet and unseen in the looming darkness. The bones of a once prosperous city were all around, mostly toppled and cracked, with heavy evidence of nature crawling back among them. Carpets of wild grasses emerged from between sunken cobbles and flowering stalks covered in night-closed blooms spread across tumbled walls. It would have been picturesque were it not for the occasional thump clatter of large creatures moving in the distance. Giants. They weren't being followed, not really. It only appeared that way, he knew, because there were 495 of them moving in clumps all around the ruins. But then, maybe they were gathering together. Maybe the movements were organized and these 8-foot-tall behemoths were drawing them all into a trap. Breath, get a grip. Felix clenched his jaw and focused, steadying his mind. Fortress walls rose in his mind's eye, a dozen feet tall and half that thick. His fears flailed themselves against it, exhausting their power over him. Bastion of Will is level 27. It was easier after that. The path they took was fairly straightforward, though their leader Magda led them on a confusing trail. Twice they went down the same alley, and there was a particular minaret he'd seen at least 4 times. It was obvious she was avoiding the giant's ice, but something else seemed to bother her. Much like Vasilia, he noticed Magda would often squint into the distance. He still couldn't figure out why, and it was nagging at him. But after 15 minutes or so, they came upon a set of stairs into the ground which led to a thick iron door. Magda opened it with a solid yank and remarkable lack of noise. As they piled in, Felix felt a small surge of anxiety. Confused a moment, he quickly realized it didn't belong to him. Pitt was upset. Casting his eyes about and following the warmth in his chest, Felix spotted a dark shape near the top of a nearby fallen cathedral. He wasn't sure what else all of the towers and complicated buttresses could be, and it was too far away to analyze. Pitt was nestled between the eaves of the fallen roof. Making eye contact, Felix tried to convey a sense of calm. Just hold on, buddy. Stay safe. He turned around and ducked into the open door. Harn gave him a strange look as he came in, looking outside behind him before securing the portal. The building above had collapsed so long ago that several trees were growing in the remnants, and as he entered the subterranean space, Felix saw several thick roots coiling across an earthen ceiling. Using his mana sight, Felix gauged the room around them. Dusty brown earth mana predominated, along with thick wisps of smoky gray shadow. Most surprisingly, the roots above them shone with a green-gold radiance that slowly pulsed along their lengths, like a heartbeat of summer sunlight. It was honestly delightful, and Felix smiled as he enjoyed their light. Thump, Felix's eyes snapped open, abruptly reminded that he was among strangers. His hand was at his waist before he recognized that Magda had slammed her pack down onto the ground. Same as usual. No fire, no light. Never know what might leak out. I'll set up the wardstones and we can get some rest. She fished a number of strange blue orbs from her pack and started placing them around the room. Felix was immediately curious, but with a narrow-eyed glance from Magda, he kept his distance. Once the last orb was placed, the shield warrior muttered something under her breath, something that, despite his enhanced perception, he could not make out. It was all echoes and distortion. All at once, the orbs lit up from within, casting bright blue designs on the walls that twisted and converged, becoming a singular ring of mystical glyphs. I know these shapes, he realized as he picked out the various sigils he had seen before. Wardstones, she called them. That is seriously cool. The sigils blazed on the walls a moment longer before seemingly sinking into them and disappearing. Where have you been sleeping? Gah, Felix replied, surprised again to find the girl Evie so close. How does she keep doing that? She regarded him with bright green eyes that almost glowed in the dark. Weird. In trees mostly, he said, taking a step back away from the enthusiastic girl. Trees, she made a face and stepped away from him. One of those sickly diseased things. Yug, Felix furrowed brow and squinted. No, nothing like that. Most recently it was an evergreen tree called a rodden pine. Nothing special really, just tall enough so most beasts wouldn't notice me. What about flying monsters? We've seen a few gnarly things, like the ones with 4 wings sharp as swords. A chill raced down Felix's back. His mind cast back to the razor-winged skinks. They haven't as long as you keep out of their territory. They will leave you alone. Jangling metal and heavy footsteps drew his attention away from Evie as both of them turned toward the approaching Magda. She had taken off her helm, revealing a dirt-stained face and sweat-mussed sandy brown hair, cut short at her ears. Her jaw worked soundlessly, clenching and unclenching as she watched the two speak. Focusing on Felix, she grunted, it's time to start answering some questions." Evie adroitly slunk back, moving out of the line of fire. Felix turned fully toward their leader and nodded, a flutter of apprehension in his guts. "Sure, what do you want to know?" He could see the others all gathering around them, sitting or standing as they listened in. Harn stood near the door, helmet off and tucked under an arm. He had a squarish face covered in scars, and his expression was lazily disinterested. "Does he practice that look?" Magda leaned forward with a creak, the smell of sweat and leather and cold metal wafting toward Felix. "Where are your people?" "I don't have people," Felix swallowed, thinking briefly about home. "I'm alone out here." How do you survive? You're what, level 15? You can't have more than a handful of skill levels." Magda gave him a once-over that was surprisingly embarrassing considering the state of his clothes. 19, actually. Just hit that yesterday, us as well, though we've been stuck at level 19 for several months. Evie gave Magda a look that Felix couldn't entirely parse. It reminded him of the way his little sisters would needle him when they were younger. For her part, Magda ignored it. "What have you been doing out here?" Magda asked. "Exploring, I guess you'd say. I've even got a skill for it." Felix was kinda proud of that one. Didn't even have to lie, not really, though his acting skill didn't level. A downside of being truthful or being himself. While that's a dangerous rabbit hole to wander down. Magda was still talking. "That is strange. Exploring is usually a Henari skill. You don't look particularly Henar. Too short, so I've been told," Felix laughed. "Despite your obvious distrust of me, this is really nice. You're the first people I've spoken to in a long time." Since when do monsters count? That brought her up short for some reason. Magda suddenly loomed closer. "Explain." The gut flutters increased and Felix shrugged. "There was a monster, a giant weasel thing called an auret," he spoke. "Didn't have anything nice to say, so I don't really count him." "Interesting." Magda sat back, mouth turned up at the corners. "So, Minnie Farwalker, have you explored this area?" "No, I just got here. I had heard there was a city here. Didn't know it was a ruin." "Of course it's a ruin. Hasn't been anything in the Foglands since the Third Age," added in Evie, who was across the small chamber and stuffing her face with some sort of biscuit. "How silly of me," Felix deadpanned, then brightened. He was determined to make the best of this. "But at least I found you folks. So you haven't seen any other humans?" "No, you're the first, but I just got here." "Do you expect to find others in the city?" "Not sure we could find anything with this blighted fog," muttered Adder, rubbing his arms as if cold. "Maybe he has low vitality, or just not enough meat on his bones. He's pretty spindly." "Wait, the what now?" Felix asked. This wasn't the first time he'd heard mention of it, and even Balfour's memories featured a heavy fog he still hadn't experienced. Magda looked at him, eyebrow raised. He said, "The fog, you should know, being out here so long. It's murder on perception and fouls even the best tracking." "What fog?" asked. This time everyone looked at him in varying degrees of confusion. "Wait, is that why you all keep squinting?" "What do you mean, what fog?" Magda asked slowly. "I mean, I didn't see any sort of fog. It was a clear night out tonight." Magda rocked back on her heels, face clouded. "Should I have kept that to myself?" Abruptly, terrible howls echoed into the night. The sound pierced from outside, muffled but unmistakable. "Those sound," Big noted Vasilia, her hand already holding her spear. Ice crackled, and in the dim light of the wardstones, Felix could see trails of frost begin to form along the ceiling. They gleamed purple-white in his mana sight. Shortly thereafter, the howling faded off into the distance. "Noctis wept," cursed Magda. "Noctis, God, I'm gonna run out of pages in my notebook for all these questions." "Whorehounds," rasped Harn, a grimace crawling across his face. "Whorehounds here?" Adder gasped, eyes wide in the dim blue light of the wardstones. First giants and now whorehounds. "What is going on here? Why would they stray so far from the north?" "Why indeed," Magda mutters, and Felix sees her eyes linger on him for more than a moment. Then she turns back to her bedroll, already laid out somehow. "Get some rest. Harn'll take first watch, then me, Evie, and then Adder." "Ah, beans," Felix heard Evie mutter, already bundling herself up in her thick woolen blanket. Adder also looked peeved, but didn't say anything, only rolling over with a humph. Settling back against the softest rock he could find, Felix found himself too worried to be tired. Pitt was out there with what sounded like giant wolves. Wait, no, giant ice wolves. Felix was a worrier by nature, and this grated at his mind. "He will be safe," said a soft voice. Felix turned to see Vasilia half sitting on her bedroll, watching him. She was very well lit in his mana sight, the soft blue water mana of the wardstones underlighting her sharp features. "Who, your friend?" Felix smiled. "Thanks, I'm sure he will, but I can't help but worry." Vasilia laughed, a deep throaty chuckle he didn't expect. "What? You remind me of someone, and that's funny. It would be if you knew them." Then she rolled over and apparently went to sleep. Felix sat up for a while longer, mind turning over, not because he had fallen in with aliens from another world or because their leader seemed to distrust him entirely. Nope. It was because he wasn't sure if he had just gotten dunked on or not. Felix woke with a start. It was dark, cramped, and unpleasantly moist. For a few frantic moments he couldn't remember where he was or how he'd gotten there. Visions of four-way jaws, of buzzing wings, and the far-off feel of twisting tentacles pushed at him, scraping at his sanity before suddenly disappearing. The dark walls of a powerful fortress reared for a moment in his mind, shearing the impressions off at the base. Calmer, Felix looked around. The dim blue light of the wardstones revealed the sleeping forms of his new associates, certainly not friends, not yet. They didn't trust him enough. For his part, he wasn't entirely sure he trusted them. There were currents here he didn't understand, and though he was excited to finally see people, he was wary. Wary had kept him alive so far. Sitting up, Felix felt his stomach grumble. They had passed around some basic rations before they all turned in, so at least he wasn't starving, but it was hardly filling. Salted and dried meat, bricks of bread that were harder than most rocks. Chewing it was a challenge, let alone swallowing it. Putting aside his stomach, Felix wiped off a slight sheen of sweat and fanned himself. The temperature and humidity had climbed in the room, likely due to the press of bodies, so it boggled his mind when Felix saw most of them were bundled up in blankets. They can't all have low vitality. What if a thought occurred to him? The fog. The others had spoken of a persistent fog in the countryside, one that befuddled the senses. Maybe it was also chilly, but why could Felix neither see nor feel it? Curious, he flexed his mana sight. Generally speaking, his mana sight was always on in some ways. He absently noticed the flow of what he had come to call mana vapor in just about everything, seeing it as though out of the corner of his eye. When he activated the skill, that's when the depth came to the fore. At its current level, the skill no longer inundated him with smoky mana clouds, instead showing a refined world made of pulsing power. The room around him was awash in the deep blue shimmer of water mana, originating from the wardstones. These soaked into the dusty brown earth of the walls, tinting the shadow mana with faint blue tones. That same green-gold light shimmered from above, evidence he thought of the life growing all around him, but pieces of it had gone dark while others had a faint touch of purple-white ice mana. So the whorehound's power killed the plant life. Makes sense. Crops can't survive an ill-timed frost. He saw all of this, shimmering and shining in their various hues, but he saw no fog at all. At best, there was that faint smoky haze he always saw when he used mana sight. Wait, as mana sight leveled, I started to see in greater detail, but the haze hasn't gone away. Felix narrowed his eyes, trying to focus on the literally ephemeral haze in his mana sight. It was like trying to watch one of those ice squiggles that drift across your vision, nearly impossible to actually pinpoint. Floaters, that's what they're called, and if it behaves like that. He stopped moving his eyes, instead focusing on the middle distance in front of him and letting that mana haze drift around him. As it passed, he used his peripherals to inspect it, flexing his mana sight as best he could. For a long few minutes, there was nothing until, what? A flash of thin white mist, hanging low to the ground, they're then gone in an instant. Mana sight is level 26. It is there. What? He wasn't sure who spoke, but Felix ducked his head back down and pretended to be asleep. After a moment, he heard the soft sound of snoring resume. Quietly, Felix decided to check on his quests. Active quests advance 5 spells to apprentice level, 2 of 5 apprentice spells home sweet home. 1 of 5 threats eliminated a light in the dark. 2 of 4 remnants found an incursion of Rissi 0 of 1 purpose 496 of 500. Rissi, his spell quest was obviously his fire within skill and Reign of Velis. He was close with stone shaping and acid stream, too. Felix idly wondered what title and reward he'd get for completing his first quest. Hopefully something useful. Home sweet home and an incursion of Rissi he passed over. One was brand new and the other hadn't changed since he last checked it. Plus, he was still a little ticked off at the system for giving him such monumental tasks. Not that I have to finish them, I think. A light in the darkness had updated, and Felix didn't know why. A light in the dark, 2 of 4 remnants found. I found the first one on the 7-legged Orit, but I haven't killed anything like that since. Felix felt around in his satchel, taking quick inventory of its scant remains. A torn waterskin, an empty potion case, the brightweave coil, his beat-up notebook and grease pencil, and a stack of loose papers. Wait, the box Pitt found. Pulling the cigar box-sized chest out of his satchel, Felix carefully set it onto his lap. He moved quietly, attempting not to rustle much and awaken his new associates. Slowly, he poked and prodded the lock on it, but was unable to find a latch or release anywhere obvious. Gently, Felix shook the box, hearing the soft thump of something moving inside. Is that the other remnant? Maybe one of these adventurers knows how to pick a lock. Using his mana sight, Felix could make out the locked box as having an exceedingly neutral aura to it. Compared to the vibrant colors all around him, it was a muddy rock on the ground, completely boring and unremarkable. Well, that's a dead giveaway. The remnant has gotta be in here. Setting the box back into his satchel, Felix laid back and tried to sleep. Sleep was elusive. It was a couple more hours before everyone else woke up. Unable to let himself be idle, Felix spent the time meditating as deeply as he could, searching for a way to level that skill up even more. He had figured out that it was linked to harmony or harmonics, but what that actually meant was a mystery. He dove deeper, trying to ignore all outside distractions and contemplate only the swirl and flow of his mana channels. His fire within sat in his torso, slightly higher than his navel, spinning and flaring with various colors, flashes of electric blue, deep emerald green, bright gold, and even hints of black and crimson buried in the roiling light. The mana spooled around his body in complicated loops and whorls like living light or phosphorescent water that gleamed as it moved, never settling and always circling back to his core. But after hours of watching that interplay, he was still no closer to a single level up in meditation. Frustrated, he resurfaced to find most of others already up and talking softly. When they saw him sit up, they all fell silent. Then Magda spoke. "Hold to the wardstones. They will last the day, and we will be back by nightfall." She nodded at the 3 trainees apprentices and turned toward the exit. The others all stood back, watching as both Magda and Harn hefted their weapons and cautiously exited the heavy iron door. Once it closed, Evie let out a frustrated sigh. "Wait, they're leaving?" Felix asked as he stood up, a part of him still marveling at the lack of aches and pains he'd normally associate from sleeping on hard ground. "Yes, they wish to scout the area first before we make any movements," Vasilia offered. "They are not sure how many giants have come south and what their disposition is within the ruined city. They're leaving to have fun without us," grumped Evie. Again agreed Adder, his flesh-colored mustache quivering in annoyance. Oh, Felix felt there was more history here than he cared to parse out. Then his head rocked back in alarm. "Oh no, I forgot to tell them. I know how many giants are in the city." "What?" Evie shot upright. "How?" Adder asked. "I got a quest yesterday after we finished off the Rissi commander. It asked that I eliminate the remainder of the giants and find out why they're here," Felix said. "A quest, and how many were there?" Evie was bouncing on the balls of her feet. 500, 496 now. Silence reigned in the small basement as the 3 trainees chewed over his words. Felix felt bad he hadn't mentioned it before, but so much was going on that it slipped his mind. "I suppose Lady Erin and Sir Castor will be able to handle themselves," Vasilia haltingly began. "PFF, she'll eat M and spit him out. That's not the point. We were supposed to have a proper adventure. Now they get all the fun while we twiddle our thumbs." Evie grumped even harder this time, plopping onto her bedroll. A high-pitched laugh rang out, one Felix was surprised belonged to Adder. It was almost musical despite its sour tone. "Never trust the Shield Witch to involve us with anything. I mean, it's not like we paid to be here or anything." Silence again, this time awkward and filled with things for which Felix had no context. Blowing a deep breath out, he turned to Vasilia, who was still staring at the door. "So, where are you folks from?" "God, that sounds lame." He cringed inwardly. "It sounds like you're trying to pick her up." "Oh, we are from all over. I am from Paxfrel, Adder is from Tethys, and Evie is from Satoria, right?" Vasilia looked at her friend, who was currently balancing a small throwing dagger on her fingers. "Sorta. I've lived the past 5 years in Satoria, but before that me and Maggie have been all over. Bel Atoll, Valspire, even spent a few months in Levantir." Evie spun the dagger and caught it neatly. "Busy life," Felix observed. "That's a lot of places for someone who's only, 17 years old. 20, thank you very much." "It is what it is," she added with a shrug. "And where exactly are you from?" Felix Nevar, Adder's reedy voice asked, so at odds with his laugh. "Don't think we didn't notice you evading that answer." Felix smiled ruefully. "Jig is up, I guess. I come from far away, probably nowhere you recognize. But I've been in the Foglands for 2 weeks or so, trying to survive." "You've been here alone, right?" asked Evie, her eyes glowing a brighter green. Now that he thought about it, he looked between all of them. All of their eyes were glowing green. "Yeah, it's been pretty rough," he cleared his throat. "Why are all of your eyes glowing green?" "Oh, yes, it is because of night," said Vasilia. "What's that? You don't know Night Eye? How do you see in the dark?" Adder scoffed. "I don't." "Are you saying Night Eye is a skill that lets you see in the dark?" Felix was immediately interested. "Yeah, it's a spell we got drilled into us when we joined the guild. Every guilder has Night Eye." Evie tapped the corner of her eye, her irises flaring with neon green. "Oh, cool. Can you teach me?" Felix smiled, hands itching to try out a new spell. "I don't think we can. Skills are hard to teach and learn. Usually takes a specialist trainer to pass them on. And besides, why waste a skill slot on it when you don't have to? You seem to be doing fine, and most only get a couple dozen skills our entire lives, you know." It felt like a trapdoor beneath Felix's stomach dropped out, sending his guts into freefall. Only a couple dozen skills. But what if he wanted to do more spells or other cool tricks? Was he stuck with the mishmash of skills he had stumbled upon? No, that can't be right. 2 dozen. That's way too low. Quickly, Felix pulled up his skill list. Skills, resistances. Acid resistance, level 20. Fire resistance, level 14. Heat resistance U, level 14. Pain resistance U, level 27. Poison resistance U, level 17. Armored skin, level 15. Bastion of Will E, level 27. Utility. Acting, level 6. Analyze, level 20. Improvisation, level 4. Intimidation, level 2. Running, level 18. Stealth, level 22. Swimming, level 3. Tracking, level 13. Breath Control U level 16, Companion Pact U level 11, Dual Casting U level 13, Free Climbing U level 13, Exploration U level 16, Herbalism U level 17, Meditation U level 30, Make an Entrance U level 3, Manasight U level 26, Lessons of the Past level 9, Physical Conditioning level 19, Deep Mind E level 24 Combat, Blunt Weapon Mastery level 3. Dodge level 24, Long Blade Mastery level 9, Parry level 1, Small Blade Mastery level 8, Staff Mastery level 1, Thrown Weapons Mastery level 10, Unarmed Mastery level 24, Acrobatics U level 21, Corrosive Strike level 18, Blind Fighting level 18 Spells, Acid Stream level 22, Fire Within level 27, Influence of the Wisp level 21, Invocation level 1, Shadow Whip level 12. Stone Shaping level 24, Reign of Velis E level 26, Sigils of the Primordial Dawn E level 3. I count 46 skills already. There's no way 24 is the limit. Did they mean more than 2, like 3 or 4? Felix cleared his throat. So what if hypothetically someone had 50 skills? Vasilia and Adder both laughed, though their intent seemed wildly different. That would be unwise. A person only has so much time in a day to cultivate their skills. Gaining and training that many, aside from the difficulty, would be hardly efficient or necessary. Most people claim there is an upper limit and stick to a core grouping, something to do with the human soul, at least according to the priests of the Pathless, Vasilia mused. The Pathless is a false god and your priests are jackanapes. My master says that your spirit can only handle so much stress, and that each skill has a multiplicative effect on straining the spirit. Once you've hit your limit, that's it, Adder said. I cannot believe you don't know that. Who trained you anyway? Felix ignored him, mind spinning furiously. Well, one way to find out. Can you teach me anyway? The next hour was filled with Evie and Vasilia trying and failing to teach him the Night Eye skill. Felix ate the hard tack and jerky offered to him mechanically as Evie finished retelling the tale of her own learning experience. And then he put me in a dark room with a bunch of ratlings, Evie finished. No, Ves gasped, hand over her mouth. How did you get out? By learning to see in the dark and kill them all, Evie shrugged, clearly not fazed by it. It was the same thing with most of my skills. Get into a stressful situation, line up the right prerequisites in mindset and skill gain. That's not very helpful, Felix winced. Well, I'm not a trainer, so there you go. Evie rolled her eyes. Felix pondered. The commonality in both of their stories was stress and need. He had neither in this particular situation, but that wasn't how he always gained skills either. There were a few times where he simply did a thing and learned it, easy as breathing, or stole it from a monster he amended. That was a bit of a cheat. Can you deactivate the skill and reactivate it again? I'd like to see if I can notice anything. Sure, Vasilia said, her eyes going dark and unfocused. Felix realized that without the skill she was blind in here. Ready, go for it. Felix flared his manasight while watching her eyes closely. Something flickered in her eyes for a moment, then they burned a bright green. Vasilia flinched back. I did not know you were so close. She looked flushed for some reason. Yeah, had to see the details, Felix said offhandedly. Can you try it again? Swallowing, she nodded and deactivated the skill. With a flicker, Felix watched as tendrils of mana coalesced behind her eyes, spiraling up into her irises and causing that bright neon glow. But the how was eluding him. Ah dang, that's not giving me anything. Maybe I'll try your way, Evie. Sure, let me go find some rats, Evie smirked. If you really want to learn it that bad, just join the guild when we get back to Harwatch. You've got skills, more than most tin ranks out there. Felix leaned back, squeezing his eyes closed and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Vasilia mentioned that before. Tin rank. What does that mean? It's a power rating. Guilders use it to determine who can do what missions or help with certain kinds of projects. Maggie says it reflects your poise under pressure, strength of arm, and solidity of mind, or something like that. I tend to tune her out when she starts sounding like a Gilder brochure, Evie smirked. So it's all about getting more powerful to do more jobs to get more powerful, Felix asked. Evie touched the side of her nose and pointed at him. He gets it. It is also about helping the less fortunate, sheltering those without our gifts and abilities from threats, monsters, rampages, incidents of all stripes. Vasilia had a gleam in her eyes that Felix hadn't seen before. It was like watching someone talk about their heroes. Huh, Felix grunted. That's really nice, actually. I can't believe it actually shakes out that way, though. Not all the time. Not unless humanity here is wildly different than back home. So you're all out here to get stronger then, to rise in ranks, Felix asked. We're here, spat Adder, joining in on the conversation for the first time in an hour, so that we can reveal our omens and get some practical experience. Not that it's actually happening. Reveal your omens. What? Felix began, but Evie interrupted him. Yeah, we're kind of young to attempt it, but that's only because we're just that good. The sooner we get our omens, the more advantages we can accrue, added Vasilia. A handful of extra levels with an omen can make all the difference in a battle. Felix didn't say anything, lost once again to contemplation. They don't have their omens revealed yet. They only have a few skill slots. Why is my experience so different from theirs? Why did I start at level 1 with my omen already revealed? Despite his perfect recall, Felix itched again to jot this all down in his notebook for future reference. He'd have to manage it when they weren't looking so closely. So is your omen predetermined, or do you pick it? Felix asked, as innocently as he could manage. Pick it, Adder asked, incredulous. You don't choose your destiny, you reveal it. Yeah, an omen is something you're born with, most folks agree. It's just you need high stress and violence to unlock it, usually, Evie added, usually. Not all the time, are some people just born with it revealed. Haha, you mean like an unbound. Laughed Evie, that be wild for sure. Felix noticed Vasilia was suddenly uncomfortable. She opened her mouth a couple times before words came out. Ah, sir, never, I was curious. How exactly did you receive the giant quest? Oh, I just got it when the Rissi commander died. Popped right up. Felix mimed a box in front of him. Why, Vasilia blushed again. She must be really shy. It is nothing, just a personal curiosity. They say that quests aren't given to just anyone. They are selective, and some claim the gods are the final arbiters. Gods? Felix asked, uncomfortable with the idea of actual, literal gods existing. Moderated Evie, waving his hand in the universal sign for maybe. Most people think it's about opportunity and novelty. Be the first to do such and such, the first one to see or go somewhere, that sort of thing. It's all chance, the gods. I love you, Vess, but the gods don't mix into the lives of mortals. Not like the stories say, anyway. PF ha, blind pagans. You're both wrong, Adder said, so snidely that Felix wanted to kick him. Your gods have no say in this world. Quests are by virtue of spirit alone. I'm sorry to say that you found the quest because you were worthy of it, that's all. Did your master spoon feed you that bullshit, or was it more of a do-it-yourself thing? Evie rolled her eyes. How dare you? Adder leaped to his feet, fire sparking around his body as he did so. My master is worth 12 shield witches, make no mistake. Fire continued to build around the mage as he spoke, until he blazed just as he did during the giant battle. The other two canceled their night eye spells as the mage lit up the entire room. AW. The sound was distant, but pierced into their hideaway just the same. Everyone froze, and even Adder let his fire cloak skill lapse. Shortly after, a gargantuan roar sounded out. It sounded much closer. Felix looked at everyone. What was that? More giants, Vasilia guessed. Definitely more giants, and at least one whorehound. Adder's voice was small in the sudden dark. Moments passed, quickly turning into minutes that dragged slower and slower. But no further sounds rang out. Okay, that's about all I can stand of that, Evie said as she stood up. Quickly gathering her supplies, she wrapped her spiked chain carelessly around her neck and shoulder. I'm going out. What? Why? We were told to stay put, Vasilia objected, clearly not comfortable with the idea. Because it's boring here, and because my sister is hiding things from us. Why are we out here? I thought you were out here to reveal your omens, Felix asked, not quite sure what was going on. We could have revealed them days ago, maybe even been back in Harwatch by now. Adder added, also standing up. I've said it since the beginning, but the Shield Witch has an agenda. I'm going too. Evie gave him a sour look but didn't protest. Vasilia gave Felix a look before standing herself. I guess I have to go to keep you both out of trouble. She looked back at Felix. Are you coming, Sir Nevar? I told you I'm not a sir anything, Felix protested. Then he stood up and stretched. But yeah, let's do it. I was getting bored in here anyway. They made it out onto the street quietly enough. Since they didn't know how to deactivate the wardstones and weren't planning on straying too far, they simply walked out. Passing through the ward was awfully similar to passing through the rock-turned liquid of his stone shaping spell. The air was thick like pudding, charged with a certain warmth, though it smelled distinctly of rain. Petrichor, that's what it's called. Thankfully, Felix was able to shift the door despite how heavy it appeared. It was a strain but not unmanageable. After they had filed out and he closed the door again, making sure to lift slightly to prevent it from squealing, Felix caught Adder staring at him, his eyes green in the deep shadows. What? Adder said nothing, just frowned and turned away. Bemused, Felix walks past the haughty mage and steps onto the uneven cobbles above. The street was empty, and the hollowed-out buildings leaned drunkenly together in places, deepening the shadows that covered them all. However, through gaping holes in the various facades, Felix could see patches of blue sky and a bright sun streaming from the east. It was beautiful, like waking up in a new city. A city ruined for centuries and filled to the brim with murderous giants. But still, he insisted to himself. Blue sky sunlight could be worse. He paused a moment, the edges of his smile fading. Do you all still see the fog? Vasilia looked at him over her shoulder, eyebrow raised. Yes, do you? Oh, that is right. You said you do not. Evie eyeballed him again and made a point of looking around. You blind? It's everywhere, not to me. All I see is clear cobbles, dark alleys, and a bright blue sky. No way, blue. Evie craned her neck, looking up. All I see is overcast gray. That's a good hallucination you've got. I'd kill for some real sunshine. It's not. Felix started, but didn't feel it was worth it to continue. Maybe he was hallucinating. I mean, this entire journey has been one bonkers thing after another. It'd make a certain kind of sense if I was tripping balls. He shook himself, unwilling to follow that thought. It led nowhere productive. Instead, Felix focused his mana sight, reveling at the sudden color and crispness everything around him attained. His sense of mana flows had increased a lot since he began, and the morning sun, even when not shining directly onto him, seemed to amplify everything. The mana haze still drifted atop of everything, floating everywhere across his vision without moving at all somehow. As before, he focused on the haze with his peripheral vision, willing himself to see beyond the obvious. I know you're there. Show yourself. Felix's mana suddenly dropped, the blue bar in his vision losing about 20% as a thick cloud of white fog utterly pervaded his vision. As if the world was wrapped in white cotton, distances were difficult to perceive, sounds appeared muffled, and even the patches of sky above became monotonous shades of gray. Holy shit. This is what they see. How do they do anything? Something whirled above him, disturbing a layer of mist atop one of the ruined buildings. Felix turned startled, but only got the impression of a dark form slipping away. A bird. The vision stuttered and crackled, quickly fading away into static like on an old television. In seconds it was gone. It's an illusion. Right, do those exist? Manhwaedit is level 27. Manhwaedit is level 31. Felix's eyes widened. He was right. Evie clapped her gloved hands together, the sound soft and muted. Okay, Felix, do you have a sneaky skill? Felix turned back toward the group, having made his way into the middle of the alley. I have stealth, yeah, oh good, that's two of us. We'll have to account for the stompers over here. I do not stomp, argued Vasilia, her voice slightly exasperated. Then she tipped her head to the side, conceding the point. But I am wearing heavier armor than you. Adder, surprising no one, snorted in derision. Stealth is a tool for liars and ruffians. Doesn't surprise me that you'd have it, Aaron. Cram it up your ass, Flameboy Tilda, Evie said in a sing-song voice. Hey, Felix hissed, spreading his hands out toward the both of them. Cool it. Stealth does jack all if you're shouting. An abrupt clatter sounded further down the alley. The sound of dislodged rubble, the scatter of debris. They all froze in place. Felix heard the click-clatter of claws on stone. Evie slowly reached up toward her spiked chain, carefully gripping its end as she scanned the thick morning shadows. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Felix's hand suddenly clamped onto her own, keeping her from drawing her chain. She pushed as hard as she could, but she couldn't make his arm budge an inch. Don't. It's a friend, he said, already stepping forward, because while the others had to contend with the cloying fog, his vision could clearly make out the winged form of his four-legged companion. Hey, a Pit, who's a good boy? Felix leaned over and patted his legs, urging the Tenku to run to him. Pit let out a happy cheer-up as he accepted a couple scratches on the side of his head. Yarrow's blighted ass, that's a chimera, Evie exclaimed, her voice less a whisper and more a high-pitched cry. Ah yeah, Felix scratched the back of his neck, feeling an uncomfortable flush heating his skin. I was meaning to tell everyone, but with the way Vasilia reacted originally, I didn't think it'd go over well. I just kept putting it off. He stood to the side and gestured down at the dog-sized Tenku. Everyone, this is Pit. Pit, everyone. Pit warbled in a friendly way, but Felix saw all of them flinch. Even Vasilia, who had gotten a bit better about Pit previously. Oh, he won't hurt you. Unless you try to attack him, maybe. He's still a baby for the most part, Felix smiled down at his friend. A baby. That's a fog-touch chimera. They're feral killers. Adder was backing up but stopped as his shoulder blades hit a stone wall behind him. We've had to fight them all the way here. Adder's right, much as I hate saying that. I don't know how you got caught up with it, but it's best to just put that thing down. Evie's hands slowly crept back up to her chain. Felix held out his hands in a placating gesture. Look, it's fine. He's my companion. We made a pact. Silence met his words, and all three of his new acquaintances gave him confused looks. A what? Evie asked. I figured they'd know what it was. Hell, I was half convinced they'd start listing off reasons why it was a bad idea. He shook his head. Doesn't matter, I guess. Just stand down, folks. He's harmless. Vasilia reached a hand out and placed it on Evie's shoulder, giving her a look. Biting her lip, Evie looked between Pit and her friend before reluctantly nodding. Vasilia smiled at Felix and nodded too. You saved my life, Felix Nevar. You have earned some trust here. Thank you, Felix said. They all turned to Adder. The teen mage swallowed, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing before he straightened himself under their gaze. Oh, of course, I'm not afraid of some pet. Felix caught Vasilia's eye. She shook her head, hiding a small smile. Good, Evie regained her joyful tone. Let's go find what my sister is hiding. Exploration is level 18. The pathways were far clearer in the daylight, though the bright sunlight provided its own issues. Unable to slink in the deep shadows, their stealth had less useful applications, or so Felix thought. When the first Rissi warrior crossed their path, they were traversing a wide thoroughfare with zero cover or shadows. Felix saw the giant walk casually out from a hidden side path, at an angle from their vantage, perfectly aligned to see their passage. The thump of its feet was unmistakable, and all of them froze on the spot. The giant simply waltzed past them, a mere 60 feet away, trudging in another direction. Analyze. Name. Unknown Rissi warrior type. Giant folk level. 28 what? Why didn't it see us? I'm not sure how close it was exactly, but Evie gave him a look. The fog can be used to hide us, too. Felix's mouth made a silent "oh" as he realized what she was saying. The fog is affecting the giants, too. So it can't see us clear as day because it's not a clear day, he winced. He actually felt bad about that one. It wasn't even a good pun. Pitt slunk through the shadows with them, easily keeping pace as they moved across several city blocks. Felix was happy that the Tenku was fine. He had been half convinced Pitt was going to start a fight with one of these horse-sized whorehounds, so it was nice to be wrong in this case. Still, he kept close to the chimera, making sure he was occasionally casting a glance back at him. Nearly 20 minutes passed as the five of them traversed the sprawling city in an ever-widening spiral. Felix was astounded at the variety of architecture. It was unlike anything he'd seen before. Large, wide windows surmounted complicated bas-relief sculptures on the face of nearly every building, the doorways and eaves all covered in tiny depictions of odd humanoid figures. He wandered close to one such example, and while time and weather had smoothed most of the features, it appeared each of these bumps and ridges were people. A tiny people, it seemed, as they were paired next to animals of all sorts ranging from quadrupeds to birds. Analyze, name, ruined pavilion type, structure lore. Little is known of the Foglands, especially of the interior portions. This ruin was built by sapient beings, but who they once were is lost to time, so my guess is good as any. I say tiny people, unless all animals are giant here. He racked his brain a moment. There was that tree vole back near the shore. That wasn't too big, but was it a baby? Have I seen a normal bird since coming here? He didn't think so, and he'd remember, obviously. Felix acted as scout during their search, which Evie begrudgingly allowed after he stopped her from stepping into a fairly large sinkhole. While he could tell they didn't quite believe his claims regarding the fog, they listened to his warnings. Due to that, they skirted past several Rissi warriors on patrol through the streets. However, it didn't look like any sort of patrol Felix had ever seen. They were listless and unaffected by anything around them. They simply walked, club or axe in hand, eyes fixed forward as they passed by. Now they were either extremely bad soldiers, didn't care about their jobs, or there was something wrong with them. Felix was leaning toward the latter as they progressed further in their search. He counted 14 different Rissi warriors, and every single one seemed distant, as if they weren't entirely present as they moved. When Felix explained his feeling, the women shrugged, but Adder tilted his head thoughtfully. Surprisingly, he didn't spout anything awful, but kept his thoughts to himself. Guess he can't be the worst all the time. That first sinkhole wasn't the last they found, as Felix noted an increasing number of buildings were half subsumed by the earth. It reminded him of home. Nothing like a sinkhole to make you feel nostalgic for Florida. Just need some more humidity and a shitload of mosquitoes. Despite his snark, he felt a real pang for his home and family. What we're doing at this point. Did they worry about him? Felix pulled back from those thoughts, like a hand from a hot stovetop. That was just pain for no reason. Focus. They had come to the largest sinkhole yet, and the ground fell away sharply, the street nearly whole but tilted at a wild angle down into the earth. Some buildings still stood, held somehow in place by what must have been astounding engineering. Blind gods, would you look at that? Vasilia peered into the sinkhole, her eyes squinting. Whatever structural magics were worked here must have been powerful to still hold those buildings together after all this time. Oh right, magic engineering. Where do we go from here? Adder asked, looking around. I don't see an easy way around this. It has to be at least a mile wide. I'm not sure. Evie chewed her lip, squatting at the edge of the sinkhole and peering down. Do you think there's anything down there? Pitt wandered to the edge as well, sniffing the air curiously. Not for all the gold in Vanpur, Adder vowed, slashing his hand in the air at what she was suggesting. Hey, Vasilia piped up, pointing forward across the sinkhole. What is that? Felix looked up and saw the sunlight gleam against a brassy-colored dome on the far side of the sinkhole. It was squat and wide, and even from this distance he could see a number of blue-shaded figures moving around it. It was situated at the edge of the hole, and some sort of wooden scaffolding had been erected, leading straight down. Ice hung from all of it, and Felix found the disparity between it against the heat haze unsettling. I think that might be what we're looking for. Evie grinned after Felix described what he saw. Let's go. The walk around the sinkhole took an hour, each of them having to pick their way across oversized debris and fallen buildings that hadn't stood the test of time. As they drew closer, they could hear the distinct sound of howling, as well as the grunts of the guttural giant language. Exchanging nervous glances, Evie and Felix took the lead, though Pitt was not far behind. Leaving Vasilia and Adder some distance behind, Evie and Felix split around the tumbled ruin of what was once some sort of temple, if the fluted columns were anything to go by. In near silence, Felix and Pitt moved up along a broken rooftop nearly a block away from the bronze dome, his boot whispering against the stone. Peering over the edge, Felix had to fight back a gasp. Nearly a dozen Rissi warriors filled the open area before him, and he could see at least 20 more in the distance. Not only that, but a handful of huge blue-white hounds prowled alongside them, their jaws open and slavering steaming drool wherever they went. The hounds were the size of horses. The area was once a large rectangular plaza, but now was mostly dilapidated and utterly filled with ice, and drifts of snow collected in the various nooks and crannies. Only a few buildings still stood, one being the domed structure, and another was a circular construction with large fluted columns on the front that reminded him of a frost-rimed tholos. Very Hellenistic. Exploration is level 19. Didn't expect that knowledge to come in handy. Thanks, Mrs. Tomlin. The giants were loosely grouped together, some talking, others acting as lazy lookouts, while a few even had fallen asleep. They were distinctly different from the near-mindless giants he saw on patrol. A handful moved with purpose toward the round colonnade, disappearing quickly within. Then he heard the horn. 3 long, measured blasts. The sound was deep and piercing, like a conch shell the size of a bus. The whorehounds all picked up the note, howling in their terrifying voices until the horn stopped. The sound of chains replaced the horns, as 2 giants led a large line of prisoners out of the tholos and into the plaza. He couldn't make them out individually, but judging by their sizes and coloration, they were humans. They ranged in age from mid-20s to 60s or 70s, if the silver hair was anything to go by. They wore ragged remnants of what might have once been armor, but would provide very little protection now. A few of the humans looked in better condition than the rest, but the majority of them looked dirty, beat up, and generally malnourished. Felix frowned as he counted, watching the procession creep toward the bronze dome. 47. They have 47 captives. Why, how? I thought this place was super dangerous. The giants stopped the prisoners directly in front of the squat building that seemed to be the center of the Rissy's operation. There was some milling about for a minute or two, and Felix started to get nervous. He looked down at Pitt to confirm the Tenku was still nearby, but that was when he felt a sudden wash of icy air. Quickly looking back over the edge, Felix saw that an absolutely huge creature had emerged from the bronze dome. It was close to 25 feet tall and was covered in giant slabs of iron armor. It had to weigh several tons. Its head was as bald as the rest, and from its jaw grew a magnificent beard of wild white hair. As he watched, the enormous giant was circled by several large shards of ice, orbiting him like a tiny solar system. Winds kicked up around the figure, blowing icy gusts in all directions as it glowered toward the assembled prisoners. Holy fuck, that's a big boy. Felix's eyes were wide, fixed on the creature's craggy face, which had split open into a gaping, predatory smile. Then the giant surprised him again. It spoke. What's more, Felix could understand it. You have survived another night, it rumbled, its smile sharpening. Be thankful, praise your dead gods. Consider it your great honor to be used as stepping stones on our path to victory. The Rissy warriors all cheered, their basso voices like a landslide. The leader, obviously it was the leader, let the cheering fade before continuing. We, the masters of ice and blood, predators of the eternal frost, have long sought the rising note, the song of the deep. The giant's voice was a baritone so long it sounded like rocks rubbing together. Felix had only ever read of voices like that. In the hoarfrost, the holy depths are frozen, locked away and taken from us. But here, you pathetic creatures bask in her song, even as you refuse to listen. Instead, you follow a million untrue paths, relics of the lost. The strong devour the weak, it is as it always was, time before time. More cheers, and this time Felix heard an edge to the voices, a hunger, teeth at the edges of a vast precipice, something upsettingly familiar. Your flesh, weak and pitiful as it is, will be our bridge, your sacrifice, unwillingly given, our path to enlightenment. Pray serve the predators. Remember that. Carve it into your short memories and burn it into your souls. The giant licked his lips and showed his teeth. The mother calls. Time to die. With a roar, the giants yank the prisoners forward, chains jangling loudly against the ice. They cry out, some in anger, most in fear. A few fall to the ground, but they're dragged forward without pause, their bodies scraped raw against the uneven ground until they find their feet. Some did not. Felix couldn't pull his eyes away, watching until the last of the prisoners was dragged into the squat, bronze-topped building and followed by the immense leader. The doors, easily twice the giant's size, slammed shut. Felix slid down the roof as quietly as he could, his mind whirling. Popping to his feet, he kept low and moved as fast as he could back toward the group, Pitt dutifully his side. The things that giant said, much of it lacked context, but Felix had a very bad feeling. Hopefully, Evie had gotten closer and saw more. It was a good quarter-hour back to where the others had holed up, and Felix took it slowly, exercising his stealth as best he could. Last thing he wanted was an entire camp of frost giants coming down on them. As he rounded the final corner, however, Felix came upon Adder, Vasilia, and a wincing Evie standing with their shoulders hunched and eyes on the ground. Spinning toward his sudden arrival, the half-helmed Magda snarled. You, of course it's you, she turned in contempt, her eyes going to Evie. Do you know what we've stumbled onto? What could have happened to you? Felix felt Pitt about to round the corner and put his hand out. Wait, he sent through their connection, hoping it would work. He could feel the chimera pause at the edge. Companion pact is level 12. We scouted, Evie said, still not meeting her sister's eyes. We were careful, my ass. You could have been seen. You could have gotten the others taken as well. Magda gestured violently at the others. Take so you know about the prisoners, Felix interrupted. He really didn't want to get in the middle of a sibling tiff, but he was getting tired of Magda's attitude. I thought you were here to reveal their omens and gain some levels. Prisoners, there's prisoners. Atter's eyes went wide. The giants have captured people. Felix nodded. I counted 47 humans. Noctis wept. Vasilia swore, her hand going to her mouth. Why are we here, Magda? You dragged us out here, specifically here to train. Why? Evie had her hands on her hips, here bright green eyes defiantly trained on her elder sisters. Rescue mission, came the metallic, equi reply. Harn walked in from the left, stepping carefully around stones and making surprisingly little sound for a big metal man. His voice reverberated slightly within his frog-mouthed helmet. We didn't know it was this bad, though. Rescue. Atter's pale face flushed, his flesh-colored mustache popping in contrast. That is a direct violation of the terms of our agreement. I know, kid, I know. Magda tore off her helmet, her sandy brown hair wild. We thought we could do both. Our friend is in there somewhere. We came to find them and get them out. And you thought that bringing tin guilders would be a great idea. Atter laughed a nasty sound. Let me guess. Intelligence is your dump stat, you little AW. Magda froze mid-step, hand just about to grab Atter's collar. Everyone turned back toward the giant's camp, the fear palpable. The howl lasted several seconds before fading. Prisoners have escaped. A high-pitched cry sounded out from nearby. Felix whipped his head around, but he couldn't tell the source. Over here. A brilliant flare of light streaked up into the air above them, burning like a mini-sun as it hovered there. A sudden thunder rolled through the ruins, the ground itself rattling and snarling barks bounced back and forth. They're coming. Magda pointed at Harn. Split circle. Rendezvous at the wardstones. Go. Harn grabbed the mage and Evie by the arms, nearly dragging the two of them down the left-hand path. Magda put her hand on Vasilia much more gently. Come, Lady Dane. Without so much as a backward glance, they took off. Felix was left standing there alone. Pitt padded up to him and nudged his hand. Why are we even with these people, Pitt? The Tenku chirped worriedly and looked toward the approaching noise. Yeah, they're my only lead on getting out of this hellhole. Felix looked up. Come on, I've got an idea. Felix considered the wall before him. It belonged to a broken 3-story building, and he hoped it would hold up. Pitt spread his wings and dug his claws into the stone, apparently extremely good at climbing, and fairly flew up. Surprised but without the time to show it, Felix also rushed up the ruin, grabbing ledges and propelling himself up to the next one with all the strength and agility he had possessed. He only had to be careful not to grip too hard. He didn't want to crush the stone beneath his hands like back at the waterfall. Free climbing is level 14. Free climbing is level 15. Felix clambered to the top floor, nearly 50 feet up, his breath a little short and his stamina having dropped by a tenth. Pitt hopped lightly over the ledge, and Felix swung his body over the top just as he heard footsteps below. Holding his breath and keeping low, Felix strained his senses, listening for the giants and hearing them mutter something deep and incomprehensible. He focused, trying to make out their actual words as he pushed his perception. There was a rush of sound, and then... Hood Roktana, Radolat Yakana, a giant muttered, his voice sounding disappointed. Many others stepped forward, their feet heavy on the uneven street. There was a muted like metal against metal, but quieter, likely the giant's ice fiend fur muffling their armor. Ikitak Vocala groused another voice also displeased. Felix could hear what sounded like dozens of giants, each muttering to themselves. Pada T Roka, Ki. Another voice, much louder and angrier, shouted the other voices down. The sound of snarls and growls wove between the shout, making the hair on the back of Felix's neck stand up. Shortly after, the street below was filled with thunderous footsteps, all of them quickly moving away. Stealth is level 23. Felix waited 20 seconds before poking his head up and checking. The giants were gone. What's more, when he stood up, he could see them scattering through the ruined streets, groups of 2 or 3 spreading out along the pathways. They're hunting us now. Felix looked at Pitt, who met his eyes stoically. We've got to meet up with the others. If nothing else, we stand a better chance together. Pitt nodded, his big golden eyes fierce. They leaped from building to building, sticking to the rooftops in order to keep their vantage point. Most of the Rissi warriors had dispersed by this point, and even in the clear summer sun Felix could only see so far. There were many stone buildings that blocked his view, though he could make out some beyond them due to their lattice-like sculptural designs. Whoever built the city were master artisans, and Felix couldn't help but be impressed. Imagine this place when it was alive, Felix mused, pausing at the top of a leaning 4-story structure. It's easily as big as a mid-sized city back home. There must have been millions who lived here. A cool breeze rushed across the rooftops, chilling him for a moment despite the mounting mid-morning heat. He looked up at the sky, blue as a robin's egg and wisped with thin cirrus clouds at the edges. Not the worst weather to keep ruining my shirts in. He fingered his tattered sleeves, barely more than scraps at this point. As he did, he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. There was a large group of giants coming down a nearby alley, 4 or 5 of them with 2 giant wolves. He had been tracking them as he moved, attempting to keep ahead of them as they both moved toward the subterranean hideaway. As he trained his eyes on them, he saw that sudden movement again. It was on top of one of the walls. A black blur, what is that? The blur flitted across rooftops, heading in the same direction Felix was, just on the other side of the street. Felix crouched down, hiding quickly behind a lumpy, faceless statue. The blur drew closer, and Felix saw that it was more like a moving shadow, a blot against the bright backdrop of day racing across dilapidated ledges. His mana sight flared, and it was clear he was perceiving some sort of shroud made entirely of shadow mana. As he watched, the shadow flicked one of its strange limbs, followed quickly by the sound of cobbles breaking down below. The giants, only a few hundred feet behind, roared and raced after the sound. Is it leading them? Felix gazed in the direction the shadow was moving. It was as if it knew exactly where to go, exactly where the others were holed up. If I let them go on then. Felix took a couple quick breaths and eyeballed the street below. This is very stupid. Felix spun, setting his feet against the far ledge before pushing off. He raced across the rooftop and on the last step pushed with all of his strength. The stone cracked beneath him, its sharp noise loud as a gunshot, and he was flung headlong into the thin air. Faster than he could anticipate, Felix zipped across the intervening distance and collided bodily with the shadow creature. For a brief, impossible second, Felix could see it start to orient on him, but it was too late. He was going too fast to stop. The two of them tumbled, ass over tea kettle, their bodies tangling and then disengaging as they crashed through a couple rickety chimneys before skidding to a stop along the roof. Oog, Felix groaned, feeling fresh bruises along his ribs and thighs. He stumbled to his feet just in time to see the shadow burst into a puff of smoke, resolving into a figure wearing blackened leather armor and some sort of mask. It was matte black, giving off zero reflections in the bright sunlight, and covered the top half of their face. With a growl and a kick of her legs, the figure spun to her feet. Felix didn't even see her use her hands, another flippy one. She had a bandolier of knives across her chest and a few dark handles stuck up from her hips. Whoever this was, she was loaded for bear. "Hooray you?" Felix asked, drawing his hooked sword. He might be better at unarmed combat, but a bare sword felt like the more threatening gesture. The woman in it clearly was a woman, judging by the molding of the dark armor, grimaced and glowered at him, her eyes an unnatural blank white beneath her mask. "That's creepy. Why are you baiting the rissy?" The woman's smile stretched wider, but then suddenly faltered, her eyes growing wide. "Behind you," her voice reverberated strangely, and Felix dropped to the ground, rolling forward and spinning around. He came to his feet in less than a second, sword still up, and saw nothing, just a dilapidated stone wall. "Oh my God, did I URK?" A long stiletto had slid 2 inches into his side, right where his kidneys were. He looked down, disbelieving, as the masked woman's full lips stretched into a nasty grin. "Sorry, kid, nothing personal. Status: poison, major poison resistance is level 18. Poison resistance is level 19. Armored skin is level 16. With a grunt, she yanked the blade out, taking 3 tugs to pull it free. Felix felt a burning sensation from the wound, and suddenly his legs stopped working. He fell to the ground. Poison resistance is level 20. Nocti's tits, he nearly broke my dagger. He heard her mutter, but not much else, as sounds started to echo strangely. The weakness crawled up his spine, and he felt his gut go cold. Everything around him started to go dark, as if the world was dimming, or he was. Poison resistance is level 21. Sound cut off the same time his vision did. He couldn't even feel the air on his skin anymore. He was completely numb, cut off from all sensation. Panicked, Felix turned inward, where he could still see his fire within surging and flowing. He grabbed at it, orienting on it, feeling it burn against his limited senses. Poison resistance is level 22. Felix sank into his inner power, the magic crackling like an electric storm. It soaked into him as it raged, burning, cooling, charging him with indelible life, even as he felt the weakness in his body grow larger and larger. He was dying. Ilya inspected her dagger, noting a serious bend in the tip. She huffed a little breath. "That kid bent my favorite blade. Little shit." Ilya looked back at the boy, who even now stared blindly into the sky as his body curled up on itself. She hadn't realized there would be any iron ranks on this expedition. Where had he come from? Was he one of the prisoners? That had surprised her, and she wasn't used to surprises anymore. No others were supposed to be in the Foglands. They were locked down for the past 6 months. She was certain they were all guilders too, and that was more than intriguing. Something to speak with Elder Du Fawn about, though it was not her main concern. She was being paid for a very specific task, and fighting an army of frost giants wasn't in her contract. This blasted fog is a menace. She'd gotten separated from the Shield Witch after they had entered the ravine, the foul mists leading her astray. No longer. Now that she had found her quarry again, it was time to go to work. She carefully sheathed her stiletto, mindful not to touch the blade herself. It was coated with a particularly nasty poison harvested from a monster called an inevitable. It shut down the 5 senses before seizing the heart and in causing it to rupture. It only needed a touch in the bloodstream to go to work, and it was fast. The final death wasn't as quick, but usually the target was out of commission long enough that she could just kill them at her leisure. How did he even see me? That worried her and indicated she was being too lax. Her stealth had reached journeyman tier, but she hardly had to flex it here in this foggy wasteland. That was a mistake, it seems. I'll rectify that. With the big idiot out of the way, though, it was time to lead the giants toward the others. Ilya smiled, her teeth white and slightly crooked. It was the perfect opportunity, a way to frame the monsters of the Foglands as truly terrible and the Shield Witch as incompetent. A win-win as far as her employer was concerned, and if I can secure a hefty blackmail from Elder Dufont along the way, pure gravy. She walked to the roof's edge, seeing the thick fog swirl like she was trapped in clouds. All around her bits of stone and masonry poked up through the mist, islands at sea. She couldn't see much farther than 50 yards, but she could feel the giants and their thunderous steps, one of the many benefits of the bright sense body she had acquired. Orienting on the nearest group of giants, she got moving. She didn't notice the chimera. Poison resistance is level 23. Felix couldn't feel anything anymore. His body might as well have been gone. What was on that dagger? Slowly, his resistance rose as his body fought off the toxin, but Felix had no idea whether it would cure him. Not to mention, he had no idea what that scary shadow lady was doing. She could be stabbing him to death right now, and he wouldn't feel a thing. Felix's core flared with heat and light, blinding his vision for a moment. A burst of blue-white mana burst outward, looping off into the dark distance like a solar prominence. This kept happening, a close-up view of the mana channels deep within Felix's body. He wasn't sure how or why he was here, but at least he could feel something. Sure enough, as the mana raced through his pathways, the distant sensation of burning assaulted Felix's mind. It was faint, like an echo of pain more than torment itself, but it was likely coming from his actual body. As he watched, the pain was carried back by the looping mana and deposited in his core. It looked like a blackened stain, and it was slowly eaten away by his core. It's devouring the pain. No, the poison. The poison. Felix pushed his mana out and watched as the electric fire raced along his channels. The moment he felt the distant pain, he reached out and pulled. A sudden, terrible rush of agony flooded him, but as he drew the pain in, his surroundings lightened. The shadows were drawing back. Again, more loops of mana, more speed, more pain. Even as he sent out a second and third burst, Felix pulled back on the original mana, drawing it into his core with a deep breath. The pain was like a cloud of thick ink, and his internal fire devoured it, purified it. Again, poison resistance is level 24, more darkness, more pain. It felt like his world was burning, as if biting insects crawled over every inch of his body, each sting more excruciating than the last. But he pushed onward, rallying his willpower as his mind flinched at what he was doing. Again, Felix's core burned like a storm on steroids. Fire and lightning crashed within the terrible maelstrom in his center, fury and power expanding out along his pathways. The inky pain dissolved faster and faster, barely reaching the core now before it was consumed. With a flash of blinding, coruscating light, the pain suddenly stopped. Congratulations, you have reached apprentice tier in poison resistance. You gain the following: +5 VIT +5 and +. Rare poison detected during formation. Choose a feature. Inevitable, deadening, heart-rending, still dizzy from the lack of pain. Felix chose the first one, barely reading it. Congratulations, you have absorbed the essence of inevitability. What does? Intense pain speared across his mind, agony enough to dim the effects of the poison itself. Electricity rolled across his spine and into his ribs and hips and shoulders, crackling along his bones like a toothache turned up to 1,000 and buried in his deepest places. His inner world flashed with light, then went dark. Moments or minutes later, he could perceive again. In fact, Felix thought he could feel his limbs again, as well as a new sort of torment as blood returned to them. The dark world around him lightened until he could see a galaxy of stars all around, some fixed and some drifting like wayward fireflies. Felix blinked and opened his outer eyes to the strangest sight yet. Sharp gusts of wind buffeted Felix as he blinked awake. Before him, the dark armored woman was doing her best to dodge the attacks of an enraged chimera. It was a blur of feathers as he sped around her in circles, flapping his wings every few seconds to send a near-invisible blade of wind at his enemy. The Tenku screamed out again, and Felix could feel his rage. Briefly, the woman froze, Pit's cry ability working its magic. Pit launched another wingblade. Pit, you beautiful idiot. Felix felt his heart lurch in his chest. Whether that was elation or a side effect of the poison, he wasn't sure. He tossed an analyze at her. Name, type. Level, HP, SP, MP. Lore, humans are adaptable and prolific breeders. They can be found in many corners of the continent. Strength, agility, weakness. That's less than useful. Does she have some way to block analyze? Damn chimera. The dark woman rolled and tumbled away from a sharp blade of air, somehow pushing off of nothing to reverse her direction and dodge a second blade that sped past. Pit's wingblade is level 5. Felix tensed his limbs, feeling excruciating pain as feeling returned to them. Wobbly, he pushed himself up into a crouch, then into a stuttering stance only a breeze away from falling. Pit let out a warbling cry of joy, and the deadly rogue fixed him with a frustrated exclamation. You've got journeyman tier poison resistance. How? She half-stepped and dodged another wing blade. You're like 20. Felix didn't answer, focused more on keeping his feet. He leveled his gaze on her, letting meditate activate and begin to regenerate his wounds. Why what? She asked, bemused. Why try to kill me? Why, because I could, kid, she interrupted him and brandished the long daggers she held in a backward grip. Felix hadn't even noticed them being drawn. Good job surviving this time. You won't again. Felix saw the shadow mana swirl around the rogue, stretching from nearby sources to pool at her feet. Quick as a blink, the power swarmed up her body, which dematerialized right before his eyes. Oh no, not falling for that one. Felix threw his hand forward, his eyes suddenly feeling warm. Influence of the Wisp. Influence of the Wisp is level 22. Blue-white fire flickered around her form, briefly banishing the gathering shadows. The woman's eyes grew wide before something around her neck flared and shattered. She stumbled backward, surprise still writ large across her features. Tricky bastard. Her white eyes flared brightly behind her half-mask. The woman's body undulated, bending in ways Felix was positive humans were unable to, and abruptly half a dozen knives flashed forward. Felix couldn't dodge, he was barely standing up, so instead he just relaxed, letting himself fall to the ground. Still, a sharp line of fire traced across his scalp, while another blade lodged into the meat of his left shoulder. MHFF. The pain was manageable, he had felt worse. Felix pushed, forcing his still numb palms down onto the shoddy roof, throwing his body up and into the air nearly 15 feet. In a moment of inspiration, he whipped out a hand, conjuring his magic, Shadow Whip. A tether of matte black shadow mana coalesced, snapping out at the woman's outstretched hand. Shadow Whip is level 13. Gotcha. Felix hauled on the line, which did something he should have expected. While he was strong, perhaps stronger than the rogue, he was up in the air. He had zero leverage. Instead of pulling the woman to him, Felix was yanked toward her. Felix twisted his body by tugging on the line, which only accelerated him more. He crashed into the rogue with his right foot half extended, the rest of his body awkwardly splayed. His foot missed, but his jackknife torso bashed directly into the woman's legs, sending them both into a tumble toward the edge. Blighted ass, the rogue pushed at Felix, stronger than she looked, and started grabbing for something. Before she could knife him again, Felix struck out blindly, kicking again and this time pushing her away from him. She slid only a couple feet away, but Felix clearly heard the tink of steel on stone. Marshalling his strength and endurance, Felix pushed up to his feet. He was recovering slower than he wanted, but he had something in the tank. He took several steps backward, bending down to retrieve his hooked sword with his right hand. When had he lost that? Who are you? He panted, wiping away at the blood pouring down the side of his face from his scalp wound. Why are you helping the giants? The woman got to her feet slowly, watching him all the while. She seemed reluctant to turn her back on him now. Good, maybe she'll wait before she attacks Agai. She blurred forward. Gah. Felix brought his sword up in a reflexive parry, catching one of her long daggers on the axe-like bow of the blade. But that left his chest wide open for the second of her daggers, which zipped toward his heart. Parry is level 2, SKRAAW. A blast of wind cut between them, knocking the dagger aside as Felix spun to his right. He put some more distance between them and slashed out again, this time feeling his blade scrape along her forearm armor thing. Bracer, thanks Pit. Felix flashed a smile, feeling the general placement of his companion. Stay back on this one. I've got her. Oh, you do you? The rogue arced an eyebrow at him. I think. How'd someone like you get captured by the giants? Lose your bodyguards? What? Felix was annoyed and confused at her change of tack. She thinks I was a prisoner. Why, was that it? They certainly did a number on your armor. What happened? Daddy scrimp on the quality of guards. Go for the bargain bin for his least favorite. Her voice was thick with syrupy sarcasm, and Felix felt his hackles raise. A sharp, itchy heat built up along his back and neck, his skin crawling as a rage he hadn't felt before rose up. This asshole thinks that I was captured. That's ridiculous. Felix took a step forward, jostling the knife still stuck in his shoulder. The blaze of pain ate into his rage and sent a chill snaking down his back as his senses tingled in warning. Holy shit, she's using a skill on me. Bastion of Will is level 28. The rogue frowned when Felix stopped moving, silently snarling when he started backing away. I'd appreciate it if you kept out of my head. Felix smiled, happy to see the woman angry. Also desperately wanted to pull the dagger out of his shoulder, but couldn't afford to split his attention. This lady has a whole bag of tricks. Strange noble, she scoffed. Awful polite, even if you are a cockroach. And you're awfully stabby, Felix finished lamely. Listen, putting aside the fact that you just poisoned me, then stabbed me, then attempted to stab me again, I'd really rather not fight. I'd also appreciate you not luring the giants toward my associates, so you are a guilder. Interesting. The lady smirked, which annoyed Felix more than he expected. I can let you go, sure. No can do on the second part, though. Professional pride, you see. A light bulb went off in Felix's head, dots connecting in a way that was painfully obvious in retrospect. You're an assassin, of course. Dark armor, creepy mask, poison and daggers. Why didn't I see it before? Creepy mask, Felix heard her mutter. If you're an assassin, were you hired to kill Magda and the others? By who? Instead of answering him, her hands blurred as Felix barely perceived several knives zip his way. He leaped to the right again, feeling the roof below creak beneath his feet in protest. The knives flew by harmlessly, and Felix felt awful smug for about a second. Then she reappeared directly next to him, daggers held low. Ah, reign of VLLUS. A burst of blue lightning blasted forth, ripping the rogue from the roof and slamming her into the dilapidated wall. The same wall she had tricked Felix with before, he was happy to note. Without waiting for her to recover, Felix darted in, moving close with his crooked sword held to the side. He led with catching a glancing blow across her bandolier of knives, his bronze blade striking golden sparks on the steel. She recovered, though, and caught his second swing on her long dagger, quickly twisting and following up with a series of lightning-quick thrusts. He jumped back, feeling more agonizing lines of fire along his stomach. He daggers further shredded his once-beige tunic. Felix eyeballed his health, noting it was barely over 25 while his stamina was hovering just above 10. His left arm hung limply, his shoulders spasming around the knife still lodged there. I can't keep this up. I've got maybe 2 more good hits left in me. You're looking haggard, Roach. You need a nap. The assassin taunted him, smirking despite her obvious fatigue. If Felix was exhausted, she wasn't too far behind. He supposed her endurance wasn't too high. She seemed to be focused heavily on strength and agility. Here, let me help, she rushed forward. Felix stepped forward to meet her, knowing he couldn't outrun her in his state. He did the only thing he could, the unexpected. Pit. He slashed low to high, trying to simultaneously shove her daggers aside and drive her back. The assassin was ready, angling her weapons and flowing around his strike like a wraith. And then she tripped, which of course she tripped. That's what happens when a terrier-sized tenku runs headlong into your legs. AHK, she cried out, Felix's sword somehow catching her across her face as she stumbled. It was only a second, but it was enough. He dropped his blade once it had connected, rearing back with his right arm and put everything he had left into a single uppercut. Corrosive strike. The rogue took the blow straight to the gut, and Felix thought he felt something crack before her entire body suddenly rocketed backwards. The force of the strike propelled her up into the air, literally launching her off the roof. For a moment, Felix only stared at the space where the assassin once was, dumbfounded. Then he rushed to the edge. She was gone. Pitt cautiously walked up to him, peering out into the darkened alley below. You think she's gone? Felix asked. His perception and manasight was picking up nothing. Either she had exploded into 1,000 pieces or she had used some sort of escape skill. He was hoping for the exploded option. Felix huffed. Assassins now. Pitt's only reply was to cheer up twice and nuzzle his beak against Felix's leg. Felix smiled, reaching down with a groan to scratch the tenku's neck. Thanks, Pitt. You're a lifesaver. Pitt chirped brightly and walked back onto the roof as Felix followed, still keeping a watchful eye out for the assassin's reemergence. She'd caught him off guard too many times at this point. In a flash, it came to him. Vambrace, that's it. That would have bugged him for the whole day. Looking down, he regarded the flat steel knife that was lodged in his deltoid. Pulling it out wouldn't be pretty, but it had to be done. Felix had been able to put the pain out of his mind during the fight, but it had severely hampered his movements. He vaguely remembered something about leaving a weapon in a wound to prevent blood loss, but that was before he could heal himself by sitting for a long time. He grunted as he pulled it out. The blade was small, only 5 inches long, but it was wide. It had a weird etching on the flat of the blade, like a nautilus or curled horn or something. Name, steel-throwing knife type, piercing lore. Unknown. He pocketed the knife for later and applied pressure to the wound to prevent the bleed status, focusing on meditation for a few minutes. When the worst seemed past, it was time to move on. As Felix scooped up his hooked sword, he pondered at his increasingly frequent encounters with near death. The shock value of it had decreased a lot since he started, but he still wasn't comfortable being brought low by every enemy he encountered. Granted, they're all higher level than me, but still, I need to figure out how to do this all better. Ultimately, he wasn't dead, so Felix counted it as a win. Felix hefted his curved sword, looking at its bronze length. Despite heavy use, the thing was still in pristine condition, the edge unmarred by burrs or nicks. What did the Archon call it? A Cressian blade. He held it up, examining it in the midday light. Aside from the enchantment to bypass the temple wards, it seems normal enough. Oh, what's this? The blade had a thick rivulet of blood streaked across it, bright and red. The assassin's blood. Felix bit his lip in consideration, then reached into his satchel and pulled out an empty vial from his potion case. Carefully, he scooped a dollop of blood into the vial and corked it. Later, it should be worth it. He couldn't afford to go into a memory trance out here, not when that woman might come back. Again, Felix considered whether leaving the guilders to their own devices would be the smarter play. He'd survived so far on his own, and this situation was getting complicated fast. Yet, Felix couldn't quite convince himself to leave. He had no clue how to get out of the Foglands, and his only guides were being hunted by giants and an assassin. It didn't leave him much choice. Come on, Pitt. We have to catch up. The others need to know about this. As the boy and his monster sped off, Ilya watched. She had been tempted to attack him again, but he'd thrown surprise after surprise at her, and honestly, she was worried. Who is this kid? Wish this damn fog didn't interfere with analyze. She considered him as he started to fade into the fog. He's gotta be a plant. Doesn't make sense otherwise. He couldn't have seen me luring the giants, not in this murk. No, someone told him. Ilya fingered the cut along her cheek, feeling the wound slowly stop bleeding. He had cut her. Somehow, he either had incredible strength or his sword was heavily enchanted. Either way, something didn't smell right. Ilya climbed out from her perch, keeping stealth at full burn as she started to follow. She wasn't going to make the same mistake this time. 10 more minutes and Felix was nearing their basement camp. While before they had searched in an ever-widening spiral pattern, the way back was a straight path, one that Felix recalled perfectly well. Perfect recall never gets old. This meant that despite his detour, he wasn't long behind the others. However, as he got closer, he heard the definite sound of combat. Felix rushed down the street, still on the roof level wherever he could manage it. Hopping from the third-floor roof of a half-collapsed building a bank, maybe. Through a gaping hole in the side of a 5-story residential complex, he crossed the building to peer down below. 3 stories below him, the others were fighting against a pair of Rissi warriors and a lone whorehound the size of horse. Magda was tanking their attacks while Harn brought the heat. Felix spotted Evie engaging the whorehound, keeping it busy and away from their backline fighters, Vasilia and Adder. Felix hadn't really seen Vasilia in action before, but she moved fluidly and decisively, wielding her 8-foot-long spear with precision, supplementing Evie's attacks with her own while Adder flung orbs of fire at the beast. The mage was actually doing some significant damage too. The whorehound was covered in scorch marks and looked to be on the ropes. Wow, there, good, really good. Seeing it from up here shed new light on this team's fighting ability. So far he'd been very impressed and a little terrified of Magda and Harn's prowess, but the other 3 seemed lackluster by comparison. I mean, I guess they're apprentices or trainees or whatever, so I can't expect them to be expert anything right, but still, they know their shit more than I do. Heck, I don't even know if I should go help or not. They got this in the bag. Movement out of the corner of his eye drew Felix's attention south, back the way he had come, down an angled alley behind the fight. Focusing, Felix saw blue-white fur moving toward his allies, directly toward Adder and Vasilia. Shit, me and my big mouth. Felix ran across the room, hopping back onto the 3-story bank's roof with as much grace and stealth as he could manage. He made it to the ledge and peered over. A blue-white furred whorehound stalked the alley below, its draft horse-sized body slung low as it padded nearly silently toward Adder's back, only a couple dozen feet away. 3 stories up, Felix tossed an analyze at it. Name, whorehound type, elemental level, 27 HP, SP, MP, lore, formed from the hoarfrost itself. Whorehounds are the wrath of nature given breath. Strong and hardy, they are deadly foes on the frozen tundra. Strength, endurance, weakness. Willpower analyze is level 21. Willpower, pit, Felix whispered, turning toward the Tenku. Then he imagined himself jumping down and attacking the whorehound from the front while Pit flew in from behind. He pushed that thought toward his friend. Pit jerked his head, eyes wide in surprise, but Felix felt agreement echo back through their bond. Companion pact is level 13. Companion pact is level 14. It worked. Felix grinned. He looked down below, where the elemental beast still stalked forward, and then across the street, where several pillars held up the tottering remains of the city. An exciting idea occurred to him, something he absolutely had to attempt. Time to check off the bucket list. Shadow Whip, a matte black tendril shot out of his left hand, wrapping around a crumbling pillar across the alley. Felix tugged on it, took 4 quick breaths, and did a running leap off the bank roof, slightly ahead of the whorehound. The wind rushed through his ears as he dropped, then as the Shadow Whip pulled taut, he swung its speed in an arc directly toward the beast. The whorehound's head snapped up as Felix came into view, and its tire-sized maw opened up into a gleeful snarl. Influence of the wisp. A whorehound is enthralled for 1 second. Blue fire covered both Felix and the hound, locking it in place as the Nymean crashed his booted feet directly into its snout. The huge dog's jaw snapped shut as its head whipped backwards. Its body followed suit, lifting up in the shockwave of the attack. Several windblades sliced into the whorehound from above, even as Felix dropped to the street before the elemental and grabbed the only foreleg that remained on the ground. With a strained groan, Felix lifted and twisted his body, dropping the whorehound to its side with a muffled "Yiip." Without letting it up, Felix started pummeling the elemental about the neck and face, dropping blow after blow of corrosive strike. Launching himself from another building, Pit swooped in again on his wide black and red wings, flapping them every few seconds to send out a shearing wingblade of compressed air. It was over in less than 30 seconds. Felix stumbled back once he saw the kill notification, gulping air and putting some distance between him and the monster corpse. Exertion over, Felix started to sweat profusely, his body overheating as his work caught up to him. Pitt landed gracelessly next to him, thumping to the ground like the weird dog bird he was. Didn't stand a chance once we got it on the ground, huh? From behind him, he could hear the muffled sounds of continued battle. Felix looked over his shoulder and saw that the others had pushed their whorehound further down the road, toward the giants. He was alone. Good. Don't really want others to see me do this. Felix fetched another empty vial from his potion case and dipped it into an open wound of the whorehound. Dark purple-blue blood oozed out, entirely too viscous and smelling like the inside of a freezer. The blood easily filled the vial, which started to frost over the moment he corked it. I have to get stronger. Any way I can. He tucked the vial away and turned toward his new allies. The sound of their fighting was getting louder, gaining a frenzied note. Come on, Pitt, Pitt trilled 3 times, a high flute-like sound that made Felix feel like he was being poked repeatedly in the chest. He turned back to his companion in exasperation. Okay, what? In response, Pitt pointed his beak toward the whorehound corpse, which even now had started to dissolve into greasy smoke. Felix's eyes traced the path of Pitt's beak and saw a faint glimmer of purple-white light in the monster's chest. Realization dawned. Right, it's an elemental. Felix rushed forward and, using his enchanted hook blade, fished the gory morsel out of the beast's innards. In seconds, a luminescent purple-white stone plopped onto the cobbles. It glimmered with radiance, muted only by the thick syrup of whorehound blood. Name, whorehound core type, elemental core lore. An elemental core is the central node of any elemental. While not always solid, it provides the majority of their power as they live and evolve. Can be used for many purposes, from smithing to enchanting. Rarity, uncommon. That's while Felix was impressed. That's much prettier than the rockstrike cores. He reached out a hand to touch it, but Pitt pounced on it before he could. The greedy little bird snapped it up, tipped his head back and swallowed it in a single gulp. Felix pulled his hand back and flexed his fingers, happy he hadn't been holding the elemental core. He worried Pitt might take a chunk with him next time. Elated, Pitt spread his wings and trumpeted out a strident cry, far louder than usual. The tenku, usually the size of a big terrier, suddenly expanded and grew to collie size. The feathers along his crown and nape filled in even further, and his legs grew gangly while his wings became slightly darker and pilot feathers just a bit longer. Beak open wide and eyes glittering, Pitt chirruped brightly. Holy shit, Felix managed. What was in that? Then Pitt growled, and his eyes flashed with purple light, before he let out a deep, unmistakable bark. And an ice spear launched from his maw. It traveled only a short distance before smashing against a wall, but it still gouged out a divot. Congratulations, your title gourmand has garnered your companion insight. They have fully digested their opponent's mana. Your companion, Pitt, has learned a skill from a whorehound. Frost Spear Common, Level 1. Utilizing the stolen mana of a whorehound, Pitt can form and fire spears of refined ice. Increases range and accuracy moderately with skill level. Damage increases with skill level. Wait, what? Your companion Pitt has gained a level. +2 VIT. +2 per. +4 AGL. +4 Dex. +3 WIL. +1 End. +2 INT. You can Felix pulled up Pitt stat sheet. Name, Pitt companion level, 8 race, Chimera Tenku +2 VIT per +4 AGL Dex +3 WIL +1 End +2 INT per level health, 219 stamina, 268 mana, 179 SDR 44.444 per, 33.333 VIT, 43.888 End, 49.23 INT, 25.128 WAL, 33.333 AGL, 70.256 Dex, 47.692 Skills. IT Level 16 Rake, Level 18 Cry, Level 19 Skulk, Level 23 Companion Pact U, Level 14 Wingblade U, Level 5 Frost Spear, Level 1 Active Titles. Gourmand Survivor III Butcher III Unconquered Face, the charge bulwark of the innocent Pactmaker Workhorse Blind Pugilist Hero Gourmand. You have it too. And Survivor III Unconquered. All of the big weight titles are here. Everything that was rare or epic. Holy shit, Felix was floored. This has to be an effect of the pact, right? I gain, he gains. He scratched his scalp, the newly healed laceration itching slightly. Dried blood flecked off and onto his hands, but he didn't notice. But he didn't gain anything like this from the 12 rockstrike cores he ate, just a few stats. He brought up the skill description. Companion Pact Uncommon Level 14. You have formed a pact with a denizen of the Foglands. Increasing skill level and affinity will net larger gains from the pact, for both you and your companion. Upon reaching level 10, all titles ranked rare or higher will be shared with your companion at a 2-1 ratio. Ho dang, Felix muttered. That answered that. Pitt ran in circles next to him, chasing his bushy red tail as he enjoyed his suddenly larger frame. His little buddy was getting bigger and deadlier. A sudden groaning, and from around the corner pulled him out of his reverie. Felix hustled to the end of the alley and peered out to see another collapsed whorehound mere feet from him. The creature twitched weakly before expiring, and with his mana sight still going, Felix could see wisps of purple-white mana smoke and fade from its body. The sound of a meaty squelch made Felix look up, and he saw Vasilia standing atop the beast, 8-foot spear in hand and covered in purple-blue blood. She blinked when she saw him. Felix. She hopped off the hound lightly, almost floating in the air before landing neatly beside him. She looked tired under all the blood. Where have you been? We lost you. Felix fought the urge to snap at that one. I think that was the point. I got sidetracked. I'll tell you all about it later. First, he pulled out his hooked sword, placing it against the chest of the whorehound. I've got to get something. It was the work of seconds to cut into the beast's body and yank out the elemental core. This one was the same color, but slightly smaller. Holding it high up to avoid the snuffling of his greedy bird, Felix looked into the core depths with mana sight. Inside was a storm of energy, predominantly that purple-white hue he associated with ice mana, but also slight streaks of other colors, too vague to be picked out. At least not by him. That's an elemental core. What are you? Vasilia began as Pitt started whining. Rolling his eyes, Felix tossed the core to the Tenku, who snapped it up. Pitt glowed with a slight shimmer before it died away. Felix checked Pitt's status, noting a +3 in STR and +1 in End. Not too bad. No other skills, though. Shame. A gasp came from the spearwoman, and Felix looked at her. Did he just eat that? Vasilia was shocked. Those are what is taking so long? Oh, you caught up. Wonderful. Felix didn't need to turn around to recognize that voice, snide as it was. Are there any enemies left? Felix ignored the kid and addressed Vasilia again as he looked down the road. There were a couple whorehound corpses that hadn't been there before, and a number of toppled columns that blocked line of sight. Vasilia snapped her mouth shut and nodded. Harn and Magda are fighting the last two giants now. We should see if they need help. Felix nodded and they got moving, leaving Adder behind. Hey, don't ignore me. Oh, are we ignoring the mage again? That's always fun. Evie hopped down from a terraced building, leaning but still mostly intact like much of the city. She looked just as tired as the rest. Where have you been? Eyes, Felix asked, his mouth twisting. You know, 'cause of your glowy eye thing. Evie mimed her eyes popping open, wiggling her hands to the sides of her head. That's a terrible nickname, Felix laughed. I don't even have night eye. When do my eyes glow? Vasilia and Evie both looked at each other and then at him. It happens when you look out. All three of them looked up to see a 9-foot Rissi warrior leap over a fallen pillar streaming blood, but with its metal club raised high. Evie and Vasilia quickly hopped aside, but Felix, startled, did the thing he'd been practicing over nearly every encounter. Rain of Velis. A surge of blue light unfolded from Felix's body, pushing back against the falling giant. Azure lightning crackled up from the ground, burning the creature's flesh even as it was spun sideways by his pulse. As it fell, Vasilia surged forward with her spear, a sudden flurry of blows happening faster than Felix could perceive. Simultaneously, a spiked chain reached out and wound around the giant's arm and weapon, binding it tight before a shimmer of silver-brown energy made the chains fall hard to the ground, bringing its body down with a single, flaring ball of fire even zipped across the street and splashed against the creature. You have killed an unknown Rissi warrior. You have gained XP. It was over in seconds. Felix blinked at the two women, clearly impressed. Haha, it's when you do that, Evie panted and Vasilia laughed, equally out of breath. Evie jerked her head toward the pillar and started walking. Come on, can't let my sister have all the fun. The two young women hopped over the large column, easily 6 feet tall on its side. Adder walked up beside Felix, looking between him and the departing women before huffing and following after. Felix narrowed his eyes, letting them move further ahead. Once they were all beyond the stone obstruction, Felix activated stealth and pulled out his last empty vial. He crouched in quickly but carefully filled the vial, leaving only enough room to cork it. The blood was significantly thicker than the whorehound blood and more blue in color. Gonna need wax or something to seal these. Hope they don't spill in my bag. Putting the vial away in the potion case, Felix stood and dusted his hands off. He followed the sound of continued battle. Turned out that Magda and Harn had everything under control. Felix arrived to find the 3 tin ranks standing in a semicircle while Magda and Harn beat the piss out of the last giant. Felix threw a quick analyze its way. HP, 184,843, that'll be over soon then. Looking to the side, Felix spied another dead giant that was slowly turning into greasy smoke, and another. There were 4 more giants here, all similar in size to the one being fought. Does size determine level with Rissi warriors? That commander was almost 15 feet tall and level 35. That must mean the leader back at the Bronze Dome is probably like level 50. Shit. A resounding came from behind him, and Felix turned to see Magda standing over the last giant, her shield smoking with a purple-white mana vapor. The giant struggled for a moment longer, choking on a crushed throat before falling limp for good. Magda walked over to their group, seemingly unfazed by her battle. Harn had disappeared. How strong are they? Felix had no frame of reference. He figured he had high stats for his level, what with all the titles he had accrued, but he was positive he couldn't hold up in a fight against either Harn or Magda. He once again tried to analyze them. Name, Magda Aaron Race, human level, HP. Speed, MP, lore, humans are adaptable and prolific breeders. They can be found in many corners of the continent. Strength, weakness, same as before. He'd analyzed everyone the night before, but he'd hoped that increasing his skill level would do something. Apparently not. Maybe I have to wait until apprentice tier. Gotta keep grinding analyze, we're clear. No giants for at least a few blocks, and none of them are heading this way. Harn hopped down off a building, having climbed it when Felix was distracted. Harn used a hand to catch himself every story, so that when he landed, it was with only a light flexing of his legs. That was cool. What is that doing here? Magda's voice startled him out of his thoughts, and Felix quickly followed the woman's pointing finger toward Pit. The Tenku tilted his head to the side, releasing a curious coo. He is named Pit. He's my friend, Felix interposed himself between Magda's finger and his companion. Who knows what a finger point can do here? Your friend. Harn's voice sounded confused from inside his helmet. How are you friends with a chimera? They kill everything on sight. It is true, Sir Castos, Vasilia said, stepping forward. Pit has followed Felix around since we met. He appears to be perfectly tame. Why are we just hearing about this now? Where was he last night? Magda demanded, and Vasilia flushed slightly, opening her mouth to defend Felix again. It's okay, Vasilia. Thanks. Felix fixed Magda with his eyes. I sent him away so you wouldn't be suspicious of me. I saw how Vasilia reacted to his presence, and I wasn't sure I'd be welcome with him at my side. Turns out I shouldn't have bothered, since you've been suspicious of me since we met anyway. Felix sighed, but didn't break eye contact. It is my friend, we made a companion pact, and I trust him, that's it. Harn looked to Magda, his body language weird to Felix, but he couldn't spare the attention to figure that out. Magda also refused to break eye contact with Felix. She stepped forward, coming well within his personal bubble and pushing a finger toward his chest, almost but not quite touching him. Let me make this clear. I do not trust you. I do not trust your chimera. You are hiding things, and I'll have my answers once we're safe again. She turned away and marched down the road. Pot and kettle, lady. As of now, we move. The temporary base is likely compromised, and we have to get the wardstones back, as well as the other supplies you left behind. She didn't turn around, but Felix noticed Evie's shoulders slump slightly. He raised his voice. Yeah, it's definitely compromised. He tossed the steel-throwing knife he had retrieved from the assassin onto the ground, letting it loudly. Harn walked up and picked up the blade, turning it over until he saw the spiral etched into one side. Swiftly, he looked up at Magda before turning back to Felix. Where did you find this? Harn's rough voice was urgent, a stark difference from his usual lazy intonation. I got caught up trying to follow you. Since no one waited, I took the rooftop route. Along the way, I ran into this woman luring more giants in this exact direction. We fought, Felix shrugged. She ran off. Magda had walked back at this point, and Harn handed the knife to her. He kept talking. What did she look like? Was she human, wearing dark armor with a black mask? Felix was taken aback. Yes, exactly. She had white eyes under the mask, and it was extremely unsettling. Harn looked to Magda. We have to go. Now Magda didn't argue. They both turned and started running, calling back while they did so. Keep up. The four of them all exchanged glances, then ran after. Only a few more city blocks, and they were back. Felix could see the remains of the collapsed building and the giant trees growing from them, and it was only a few 100 feet away. Several tumble-down structures stood in their way, having come along a different path than before. Harn signaled them all to stop, holding up a closed fist. He started making several hand gestures, some of which were familiar in a vague sort of way, and others which were complicated wrist and finger flexes that meant nothing to Felix. Everyone else understood, apparently, because they all got low and freed up their weapons. Special hand signals. The only one I'm sure about was the stop motion. Felix could infer, though, something was up ahead, or worse, something was waiting at their basement hideout. Harn crept forward, his armor not making a single sound somehow. Felix wondered at that, but then saw a dark brown, near-black sludge-colored mana swirling around Adder's left fist. The kid was mouthing a series of syllables, too. That's not Earth. What kind of mana is that shade of brown? As far as Felix could tell, every type of mana had a corresponding color, at least in his mana sight. He'd have to ask Adder what he did later. Now Harn had disappeared around the corner. They sat there, crouching in the lee of a crumbling wall for a very uncomfortable set of minutes. Felix took the time to analyze everything he could, a practice he had fallen out of during recent trials. Much of the ruins came back the same as his previous tries. Ruined archway, ruined colonnade, ruined residence, etc. ad nauseum. But he did pick out bits here and there. The various carvings, once intricately detailed and now weathered heavily, had begun to give him snippets of something. He spotted a larger-than-usual sculpture across the road. Name, weathered sculpture type, art piece lore. Once a well-crafted working of stone, the marble has long since lost its luster and definition. The sculpture, barely 2 feet high, only vaguely resembled a humanoid figure. A too large head on top of a narrow body suggested non-human proportions, though the shapeless lump of stone at its feet was mostly unidentifiable. But Felix now knew the stone was marble, at least this sculpture, and that it was once well crafted. That meant skilled artisans, which perhaps was obvious given the design of most of the ruins, but any tidbit felt useful to Felix and he carefully filed it away. Felix was able to analyze at least 4 dozen objects, as well as his allies again. Name, Evi Aaron race, human level 19 HP, SB, MP, lore, humans are adaptable and prolific breeders. They can be found in many corners of the continent. Strength, agility, perception weakness, endurance, strength name, Vasilia, race, human level 20 HP, SB, MP, lore, humans are adaptable and prolific breeders. They can be found in many corners of the continent. Strength, agility, weakness, endurance, vitality name, Adder, race, human level 17 HP, SB, MP, lore, humans are adaptable and prolific breeders. They can be found in many corners of the continent. Strength, intelligence, willpower, weakness, strength, vitality, some of it's new. The night before he could only make out their names and level. It's interesting to see their strengths and weaknesses. I could have guessed at them based on what I've seen even in that first fight we had. Adder is no surprise. Interesting that Vasilia has higher strength and agility than other stats. A very slight scrape ahead of them made Felix whirl toward the noise, but it was only Harn returning. He gestured everyone close and made a complicated series of hand movements at the mage. Adder swallowed and frowned in concentration, both hands now moving in a circular motion while they fairly blazed with bright yellow mana vapor. Felix watched as that vapor expanded and engulfed their entire group, though at a diameter of perhaps 5 feet, they all had to press fairly close together. Once inside the mana vapor, Felix realized the outside world was extremely muffled, a silent spell. So is the bright yellow sound mana? Is sound a function of magic here? Why not use this on Harn before? Harn spoke up in a quiet grumble. We have 4 giants holed up outside the basement. They're poking around some of the other buildings and don't seem to know what they're looking for, but they're way too close. Another half block down is a group of 3 whorehounds. They're likewise sniffing around, but haven't caught any scents yet. Harn spread his gauntleted hands wide. Magda, you and I can handle the giants, but if the hounds join in, we'll have trouble. And that's if the Sworn isn't bringing more giants our way, which I doubt. The Sworn, the assassin. Magda nodded and slowly cracked each of her knuckles. Felix didn't understand the warrior, really. She had been a bundle of suspicion and nerves ever since he met her, but she was cool as a cucumber now, slowly deliberating. The spell Adder was casting died away. Apparently he couldn't hold it very long. Finished with her knuckles, the shield witch nodded at the mage who slugged back a familiar blue potion before casting again. Once the yellow mana vapor swept out over them, Adder nodded back. I'll go. Harn, you hold them off long enough for me to get in and get out. Magda turned, ready to go. That won't work, Maggie. The hounds are too fast. You won't make it in before the battle gets too heavy. And won't heavy fighting alert more of the giants? How many are nearby? Vasilia asked, looking between the 2 leaders. Harn only shook his weird helmet. Too far. The fog hampers even our senses. There could be none in earshot, or there could be 20. A heavy silence weighed in on them as everyone mulled it over. Adder was sweating profusely, enough that Felix was starting to get concerned for him. We need the stones. Too much has been. We need them, Magda said, glancing at the tin ranks and Felix. Unless you can turn invisible, we're gonna have to call this a loss. Maybe come back for them another time. You know we can't, Harn. Magda rubbed her temples, clearly frustrated. I'll do it. Evie volunteered, but her sister simply fixed her with a withering glare and her ebullience died. I'm fast and stealthy. I can do it, especially if Adder gives me a boost with this enchantment. It's too minor. He can barely cast it for long now. It won't last long enough to make it there and back, Harn said, gentle in his gruff way. Felix cleared his throat. They have to learn to trust me. I can go. Magda's expression narrowed and Felix held his hands out, palms open. What have you got to lose? Worst case, the giants catch me and I die, right? If he were being honest, Felix definitely did not like the way Magda smiled at him. Okay, Pitt, on my signal. Felix sent the image of him hold up his hand and nodding, and then of Pitt running out toward the giants. He pushed it, the sensation becoming a little easier than before. Pitt nodded his head 3 times, clearly excited. Dumb bird, he smiled. The Tenku had been beside himself when Felix tried explaining what he was doing. It had startled him when Pitt sent images back toward Felix, blurry-edged impressions of a winged creature flying around giant blue collections of smells. It was both visual and olfactory, though the smells were more potent. The blue lumps smelled of cold metal and ice and a weird sort of musk. It was easy enough to figure out what Pitt was suggesting, and Felix honestly had no reason to say no. He needed the help. Just be careful, buddy, he sent worriedly as the Tenku padded forward, activating Skulk and sticking to the shadows. Ahead of them, 4 Rissi warriors rooted around several of the ruined structures. 8 or 9 feet tall, they easily filled up the first-floor sections of the buildings, often having to fold double to get in and out of doorways. They weren't gentle, nor were they quiet. They stomped about, yelling and smashing into archways, ripping up the various plant life that filled the city's skeletal remains. Small patches of ice spread out as they roamed, almost as if they passively generated it, though it was far less than in other portions of the city. Felix held still, eyeing his target. The underground room was 200 feet away, nearly a third of the block, and the Rissi were all nearby. The basement stairs were faced away from him, luckily, so he only had to drop down into the stairwell and muscle open the door. After crossing the street, navigating several questionable ruins, and sprinting the last stretch out in the wide open. "Oh boy, sure, Magda, I got this. No problem." Pitt crept closer, now lost even to Felix's eyes. Somewhere along the way, the Tenku had dipped into a building. Felix could only feel his general direction through their pact. Pitt's skulk is level 24. Felix shifted, pressing his feet against the ground like a runner at the starting blocks, except the ground felt soft. He flexed his feet and felt the cobbles loosen beneath him slightly, wobbling and making a loud clack sound. Felix froze, barely moving his eyes to see if the giants had heard him. Their grunts and shouts continued, unabated. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, Felix activated stealth and made himself ready, careful this time not to press too hard against the road. Then he saw it, Pitt's bushy tail waving from a second-story window 3 houses down from the Rissi warriors. 2 golden eyes, mere specks at this distance, looked at Felix expectantly. Okay, he held up his hand and nodded. Now. Felix took off, trusting his companion to follow their loose plan. He crossed the road at speed, the sound of his feet against the cobbles lost amidst the abrupt explosion of squawks and roars down the street. Felix made it to a small patch of shadows before leaping forward through the window of another dilapidated structure, racing within a darkened area filled with soft moss and a couple pale patches of fungus. Pitt's rake is level 19. Pitt's bite is level 17. He's getting a workout. Felix came to a low window near the end of the first building, one with just enough of an angle to see his companion jumping off of a Rissi warrior's chest before darting away. Now let them chase, just be safe. Felix couldn't help but keep his mind on his friend, even as he hopped over another sill and into an adjoining alley. He was moving as fast as he could, ducking between shadows to try and stay hidden, but the last stretch was ahead. Nearly 50 feet of wide open road, bright sunshine pouring from the clear blue skies as midday moved onward. But it's not bright out, is it? Felix reminded himself. Flaring his mana sight, he let his focus drift as he, paradoxically, zeroed in on the faint haze he saw. This time he felt a sharp jab of pain behind his eyes and saw his mana bar drop down 20 as the world was engulfed in thick, rolling fog. It poured out of buildings and down the streets like a living thing, vapor practically on the cusp of being water again. A soupy haze occluded his vision, one that even his high perception could not see past. Beyond 50-60 feet, the street appeared empty. The only indication of anyone was the continued roar and of the giants chasing Pitt, and the Tenku was a street behind him. Felix could feel. I got this. Felix took a careful step forward, then another and another. He hugged the wall, sticking close to the edges just in case. He was more than halfway to the stairwell when the building in front of him toppled to the ground. Pitt's cry is level 20. It was an absolute cacophony, dust and debris from shattering stone and snapped trees, all of it pouring only feet before him. But what was worse was that in the midst of all that, 2 giants stumbled out of the collapse, blue hands waving away thick plumes of dust and hobnailed boots crushing the remains of trees. They roared and called out, grunting something he couldn't understand back in the direction they had fallen. Shit, 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 shit. Felix dropped low, holding his breath and flaring stealth as much as he possibly could. He kept his mana sight going, willing himself to continue to perceive the fog. He had to trust the illusion to cover him, or else this whole thing was blown. Breath control is level 17. The Rissi paid Felix 0 attention, and instead were immediately focused on finding something missing in the mess. The 2 8-foot creatures rooted around in the pile of debris, grunting and pushing stone aside as they got increasingly angry with one another. A cry came from the other street, a roaring that rose in pitch as if in question. Rak Tala, Wada Kel no, one of the giants screamed in answer, still digging furiously. They don't know I'm here. Felix closed his eyes briefly in relief, before padding forward as slowly and quietly as possible. In order to pass by the Rissi, Felix had to make a wide curve around both them and the collapsed debris. The swirl of fog was all that was between the giants and his discovery, a barely there, illusory curtain of vapor. Step by step, tortuously slow, and all the while he felt a thrilled exuberance in his chest, a sentiment echoed by his companion as he ran wild and free among the streets. Felix wasn't quite sure which was him and which was the Tenku, but his heart was racing and adrenaline made his limbs shaky with energy. Step, step, step. Felix was only 10 feet away, a simple jump down into the stairwell and through the door. He was gonna make it, he just had to figure out how to lala, wata laka, The Rissy's jubilant cry was followed by a creaking groan. Dropping his mana sight, Felix's vision cleared in time to see a looming, two-story pillar the approximate diameter of a redwood tilt and crack as one of the giants pulled its massive metal club out from beneath it. With a single, powerful tug, the club came loose, and the giant crowed in success. Lala, then the pillar started to tilt. En Ananono, Felix dove forward, stone breaking under his feet as he launched himself over and down into the stairwell. He hit the iron door hard, denting it as he rebounded. Without pausing, Felix pushed his hands forward and swept them apart, flaring the only skill he could envision at that moment. Stone shaping, earthen mana flexed and dissipated against the door. The metal didn't respond in the slightest. Gah, rock sheared above him, the pillar crumbling under its own weight as it lost its long fight against gravity. A spray of pressurized marble geysered into the stairwell. Felix nearly slapped his head as he remembered. It's a pull door, stone shaping. The smallest of gaps appeared on the edge of the door, enough for a hand. Felix grabbed it and yanked with all he had, the door groaning in protest before popping open. The pillar broke apart above him, sections of the ancient stone tumbling down like massive millstones and burying the entrance. Felix was alive. He unclasped his arms from his head and risked a glance backward. It was totally dark, the collapse blocking out even the slight light from the door frame. With a minor effort, mana sight activated, and the room became a series of vibrant colors. He had rolled 10 or so feet into the room, but large, chunky rubble had scattered everywhere, rolling uncomfortably close to him. Felix stood up, quickly orienting himself in the small space. A wash of dark blue water mana was coming from several spots along the walls, and though one of them was uncomfortably close to the blocked-in door, it seemed fine. There, the packs. He could see all 5 of them left around the area, though it looked like Magda's had been mostly crushed by debris. Felix winced, probably nothing too important. Felix went about gathering all of the packs, which were roughly shaped like a backpack he was familiar with, just without any cinches and made entirely out of some soft leather. Name, Avam skin rucksack type, container lore, it's a bag made out of a large avian. Holds items, usually Avam like a big ostrich, his eyes lit up. Like a chakab, a sound distracted him, a crinkling. Felix looked all over, but it stopped after a moment. He shrugged and moved on. He grabbed Harn's, which was the largest of all the packs, and started dumping the smaller ones in. No way was he carrying all 4 of the packs. It just wasn't physically possible. Harn's bag was pretty dang big, but eventually it reached capacity. Felix took a bit of the overflow items and put them in his own satchel, mostly consisting of extra food, water, and even another case of empty vials. The vials would come in handy for future blood collection. Felix paused, grimacing. What a gross thing to have become my new normal. A few more items had fallen out of the larger bag when it had overflowed, but it was mostly bric-a-brac that seemed either useless, a hair comb, or unnecessary, a bottle of oil with a painting of a sensual-looking dragon on it. Frankly, the last one worried him, more than anything. While he was picking through the remains, he came close to where Magda's rucksack had been buried. Only a small corner of the pack protruded from the large stones, and it had split from the pressure. Dangling out from that corner was a gold-colored necklace. Felix reached down and picked it up. Name, twin-touched locket type, enchanted accessory lore, used by many to keep images of their loved ones close, always paired. The locket itself was on a thin chain, shaped like a triangle and covered in small engravings. Felix had no clue if they meant anything, but they were probably magic of some sort. Analyze said they were enchanted. What kind of magic is that, I wonder? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Felix clicked the catch, letting the locket pop open. When nothing happened, he turned it over and looked inside. Within there was a small, exquisitely detailed painting of a woman with blonde hair and fierce eyes, a woman that looked extremely familiar. For a moment, Felix couldn't figure out why, his mind grasping at the vague impression like anyone would, but then it came to him. At the giant encampment, when the leader was speaking on the ice, the prisoners, this is her, he realized. This is their friend, maybe more than friend. This same blonde woman was among them, one of the few still in some sort of armor, one of the few who still looked defiant. She was alive. He quickly put the locket in his satchel and moved to the edge of the room to gather up the wardstones. There were 7 of them, and he went to the nearest one. The problem, however, was that the wardstones were still active. Do I just turn it off? He thought back to what Magda did with them. He had watched, but he hadn't watched really. She had whispered something, likely some sort of incantation to activate them, but he hadn't heard her clearly. Reliving the memory wasn't very useful if he didn't see anything in the first place. Felix put his hand on one of them, feeling the current of water mana pulsing within. It swirled, currents hidden in its darkness. It was as if it contained an entire lake within its incredibly dense depths. He felt a shiver run through him, a sense of cold washing over him. Doubling down, Felix peered into it with his manavision, but it was a solid ball of water mana, indistinguishable from a giant marble. Scratching his head, he picked it up. Immediately the orb stopped glowing and the strangest sound filled the small cellar. It was that crinkling again, as if impossibly small. Atonal chimes were being tapped over and over. But this time it didn't stop. Felix pivoted, staring up at where the sound was coming from, and saw frost beginning to cover the entire ceiling. Oh fuck. The ice snaked across the roots of the trees above, the purple-white glow of ice mana slowly encompassing and engulfing the life mana. A muted scratching sound came from beyond the ice, and Felix felt his stomach drop as he realized what it meant. They're digging, he had to get out. Quickly, Felix ran around the room and collected the 7 wardstones, shoving all of them into his satchel. Squatting next to the overfilled rucksack, he slipped his arms into the straps and stood up. It was extremely, annoyingly heavy. It made him feel top-heavy and pulled him backwards slightly. Regardless, he made his way over to the edge, watching the ceiling the entire time. Bits of dirt had started to rain down from the root system, sprinkling across the floor. Felix raised his hands and started channeling stone shaping. Come on, come on. Let's see if I can dig out before they dig in. His mana coiled and looped through his pathways while Felix focused on keeping the spell efficient. He couldn't risk running out of mana in the middle of his tunnel. The stone wall melted before him, becoming that sludge-like consistency with which he was familiar, and Felix hurriedly stepped through. The stone parted around him, shifting and flowing behind him as before to create a tunnel without digging. As the stone resolidified behind him, Felix could no longer hear the encroaching ice and imminent arrival of his enemies, and his heart unclenched. A minute later, panting and sweating from the effort, Felix emerged onto the street. The cobbles shifted before him, and he stumbled woozily onward. Despite utilizing his fire within, his stone shaping spell was still very mana-intensive over extended periods. But just as he was catching his breath, a shadow loomed over his shoulder and a chill wind huffed across his neck with a rumbling growl. Shit, he said, heart thundering. 2 more shadows joined the first. Magda rubbed her temples again, though it did her no good. She didn't really have a headache. Once you've tempered your body at least once, normal physical ailments drop to pretty much 0. That didn't stop the habit, though, or the certainty that her head was going to explode from the stress. But mostly she did it so she didn't have to look at her sister. Evie was needling her with questions, and especially that one, ever since that boy had left to get her wardstones. She was using handspeak, which made it easier to ignore her, but somehow her little sister made even a silent language annoying. Magda signaled back, punctuating the line by putting her half-helm back onto her head. Again, she avoided her sister's gaze, staring out into the swirling fog instead. As much as Magda was disappointed that Evie didn't stay holed up and safe during their scouting, she was more disappointed in herself. Magda didn't have the mind for all of this skullduggery. It went against her nature and chafed her every sensibility. If it weren't for Callie, please trust me, she silently pled. Just a little longer. R-O-R-A-W-O-O. The world was suddenly awash in screams and calls of both the giants and their whorehound pets. Mag spun toward Harn, who already had his axes out and was facing the way the boy had left. Moments later, the sound of boots on stone filled their ears, quickly followed by the young man looking worried and carrying Harn's amusingly large rucksack. We gotta go. Felix skidded to a stop, eagerly handing the pack to Harn, who shouldered it without an issue. Kid glanced sourly at her partner for a second before turning back to the rest of them. I got mostly everything. Where's Pit? The tin ranks all looked at each other, shrugging. Magda also shook her head. Maybe the thing sacrificed itself to distract the giants. She mentally shrugged. At least it was useful. But Felix didn't look worried, just confused. Then he swung around, looking up at the wall they sheltered behind. We need to run. We need to run now. Without waiting, he took his own advice. Magda stared after him, but soon heard a warbling cry as a dark shadow zipped above her head, passing directly through the window of the wall behind them. The creature had 4 glowing eyes and dark wings that looked like fanged claws, and it sailed gracelessly down onto the ground, where it landed heavily and kept running. Harn turned, eyes wide. You heard the kid. Run. The tin ranks took off, Magda right behind them as the stone wall simply exploded into ricocheting rubble. 3 whorehounds and a single, bleeding giant charged through the wreckage, their bodies simply bashing through it all. Magda ran. They skidded to a stop along a paved hillock, the buildings around them a bit more worn down by the wind. All of them were breathing hard, even Felix, though Harn and Magda seemed fresh enough. After a few dicey interchanges, they hadn't heard the sound of pursuit for a few minutes now, and Felix was starting to hope they'd lost them. They took quick shelter in shadows cast by a jumble of fallen porticos. We can't stop, those hounds have our scent. Harn hitched the giant rucksack further up his back and moved to get a clear view ahead. Wait. W-wait. Adder huffed, olive skin slick with sweat and his normally carefully done hair in disarray. I can't go much longer. We stop at this point and it won't be one pack that surrounds us. It'll be dozens. Whorehounds are a menace for a reason, Sparky. Harn started walking. You need to focus on your endurance more, gulped Evie, resting against her knees. Or get that running skill up higher. Shut up, Flippy, ass. Pit pushed against Felix's legs, also eager to move onward despite his heaving sides and panting tongue. After sneaking into the cellar, tunneling out, and running away from the whorehounds, Felix was feeling it too, but he had to trust Harn's judgment. The man was no nonsense and frighteningly capable. Harn pointed off in the distance, where Felix could see a handful of looming stone towers, some of the highest buildings he had seen so far. Apparently they were so big the others could see them even through the haze. We go there, gain the high ground, and watch out for ice patches. He started off. With a groan, everyone followed. Going downhill was easier, but it looked like a mile at least until the towers. Harn in the front and Magda in the back kept every on pace, and it wasn't one meant to coddle them. To keep his mind off his body, Felix toggled his dismissed notifications. Pitt's frost spear is level 2. Pitt's wingblade is level 6. Nice to see Pitt moving along. He glanced down at his friend who was keeping pace at his side. The Tenku's wings were tucked tight to his body, perhaps to decrease wind resistance as they were getting quite big. He shook his head, wiping sweat that poured from his forehead. Despite Felix's high endurance and running skill, this constant pace was getting to him. The running skill decreased the usage of his stamina during the activity, but it didn't do anything yet for the buildup of soreness and fatigue he felt damn near everywhere. Idly, Felix wondered what apprentice tier would make of the running skill. He had 7 more skill levels before he found out. AWWO. Shit, Magda swore. Felix turned slightly to see her behind him. She was looking off to the right, and Felix followed her gaze. Beyond a tangle of cored-out but still standing homes, he could see the flash of blue-white fur. It sounds like there's at least 5 now. Felix tried counting as he ran, not quite able to. Instead, he took a mental picture and checked it over. He counted at least 10. More than that, he panted, at least double. Magda shot him a look, but quickly glanced away. Harn, we gotta get out of here. I know, Harn hollered back, no longer worried about silence. Here. All of them took a tight turn into a fire-gutted shopfront. Felix wouldn't have guessed it was a shopfront, but his analyze hadn't been wrong yet. Name, ruined commercial structure type, structure lore. Anything could have been sold in such a place before whatever calamity befell this place occurred. The inside has been almost utterly destroyed by a recent fire. Calamity? What did happen to this place? Felix wasn't allowed much time to muse. Sound of paws and claws came closer and closer, and the 7 of them hustled up a set of stairs in the back of the shop. Ash and charred wood stirred and cracked beneath them, a number of small saplings having been torched to charcoal. The stairs were stone, thankfully, but they creaked ominously beneath their hurried feet. Once up top, they heard barking that sounded much closer. The hounds were coming fast. Come, whispered Harn, gesturing toward an open window much like the rest, glass and shutters all long. It faced onto a flat roof leading toward another building, this one with 3 levels above the shop's 2nd floor. Climb out onto the roof. Evie, you first. The tin ranks and Felix did so quickly, filing out the window as quietly as they could, while Harn and Magda hung back. Soon they were all on the flat roof, and Harn made a series of gestures at Evie, who nodded, and then ran toward the edge. There was a small alley separating the shop from the 5-story ruin next to it, but it wasn't any more than 5 feet, an easy jump for any of them. Evie sailed over the gap, slipping through a gaping hole in the wall before coming neatly to her feet. Vasilia went next, followed by Felix and Pitt. Adder, still visibly winded, made his best effort at the jump but fell short. Felix barely had time to react, but needn't have bothered. At the last second, the mage threw his arm forward, and a small metal rod expanded and pierced the stone. Dang, the sound was like a gunshot in the air. Magda and Harn went stock still, and Felix reached down and yanked the mage up by the front of his robes, just in time as they all heard loud sniffing abruptly coming from below. Felix was locked in a crouch, his arms holding Adder so close that he could smell the floral fragrance he was wearing. Guh, that's cloying. Probably better than I smell, though. Haven't had a bath in 4 or 5 days. Suddenly Felix felt bad for holding Adder so close. He was probably rank. Ice started creeping up the side of both of their buildings, and Harn began making wide, sweeping gestures in their direction. Unable to understand, Felix looked to the ladies. Both Evie and Vasilia watched Harn a moment longer before nodding and padding quietly toward the stairs leading up. Felix helped the mage to his feet and disengaged, careful to not rustle their clothes or kick any loose stones. Adder followed after, his face pale and bloodless, still holding the strange expanding rod in his left hand. The rod was maybe the width of Felix's thumb, but was easily 6 feet long and tapered to a point on one end. Had he had it this whole time, they picked their way up the stairs. Everything was coated in a fine gritty dust, as if in the absence of wind and rain, the stone had been reduced to powder by the weight of time itself. Felix was still amazed at how many of these places were still standing at all, considering that they were easily hundreds of years old, if not more considering magic. As they neared the 5th and final floor, Felix heard the sound of metal crashing and sudden howling in the near distance. Too far away to be an immediate threat, but too close to not be important. He strained his senses, but his perception picked up nothing else. The others didn't stop, though, so Felix kept on. Shortly after that, they made the roof. "What are we doing?" Felix whispered. The others turned to him, finger on their lips. Vasilia made a couple of complicated hand signs, but when Felix's blank stare registered, she tilted her head in confusion. Instead, she silently waved him to come with her. All of them moved to the center of the roof, as far away from any edges, and she made 4 signs toward Adder. With a roll of his eyes and almost pained grunt, his hands flashed with bright yellow mana that swelled and covered the 5 of them. Sound ward in place, Vasilia spoke up. "You cannot read hand sign," Vasilia asked. "No, definitely not," Felix said, shrugging. "I've just been following you guys and working off context clues." "Huh, well, Harn had us head to the roof." Said he and Maggie would join us soon. Evie clenched her jaw, clearly upset. Vasilia put her hand on her friend's shoulder. "They'll be fine." Evie nodded, jaw still tight. Felix cleared his throat, a little uncomfortable. "So do we continue onward?" He nodded toward the towers Harn had in mind. They were a little less than a quarter-mile away if he was judging the distance right. "We should be able to do it if we stick to the roofs." Evie grunted softly. "Yeah, that's the plan." "We go ahead, get to the nearest tower, and get in." Felix made an impressed face. "That's a lot to say in a few gestures." "Hand sign is pretty compact," agreed Vasilia. I can teach it to you sometime if you would like." "Oh sure, that'd be fantastic," Felix said, already thinking about how easy languages might prove with perfect memory. "Okay, then let's get moving." With a gasp, Adder released the silencing spell, and Felix watched the colorful mana vapor dissipate into the air. He turned and saw the mage regarding him with his usual annoyed expression. "What are you doing?" Adder's expression fairly screamed. Felix only replied by putting a finger to his lips and making a series of complicated nonsense gestures. Then he walked away. Magda huddled close to the edge, watching the whorehounds prowl the streets below. There were at least 15 of them now, all spread around the area as they hunted for their group. Harn caught her eye. Harn hesitated, his face hidden, but Magda knew he had an expression of extreme concentration. Harn's hands flashed. Magda nodded. The brawler's physique skill granted him some distinct advantages, and his body tempering had enhanced his senses well beyond what Magda could perceive. But even his powerful senses were defeated by the distorting veil of the Fogland's magic. They both knew that meant little. Magda was tempted to believe the boy had lied, but that knife was impossible to fake. Giving herself a little shake, she focused on the problems she could solve. The tin ranks would have gotten far enough by then. Time to do their part. The day wore on as Felix and the others navigated across over 13 rooftops and passed through structures barely strong enough to hold them. While it astounded Felix that much of this was still standing, it still meant that nearly everything was on the brink of collapse. Most of the time, it seemed hope and probably magic was all that kept the worst of them together. Regardless, they had made it. "So this is it, huh?" Felix stared upward at the tower, an impressive construction that rose at least 15 stories and was utterly covered in complicated statuary. A number of flying buttresses supported the lower levels of the tower, adding width to the base of the building. Felix eyeballed the distance between their 3-story ruin and the nearest bit of the tower, estimating perhaps 20 feet or so separated them. Whoever had once inhabited these structures had obviously been important, too much of a big shot to be rubbing shoulders with common folk. "Think we can make it?" He whispered. Adder scoffed, but Vasilia simply smiled, her teeth bright and perfectly straight. Felix felt his pulse pick up as his thoughts turned. How do they have such nice teeth? Do dentists exist here? Vasilia backed up without a word, then took a running leap off of the edge. Whoa, with a powerful rush of air, the spearwoman leaped nearly 25 feet, easily clearing the distance and landing amid the crowded statues. Felix gaped. "Dragoons, you know," Evie remarked, pushing up his hanging jaw. "Me next?" "Wait," Felix said, riffling through his satchel until he pulled out his brightweave coil. He unraveled it and handed Evie an end. "Here, take this." "Sure," Evie shrugged, smiling herself, always happy to help the less capable. She held onto one end of the rope with one arm as she unwound her spiked chain with the other. After taking a run up herself, Evie threw her chain out, the end of it moving faster than Felix could track. With a metallic clank, the link struck and wrapped around a weather-worn oblong statue. A simple tug, and somehow Evie sailed through the air, propelled by some force directly onto a ledge above. "How did she?" "She's cheating," sort of whispered Adder. He had long ago collapsed his metal rod and was looking after Evie with something close to envy. Her born trait has to do with altering the weight of herself and her chain. That's seriously cool. Do you mind if I? Adder gestured to the rope in Felix's hands. "Oh sure, yeah, not a problem, you go first." Felix handed the brightweave coil to the mage, looking up to see that Evie had tied it off around another statue. It was elevated now, the rope reaching back at an angle to their roof. It's an enchanted rope, so the coil suddenly knotted every 5 feet or so, creating an easily climbable surface. Adder's hands flared with orange mana as he fed power into the rope. "Oh yeah, of course you know to use it." With Felix steadying the rope from behind, Adder was able to cross the distance relatively easily. While the mage might have low values in most physical stats, he apparently had more than enough to climb the rope. Pitt glided across the distance, jumping first to gain some more height, and climbing up the outside of the tower until he reached the tin ranks level. Last to go, Felix gripped the rope and sent a pulse of mana through it. The rope began to coil up, and once the slack was gone, Felix took a breath and jumped off the side of the building. Swinging, Felix fairly flew toward the lower tower walls and braced himself to hit. With a thump he landed feet first against the tower wall, low enough that he was below any statuary. The magically coiling rope yanked him up the wall, like a slow-moving grappling gun. Unwilling to just hang and wait, Felix complemented the magic rope by climbing with his free hand and legs the rest of the way. Sadly, his free climbing didn't bump up at all. Felix retrieved his coil, directed it to unknot and loop around his shoulder, and climbed the last few feet up into what appeared to be the fourth-floor window. It was dark in here, the afternoon sunlight fighting to penetrate much farther than a few feet, though Felix could make out a large room supported by several round columns. The others were waiting around, though Adder and Vasilia were busy inspecting the far wall, eyes bright in the darkness. "Took you long enough," Evie jibed, her voice still not much more than a whisper. Felix grinned and dusted his hands. "Not all of us have magic weight powers to give us a boost," he joked. Evie grinned, even wider green eyes flashing. Then she looked down, at Pitt, who was on his haunches at Felix's feet. Felix read the nervousness in her body language. He wondered what freaked them out so much about Pitt. Was it just that chimeras usually attack them like they said? Felix reached down and scritched the Tenku's neck, causing his back leg to twitch uncontrollably. "Don't worry, he's a good boy." Evie's eyes flashed back up to his, then looked away. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or what, but she quickly diverted her attention. "Hey you, quit gawking at rocks and let's get going. There are murals here, they are exquisitely detailed." Vasilia's smile was wide as she turned back to them. "They've hardly been weathered at all." Intrigued, Felix made his way over despite Evie's groan. Vasilia excitedly gestured at the walls where Atter was busy fixedly staring. In keeping with the architecture of this city, the carvings were everywhere. The spots where the ceiling and floors met the walls were the most heavily detailed, and Felix could see repeated patterns of greenery and small four-legged forms among the friezes. The center of the walls featured a sort of scrolling scene, moving across lush natural vistas like mountains and rivers and forests. Felix stepped up to one and ran his hands across the surface, feeling the very slight bas-relief detail worked into the stone. "Wow, this is incredible." In fact, the designs and markings reminded Felix heavily of the underground dungeon where he had been imprisoned. He glanced at the floor beneath him, scuffing dirt and dust aside to see the neatly made edges of pentagonal tiles. He looked back up at the main sculptures, the sprawling depictions of nature, and picked out a few small figures dotting the landscapes, just like under the mountains. Same tiles, even similar small figures. Did the same people build both? They're pretty close to each other, so that would make sense. Yet everything in this city and even under the mountain had been made for people much larger than the small figures depicted. "Why, I like rocks as much as the next gal, but we need to get some distance from the ground," Evie said, starting to walk toward a shadowed alcove. Pitt was right behind her, and she gave him a wary glance. "Harn said the whorehounds are powerful trackers, and I really don't want to wake up to find an ice wolf chewing on one of you." The three of them reluctantly followed Evie, discovering that the alcove was actually a series of winding stairs. In fact, it was two series of stairs built into one. The main set of stairs was made for a human or human-like stride, while a path along the center was made for much smaller legs. It was 2 steps for everyone. "Fascinating," Adder murmured. It was very dark in the stairwell, and Felix had to flare his mana sight to see. The stone all pulsed with a dusty brown laced with flashes silvery gray. "That's metal, same as the bits of armor I've seen. So iron, probably." He wasn't a metallurgist, so it could have been titanium for all he knew. Analyze told him nothing, only that it was quarried stone. Light carvings decorated the outer wall of the stairwell, scrolling vines and leaves twisting and knotting together in an intricate design, and his mana sight could pick out other flashes of metal and stones in the dusty brown earth mana. He could analyze those, though, bits of green copper, blue lapis lazuli, and even a smattering of actual silver. The colors swirled and shimmered within the earth mana, dimming and brightening in turns like a distant night sky. "It's even more beautiful in mana sight than my normal vision." Felix looked around, enjoying the shift and flare of mana as it flowed through literally everything in this world. "It's like I'm standing on empty air filled with colored light." Oof, Felix ran right into Adder's back, who tilted into Vasilia. The spearwoman was braced, though, and kept everyone on their feet. "What's in Avit's name is going on?" Adder whispered furiously. Felix could see that Evie was holding up a closed fist. She made several quick gestures, and Felix could feel the other two change their stances. Adder looked back at him, eyes wide, and mouthed 2 words, "Someone's here." The room ahead was as dark and quiet as the stairwell had been, but in Felix's mana sight it all swirled with color. Evie stalked ahead, moving low to the ground and as quietly as possible. Felix couldn't see much, being stuck in the back, and after 2 gut-wrenching minutes Evie returned, her eyes brightening significantly as she stood up straight. "I was wrong, can't find anything," she whispered. If someone was here, they left no trace. Even the dust ain't disturbed. Everyone fan out though, see if you notice anything I missed. The other four climbed the rest of the way into the room, inspecting it for the first time. Felix's vantage widened until he could see a oval-shaped room containing 4 open archways and a single odd depression in the center. He stepped closer and found that it was a pentagonal hole with 2 tiers of seating in it. The very center was the lowest and contained a boundary of carved stone. It's a fire pit with tiered seating. Reminds me of those old conversation pits from the 70s. Weird, but not too remarkable. Felix kept looking. The floor was more of the same pentagonal tile, mazed with stress fractures and coated in a thick dust that, just as Evie said, was undisturbed until they trudged through it. There was no sign of anyone, either via his tracking skill or his manasight, no matter how he strained the ability. Felix turned back to the women, his manasight still flaring from his inspection of the room. Both of them were vaguely humanoid shapes dominated by the green gold of life mana, a blurry line of power that branched like small saplings along their spines. But for a few flickering moments he could spot flashes of other colors sparking within their bodies. He blinked and they were gone. He rubbed his eyes, feeling them strained after relying on the skill for so long. So no one is here. What did Evie sense then? Nothing is here, announced Adder, walking from one of the side rooms and dusting his robes. Just dust and more impeccable sculptures. Who exactly lived in this place? Not a clue. My father's library is extensive and still I have not heard of an entire city within the Foglands. Vasilia put her hands on her hips, clearly entranced by the stonework all around her. It is truly fascinating. Felix saw Adder smile in her direction, a familiar light in his eyes. Felix smiled to himself, turning toward one of the archways and noticing yet another stairwell. This led up, much as the last, with the same smaller stairs set into the center. Third and final check. Nothing. Anyone else? Evie asked from across the room. No, offered Adder while fiddling with a pouch at his belt. Zilch over here. Just dust, Felix added. Ves, Evie prompted when the young woman didn't reply. She looked up guiltily from inspecting the walls, eyes wide. Oh no, nothing at all. Akare, Evie drawled, stretching her shoulders and arms. Then we make camp. We can't stray too far. Gotta let Maggie find us somehow. They did just that. In a short piece of time, the 5 of them had settled in, not having their packs or even blankets to lay out. Instead, as the wait turned to an hour, Vasilia and Adder had drifted back to the walls and Evie paced and fretted near the stairwell. She wasn't nearly as calm about her sister going off into danger as she projected. Does she have the acting skill too? Unsure what to do with himself, Felix sat at the edge of the tiered depression, idly petting Pitt's fur-feather combo. Somehow the combination was smooth and soft, not nearly as coarse as he would have expected. I need to get away. Gotta take care of these vials soon. Can't imagine they'll last much longer without refrigeration. Unwilling to wait any longer, Felix stood and made his way to the stairs on the far side of the oval room, Pitt close behind him. Where are you going? Felix looked back over his shoulder at Evie, who, despite her question, was barely paying attention to him. Can't sit still, so I'm checking out the floor above us. Evie nodded, then brightened. Good, keep an eye out for anything weird and don't do anything I would do. I think you got that backwards, started Felix. No, I didn't. She was already back to pacing. Felix felt a chuckle bubble up in his chest. What a weird girl. He started up the stairs. Cute, though. The stairs spiraled upward for a few minutes, decorated much the same as the previous one. So it was a galaxy of magic that guided him upward, his manasight having to work double time in order to pick out what was stair and what was the flash of inlaid precious material. Why do simple materials like these make my vision strange? It was more than colors. It was a vibrancy to these metals and gemstones that almost oscillated in his eyes, as disconcerting as it was beautiful. Analyze doesn't ping them as anything special, just silver and copper, lapis lazuli and serpentine. Not even really rare fantasy metals like mithril or anything. So caught up with these sights, Felix only barely registered that the stairs were ending, so he was startled when he found a solid wall directly before him. Painfully so, as he thunked his forehead against the rough stone and stumbled backward 2 steps in surprise. Ow, what? Felix rubbed his head. Why is there a wall here? Felix considered the mortared stone before him, eyeing the makeup of its dusty brown mana shot through with jagged veins of silver. It was like any other wall in the tower and completely unremarkable for that fact. Annoyed, he turned around. Then he turned around again. Where are the stairs? They were gone. Felix was in a narrow room, a hallway really, no more than 5 feet wide but stretching forward another 50 feet. Triangular alcoves lined the path, each heavily shadowed but filled with sculpture of some sort. Pitt whined, picking up on Felix's distress. The stairs had vanished into thin air, or had he been teleported? Was that a thing, or did the walls move? Felix wasn't sure why he found that more creepy than being translocated by magic, but it was. He tapped the walls again, pushing against the floor and baseboards in the hope that he could activate some hidden catch, but nothing was there. Analyze sent back the same information as any other wall, and his manasight caught nothing else. so it was with a rapid pulse that he took step after step down the new corridor, Pitt padding behind him with his wings tight and tail low. There was no dust, he noticed. His steps brought back the clean sound of hard leather on harder stone, with a slight scrape as he pushed off his back foot or pivoted. Every sound felt close and immediate, as if nothing else existed except him and his boot noises. As he passed the first of the alcoves, he saw white statues of animals on simple, fluted display stands. He analyzed them as he went. There were detailed recreations of large cats called canwar, birds called fellhawks, gray wolves, and even small, fat-tailed lizards. But as Felix strode further down the hall, the statues grew. Strange. Each subsequent alcove repeated the same types of creatures as before, except each of them had been altered in some way. The canwar had grown scales and small horns, the fellhawk had gained fangs, the wolves grew another set of legs, and the lizards, they gained wings. Oh, what the hell. Skinks are gonna follow me forever. What is all this? The corridor came to an end with each of the animals having gone through a complete metamorphosis, turning into altogether different beasts than they started. Felix analyzed them and came up with 4 new names: Harnock, Tenku, Wendigo, and a wyvern. Not skinks at all. Something totally different. Tenku, huh? He eyed Pitt, who sniffed at the sculpture. One of your aunts or uncles, buddy. Pitt simply snorted in disdain and walked ahead. Felix smiled and followed. The room opened out into a larger chamber, an ovular one almost identical to the one below, only without any adjoining rooms, just a single darkened alcove on the far side. It even had the same tiered pit. The 2 largest differences were the total lack of dust here, as if someone had just cleaned the room, and the absolutely massive bas-relief murals dominating every single wall. Exploration is level 20. Much like the ones below, they were far better preserved than the countless carvings outside. They also heavily featured natural formations. One wall was entirely filled with a split-peaked mountain made of thick, dull iron, heavily forested, and featuring 2 peaks that appeared to have been sundered in 2 at some point. Second wall had a sprawling forest, rendered in silver and serpentine stone. And the last wall featured a waterfall above a sprawling lake, the water picked out with lapis lazuli and pieces of near-translucent alabaster. On top of that, the walls were crawling with depictions of animals. Most were unidentifiable to Felix, as they seemed to be a mismatch of multiple species spliced together. Some, however, greatly resembled the statues in the previous hallway, chimeras. Repeated over and over were small white figures, rendered as caring for or otherwise interacting with the chimeras. Unlike any other carving, they were made of a smooth white stone. Are these the caretakers of these ruins, the original inhabitants? Felix found himself fascinated by it all, especially the similarities between this place and the Nemean temple. The temple also had naturalist-style art. Is it similar ideology, or were the 2 connected? Across the far side of the room, the shadowed alcove resolved into another archway, this one with a set of stairs leading up and back down a level. Good. Not sure how I got turned around, but I can get back to the others easily. He ran a hand across an immaculately rendered tree on the wall. I'd hate to use stone shaping and ruin some of this. Mind more at ease, Felix made his way back to the tiered depression. He seated himself within it and took a breath. Then he laid out his blood vials. Whorehound blood, Rissi blood, assassin blood. Felix set them all on the bench beside him, eyeballing them in turn. The first 2 were dark-colored and rhymed with literal frost, the hound blood most of all. The power of this blood hadn't seemed to have abated, and the idea of eating them was challenging at best. The last was the simplest, but also the one he was worried about the most. The liquid had darkened considerably, and it was normal human blood, not magical creature ichor or whatever. Just like a positive, just take it slow. I'll do the whorehound first. Chances always seemed better for skill gain rather than memory gain, but it was a crapshoot as far as Felix was concerned. He hoped for a skill in this case. Felix lifted the container, hands sticking slightly to the cold surface. He popped the seal and ice cracked from the vial. With a grimace, Felix tipped it back quickly, except the blood within was viscous and moved like tar. It rolled, stretching and drooping until all at once it plopped right into his mouth. Ough, it was vile, a thick, terrible paste that Felix had to actually chew to swallow. What was worse, the viscous liquid was so cold that he felt pain radiate from his tongue and throat, a sensation that burned a line of agony down his entire esophagus. New skill learned. Cold resistance common, level 1. You felt the powerful effects of frost and have grown stronger for it. Damage reduction increases with skill level. Felix pushed the blood down, actively shoving it toward his core. He cycled the thick sludge, pouring it into the furnace of his fire within, willing that his power devour it. After a moment, his blue-white mana surged, and the power began to eat up the ichor, burning it for fuel. Pain. Frost crackled across his back and ribs, extending down his arms and legs with a burning ferocity. Cold poured off his body like steam, and Felix could sense a purple-white mana vapor begin to pool around him in the tiered pit he sat in, his own special fog that rolled out from his chest. It was agony, but he could handle this. Cold resistance is level 2. Cold resistance is level 3. Cold resistance is level 6. Pain resistance is level 28. Congratulations, your title gourmand has garnered you insight. You have fully digested your opponent's mana. You have learned a skill from a whorehound. Mantle of the Long Night rare, level 1. The cold of the long night cannot be stopped, only delayed. Extends an aura of cold centered on yourself. Range and strength increases with skill level. Yes. The pain stopped as sudden as the notifications appeared, and it was like a drug all by itself. Then his brain flooded with palpable relief, easing through his bones even as his appetite surged. It had worked. Thank fuck. Felix rubbed at his chest, memory of the burning pain going nowhere soon. I hope this skill is worth the pain. His stomach growled loudly. How long since I last ate? He honestly wasn't sure, so he fumbled with his satchel and pulled out a few servings of jerky and hard bread. Between heavy chewing and hearty swings of his rescued waterskin, Felix made short work of the meal. By the end of it, he felt remarkably more human. That was, more food than I've had in a while. I feel like I could eat more too. Is this because of my stat increase? More power so more fuel is necessary. He'd have to test that at some point, but he shook his head and checked his health and stamina. Both had recovered adequately during his meal, so Felix meditating a bit longer to top himself off before uncorking the vial of giant's blood. This vial smelled awful, distinctly gamey and extremely cold, like a distillation of a piercing winter wind pushing through a bloated carcass. Steeling himself, Felix quaffed it. Thick but more corn syrup to the whorehound's molasses, it rolled down his throat quicker than he anticipated. A slight burn as it did, still obviously cold but almost refreshing compared to the first. What a cool life. I can now add knowledge of the palatability of different monster bloods to the all resume. He laughed, touching his chest, the blood feeling like gnarly heartburn. At this rate the world pulsed, a familiar ripple pushing out around him like a stone in a still pond. You have gained a memory from a Rissi warrior. Would you like to review it now? Yes, Felix's eyes widened, but then he was gone. He was somewhere else, someone else. Lork was pissed and uncomfortable. Lork hawked, reaching deep before spitting a wad of phlegm the size of Felix's fist onto the ground. It landed with a great gooey splat and made a few of the prisoners scatter. Even seeing the humans run didn't cheer him up. It had been a bad day. Lork had been part of a hunting party in the city and had gotten separated during a commotion with free humans. The mother-cursed fog turned him around, and by the time he found his crew they had all been killed, even the commander. Fie on that fat bastard. Lork wouldn't lose any sleep over him, but that meant he was the one who had to report their defeat to the Circle. As a result, he got stuck with guard duty and half rations. Damn those humans. They had cost him 3 entire meals at this point. The moment he found them, he'd show them the meaning of fear. He'd eat their entire faces off and make him watch. Still, he mused, digging a finger through his wide nostril. Could be worse. Lork was doing guard duty, but was in easy reach of the icefire and their frostbanks, keeping his body in better condition than it had been running patrol out in the city. Kept my mind, though. The daughters ain't taking no chances with patrols. Lork had seen a few of them, empty eyes and empty skulls for 12 hours, just puppets for the frost witches. Some ain't even come back. Lork shifted on his rock, still uncomfortable. Despite his rocky perch, this was the closest to home they had in these insufferably warm lands. It was nice to bask in the frostbanks, even if he had to watch a bunch of pale children shiver in their cages. Oi Lork, mealtime. A gruff voice came from the left, closer to the icesphere than Lork was allowed. The only exception was mealtime. Lork traded off with a fresh warrior, this one barely bearded. Lork snorted, getting a venomous look from the kid as they passed. Closer to the fire, Lork found a pile of charred meat, seared over the icefire and stacked on a large flat rock. Other kin were seated around the icefire, breathing in its healing smoke and basking in its radiance. His mouth watered as he considered the array of meat before him, aching to take all of it, flee to a cave and gorge himself. Before he can act on it, a burly kin got in his way. Short rations for you, Lork, the kin growled, white beard fluttering. He grabbed a couple thin haunches and shoved them toward Lork, not moving until the punished guard had started walking away again. Lork made his way to the edge of the icefire light, barely close enough to enjoy its power. Disgusted at his own weakness, Lork tore into the haunches, quickly stripping them of flesh. The others started talking once Lork moved away, some disappointed there had been no fight. Lork barely listened. Entered the labyrinth, ain't none of 'em common out. One darker blue kin was saying, his white beard greasy with meat juice. A taller and more slender kin reclined next to him and burped loudly. They got that leader though, right? The angry one. The slender kin made a face, pretty comical on his larger and exaggerated features. She been through like 7 times now, I think. She ain't dead yet. You think they'll get it? Asked a hopeful voice, another beardless kin with wide eyes. Mother's breath, how desperate are we, taking in children. Lork snapped the bones in his hands, beginning to suck on the marrow as he lamented the state of his people. The others kept talking. Grimmer will make him get it, even if he has to puppet them himself, vowed one scarred veteran, hands filled with a thick slab of meat that he had barely touched. Blood will show and we'll get ours, make no mistake. Grimmer, Even the name made Lork shiver. Their leader and ruler of the circle was kin enough to inspire his people to travel 3,000 miles to this cursed land, and witch enough to put fear into the hearts of all who might oppose him. It was Grimmer's mad plan, this journey to the south, Grimmer's visions that guided the circle, and it was Grimmer's might that would claim it all. He'll do it, Lork agreed. Nothing could stop Avit's own. Felix became aware of the sound of a single, low-pitched chord. It sounded like hunger at the end of a long night, like cold held close by the dark, of teeth not used. With an awful clarity, he became aware of his body, the pleasant fullness of his stomach, the delicious flavor of the meat the giant had eaten, and the terrible certainty that it wasn't pork. URGK. All at once, Felix fell forward and vomited. His hastily eaten meal dashed against the fire pit, easily filling up the carved ring. He hacked and coughed, his stomach and mind refusing to believe he was empty, muscles wringing him out like a dish rag. When he was able to sit straight, Felix found Pitt sitting close to his back, gold eyes watching with concern. "I'm a GHLK, I'm okay," Felix insisted, wiping at his mouth. He knew he didn't really eat what the giant ate, but he found it impossible to convince his mind that 2 meals were separate. Even the thought of the greasy, charred haunches of meat made Felix's stomach turn, so he pushed down the thought, or tried to. Having perfect recall wasn't always great. Lessons of the past is level 10. Lessons of the past is level 11, that's something at least. Felix leaned back carefully, resting his body against the tier seating behind him. The stone was hard and cold, but Pitt nuzzled up against his shoulders like a fluffy body pillow. He smiled when he heard the distinct sound of cooing coming from the Tenku. "Okay, I got a memory that time. What did I learn?" Felix retrieved his battered notebook, fishing out an even worse grease pencil. It had snapped in half at some point. "I'll have to see if I can borrow a spare from their big bag of supplies." He found a clear section of paper, drew a line of demarcation from the other packed notes, and started writing. Labyrinth, something inside it, something about this mother. Leader's name is Grimmer, who rules the daughters of the circle and controls the others. Puppets equals mind control, explains the dead look in the patrolling giant's eyes this morning. Prisoners being led by the angry one. Notes finished, Felix regarded the page. Technically speaking, the Nim didn't need to write any of this down, but it helped him organize his thoughts. Having perfect memory was well and good, but only if he knew how to think in the first place. Something his mother taught him a long time ago. First step to doing right is thinking right. "Hey, Bumble." Felix felt his breath hitch suddenly, his nose burning and throat aching. It was like hearing her voice. Why hadn't he thought of this before? His memory had a chance of perfect recall beyond 30 days, but he'd rarely used it, too preoccupied with the now. He tried again, thinking back on anything, summers and vacations, long evenings near the beach, anything. But it was all just noise, vague impressions of washed-out scenes, just like any other memory. But still, makes me feel a little less alone. Felix smiled to himself, lightly stroking Pitt's crown. After a minute or two, he took a breath and centered himself. It was time for the last vial. "I wasn't able to learn any skills from the giant's blood, but the memory at least gave me more information on them. Maybe I can learn the Rissi's language." He scratched out another note. "I'll try that later." Carefully, Felix picked up the last vial. This one, unlike the others, was simply cool to the touch. No ice or magical phenomena had formed around the glass. It was just blood, darker and thicker than it had been when he'd collected it. It's congealed a little. Maybe I can pass on this one. I mean, what do I need from an assassin I beat up? Felix smiled sourly at himself, unable to even speak that lie aloud. The assassin had wiped the floor with him. If he hadn't fought off the poison she had used, he would have died there on the roof. And if he hadn't put her on the back foot somehow, Felix doubted she would have fled. She was capable and ruthless, attempting to kill him simply because she could. Speaking of, what happened back there? What was it called? Right. Essence of inevitability. What the hell does that even mean? Felix tightened his grip on the vial and let his mind drift, recalling the experience within his own little world of torment. Rare poison detected during formation. Choose a feature. Inevitable, deadening, heart-rending, still dizzy from the lack of pain. Felix chose the first one, barely reading it. Congratulations, you have absorbed the essence of inevitability. He cut off the memory as pain started to mount. Felix opened his eyes and they shone blue for a brief second before dimming to nothing. Holy, that's a rush, like reliving the moment. Felix could still recall the pain he had felt just hours ago. It tingled at the edges of his nerves, the memory dangerously close to rehashing the agony. Shaking his head to clear it, Felix tried to make sense of it all. Inevitability. He looked for a blue box to appear, hopefully one with helpful information. No such luck. Essence. Formation. With a near-soundless chime, a new screen appeared before him. Formation. Apprentice stage essences body 1 of 3, inevitability mind 0 of 3, and a spirit 0 of 3, and okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Felix poked at the words body, mind, and spirit, but nothing happened. Apprentice stage, at least, he thought he could make sense of now. He had reached apprentice tier in poison resistance while that gnarly concoction was inside his body. So he took something from it, absorbed it. Why? Moreover, he had chosen inevitability instead of a super cool one like heartrending. But what did that mean? Felix probed the essence column and finally, something happened. You have absorbed the essence of inevitability. Continue to temper yourself and reap the rewards. Temper myself. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a headache coming on. Those guilders need to get back soon. I've got so many questions. Tempering sounded like strengthening to Felix, and he wasn't against that idea. This has to be a common thing, right? The how was a bit of a mystery, though it clearly had something to do with reaching apprentice tier. He nodded to himself. He'd asked the tin ranks about it when he went back downstairs. In fact, Felix was convinced he'd taken the wrong route with them. The tin ranks especially were very accepting of him and his particular circumstances. Despite Magda's suspicions and Harn's to a lesser extent, Felix figured it was time to be honest. I'll explain what I can. They don't seem to have an issue with my race, after all, despite all my worry at having a lost race. They must have analyzed me by now. Feeling that decision firm up in his mind, Felix lifted the vial which had warmed slightly in his grip, though the blood was still disgustingly chunky. Taking a deep breath, Felix uncorked the vial and tipped it back. Oughgawd, he coughed. That's ugh, that's horrendous. He expected it to be coppery, after all he'd bitten his own lip before. He had even expected lumpy sour curdles, but he hadn't expected it to be cloyingly sweet. Oh damn, oh fuck, that's erupt bad. Felix's pushed down his gorge, forcing himself to swallow the chunky mess even as the taste of it invaded his entire mouth. Several thumps on his chest and it passed, leaving him with what felt like a slime trail of salty sweetness. Deep breath. Any moment now in your core will burn it all up. Deep breath, but nothing happened. Well, shit. Felix felt at his chest and core, prodding. Does it not work on humans? That's a waste. Pit, it's time to Felix turned around, but there was no one there. There was nothing there. Blackness, pure and complete, filled his vision. Not a speck of mana swirled or shined, not a soul moved. Felix looked down at his hands and he could clearly see himself, fully lit by a sourceless light. This is terrifying. His words swept around him, jangling like out-of-tune bells as the Nater shivered. But his chest didn't rise, his breath didn't move. Definitely not a fan of this. What the hell is going on? The discordant chime of his words shook the darkness, the void, sinning somehow. Felix reached out a hand, attempted to grasp the shadows, but there was nothing there. No substance at all around him, or below him. Felix had a dizzying moment as he regarded the endless dark beneath him, a negative space so absolute it was like standing on a featureless black painting that was at turns flat and terrifyingly 3D more atonal noise, more shivers in the world around him. Felix fought down his panic, applying his mind instead. Move. The nothing shuddered, but less, like a taut tarp in a gentle wind. Move, a wobbling, as if the darkness was balanced on the edge of something else. Felix channeled all of his fear and adrenaline into a single shout, pouring all of it out of him. Move. With a soundless explosion, the void shattered into 10 trillion pieces, each one rotating and oscillating into a cascading spray of people upon a white background. The people flickered outward, shot forward as if shot from cannons. Behind them trailed imprints of themselves, footprints that were their entire past, crawling forward at lightning speed like a billion caterpillars shuffling into infinity. It was, in a phrase, trippy as balls. Felix held his head, his eyes ready to explode from his skull. He looked up and the figures extend up to and down and behind him. Felix stood in an epicenter while infinite permutations of people spread like fractal map of armored women. Wait, armored. Felix saw their faces, noting their darkened leathers and brace of blades. These are all the same woman. The assassin. Holy shit, what was in that blood? In some iterations, the woman was wearing no armor or mask, just simple clothes or heavy jackets. Sometimes she was even dressed in elaborate finery, but mostly it was the mask and armor, over and over. A single person in an infinite span of moments. The thought struck him over the head as he watched the assassin unfold endlessly into the white void. She reached in all directions, echoing across his mind like a ringing chime. It was a sublime chord, plucked and shuddering as she spiraled away from him in a dance that was pure chaos, all movement without meaning. Then, without warning, a terrible discord shuddered through the music, a defect in the crystalline tones that spread like cracks across the person's spiraling self. The cracks mazed the void, spreading like broken ice, shearing with inevitable finality. Blindly, Felix thrust his mind forward, moving somewhere, anywhere he could, anything to escape. He touched one of the infinite moments and flinched as time splintered like a shattering stained glass window. It enveloped him even as it fell in on itself, and he was gone. Ilya squatted on the ledge, wearing the shadows around her like a familiar cloak. Below her, human prisoners twirled between the frosted colonnades. Giant folk stood watch, not closely, but certainly not far away enough for any of them to attempt escape. The prisoners were too smart to try that again, though she could hope. Certainly would cut into the drudgery of this assignment, she thought, rolling her shoulders and flexing her leg muscles, trying to stay limber in the cold. At first, Ilya had been intrigued by this spot of monster on human slavery, but it had grown tiresome quickly. If I hadn't gotten separated from my quarry, I'd have better things to do. Ilya rolled her eyes. They're headed here, though. Sooner or later, they'll show up. The prisoners were mostly human and were largely pathetic and weepy. Broken by all accounts, barely 100 of them left, too. Ilya had been listening to them whisper among themselves, everything from curses at the gods to stillborn attempts at good humor. These men and women were desperate, the bare remnants of a grand expedition into the Foglands, something that hadn't been tried in 100 years. It would have been audacious if it had succeeded. Now it was blackmail fuel, because no matter what Ilya was hired to do, she knew Elder Dufont would pay good money for this never to come to light. To have wasted so many resources on an expedition this size, and to have not one person return with anything, an absolute scandal. Did the Elder think I wouldn't find out? Ilya scoffed. She jumped across the ledges, using Cloudstep to tap off a platform made of air when the footing disappeared. Interestingly, there was a leader among the prisoners, a woman with honey-colored hair, cropped short and wearing light drakeskin armor. She was fresher than most, even still had some fire in her eyes. Most of the others were barely above livestock at this point. Ilya watched as the woman ordered around the few who would listen. With many surreptitious glances back at the giant folk, she went about teaching them how to fight, detailing how to survive in the labyrinth below. Poor fools. You'll all be dead by dawn. Ilya had no doubts that whatever these behemoths were after was deadly. After all, if it was easy, they'd send their own folk in. Unable to analyze in this blasted fog, she could still feel the power contained in the giants, especially what emanated from the bronze dome near the sinkhole. Whatever dwelt in there was terrifying. A dark crack sheared across a nearby pillar, though Ilya did not look at it. She continued watching below, noting the prisoners' ragged clothing and lack of shoes. When the second crack spread across the ground below, she did not notice either. When the third and fourth cracks branched across the sky, Felix looked up. Pulled from the assassin's body, Felix felt a powerful vertigo that destroyed his sense of balance. He tipped and fell from their perch, landing on the heavy snow with a muffled but it didn't hurt. Felix felt nothing, even as the memory around him began to splinter into 1,000 pieces. Felix saw the prisoners look at him in fear, their faces only half finished from this angle, a hodgepodge of misaligned features that gaped in terror at him. Horror mounted in his chest, but his screams wouldn't come. He had no voice, and then the world was rent asunder. Vivim was old, far older than they had any right to be, and they were bored. They were old enough to remember this place as it was before the end. They remembered when Shellam was strong and beautiful, a jewel in the crown of the greatest kingdom ever known. The valley had been lush then, filled to the brim with life and laughter, so much that the mountains rang with it. But that was long ago, before the ruin, before the great work was finished, before the curse. They once had family, even after the ruin. Now, Vivim only had the shadows of the past for company, and their memory dimmed with every passing year. Vivim let out a sigh that was as dusty as the room around them. They rarely breathed anymore, just as they rarely ate.